Chapter 421 For your own good. Unless one day he has no choice, he will offend Ichio and others. Otherwise, it is better to be polite. Otherwise, with the Grandmaster's means, he will leave a little hidden injury on himself, and he will not know how he died. It's not an order. Ichio put his hands behind his back and said lightly, "You must have heard what the prince said just now. Do you know what it means?" Jiao Zhong was very surprised. I didn't expect Ichio to care about Yichin so much, and he would come to ask me. This is something I didn't expect. He thought for a moment and said, Tian Cixi, the disciple of Master Yi, is developing outside the city. Master Yichin invested 1 million taels of silver in him yesterday, saying that he would actively support the prince's strategy of developing outside the city. He invested 1 million taels of silver in Tian Cixi? Yichio frowned and said, he is so bold. He had already broken with the Yi family and rarely asked about the Yi family. However, he knew the situation of the Yi family. As a supplier of Sanha over the years, although he made some money, it was still difficult to take out 1 million in cash at one time. The most important thing is, if there is a loss, the Yi family will be in an irretrievable situation. He doesn't think his brother is a fool. It's just that making this decision is a bit confusing. Jiao Zhong smiled and said, young Master Yichin is naturally not stupid. The prince said that what he did was money laundering. Money laundering? Yichio was unfamiliar with this term. Jiao Zhong explained, young Master Yichin is now the patriarch of the Yi family. He does everything himself. But the behavior of the old people in the Yi family is always disappointing. Yichin naturally wants to start his own business one day. But the Yi family is big and powerful. And Yichin is naturally not happy to share everything with all the relatives. Therefore, he used the excuse of investing in real estate to move the money of the Yi family out. And finally made the money of the family a loss in the account. And secretly put it into his own pocket. Tian Cixi is your disciple, Master Yi. And he will naturally agree to everything Master Yichin asks. And there is no reason for him not to cooperate. I see. Yichio nodded and said, it seems that you know a lot. Jiao Zhong smiled and said, how can I know so much? I just repeated what the prince said. Yichio thought for a while and said, then the prince is not satisfied with Yichin? Of course not. Jiao Zhong smiled and said, the prince is just surprised that Master Yichin is so smart and has learned to launder money. Yichio shook his head and said, not good. Not good. Jiao Zhong smiled. What does the young master mean? I can make a trip for him. Yichio said loudly, if I see him tomorrow, I will definitely kill him. Jiao Zhong was about to say something, but he found that Yichio had already disappeared. The curfew time in Hong Kong City is approaching. Except for the bustling brothels, everywhere in the city is very quiet. No one dares to walk on the street casually otherwise. If they are caught by the Beijing camp or the Hong Kong City constable, they will inevitably be beaten with a stick, or even sent to labor reform. The only exception is outside Hong Kong City. In order to promote the development outside Hong Kong City, the prince personally ordered that the new city less than 5 miles away from the Hong Kong City wall will not be under curfew. The so-called new city, in the eyes of the people of Hong Kong City, is not considered a city. Although the houses are lined up, and the streets are wider than those in Hong Kong City. How can it be considered a city? Because there are no walls? In the eyes of many people, any place without walls is considered a town. And a countryside. No matter how beautiful it is. No matter how good it looks. People in Hong Kong City, who have experienced war, will not buy houses here to settle down. However, the people of Sanha don't care. Baiyun City has no walls. But it is still a big city. More importantly, they are used to cities without walls. Here they can come and go as they please, without any restrictions. It is not like in the city, where they are restricted everywhere, and have no freedom. If they want to transport goods out of the city, they have to wait until the city gate is open. Therefore, most of the people here are from Sanha. Then the Beijing camp began to be stationed here. The school was built here. And the money house opened here. And the houses here began to be in short supply. There are more and more people from Sanha here. The nobles and rich people in Hong Kong City have tasted something. The group of southern barbarians in Sanha all understand the principle of everyone carrying a sedan chair. They claim to be well educated. So how can they not give face to Prince He? Many people have paid to buy houses here. But they are not sure about the security here. So not many people live here. However, as time went by, merchants were no longer willing to enter the city, and settled here directly. The brothels, inns, and theaters became more and more lively. And there was no curfew. And the area within a few miles was brightly lit. Yichen sat on a chair, holding a glass of wine, and glanced at Tian Cixi, who was sitting opposite him with drunken eyes. He smiled and said, "Manager Tian, your business is getting bigger and bigger. It is said that the prince has noticed it. The future is limitless." "No. No." After hearing this, Tian Cixi suddenly opened his eyes, waved to the woman who was rubbing his shoulders behind him, and waited for the woman to leave. He smiled and said, "No way can I compare to you, young master. My master is a big celebrity around the prince, and he only has you as his brother. To put it bluntly, as long as you don't offend Lord He Jixiang, Qin Dishing and other old masters, who at Hong Kong City dares not to give you face?" The Indian, his words could not be concealed. He was born a bandit. It is true that Yi Qiu is his master, but Yi Qiu should also look at him straight in the eye. Right? It is a blessing for him that his master does not kill him. How dare he expect his master to take care of him? Yi Chen is different. He is his master's younger brother. To put it bluntly, as long as Yi Chen does not rebel, no one dares to touch him. He will live a carefree life. Manager Tian, you are too polite. Yi Chen sat up and poured wine for him personally. Smiling, "My brother is also your master. You speak like this, as if he is petty. If your brother hears it, he will probably be unhappy." If Tian Cixi had not come over on his own initiative, he would never have thought that Tian Cixi would be his brother's apprentice. And his brother was actually the swordsman, who was once famous in the world. "I dare not. I dare not." Tian Cixi smiled awkwardly. "I don't mean that. In terms of closeness, you are naturally closer to my master. I am his disciple. The master wants the disciple to die, and the disciple has to die. If he doesn't die obediently, according to his master's temper, his whole family will have to die." He suddenly regretted getting married. Not only did he have a wife, concubine, but also children. His children were all his concerns. For the sake of his children, he could die. These were no big deal. Manager Tian, come on, I won't say much. Everything is self-evident. Yi Chen raised his glass and drank it all. Please. Tian Cixi also finished the wine in the glass, and then turned the glass upside down, emptying the glass. Yi Chen smiled and said, Manager Tian, I will arrange for 150,000 taels of silver to be sent over tomorrow. Please count the amount when the time comes. This, Tian Cixi said puzzledly. Didn't we agree on this a few days ago? It will just be a formality when the time comes. What do you mean by sending the silver? You really confuse me. Yi Chen smiled and said, It's not the Yi family that joins this time, but me, Yi Chen. Naturally, I, Yi Chen, join with real money. Ah. Tian Cixi frowned for a long time. Without any response, after a long while, he smiled and said, In that case, thank you Mr. Yi for your appreciation, don't worry. Mr. Yi, and the prince are right, real estate is violence, I guarantee that there is no possibility of losing money. In a few days, Lord He Jixiang will send all the prisoners in the prison here for labor reform, and then we can save even the labor cost, and only need to take care of 2 meals a day. Lord Bianjing is in Hong Kong City. Why doesn't he use the prisoners to build the road? Yi Chen said puzzledly. Build a road? Tian Cixi said with a smile. That needs money. The Ministry of Revenue is so poor that rats can run away. These days, Prince Yong'an has been searching everywhere under the order of the prince. If we can find silver, the road can be built. Yi Chen asked curiously. Whether it is Qi Yong or Yi Jin, they have been executed now. One is the prime minister of a country, and the other is powerful. How can they not have money? Tian Cixi burped loudly, and then shook his head. How can we know this? Yi Chen said with a smile. Manager Tian, you are not drunk yet. Then he continued to pour him wine. Tian Cixi looked around and said cautiously, Mr. Yi, you are my master's brother, so you are not an outsider. Then I will tell you the truth. You also know that Lord Xiezan went straight to Jizhou as soon as he arrived in Hong Kong City. The meat sent by Zhu Rorong was poisoned a few days ago, and 3 of his men died. Some people said that it was the work of Jizhou Temple. In fact, you and I both know that if it was really the work of Jizhou Temple, Lord Xiezan would not have come to Jizhou in person. Yi Chen said in a deep voice. Jizhou is He Jin's hometown. Tian Cixi nodded and said, Yes, After the soldiers of the Bingmasi were taken away by Lord Xiezan, he and the prince established the Ankong City Patrol Office, and Jiang Yi was directly appointed as the first commander of the infantry. Now, everyone in Ankong City is our own people, Yichen said with a smile. You said so much, but I still don't understand, Tian Xixi said. After the prince entered the capital, Pan Duo took charge of the court guards and allowed He Jin to leave Ankong City. On the way to Jizhou, Pan Duo's people were monitoring him. Pan Duo is loyal to the prince, needless to say, but his people dare not say it. Otherwise Chi Peng would not have entered the capital directly this time to clean up the court guards and shadows personally. He Jin is not dead? Yichen frowned. I dare not say that, Tian Xixi said with a smile. I don't know whether He Jin is dead or not, but it's too abnormal. You too. You are still not sleeping in the middle of the night. It's too noisy. Tian Xixi drew his sword. Although he was not a high-ranking official, the mansion was heavily guarded, and it was definitely not something that any cat or dog could break in at will. There was only one reason why someone suddenly appeared at this moment, and the other party was very skilled in martial arts. As soon as he turned around, he heard Yichen say, it turned out to be Commander Jiao. Long time no see. If you don't mind, please sit down and have a drink together. How about it? Tian Xixi looked up and found that the person who suddenly appeared in front of him was Jiao Zhong, the commander of the palace guards. He knelt down and said, Greetings, Commander. It is a great honor for me that you can come to my house. Yi Chen's brother is Yi Qiu, and he doesn't have to kneel when he sees Jiao Zhong. But Tian Xixi can't do that. He was born a bandit, and he needs to make amends for his crime. How dare he act recklessly in front of Jiao Zhong? Jiao Zhong ignored him and looked directly at Yi Chen and said, Mr. Yi, you have been worried about too many things these days. After hearing this, Yi Chen bowed and said, Thank you for your kindness, Commander Jiao. He is Yi Qiu's younger brother. Jiao Zhong dared to speak to him like this, and he must have been asked by his brother. Jiao Zhong smiled and said, It's good for Mr. Yi to do business, but he is still young. After the summer in the north, the weather becomes cold. If something happens to him, Mrs. Yi will be heartbroken. There are 3 kinds of unfilial behavior, and the worst is to have no descendants. Yi Chen suddenly sighed. If something really happens to me, I will be the center of the Yi family, no matter how stupid he was. He understood what Jiao Zhong meant. Jiao Zhong smiled and said, Mr. Ye's words are very good. I will go back to Sanhe now. Yi Chen looked at Jiao Zhong while saying this. Jiao Zhong nodded and said, That's great. Yi Chen didn't expect Jiao Zhong to reply so straightforwardly. After a long pause, he sighed and said, So I'll take my leave. His brother didn't like him staying in Ankong City. He knew his brother. Since he was not allowed to stay, he certainly couldn't stay. For himself, and for the Yi family. Sir. From beginning to end, Tian Xixi didn't get to say a word. After Yi Chen left, he looked at Jiao Zhong blankly, not daring to breathe. If you make Jiao Zhong unhappy, you will die in vain. The other party is the commander of the guards. He has the power of life and death. Asshole. Jiao Zhong took the wine glass handed over by Tian Xixi, sniffed it first, and then took a sip. Damn. It's great to be rich. And you can drink such good wine. Tian Xixi hurriedly said. If you like it, I will send you a few jars tomorrow. Jiao Zhong neither nodded nor shook his head, but said, When doing things, you have to think more, and don't be too impulsive. I will follow your teachings. Tian Xixi said sincerely. Jiao Zhong thought for a moment and said, Have you seen Chao Xiaowan these days? Replying to your excellency, Tian Xixi said cautiously, I haven't seen Captain Chao these days. It is said that Master Chen came to Ankong City, and Captain Chao entertained him. Jiao Zhong said in surprise. Master Chen? Tian Xixi said. Master Chen Xinluo. Isn't he in Jiang'an? Why did he come to Ankong City? Jiao Zhong's face became more gloomy. Master. Tian Xixi lowered his head and said, This is Master He Jixiang's intention. I dare not speak nonsense. If you dare to say another word, believe it or not, I will chop you up directly. Jiao Zhong said hatefully. Tian Xixi hurriedly said, Master Shirquan recommended Master Chen Xinluo to officially serve as the chief constable of the 3 law departments. He was really afraid that Jiao Zhong would chop him with the knife in his hand. Chapter 422 The Return of the God of War. Do you want to say a few words to persuade Jiao Zhong to be magnanimous? Forget it. If you can't talk, just talk less. If you are not careful, you will offend someone, and you will be in big trouble. As the commander of the prince's guards, this position is not big, but, to deal with a small commoner like himself, isn't it like playing? What? His master is Yi Qiu? Outsiders don't know the relationship between him and his master. How could Jiao Zhong not know? Jiao Zhong doesn't care at all. Tian Cixi knows very well that if Jiao Zhong really cuts him with a knife, his master won't even frown. Who told me that I am not Yi Qiu's biological brother? If I were Yi Qiu's biological brother, even if I couldn't walk sideways in Ankong City, I wouldn't have to look at other people's faces. The chief constable of the 3 divisions. Jiao Zhong snorted coldly. Is it the rumored chief constable of the 6 gates? According to Lord Fang Pai, it's probably like that. Tian Cixi looked at Jiao Zhong's face while talking. He didn't understand it at all. Is there something wrong with him, and the guard commander of the palace? Why do they all like second-rate people? Especially He Hong. This person is even more incomprehensible. He actually likes Wei Yishan's mother. He had reason to believe that. If it were not for the constraints of military discipline, Wei Yishan would have killed He Hong long ago. On the surface, it was Shi Quan who recommended him. But in reality, it was Lord He Jixiang's idea. Lord He Jixiang trusts him very much. Jiao Zhong said with great emotion. The chief constable of the 6 gates is not a high-ranking official. But I have told the prince that every moment that you think is not too important at the time determines the direction of your future life. He deeply agrees with this. Tian Cixi smacked his lips, bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise. The chief constable of the 6 gates seems to have no rank, nor is it an official position. But once something happens, this authority is great. It is also particularly easy to make meritorious deeds. So, Captain Chen has a promising future. Jiao Zhong rolled his eyes at him and said, Do you need to tell me about this? Yes. Tian Cixi hesitated for a while and said, Commander, Yi Chen abides by the law in Ankong City and is careful. There is nothing out of the ordinary. Master just let him go back like this. Isn't that too inhumane? Jiao Zhong snorted coldly. What do you know, on the surface? Yi Qiu is indifferent to Yi Chen, and even beats and scolds him in public. But no matter what, we must not forget that they are brothers from the same mother. What's more, Yi Qiu has no interest in women. If Yi Chen has any accident, the Yi family will be extinct. In public and private, Yi Qiu will not let Yi Chen have any accident. Now, all the old people in Sanhe have come to Ankong City. Which one is easy to get along with? In terms of the relationship with the prince, few are worse than Yi Qiu. The situation in Ankong City is complicated. It is not a place to stay for a long time. The sooner you go, the better. The most important thing is, those rampant people dare to assassinate even the prince. How can they care about a little Yi Chen? Yi Qiu's energy is all on the prince, and he must have no time to take care of Yi Chen. It is better to stay away from Ankong City. That's right. Tian Cixi pondered for a while, and saw that Jiao Zhong had no intention of leaving. So he bowed and said, I wonder if the Lord has any other instructions. If I tell you, you will definitely do it? Jiao Zhong looked at him with amusement. This? Tian Cixi hesitated for a while and said, Just tell me. Lord, I will do my best. If you can't afford to offend, and can't avoid it, then you can only bear it. Besides, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. There are so many people in Ankong City who beg to work for the commander of the palace guards, but don't have the chance. Now that I have my own opportunity, I naturally have to seize it. If it is done, he will be taken care of by Jiao Zhong in the future, which is much better than his chief master. Jiao Zhong stepped forward and stretched his head towards the humble Tian Cixi and said in a deep voice, I want to know where Chen Xinluo ate tonight, who he ate with, where he stayed, who he stayed with. Don't worry, sir, Tian Cixi said without hesitation. I will definitely do it properly. He said he wanted to know about Chen Xinluo's situation, but in fact he was just asking about Chao Shuhuan. To him, this was a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. This is probably even more true for Jiao Zhong. The reason why he asked me to find out is probably because Chen Xinluo was born as a guard in the palace, and he had many disputes with people in the palace. Jiao Zhong was not willing to ask people in the palace. It was more convenient to let an outsider like me find out. This was like Jiao Zhong extending an olive branch to me. If I couldn't accept it directly, I would have no future in my life. That's good. Jiao Zhong nodded and said, I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'll wait for your news here. Please wait a moment. Sir, I'll go and find out about this myself. Tian Cixi saw him nod in approval, and turned around and left in a hurry. At night, Lenny lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In a fit of anger, he simply got up from the bed. Mingwei, who had exposed her tender white shoulders, had no time to find a shawl, and quickly opened the mosquito net, letting Lin Yi sit on the edge of the bed. Your Highness. Zixia, who was also naked, had already put on clogs for Lin Yi, and Mingwei helped him up on the left and right, and said, Your Highness, are you suffering from insomnia again? Lin Yi yawned. I always feel something is wrong. Mingwei waited for Lin Yi to sit down, and handed him cold boiled water. Your Highness, is it because of the assassin's poisoning? Poisoning? Lin Yi shook his head. If I could be poisoned so easily, I deserved it. Preventing poisoning is the least important part of security work. If he and the palace guards can't even figure this out, he deserves to be in trouble. He is not even qualified to say, Whoever offends me, I will not let him have an easy life. Is it because of He Jin's matter? Mingwei said cautiously. Xiezan went to Jizhou in person. I believe there will be news soon. Seeing that Lin Yi still shook his head, Zixia tentatively said, The general manager has been away in the western wilderness for some time. I believe the prince is worried about him. Xiezan is decisive and smart. I have nothing to worry about him going to Jizhou. Lin Yi just gulped down some cold water casually, picked up the wine pot on the table again, and said while pouring wine, As for Xiaoyingzi, I don't need to worry even more. He himself said that in this world, even if there are people he can't beat, there will definitely be no one who can stop him. If he wants to run, he can run anytime. There is nothing to be afraid of. He said so, but in fact, he was very nervous. After all, there was the precedent of Emperor Liefo of Ahsoka. The Grand Master is not that great, and the mortal body will still turn into dust under the bombardment of cannons. Mingwei asked puzzledly, What is the prince worried about? Lin Yi frowned and said, If I knew, I wouldn't sigh. Worried about whom ye? Not really. He doesn't care whether this woman stays or leaves. Even after the child is born, I will ask her opinion, and let her stay or leave as she wishes. As for the divorced property, there is absolutely no way that there will be any. He was originally paying for her retirement. He will not continue to do a loss-making business. Could it be the child? Without a premarital checkup, without taking folic acid, without NT, without Down syndrome screening, would the child be a fool in the future? But after thinking about it carefully, it is not the case. He and Humi are not close relatives, and there is no obvious genetic disease. The probability of giving birth to a fool is too small. The only thing worth worrying about is that the fetus is too large, which may eventually lead to Humiali's dystocia. However, he has been consciously controlling Humiali's diet these days. When the time comes, there will be more than a dozen of Daoyang's most famous midwives and imperial doctors watching over her. So there shouldn't be any problems. So what is he worried about? He stood up, opened the window, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and suddenly said loudly, Have I stopped updating recently? He finally understood why he couldn't sleep well at night recently. The guilt of not updating from the last life has continued to this day. Writing? There is not a single day when I feel like writing. But if I don't write, I will feel a strong sense of guilt towards the readers, and I will not be able to sleep every day. There is not a single day when I feel at ease. I can't rest well, and I can't play well, which is a very entangled state. Prince, you don't seem to have written any novels recently. Mingwei laughed. Their prince often said that he was a plop author, and everyone just listened to it as a joke, but their prince was serious. Who said no? Lin Yi said unhappily. Didn't I open a super son-in-law 2 months ago? Prince, Mingwei said after a long pause. You only wrote 10,000 words in that book. You said this is a masculinity era. And son-in-law is laughable. Readers lack a sense of substitution. And it will definitely fail. So you said eunuch? She never had the nerve to say these 2 words. In fact, she agreed with the prince's words. There are so many types of novels to write. But why did you write novels about son-in-law? The most despised thing in the world is marrying into a family. Who would like to read such a novel? Lin Yi shook his head and said, It's a different time. No matter when and where. People laugh at the poor, but not at prostitutes. In the face of money and power, who can still care about shame? If you laugh at someone for being a son-in-law, It's just because he is not strong enough. Mingwei hesitated and said, Your Majesty, do you mean to write about a son-in-law? Is there any son-in-law in the world who is more powerful than the royal son-in-law? He has power and money. No one dares to look directly at him. My Lord Prince? Lin Yi was stunned, and said with a smile, You are smart. There is indeed no son-in-law in the world who is more powerful than my Lord Prince. However, Tang Sun died in the end. Even his children died with him. A son-in-law who cannot protect himself and his wife and children cannot be considered the strongest son-in-law. Mingwei said with a smile, I am stupid, and I hope the prince will explain it clearly. Lin Yi said with a smile, I heard from a blind man that the most powerful person in the world is not the master. But above the master there is the human realm. And above the human realm there is the innate. It is said that Jingyi of Jizhao Temple is the innate. And Jinghuan is the human realm. Mingwei said with a smile, I have heard a little bit about it. She understood the prince's meaning at once. But she didn't dare to say it. Tang Sun is the son-in-law of Daliang. If he is a congenital, who would dare to provoke him? Lin Yi said with a smile, When the time comes, he will have everything he wants. He will definitely be the super son-in-law of Daliang. Mingwei glanced at Zixia and said in unison with Zixia, Your Highness is wise. Lin Yi said with a smile, So, I didn't think it through before. As long as this son-in-law is destructive, this book will definitely sell well. It's impossible to fail. Mingwei hesitated for a moment and said, Since the prince has made up his mind, why not go to bed early and write tomorrow? Lin Yi drank the wine in the glass and said, No, I am so inspired at the moment. If I don't write now, I am afraid I won't be able to write tomorrow. Pen and ink are ready. I will update. Yes. Seeing Lin Yi's persistence, Mingwei said nothing more. After sharpening the charcoal pencil, she helped Lin Yi write the novel. He is the son-in-law of the Great Yan Kingdom. Mingwei watched without blinking. But it may be too long ago. Many people may have forgotten why he became a son-in-law. He became the son-in-law of the Great Yan Kingdom because of his contribution to the country and the marriage granted by the Emperor of the Great Yan Kingdom. It has been too long ago. Many people have forgotten that he is the god of war of the Great Yan Kingdom. The god of war returned to the country and found that the princess was missing and his daughter was sold to a brothel. In anger, he summoned 100,000 soldiers. Mingyue's blood boiled. Their prince's novel is still so good. So attractive. Lin Yi's charcoal pencil suddenly stopped moving. Zixia asked curiously, Prince, why don't you write anymore? Lin Yi patted his head and said, Damn it. I'm stuck. Mingwei and Zixia looked at each other, feeling helpless. This kind of thing is too common. The so-called stuck of the prince is actually to be lazy. Prince, if you are sleepy, go to sleep first. Mingwei rubbed his shoulders and said, If you want to write, write tomorrow. No, this is procrastination. Lin Yi smiled and said, Today and tomorrow. How many tomorrows there are? He gritted his teeth, picked up the charcoal pencil, and wrote again. There is no more problem of card at this moment. He is completely immersed in it. He is the god of war of the Great Yan Kingdom, commanding millions of troops, driving away wolves and tigers, and conquering the world with one battle. The Emperor of the Great Yan Kingdom has no martial ethics, and actually did not give him fiefdom or rewards, but only let him be a consort. For the sake of the people of the world, he reluctantly agreed. But later, he was framed by treacherous officials, and lived in exile. When he came back, his daughter was in a brothel. I can't stand it. Then he slapped the dog emperor and treacherous officials of the Great Yan Kingdom in the face, and it was full of passion all the way. He just didn't believe that such a novel wouldn't be popular. Your Majesty. Mingwei was stunned when she saw Lin Yi write a chapter about slapping the emperor in the face. This is disrespectful, treasonous. Although it's a novel, it can't be written like this. Right? Don't make a fuss. Lin Yi wanted to say with a smile. Everyone says long live the emperor, but in fact they all hope for his death. Once this novel of mine is published, everyone will definitely enjoy reading it. I dare not. Mingwei and Zixia said in unison. They were indeed excited when they read it, but they dared not say it. Kings, princes, generals, are they of the same species? In Mingyue's incredulous eyes, Lin Yi let these 8 words come out of the mouth of the god of war without hesitation, and then 100,000 soldiers followed and shouted loudly. Chapter 423 My Pride. Mingwei held her forehead with her hand, feeling very helpless. She had been with the prince since she was a child, and grew up with him. She also knew her prince's thoughts better, because she was familiar with his novels. She was used to the prince's often earth-shattering behavior. But at this moment, she was still shocked to see the plots written by the prince. She actually couldn't understand her prince more and more. You are a royal descendant after all, and you don't teach the common people to accept their fate, but writing poems that encourage people to rebel is clearly asking them to change their fate. Is it appropriate to do so? What's more, you are in charge of the government of Dalian. You are encouraging the people below to rebel against you by writing this. It's really puzzling. She stared at the charcoal writing on the white paper without blinking, until she saw the words life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by God. And exclaimed, Your Highness. Lenny ignored her. And after writing the last paragraph, he stretched his body and said casually, The king is the boat, and the common people are the water. Water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it. There is nothing that cannot be written, and there is nothing that cannot be read. Those who are afraid of illness and avoid medical treatment will eventually die miserably. Mingwei immediately understood what Lin Yi meant, and smiled. Your Highness, I understand. You still don't understand. If you really understand, you won't say those words. Lin Yi smiled and said, You just think you understand. This king is not hypocritical. Not hypocritical, but telling the truth. Rise and fall. Order and chaos, the cycle is endless. This history has a cyclical law. There has never been a dynasty that lasts for 10,000 years, let alone forever. Once the people are dissatisfied, it is normal for the dynasty to change. Mingwei hesitated for a moment, no longer defended, whispered, Your Highness is right. Lin Yi yawned. These days, everyone lives the same, but the ideas are different. There are very few people who can really think clearly, including Xiazan. He Jixiang are the same. They think I am on the first level, but I am actually in the atmosphere. I am not too stupid. Atmosphere? Mingwei pondered for a moment, and then thought of the geography. Knowledge that Lin Yi had told them. What is the troposphere? What is the stratosphere? It is explained very clearly, including the ridiculous theory of the earth is round. Although they don't believe it. Since the prince said it, they will take careful notes, regardless of whether it is right or wrong. Yes, Lin Yi said jokingly. They can't guess me. After saying that, he threw the charcoal pencil in his hand directly on the table, and then rubbed his forehead with two soft hands. Mingwei said, Prince, the princess is due to give birth in these days. Aunt Jimei died, and the queen has not sent the mature aunt to the mansion, which is not in accordance with the rules. Rules? Lin Yi closed his eyes slightly and said lightly, I set the rules. If I say it is right, it is naturally right. If I say it is not right, it is not right. Why bother so much? Right now, I'm just thinking, if this child is born, what name should I give him? Although he is uneducated, he is quite self-aware. His cultural level is really limited. But as the child's biological father, he will never let others do the naming. No matter what. He will not let others do it. Prince. Zixia smiled and covered her mouth. What name are you going to give the prince? How can you be so sure it must be a boy? Lin Yi shook his head and said, Maybe it's a girl. As the old saying goes, sour boys and spicy girls. The princess has always liked sour food since she became pregnant. It must be a little prince. The servant, will not guess wrong. Zixia's face was calm, but she was shocked in her heart. What if the princess gives birth to a daughter? Many people would think about this question, but no one dares to say it out loud. Daliang needs a male child, Sanhe needs a male child, and Prince, he needs a male child. If a girl is born at that time, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Now that Prince, he has said it so directly, she is at a loss for a moment. You all want me to give birth to a son. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. But you have to understand that giving birth to a boy or a girl cannot be changed by human will. Even if I am the emperor, my word is final. It doesn't mean that you can definitely give birth to a son if you want to. Maybe. I will really have a daughter by then. However, if it is a daughter, it is no big deal. Both sons and daughters are my Lin Yi's. Zixia said with a wry smile. Your Highness, Lord He Jixiang means that if you have a child, people will be at peace. I am not even 30 years old. And they care so much about my child? Lin Yi snorted coldly. Are they hoping for my death? What does it mean? Even if I really die, what does it matter? Who said that only men can be emperors? Women can also be empresses. Empress. Mingwei and Zixia looked at each other. Both of them were stunned by Lin Yi's words. The so-called empress was something they dared not even think about. Don't act so surprised. You grew up with me. You should know my character best, Lenny said while yawning. I never lie to you. It is uncertain whether Dalian will have an emperor in the future. His greatest hope is that Dalian can take small steps into primary capitalism during his lifetime. The feudal aristocracy represented by him is an obstacle to the development of productivity. In the future, when these capitals expand to a certain extent, they will get their hands on Bingfeng. It's okay if I'm alive. No one dares to do anything to me. But once I'm gone, and my descendants are incompetent, they may have to be sacrificed to capitalism in the future, and the whole family will be guillotined neatly. So, sometimes, he really wants to make a decision not to be the emperor of Liang, and his descendants will not be the emperor of Liang. He should change his own life first. I know my crime. The two girls confessed in unison. Lenny continued, if the prince really changes his personality one day, you have nothing to fear. You are at the peak of the 9th rank. If I want to kill you, even if you can't beat me, you can still run away. Mingyue's hand rubbing Lin Yi's forehead was still rubbing rhythmically. And she said nonchalantly, if the prince wants me to die one day, I must be guilty of death and dare not complain. She even thought sadly in her heart, if the prince wants them to die, how dare they not die? No. I am most afraid that one day I will become incompetent. People, this change is hard to explain. Lenny said lightly, if one day I become the person you hate, just beat me to death. He said it sincerely. Don't dare. Mingyue and Zixia fell to their knees, trembling all over. Lenny waved his hands and said, look how scared you are. Honestly, am I the kind of unreasonable person? Do you think I will be bloodthirsty if I have privileges? Speaking of privileges, let me tell you where my arrogance lies. If I kill anyone by the 5th watch, he will not live to the 6th watch. My arrogance is reflected here. Okay. Stand up and talk. Don't stop. Yes. Mingyue stood up and continued to rub Lin Yi's forehead. Mingyue put down the wine glass, gulped down some boiled water, and then continued, sometimes don't think too much. The more you think, the more trouble you will have. Even if she is a girl, she is still my Lin Yi's girl. At that time, I have to ask, who is in favor, and who is against? Your Majesty is wise, Mingyue said with a smile. I believe everyone will understand your Majesty. Who dares to object? No one dares to object. In the past, I was in Sanhe, then in Jiang'an, and now in Dalian. And the prince is heaven and earth. What he said was an imperial decree. No one can disobey. Yes, whoever dares not to understand me is deliberately making things difficult for me, Lenny said firmly. Making things difficult for me is making things difficult for the royal family. Making things difficult for the royal family is making things difficult for Dalian. And the crime is unforgivable, Mingyue said respectfully. I understand. Lenny took another sip of wine and said with emotion, this world is getting more and more complicated, so complicated that no one can explain it clearly. After that, he wrote furiously again, until dawn. The rooster began to crow. I thought there would be at least 10,000 new chapters, but it's only 4,700 words. Lin Yi was very dissatisfied with this update. Your Highness, this is not a small amount. After Mingyue and Zixia helped Lin Yi up, they began to sort out the manuscripts on the table. Your Highness must be very tired, so you should take a rest first, Lin Yi said. I have written so many novels, but they have always been for you people around me to read, and I have never published a book. How about this? This book will be 4,000 words a day, and it will probably be finished in half a month. Then I will ask the bookstore to print it, and the bookstore will sell it, so I can at least earn some royalties. If I really write millions of words according to the standards of online novels, printing will be a big problem. According to the printing fonts of this era, it is estimated that it will fill up an entire room. He was writing 100,000 words in front of him, and he was afraid that no one could afford it after printing. That would be 5 or 6 thick books. Mingyue's heart trembled, and she said cautiously, Prince, should I use your name? She was really afraid that the prince would use his name to promote this book Super Son-in-Law, which was not presentable. It would only add to the ridicule of the world. Of course you can't use my name? Lenny smiled and said, just use Mr. by Ming. In his heart, whether this book can make money or how much money it can make is not important. The most important thing is that the court of Dalian can use his book as a reference in the future. and not engage in literary inquisition at every turn. He hopes that Daoyang's literature can flourish, especially in the field of novels. He wants those authors to write boldly and write with confidence. Don't be afraid. Illusions, taboos, nihilism, none of them exist. Thinking of this, he was thinking whether to add publishing laws to the Liang Law. Don't let the development of Daoyang's literary and artistic undertakings be restricted. Mingwe was about to say something, but she found that the prince had fallen asleep on the bed. His snoring was deafening. Jing'an Palace. Early in the morning, concubine Yuan woke up. After letting the maid comb her hair, she said nonchalantly, "Where are the people? Where did they go?" "My queen, I'm here." Xiao Shizi hurriedly stepped forward, knelt on the ground and said, "Please give me your orders." "My queen." Concubine Yuan took off the jade fork that had been stuck in her head, held it in her hand, turned around and looked at Xiao Shizi, who was hanging his head in front of her, and said with a smile, "I heard that Xiezan entered Ankong City?" Xiao Shizi was only slightly stunned and hurriedly said, "To reply to your queen, it has been a while since Lord Xie entered Ankong City. Now he has led the army of the military department to Jizhou. There is no news yet. It may take 10 days or half a month for him to come back." Concubine Yuan smiled and said, "10 days or half a month? Do you think I am a fool? Although Jizhou is not far from Ankong City, it is not close either. Even if Xie is on his wings, he can't think of coming back so soon." Xiao Shizi couldn't figure out what Concubine Yuan meant for a moment, and said cautiously, "I am stupid, your majesty. Please forgive me. You also know that you are guilty?" Concubine Yuan snorted coldly, then slowly stood up, letting two maids hold up her long skirt and pace back and forth on the red carpet. "Please tell me, your majesty. I will die for you." Xiao Shizi lowered his head even lower. "Die?" Concubine Yuan said disdainfully. "How can you bear to die if you cherish your life so much, your majesty?" For a moment, Xiao Shizi didn't know what to say. He always felt that something was wrong with this majesty, but he couldn't tell what it was. Concubine Yuan continued, "If nothing unexpected happens, the princess will give birth in the next 2 days?" Xiao Shizi smiled and said, "Your majesty is still concerned about the prince. I heard from the imperial physician that it will be in the next 2 days." Minister of Health, Hu Shirlu, was already waiting with people from the imperial hospital and the most famous midwife in Ankong City. These things were not his business, nor could he manage them, so he was particularly relaxed when he spoke. "Is your master back?" Concubine Yuan suddenly said. "My master has not come back." Concubine Yuan suddenly showed concern for her master Hong Ying, which made Xiao Shizi a little at a loss for a moment. "Your master has always been inseparable from your prince. How come he is nowhere to be found now?" Concubine Yuan said slowly. "Like a lonely ghost, floating around, making people confused." Xiao Shizi pondered for a while and said, "My master is now confident that the monk Ji Hai and the blind Wang Dong are becoming more and more advanced in their kung fu, and my master can leave the affairs of the mansion to them and travel around the world. He has been serving Concubine Yuan since he was a child, and he thinks he knows Concubine Yuan very well. However, now Concubine Yuan's behavior and attitude made him more and more confused. So that's it." Concubine Yuan sat on the couch again, took the teacup from the maid, and said while sipping tea, "Hey, this person, the older he gets, the more worries he has. Last night, I dreamed of the eldest princess. Don't you think it's strange? The eldest princess?" Concubine Yuan suddenly mentioned the eldest princess, which made Xiao Shizi even more confused. After thinking about it again and again, he smiled and said, "Your majesty, if nothing unexpected happens, the eldest princess will be back in a few days." Concubine Yuan continued, "I haven't seen Lu Chaoyuan for a long time. Where did that bastard go?" Xiao Shizi said, "Some time ago, Eunuch Lu did some wrong things, and His Majesty asked him to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. He didn't dare to say directly that Lu Chaoyuan had escaped from the palace, no matter whether Concubine knew it or not. In short, this news couldn't come out of his mouth." Chapter 424, King of Dharma. After all, today is different from the past. In the past, although Prince, he did not like Concubine Yuan to know about his affairs. The purpose of hiding it was to prevent Concubine Yuan from worrying. And now, he did not let Concubine Yuan know, in order to prevent Concubine Yuan. He himself could not figure out why Concubine Yuan and prince, he had come to this point. They are mother and son. Even if the mother is kind, and the son is filial, there is no need to make things so awkward. Right, if he could not figure it out, Xiao Shizi would not think too much. He couldn't intervene in the mother-son affair. Nor did he dare to intervene. He could only try to find a balance between the two. Although he stood on the side of Prince, he without hesitation. He couldn't let concubine Yuan find any fault with him. After all, no matter what. As long as concubine Guifei asked Prince, he would not offend concubine Guifei in public. He would not die after being beaten with dozens of boards. His kung fu was not bad. But if a master was used to execute him, he would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. So, unless it is absolutely necessary, I cannot offend the imperial concubine. I must always prove to imperial concubine Yuan that I have always been the most loyal servant around imperial concubine Yuan. You dog servant. Imperial concubine Yuan said coldly. I will not bother with you. But you are getting better at fooling me. I dare not. Xiao Shizi said cautiously. My queen, have you forgotten? This Lu Chaoyuan is a great master. If he wants to leave the palace, no one dares to stop him. And no one can stop him. Besides, it is not clear when this guy ran away. Otherwise, if he meets a blind man or a monk, no matter who takes action, Lu Chaoyuan will never leave Ankang City. Humph! Imperial concubine Yuan snorted again. Although she disdained Xiao Shizi, she still said with approval, Lu Chaoyuan is indeed a great master. If he wants to leave the palace, you really don't have the ability to stop him. Besides, since he deliberately wanted to hide, you have no hope of finding him. In her cognition, there is no one more powerful than the Grand Master. So she no longer suspected that Xiao Shizi was lying. Your Majesty is wise. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, as soon as I have any news about him, I will report it to you immediately. Concubine Yuan looked at him with disdain and said, okay, get out. Yes. After Xiao Shizi slowly backed out of the house, he strode out of the yard. When Yi Lian saw him coming out of Jinglan Palace, he hurriedly went up to him and said, Eunuch, what does your Majesty mean? Xiao Shizi smiled and said, it doesn't matter what your Majesty means. The princess's delivery is a big deal. We can't control it in the palace. But this mistake can't come from the palace. You arrange people. And you must keep a close eye on Jinglan Palace. Even if a mosquito flies out, you must find out whether it is a male or female. He was really afraid that the queen would be upset for a while, and would harm the princess. Yi Lian hurriedly said, yes, my lord. Xiao Shizi frowned and said, did the imperial Dr. Han prescribe medicine for the emperor at night? Yi Lian said, my lord, I asked someone to look at the prescription. It's all about calming the spirit and soothing the mind. There's nothing wrong with it. After hesitating for a while, he said, my lord, Han Yong actually dared to be disrespectful to you. Do you want me to kill his whole family to set an example? You little bastard. You only know how to give stupid advice. Xiao Shizi said calmly. I have told the prince that in life, there are 3 things you should not laugh at: natural disasters, man-made disasters, and diseases. As a human being, there are 3 things that cannot be killed. Do you know what they are? Yi Lian thought for a while and said, I am dull. I hope that the father-in-law can enlighten me. Xiao Shizi said expressionlessly. Teachers who educate people, doctors who save people, soldiers who protect the country, should not be killed easily. Yi Lian flattered him. The father-in-law is kind, and has the virtue of loving life. Humph. Xiao Shizi sighed. It is the prince's kindness. What does it have to do with our family? Whoever the prince wants to die, must die. Whoever the prince does not want to die, cannot die casually. This is the rule. If you violate the prince's rules, you will die even if you don't want to. Xiao Shizi's words were confusing, but Yi Lian still understood them, and hurriedly said, don't worry, father-in-law. I will definitely handle it carefully. Don't worry. Xiao Shizi snorted coldly. This is a time of trouble. If you let go of your heart, it means you can let go of your head. Do you understand? Yes. Yi Lian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I dare not relax for a moment. Xiao Shizi said. That's good. While speaking, his eyes drifted to the sun that was already hanging above the city wall. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The monk sat cross-legged in the yard. Xie Shaoqing placed 2 steamed buns in front of the monk and said with a smile, Eat something. You have been sitting all night. The monk opened his eyes, looked at the steamed buns on the plate, and said guiltily, "Thank you for your help. Although you and I are not husband and wife in name, we are husband and wife in reality." Xie Shaoqing touched her gradually bulging belly and continued, "Why say these polite words? It seems strange. Ba, I will give the girl an explanation." The monk lowered his head and tore the steamed buns while whispering, "I will definitely not let the girl suffer any grievances." Xie Shaoqing was about to speak, but suddenly he looked up at the sky and frowned. "Not good," the monk said puzzledly. "It's just a group of big birds. Why is the girl so angry? Are you panicking?" "This is a vulture," Xie Shaoqing said nervously. "This kind of bird has always only appeared in the South Valley, and occasionally one or two appear in the North, which is already rare, not to mention such a large group." The monk smiled and said, "I really don't understand what you mean, please help me." "The people in the South Valley believe in the cause and effect of life and death. They eat meat while they are alive, and believe that they must give their bodies after they die." Xie Shaoqing looked at the big bird flying in the sky from time to time, and whispered, "After they die, they are neither buried nor cremated. Their families will feed their bodies to vultures, leaving only a skull." "Feed vultures?" The monk has seen and heard a lot, but when he heard that people were fed to vultures after death, he couldn't help but feel horrified. "Yes, human bones are very hard. Vultures cannot eat them directly, they need people to chop them up." Speaking of this, under the sun, Xie Shaoqing couldn't help shivering. This kind of people are called sky burial masters. Sky burial masters? The monk chewed the steamed bun in small bites and said, "How good are their skills?" Xie Shaoqing shook his head and said, "Sky burial masters are the lowest in the South Valley. Their skills are not high, they are not even as good as dogs. Ordinary porters can beat and scold them." The monk said, "If that's the case, why are you so panicked?" Xie Shaoqing glanced at the monk who remained calm, and said bitterly, "In addition to funerals, sky burial masters also use vultures to convey messages. Although they are of low status, there are not many people who can make them obey orders willingly. Presumably, the one who came to the north this time should be a person like the Dharma King." "Dharma King?" The monk pondered for a moment. "Someone who can compete with the masters of Jizhao Temple." Xie Shaoqing nodded and said, "They are the venerables in the hearts of the people of Nangu, the gods on Mount Tuigu. Only they are worthy of cremation, and do not need sky burial." The monk said to himself, "Why did they come to Hong Kong City? You are quite fast. Come in." He just turned his head, and saw the blind man who suddenly appeared in the yard. The blind man held a bamboo stick in his hand, and knocked twice in the yard, saying, "If it weren't for Miss Xie's explanation, I would still be confused. It turns out that this group of big birds is directed by someone." Xie Shaoqing said politely, "You are polite, Taoist priest." She used to be not afraid of the blind man. But since she became pregnant, every time she saw the blind man, she could not control her fear. Why was she afraid? She couldn't tell herself. "Tuigu Temple? I have heard of it for a long time." The blind man smiled and said, "I would like to go there for a while." "Monk, you go and report to the prince." The monk said, "Then you go ahead. I will be there soon. Come quickly. Otherwise, I will be beaten to death, and you will not be able to see me." The blind man smiled and said, without waiting for the monk to reply, he disappeared in front of the monk. The monk looked at Xie Shaoqing, who was in a daze, and said with his palms together, "Rest at home. Don't run around. I'll be back soon." Xie Shaoqing said softly, "Then be careful." The monk smiled and said okay. Lenny got up late, and when he finished breakfast, the sun was already high in the sky, and his plan to go fishing was ruined. Lying in the garden, he yawned while listening to the monk's report, and said after a while, "The Dharma King of Tuigu Temple. What a big name. Didn't they say they went to cause trouble for Jizhao Temple? Why did they come to Hong Kong City?" The monk put his palms together and shook his head. "I don't know." "Xie Shaoqing is pregnant?" Lin Yi asked instead. "Little monk." The monk couldn't keep up with Lin Yi's train of thought. He didn't expect this question to pop up suddenly, and didn't know how to answer for a while. Lin Yi smiled and said, "A real man. You must admit what you have done. Don't hesitate. It's your child. You have to take your own responsibility. You have lost your parents since childhood. Don't let your child be fatherless again, and continue to follow your old path," the monk said with emotion. "Little monk understands." Lin Yi nodded, and then continued, Since Xie Shaoqing said they are from Tuigu Temple, it's probably not wrong. You go to help the blind man. Stay if you can. If you can't stay, don't force it. Suddenly, a bird's cry came from the sky above the palace. The monk looked up suddenly. The big bird swooped down from the sky and landed outside the wall of the He Palace with a shrill cry. Protect the prince. The shouts of the guards of the He Palace rose and fell. Prince. Yi Qiu appeared directly behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and said, From this, did those people from Nangyu appear directly at the door of this prince's palace? Your Majesty is wise. Yi Qiu lowered his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Are you injured? Lin Yi turned around and was shocked to see the blood stains on Yi Qiu's hands. Don't be discouraged. You are so young. It's not unfair to lose to him. When Zhao Yi walked out from behind a rockery under the gaze of everyone, looking at Yi Qiu who kept his head down, she said, I have known the name of Dingluan, the Dharma King of Swikoji, in Nanga for a long time. I didn't expect his kung fu to be so high now. If I guess correctly, his kung fu is not inferior to Jingyi. It's normal for you to lose to him, Yi Qiu said sadly. When Zhao Yi is right. The man who came here did call himself Dingluan. He is the Dharma King of Swikoji. He has great kung fu. I didn't last a single move in his hands. So weak. Lin Yi was very surprised. Yi Qiu is a grandmaster after all. Right? How can the gap between grandmasters be greater than the gap between humans and dogs? I know my crime. Yi Qiu knelt on the ground and said no more. Lin Yi continued. Did this so-called Dharma King say why he came to Daliang? Yi Qiu said. I came to meet the prince, to hand over the letter from the king of Nangyu? That barbarian king? Lin Yi snorted. Are they worthy? This king has always advocated peaceful coexistence, but this way of his appearance, I don't like it. He appeared directly in Daliang without going through the Ministry of Rites, and appeared at the door of my mansion, which is a provocation to me, who indulges their bad habits. Amitabha. The monk put his hands together again and said, I will go to meet him now. Your Majesty. Rest assured, I will never let him step into the palace. Lin Yi said calmly. Don't force anything. If it doesn't work, use the cannon. Even if it destroys the house, I will make them go without return. I will make them understand that people should not be too arrogant. Yes. This time, the one who answered was Jiao Zhong, who was close to Lin Yi. He held the hilt of the knife in his hand, and was more nervous than anyone else. As the leader of the guards of the He Palace, his role is more often to coordinate. The one who can really make everyone feel at ease is the Grand Master of the He Palace. He doesn't know what Tokoji is. What is the Dharma Protector? But, both Wen Zhao and the monks in front of him have serious faces. And Yi Qiu is even injured. It can be seen that the enemy is very difficult to deal with. Even the Grand Master feels that the enemy is difficult. What can he, a guard leader who is less than the 9th rank, do? He is afraid. He is not afraid of death. He is afraid that if he dies, no one will be able to protect Prince He. If only the steward was here. In his impression, the steward has always been omnipotent. As long as the steward was there, they would feel assured. For the first time in his life, he missed someone so much. He and the monk at the gate of the palace stared at the man in gray robes standing in front of him, and could not tell his specific age. What surprised him was that his eyes were blue, and his face, which was like a girl's, was actually rosy. It was really a big world. And there were all kinds of things. There was also a group of men standing. All of them were disheveled, ragged, and lowered their heads, and their specific appearance could not be seen. Surrounding them were the palace guards, Beijing camp officers and soldiers, and constables holding longbows, broadswords, and spears. The crowd was so dense that no one could get through. The monk said to the blind man who was leaning on a bamboo stick, Are you injured too? The blind man said calmly, I won't die. The monk pushed the blind man's back with one palm, and after a faint smoke appeared on his back, he closed his palms and clasped them together, looking at the man opposite and said, Ji Hai. Greet the master. I am Dingluan. The man who called himself Dingluan looked at the monk without blinking, and said in an unskilled official language, I want to see the regent of Liang State. Please pass on the message for me. Chapter 425 Unscientific. The situation was tense, whether it was the officers and soldiers of Daliang State, the guards of the palace, or the followers of the Dharma King Swikoji, they were all tense, and they were ready to fight if they disagreed. At this moment, after hearing what the Dharma King Swikoji Dingluen said, they were all stunned for a moment. Since the Dharma King Swikoji appeared in the palace, he has been speaking rudely, and never put anyone in his eyes. Jiang Yi saw it with his own eyes. Even when he met the Grandmaster Yi Qiu, he was still rude. When he disagreed with Yi Qiu, he attacked directly. When Jiang Yi saw Yi Qiu injured and spitting blood, he was about to lead his troops to fight. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiu actually stopped him. He said bluntly that they would die if they went up. After hearing this, he was actually a little moved. He was willing to be loyal to the prince. But it did not mean that he was not afraid of death. He still had a family to support. Therefore, he accepted Yi Qiu's suggestion in time, led a group of people, surrounded the people of Nangu, and looked at the blind man who was confronting Dingluen from time to time. He didn't like the blind man, but at this moment, he really hoped that the blind man could win. Otherwise, they would all die. Unexpectedly, when the monk came, the arrogant Dingluen suddenly became polite. Dingluen was afraid of the monk. When this thought came up, Jiang Yi was shocked by his own thought. They only knew that the monk had become a grandmaster, but they didn't know how powerful the monk was. The monk's kung fu was better than the blind man's, better than Yi Qiu. I guess no one would believe it if I told him. Back then, the monk, a third-rank monk, was once a joke in the entire Hong Kong city. Later, after a trip to Chuanzhou, he inexplicably became a grandmaster. Everyone was a little bit unconvinced. However, many ninth-rank monks, when seeing him, actually could not raise the slightest thought of resistance. If he was not a grandmaster, then what else could he be? The people of Nangu behind Dingluen were also puzzled. When has their Nangu god, the Dharma King of Twiga Temple, ever been so polite to others? The monk in front of him was obviously not an ordinary person. It was not easy for him to make their Dharma King speak seriously, according to their guess. The status of this monk in Dalian was probably equivalent to that of the Dharma King in Nangu. Your Majesty is worth $1 million, and your status is so noble. In the stunned eyes of the crowd, the monk who always believed in the equality of all beings, actually said these words. How can you barbarians see him whenever you want? The words were so powerful and domineering that the surrounding Liang people were shocked. Yes, how noble they are to the prince. These barbarians simply don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Little monk. Dingluen smiled, said loudly. I have always convinced people with virtue and reason. Do you think I am afraid of you? I am just entrusted by the king to deliver the letter. Little monk, since you can't make the decision, please inform the prince that I have a letter to the regent. I naturally don't think so, the monk said, while twisting the red sandalwood Buddhist beads in his hand. It's just that the prince has ordered that Hong Kong City is the capital, and stability is the first priority. It is not proper etiquette for the master to enter Hong Kong City without the Ministry of Rights. The prince was very angry. The consequences were serious. The master was a master of martial arts. Even if he could not keep the master's heart, he had to keep the master's people. Keep my people? Dingluen frowned and snorted coldly. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. In the stunned eyes of the crowd, they only saw two groups of figures collide with each other, and then began to avoid the true energy in the air. When they came to their senses, they found that the two groups of figures had disappeared. Jiang Yi found that Yi Qiu and the blind man were also gone, and looked at Jiao Zhong beside him in confusion. Jiao Zhong snorted coldly. With the three of them attacking together, no one can escape. Jiang Yi pointed at Dingluen's Nanga followers and said, What should we do with these people? Jiao Zhong smiled and said, Sir Jiang, I am just a small guard commander. How can I make the decision on these matters? According to my opinion, it is better to ask the prince for instructions. Jiang Yi thought about it and said loudly, Come here. Arrest these barbarians, and let the prince decide their fate later. Jiao Zhong could not make the decision on this matter, and he could not make the decision either. How dare you? After hearing this, the people of Nanga shouted directly. Dozens of them pointed their knives at the troops of the Beijing camp without showing any weakness. Assholes, how can Hong Kong City be a place where you can be so arrogant? Seeing the Nanga masters rushing out of the crowd, Jiang Yi was the first to draw his knife, and shouted loudly, Catch him alive. Yes. Everyone responded loudly. They were helpless against the Grandmaster. However, they were not afraid of the 9th rank and 8th rank, who suddenly appeared among the people of Nangu. In the Sanha army, the most abundant thing was the 9th rank and 8th rank, who were now as numerous as dogs. This is a crushing game. Jiao Zhong smiled and took a look, then waved to the guards of the Huang mansion, returned to the mansion, and then closed the door directly. even sitting in the deep garden. Lin Yi could still hear the sound of arrows breaking through the air, and the deafening sound of fighting. When Jiaoyi, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and said, Ding Luan left Hong Kong City. Lin Yi asked curiously, Who won? When Jiaoyi shook her head and said, I don't have clairvoyance. How can I know? They are 3 against 1. I think they will not suffer any loss. That's the best, Lin Yi said, and took a sip of tea. While talking, Mingwe hurriedly ran over and said, Your Majesty, the princess is about to give birth. Lin Yi stood up and said, Then why are you still standing there? Call the imperial physician quickly. Your Majesty. Don't worry, Mingwe hurriedly said. Doctor Hu and the midwife are here. Let's go. Let's take a look. Lin Yi went directly to Hu Miaoyi's room. Ever since Hu Miaoyi got pregnant, he and Hu Miaoyi slept in separate rooms. Hu Miaoyi's room was in the 3rd courtyard of the palace, and only separated from where he lived by a courtyard, so he could walk there in a few steps. Maids gathered at the door of the room, each carrying hot water and towels, going in and out of the courtyard. When they saw Lin Yi coming, many of them were so scared that they fell to their knees and almost couldn't hold the basin steady. It's already this time, and you still don't know the severity of the situation. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Mingwe scolded several maids. Hurry up and be ready to listen to the instructions of the imperial physician and the midwife at any time. Yes. After several maids answered in unison, they ran away in a hurry. Your Highness. Hu Shirlu stood among a group of women with 2 imperial doctors, and was a little at a loss for a moment. Why are you standing outside instead of going in to guard? Lin Yi asked anxiously. Your Highness. Hu Shirlu glanced at the 2 imperial doctors next to him, and then said, There are more than a dozen of the best midwives in Hong Kong City in the room. They have much more experience than me. With them here, I seem redundant. He had delivered babies for many women, but it was the first time for him to deliver a baby for a royal family member. He had always avoided high-ranking officials and noble ladies. Looking at someone's private parts at will it be possible to give birth in the end? Now he only hopes that those experienced midwives can help the princess give birth smoothly, so that he doesn't need to go into the room and cut open the princess's stomach. Otherwise, this will be a big trouble. What about the Minister of Health? Prince Qiyong will be chopped off if he is told to do so by Prince He. After all, Prince He is no longer the Prince He of the past. Prince He is not alone now. He is backed by a group of people, among whom are kind-hearted people and hungry wolves. Even if he didn't want to kill me, as long as he casually expressed a little disgust towards me, and revealed a little murderous intention, there would be a lot of people trying to figure out the intentions of the prince, trying to think what the prince thought, trying to be anxious about what the prince was anxious about, and making things difficult for me, the Minister of Health, imitating the tigers and lions that pounced on me. I didn't know how I died. For his own life, he needed to be cautious and never commit suicide. This was the way of being an official that Lord He Jixiang taught him after he became the Minister of Health. However, Lord He Jixiang also comforted him, and the prince was very likely to become the founding monarch. The founding monarch never killed meritorious officials, unless one day Prince He gets old and wants to pass on the throne. But who among them is not older than Prince He on the day of passing on the throne? If Prince He wants to kill people, they will be gone long ago. In Prince He's words, after they die, they don't care about the flood. Humph. Lin Yi stood at the door of the wing room, and just as he was about to go in, he was stopped by Hu Shirlu again. You don't want to go in, but you still want to stop me from going in? Listening to Hu Miaoyi's cry because of the pain, Lin Yi was a little anxious. Hu Shirlu hurriedly said, Prince, the midwives inside are all sprayed with alcohol and wearing sheepskin gloves. Prince, you haven't been disinfected yet, so don't go in for the time being. These are the hygiene common sense taught to him by Prince He. Prince He himself can't violate the rules he set. Right? Yes. What Doctor Hu said is right. Mingwe smiled and said. Besides, those midwives are already nervous, and the prince is unpredictable. Seeing that the prince went in, the midwives must be scared and at a loss. Prince, you should stay outside and don't cause trouble. Thinking of the bloody scene inside, she must have to stop the prince. That's true. Thinking of the people who were delivering Hu Miaoyi's baby kneeling down to him when he entered the wing room, Lin Yi shuddered. This is to harm Hu Miaoyi. Your Highness. Seeing that Lin Yi agreed, Hu Shirlu breathed a sigh of relief. I personally took the pulse of the princess, and the pulse was stable, and one of my female apprentices personally listened to the fetal heartbeat of the princess, and the breath was also long, your highness can rest assured. Thinking of his 2 female apprentices in the delivery room, Hushirlu became more confident. Although the surgical skills of the 2 female apprentices were not high, they were definitely better than him in delivering babies. After all, he was a man. Only when life and death were at stake would people agree for him, a grown man, to deliver babies for his wife and sister. But his 2 female apprentices were different. A good teacher produces good apprentices, and everyone believed that Hushirlu's apprentices could not be bad, so they were willing to hire them. Therefore, from Sanha to Jiangnan, and then to Ankang City, his 2 female apprentices were sought-after midwives. He had delivered more babies in the past month than he had in his entire life. Especially his eldest disciple Qinshilian, people in Ankang secretly called her Guanyin for seeking children. As for his youngest disciple Yin Hong, she used a scale hook to hook dead fetuses from women's private parts. Although she saved lives, her reputation was much worse. People in Ankang secretly called her Yin Wampa. When there were disobedient children, adults would scare them by saying, Yin Wampa is coming, and the children would stop crying immediately. They said they didn't like Yin Hong, but when there was a family with morning sickness, the first person they would ask was her, asking her to stick it on their belly to identify whether it was a dead fetus. If it is a dead fetus, keeping it in the womb, it will only harm one's own life. Moreover, even if the due date is reached, they have to ask the Yamapa to hook the baby out, saving themselves instead of the baby, because their own life is the most important, after all. There are only a few women who sacrifice their lives for the sake of their husband's offspring. Yin Hong took the money in advance, and she was honest and never asked for or listened to the opinions of her husband's family, and directly saved the adult. She was not afraid of power. In the circle of midwives in Ankang City, she has a great reputation. For a woman with a little bit of wealth, the Guanyin for children, and the King of Hell must have been invited at the same time. I trust your disciple. Lin Yi was very impressed by Hushirlu's disciple Qinshilian. After all, a doctor who can use martial arts and true qi in gynecology is really a genius. Just for the true qi to protect the fetus, they dare to charge 20 taels. It's like robbing money. And there is also true qi to kill bacteria, which costs 30 taels. Lin Yi once thought that this woman was out to cheat money. But the brothels in Ankang City were spreading the legend of this Guanyin for children. It is said that if Qinshilian applies her true qi to a rotten lower body, it can be restored to its original state. Even an old coffin with a rotten penis can continue to jump around. The rumors in Ankang City are very detailed, and Lin Yi doesn't know whether to believe it or not. Do you believe it? This is an insult to science. If true qi is useful, what is the use of antibiotics? Do you say you don't believe it? This is indeed an unscientific world. Many people can fly over eaves and walls, and they can go up and down. Even Newton's coffin can't hold them down. Moreover, these people's true qi is actually offensive. A push of the palm can split mountains and rocks. It is extremely powerful. It is definitely not the kind of charlatan he knew in his previous life. Most importantly, Lin Yi has witnessed Qinshilian's magic with his own eyes. Lin Yi went fishing early in the morning and found a beggar lying in the bushes. His eyeballs were festering. Maggots were crawling around in his eye sockets, and he was smelly. Lin Yi couldn't bear it at the time, so he arranged for someone to invite Qinshilian. If someone else had invited her, Qinshilian would have definitely put on airs and charged a high fee. However, since she was invited by the prince, Qinshilian was naturally overjoyed and used all her skills. After wiping off the festering area and maggots on the beggar with high-proof liquor, she pressed her palm on his forehead, and smoke came out of his head. Lin Yi witnessed what true qi disinfection was with his own eyes. What he couldn't believe was that 3 days later, the festering area on the beggar's eye sockets was completely gone. Lin Yi's worldview was shattered again. Chapter 426, There is really a mine inheritance. Although the shriveled eye sockets can no longer see the light, they are no longer troubled by ulceration and infection. According to Lin Yi's simple and rough understanding, the role of true qi is probably high-temperature sterilization. However, the virus is infected in the fireworks land. The virus parasitizes in living cells. No matter how powerful the true qi is, it will be useless. Right. So, until today, he always thinks that Qinshilian is developing in the direction of a witch. But he doesn't expose it. Medicine in the feudal era originally had the attribute of comfort medicine. There is a temple for kowtow, and a goal for burning incense. If you don't know any tricks of folk doctors, witch doctors, witches, etc. to exorcise ghosts and ward off evil spirits, it's not easy to get by. He came to this era. And he also believed in science. And even developed science in Sanha. But as the vassal king of Sanha, he had to participate in the annual worship of heaven, offering sacrifices to heaven, and praying for blessings. What? Not participating? You, as a vassal king, clearly do not hope for the well-being of the people. It is easy to lose people's hearts. No matter how many good things you do, it cannot make up for the people's fragile hearts. It is not easy for him to be a vassal king. He has always been careful and cautious. He will never touch the core principles of the people. His attitude towards feudal superstition is not to advocate, oppose, encourage or support it. Thank you, Your Highness. Hu Shirlu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Yi say this. Although Qinshilian is a woman, she is quite talented, even better than me. I have already taught her the knowledge of germs, obstetrics and gynecology, and pediatrics that I learned from Your Highness. I can boldly say that the disciple is better than the master. The more he spoke, the louder his voice became. After all this came from the heart. If the princess had not had a difficult delivery, his genius doctor would have had no chance to help. In terms of natural childbirth, his apprentice is the best in the world. So he is a real gynecologist. Lin Yi said with a smile. There is no reason why women cannot be officials in my place. When things are done, you two apprentices will be assigned positions in the Ministry of Health. I don't care what position, but at least it must be a 4th rank or above. Ah! Hu Shirlu was shocked. I'm afraid this is against the rules. Today's officialdom is different from the past. The policy of every official must be tested, is strictly implemented. Even Lord he can't promote anyone he wants. This policy benefits the vested interests. Yesterday, he saw Wang Xiuxuan proudly saying, I'm lucky to have been an official early. In the past, with Wang Xiuxuan's conditions, he couldn't even be a groom, let alone a 9th-rank groom. Now, if he directly promoted his 2 female apprentices, they wouldn't be able to pass the test of Lord He Jixiang, let alone the Ministry of Personnel. Everything is rules. And you can't break the rules. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, the rules are set by me. If I say it's right, it's right. If I say it's wrong, it's wrong. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just let it be. I hope they can make their due contributions to the obstetrics of my Dalian country. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hu Shirlu knelt down again and kowtowed 3 times. What the prince said is right. It depends on who made the rules. The screams in the room became louder through the closed doors and windows. Lin Yi nervously watched the maids, who opened the door from time to time and came in and out. His clenched palms were already sweating from nervousness. Your Highness, the queen has her own kung fu, and she is in good health. So you don't need to worry too much, Mingwa said carefully. Besides, the queen is blessed by heaven. You should rest and drink some tea. Okay. Lin Yi glanced at the stone bench in the yard, walked under the shade of the tree, sat down, took the teacup handed over by Mingwa, and said while blowing the tea leaves, the princess has suffered a lot this time. He once heard a friend say that painlessness is the light of mankind. Unfortunately, it is impossible in this era. Whether it is ordinary people or dignitaries, there is basically no big difference in life expectancy. It is a miracle that so many princes of his generation can live to fight for the throne. Your Highness, Hu Shirlu said cautiously, Qinshilian is good at using qi. Your Majesty has qi to protect her body, which can alleviate some of the pain. Qi is not omnipotent. Lin Yi sighed. Didn't you hear her scream? It must be in so much pain in such a short time. Lin Yi felt a little regretful. He really neglected Hu Mieli these days. She is a pregnant woman, and it is normal for her to have a bad temper during pregnancy. It's nothing serious. He was the regent. How could he be so rude to her? Because he had affected her mood, which in turn affected the baby in her belly. If he gave birth to a fool, he would have nowhere to cry. In such a short moment, he really thought a lot. If there was a second child, he promised to be more patient and caring with Hu Mieli. Your Highness is right. Hu Shirlu hesitated for a moment, but he didn't refute it after all. In terms of medical skills, this prince he was half his teacher. If it weren't for Prince he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. He didn't believe that the prince didn't know that if there was no true qi to protect her body, The princess' screams would be several times louder than now. It would not even stop. The prince knew everything, and was just deliberately making things difficult for him. If he dared to talk back, according to his understanding of the prince, he would not have a good life. The princess' due date is just right. Lenny put down the teacup, pondered for a moment and said, "It's the best time to fall when the fruit is ripe." "Thank you, Miss Mingwe." Hushirlu stood up and took the tea handed over by Mingwe. "Thank you, miss." He took the courage to look at Mingwe's eyebrows again. He couldn't help but secretly groan in his heart. This girl is obviously no longer a virgin. Who could have taken her body? If it was an outsider, this girl would basically not be able to stay with the prince. It was obvious that the prince was close to her and got the moon first. He pretended to glance at Mingwe's belly casually, and felt even more uneasy. It was estimated that in a few days, he would have to come over to check the pulse of this girl. He was thinking whether these things should be reported to He Jixiang, Qin Dishing and others. After all, they are the ones who are most looking forward to having children with the prince as soon as possible. However, after just a little thought, he put this idea behind him. Whether it is Mingwe or Zixia, they are just maids. Even if the prince dotes on them, what can happen? As for the prince's future ascension to the throne, 3,000 beauties, they have nothing to do with them. After thinking about it, he can't get involved in such things. "Lord Hu, I don't like what you said. You were not so polite when you were in the mansion before." Mingwe smiled and said, "You are a world-famous genius doctor. If I am not happy in the future, I will have to ask you for help." "Miss, you are too kind. I don't deserve it." Hushirlu lowered his head, and went over Mingwe's words in his mind several times again. "What does this mean? You are at the peak of the 9th rank. How can you get sick so easily? If you have a bad day, there is only one reason, that is pregnancy. The peak of the 9th rank, a contemporary warrior. As long as you are pregnant, you are basically no different from an ordinary woman. You can't eat, you will vomit after eating, you will have inexplicable pain in your body, and you will also need a midwife on the day of delivery." Or, this is just Mingwe's polite words? Am I overthinking? In the room, Hu Miao's screams continued from noon to the evening. The sun was about to set. When the sunset glowed on the glazed tiles of the Huang mansion, a loud cry came from the third courtyard of the Huang mansion. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. Your Majesty, it's a princess." Qin Shilian, sweating profusely, knelt on the ground, holding the swaddling clothes in her hand. Everyone in the Huang mansion was silent. "It's actually a princess. How disappointed must the ministers in the court be? How disappointed must the soldiers and civilians of Sanhe be? How disappointed must Huang be?" Many people did not dare to look up at Huang's face. They could imagine how uncomfortable Prince He must be at this moment. They were afraid of Prince He getting angry. Although they had never seen Prince He get really angry. Ha. Everyone suddenly heard a loud laugh. This was Prince He's voice. They would not have heard it wrong. They only heard Prince He muttering, "Daughter, how can I, Lin Yi, have my own daughter?" This sounded strange. But only Lin Yi himself understood what was going on. He was just a paralyzed waste in his previous life. He was reborn in this life, and he actually had a daughter. It didn't feel real. He didn't deserve it. He really didn't deserve it. How could a person like him who didn't even deserve to live deserve a daughter? With trembling hands, he carefully took the swaddling clothes with the help of Mingwe, looking at the wrinkled, red little face inside, smiled and said, "It's so ugly. Just like what people on the internet said, babies look like monkeys when they first come out." "Your Highness," Qin Shilian said, shaking like a sieve. "The princess hasn't grown up yet. She will be fine in 2 days." "Uh-huh." Lenny laughed even louder. "She is willing to be my daughter. Lenny. She is really giving me face. I will definitely not let her down. From now on, whatever she says is right. If she goes east, I will not go west. If she says to catch chickens, I will not chase dogs." After hearing what Lenny said, everyone hurriedly said, "Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness. May Your Highness live 1,000 years. And may the princess live 1,000 years." They didn't understand. Just a daughter. Why are the prince so happy? She is not as angry as they imagined. "Someone come. Here," everyone said in unison. Lenny looked at the sleeping child in his arms, and said without raising his head, "This prince is happy to have a precious daughter, and His Majesty is happy to have a great-grandson, so we should celebrate with the people. Pass the order, and grant amnesty to the whole world. The princess is new here, and this prince will accumulate good luck for her." Disdaining the child for being ugly, he was reluctant to let her go. Prince. The one who responded was He Jixiang. When the prince first took over the government, he had already granted amnesty once. Now that he is so fickle, what is the use of the law? Lin Yi still looked at the child in his arms and smiled. Don't think that this prince doesn't know there are so many unjust, false and wrong cases in this prison, and you are limited in your ability, and you can't always figure it out. Instead of doing this, you should stop detaining them. This is also a way for you, the Sansi Yamen, to step down. He thought he was a wise ruler, and would create a society with clean governance. Facts have proved that he was wrong. He Jixiang, Xie Zan, and Chen Dishan were not good people. No matter how much they boasted about the status of the people, it was all for the feudal rule of the Lin family. The nonsense that the people can carry the boat or overturn it cannot be believed. In essence, the common people can only be dogs. It is a tool. Therefore, in the prison of Hong Kong City, any words and actions that are not conducive to his rule as the regent will eventually lead to imprisonment. Lin Yi didn't like this very much. His newly revised Liang law has become a mere decoration. Your Highness. He Jixiang suddenly spoke, but seeing the look in Lin Yi's eyes, he could only hurriedly say, Your Highness is wise. Their prince is easy to talk to. But the premise is that he can't be irritated. If he is really irritated, he will be no different from the black donkey in the palace, not recognizing his relatives, and kicking his hooves all the way. Lin Yi said. What should we do? I obey your order. Seeing that He Jixiang had given in, everyone said in unison, Your Majesty. Chen Shilian, who had been kneeling on the ground, said, It's windy outside. Please allow the princess to come in. Go ahead. Lin Yi was reluctant to part with the child in his arms, but he finally handed it to Chen Shilian. Wash the princess well. It smells bad. He thought it was probably because she had been soaking in the amniotic fluid for too long. Yes. Chen Shilian nodded and dared not say anything. The door of the wing room closed again. Lin Yi looked at He Jixiang, who was kneeling on the ground, and said with a smile, Get up, I don't know when you came here. Then he sat on the stone bench and took several sips of tea. I heard that the queen is about to give birth today, and we dare not slack off. After He Jixiang stood up, he helped Chen Dishing next to him up, and sat opposite Lin Yi, and said with a smile, Now the queen and the princess are safe, it is really a cause for celebration. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at the two of them, and said with a smile, You know, this king doesn't like guessing riddles. If you have something to say, just say it quickly, so that everyone won't be tired. He Jixiang didn't say anything. Chen Dishing smiled and said, The prince has no offspring yet. We can't help but worry, and hope the prince can make plans early. Offspring? Lin Yi said calmly. I just got the princess. But you said I don't have any offspring. What do you mean? This. Chen Dishing looked at He Jixiang, and they saw confusion and puzzlement in each other's eyes. When did a woman become an heir? Let alone the royal family, even ordinary families, as long as there is no male heir, it is a family without descendants. To put it bluntly, it is a family without descendants. In the folks, the most offensive insult is family without descendants. Compared with that, greeting the 18 generations of ancestors is nothing at all. Not having an heir is the greatest insult to the 18 generations of ancestors. I have repeatedly emphasized gender equality in Sanha. Lin Yi squinted his eyes and looked at the two of them. You all turned a deaf ear to it? Daughters lose to boys? You are also well-read people. Think about the queenie of the previous dynasty, who shone through the ages. How many men can compare to her? Although he has the throne, there are minds to inherit, but it does not necessarily need to be a son to inherit. Right? Daughters cannot inherit? He really can't understand these people's thinking. Chapter 427 Your name. Moreover, it is uncertain whether he will keep the throne in the future. He is determined to be the gravedigger of feudal society, and the royal family will undoubtedly become a stumbling block to capitalism. He left the throne to his descendants, which is equivalent to harming them. If he must keep it in the end, it is probably just symbolic. Whether the emperor is a man or a woman, it doesn't matter much. Your Highness. He Jixiang really didn't know what to say. Is their prince crazy? Don't you understand the principle that a hen crows at dawn, and the country will be ruined? He wanted to die to advise, he said loudly. Please think twice. Your Highness. Think twice? Seeing He Jixiang's look of wanting to hit the ground with his head and bleed on the spot, Lin Yi waved his hand and said, That's enough, don't say more. I understand your meaning, I will listen to you, and let's take a long-term view. Your Highness is wise. Everyone was delighted, and knelt down 3 times, and kowtowed 9 times again. Today, the king is happy. Lenny put his hands behind his back, and kept looking at the wing room, where crying sounds were heard from time to time. Hold a big banquet in the palace tonight, and celebrate with the people. Yes. Everyone naturally agreed. There was no reason to disobey this order. It was just a banquet. Nothing big. As long as the prince was happy, and didn't make trouble, it would be fine. Moreover, these were not major events that endangered the country. They didn't need to sing against the prince. Just go along with it. Lenny was very satisfied with their attitude, and ignored them, and walked straight into the wing room. Long live the prince. The midwife and maids in the side room were all panicked when they saw Lenny kneeling on the ground. Get up. Lenny walked to the bedside and glanced at Humiao, who was sweating and looked haggard, and her eyes were closed. How is the princess? Qin Shilian hurriedly said. Your Highness, the princess is too tired, and has fallen asleep now. I think she will be fine in a few days. She was from Sanha, with a big horse face, and in her 30s. Sanha is a remote place, with a lack of doctors and medicines. There are only 1 or 2 people who can really be called doctors, and they are all supported by big families, like the Liang family, Wang family, and Hu family. Poor families can't afford them. She thought that she had the experience of helping her mother deliver 5 younger brothers and sisters, so she could be a midwife. If someone needed her, she would go directly to the door with scissors. She started using scissors at the age of 10, and she has been doing this job for nearly 20 years. First, she went to Sanha with the prince, and began to popularize health knowledge on a large scale, and strictly implement the health system. She was surprised to find that the big belly disease, big neck disease, dysentery, tinea capitis, and malignant sores that had troubled the people of Sanha in previous years were actually becoming less and less, especially after the implementation of compulsory education. The prince required all students in school not to touch raw water. Even if they took a bath, they had to use boiling hot water. At that time, this order caused an uproar in Sanha. Sanha is hot and humid. In summer, it is so hot that you want to find a place to burrow. How can you take a bath with hot water? For generations, there has been no such rule. However, after the prince was told, he had to listen. In school, it is almost mandatory. Unless you don't plan to let your child go to school. People in Baiyun City don't care whether the child doesn't go to school, can read or not. But they can't let the child lose the opportunity to eat for free. Therefore, people in Baiyun City just let the prince play. Like this. Like in previous years, there were always a lot of skinny children with big bellies in Sanha. What is puzzling is that after the children were banned from going to the river, started taking hot baths, and drinking boiled water, there were not as many children with big bellies as before. She became more and more curious about the so-called science of Prince He. After all, she had witnessed many miracles of science. Later, when Hu Shirlu arrived in Sanha, she was full of admiration for him. It turned out that even if a person's stomach was cut open, he could still survive by sewing it with catgut. Saving people is not that difficult. The pregnant women she met did not have to die. Hu Shirlu built the Sanha Health School according to Prince He's request. She ignored other people's criticism and signed up without hesitation. Her man thought it was shameful for her to be among men, and even threatened to divorce her. But she remained unmoved, because she knew that if she missed this opportunity, there would be no such good thing in the future. You know, things like medical skills have their own inheritance. Back then, in order to learn some folk remedies, she had to kneel down in kowtow and pay respects day and night. Even so, those old midwives still refused to teach her the real stuff. Now someone is willing to teach her medical skills, and it's free. She would be really stupid not to go. During her days in the health school, the worst thing was that she couldn't read, so that reading the things on the blackboard was like reading a book in heaven. Completely rely on the brain to remember? Hu Shirlu taught too much every day, even many new words she had never heard of. She was like entering a vast new world. With no other choice, she sat in a classroom with her daughter, started to learn pinyin and words again. Her teacher Hu Shirlu had a bad temper, but she was always very grateful for his kindness. Teaching and answering questions, he was always very patient. He was not selfish. One taught seriously, the other learned seriously. Now, she is a well-known midwife in Sanha. After the princess of the Huang mansion became pregnant, her master sent a pigeon to ask her and Yin Hong to come to Hong Kong City as soon as possible. They naturally could not disobey their master's order. Moreover, it was related to the Hyong mansion, and the matter was serious. In any case, they had to come to Hong Kong City. Unexpectedly, in less than half a year, she and Yin Hong had made a great reputation in Hong Kong City. She was very happy with the name of Guanyin for children. As for Yin Hong, she was even happier with the title of Yin Wumpa. As for whether Yin Hong herself was happy or not, who cared? Thinking back to the past, as sisters, this little bitch always lost face in front of the master. If it wasn't for the prince, it would be impossible for the two of them to appear in this room at the same time today. Either you or me. That's for sure. At this moment, she knelt on the ground, and after she finished speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Yin Hong, who was also kneeling on the ground. Little bitch, you have to understand what seniority is. I am your sister, and you have no right to speak in front of the prince. Thank you for troubling you. Lenny looked at the dense beads of sweat on Wu Shilian and Yin Hong's faces, and said with a smile, "Go down and rest first." "Thank you, Prince." Everyone shouted long live. Lenny walked past the two midwives and came to the wet nurse holding the child. No. The wet nurse was found by the Hyong mansion in Hong Kong City. She was in her prime and had just given birth. When she saw the Hyong lord coming over, she was afraid that she had done something wrong. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and her whole body was shaking. She was shaking, attracting Lin Yi's full attention. The harder Lin Yi stared at her, the harder she shook. The harder she shook, the more seriously Lin Yi looked at her. "Your Highness." Mingwei couldn't stand it anymore and called Lin Yi softly. "Take good care of the princess, and I will reward you handsomely." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he did not look at the nurse again, and walked straight to Hu Miao's bed. Hu Miao was lying on the bed, with her messy hair clinging to her sweaty forehead. Lin Yi actually felt a little distressed when he saw her. Having a child in this era is like going through the gates of hell. It is reasonable that he should be more considerate. Thinking of this, he sat on the side, and his slender hands could not help but tidy up the messy hair on her forehead. Seeing this, Mingwei waved to the people on both sides, and everyone hurriedly bent their bodies and jumped out. She waited for everyone to leave before exiting carefully and gently closing the door of the wing room. Amid the inaudible sound of the door closing, Hu Miao suddenly opened her eyes, struggled to get up and said, "I know my crime. Don't move." Lin Yi gently held her body and said with a smile, "You gave birth to a princess for me. What crime have you committed? I can't thank you enough." "Your Highness," Hu Miao said ashamedly, "I didn't give birth to a prince for you, and I disappointed you." "How could you say such a thing?" Lin Yi said in surprise. "You have been very displeased with me these days, and even wanted to divorce me. Why do you care so much about whether it is a prince or a princess now?" He supported Hu Miao, and after she lay down, he hesitated for a moment, and still held her hand. No matter what this woman did, as long as she gave birth to a child for him, he had the responsibility to give her the sense of security she deserved. "Prince," Hu Miao said calmly, "divorcing you is for private reasons. Giving birth to a prince for you is for the public. Although I am dull, I am not confused about public and private matters." At one time, she was still worried about whether she could give birth to a boy or a girl. If she could not give birth to a boy, she would be a useless person, and it might also implicate her old father. "This king said," Lin Yi said while patting the back of her hand, "it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. They are all my blood. You don't have to be nervous. Do you still want to leave the mansion with me?" Hu Miao once wanted to leave the mansion, but after hearing what Lin Yi said, she was worried. "What does your Highness mean? Where do you want me to go?" Lin Yi put the glass of water in front of her lips and said with a smile, "Your lips are cracked. Drink some water." "Your Highness." Hu Miao hesitated for a while, but finally took the glass in front of her and drank it. After a while, she waited and waited, and then stroked her stomach with her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. "You," Lin Yi sighed, "have become more cautious. This king knows you want to divorce. But when Zhao Yi is right, even if this king allows you to divorce, you will not be able to survive. Before you leave Hong Kong City, a lot of people will come to kill you. In order to maintain his dignity as a king, his subordinates will not let Hu Miao live. And these people are not afraid of their wrath. Your Majesty, you are too serious. I dare not." If it were in the past, Hu Miao would definitely put aside everything and agree directly. But when she thought of the chubby daughter she had just given birth to with so much difficulty. She realized that she was already a mother. That was her own daughter. If she was gone, what would she do if she was bullied and called a wild child? In such a short moment, she thought a lot. A lot. The most important thing was that the prince was right. If she divorced, she would not be able to leave Ankong City alive. Or even the prince's mansion. You are very brave. What else are you afraid of? Linny wrung out the wet towel in the basin and said while wiping her sweaty forehead, as a person, it is better to follow your heart, not against your heart. Otherwise you will be unhappy. I will be unhappy. And everyone will be unhappy. And it will be meaningless. He was speaking the truth. Miaoli turned her head, pretended to be asleep, and said nothing more. You just gave birth to a child. Your immunity is low, and you need to rest well. Don't think too much. Give birth to the child well. Otherwise you will suffer in the future. Linny patted the back of her hand again, got up and left the room. The princess was born. While Linny was holding a banquet, he also issued an order, reward the 3 armies. Give birth to a princess. Reward the 3 armies? This is an order that many people don't understand. In all dynasties, there is no such rule. Not to mention the princess. Even the princess would not do it this way. The army of Dalian was developed on the basis of the officers and soldiers of Sanha. And now there are at least 150,000 people. A light reward. Tens of thousands of taels of silver are gone. And a person as stingy as the prince. Spending so much money. What is the purpose? Jiao Zhong beside Linny also didn't understand. He lowered his head and glanced at the prince, who was lying on his back from time to time. He only heard the prince say with a smile, I have to let these soldiers know who gave them this feast. Your Highness. It is of course the princess. Jiao Zhong said hurriedly. The banquet will be held in the evening. And I will not go. Linny thought for a while and said, It's fine as long as the emperor is here. Jiao Zhong said loudly. As you wish. Seeing that Linny had no more instructions, he arranged for someone to go to the palace to inform Tan Shizi. In a word, the protagonist of this evening's feast was Emperor Delong. Mingwei came over and rubbed Lin Yi's shoulders, smiling and saying, The prince loves the princess so much. What name should she be given? This was something she had asked before. Now it was just an old topic again. Linny smiled and said, I have already thought about it. There is an old saying, there are Jiawei in the mountains. And the plums are plums. Let's call her Jiawei. Lin Jiawei? Mingwei only dared to recite it in her heart, but did not dare to make a sound from her mouth. She smiled and said, The prince is wise, and the princess will definitely like this name. Linny nodded and said, That's great. Linny, who had just become a father, was very happy. When the little girl was just born, her face was wrinkled. But within a few days, her face became smooth. Linny grew up in an orphanage and had never seen a normal child from the womb. After coming to this world, he also set up an orphanage. Although he sympathized with her, she was not a close relative after all. It was good enough for him to take a look at the baby in the cradle. His own daughter was the first normal baby he knew. Daughter, let go. Do you know how important every hair is to a middle-aged man? Linny couldn't understand why a child who was not even a month old had such a strong hand. She grabbed his hair and wouldn't let go. He couldn't hit her. He couldn't scold her. Chapter 428 Lying Down. As the leader of Dalian State, he never thought that there would be someone he couldn't handle, and it was a woman. This woman lay in his arms, as if she was cheating, pulling his hair tightly. He tilted his head, not daring to be careless for a moment. It's unscientific. Linny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where does this child get such a strong hand? Normally children under 1 month old, except eating and sleeping, and occasionally waving their hands, basically won't have such difficult movements as pulling. Even if there really is such a gifted person, he wouldn't have such great strength. Right? This made him very confused. Could it be because he had come into contact with too many abnormal children in the orphanage, and he no longer understood what normal children were like? Mingwei smiled and said, Your Highness, the princess is smart, which is really a cause for celebration. Smart is the best. But I don't have any big requirements for her. Linny let her grab her hair, shaking it while saying, Being safe and healthy is better than anything else. As the daughter of the head of Dalian State, his daughter could not be curly, and she would never be curly in this life. In general, rationally speaking, he hoped that his daughter would not have the ambition of the eldest princess Lin Yuner, and just lie down. In his previous life, many of his college classmates were rural or town test takers, the pride of the village, the most beautiful kids in the town. They finally entered the university, and then they rushed into society before they had time to shake off the mud on their feet. Rural parents have no pension, no medical insurance, and no ability to resist risks. Even if his classmates did not care about marriage and houses, they were still trembling with fear, and none of them dared to lie down. Otherwise, if parents get seriously ill, the whole family will be in a hopeless situation. If they cannot pay the medical bills, their parents will have to lie down in the morgue. So, no matter what, they dare not really lie down. At most, they will complain a few words and continue to enjoy the blessings. As for orphans like him, although they don't have the burden of parents' support, they still need a house to lie down. Right? Where can you lie down without a house? What's more, he later became a disabled person, which made it even more difficult for him to lie down. He was busy every day for 3 meals. There is no mine at home, so I dare not lie down. Your Highness is right. Minghui took the child from Lin Yi's arms and carefully placed it in the hands of the wet nurse next to her. The princess vomited milk this morning, so please be careful when you hold her, the wet nurse hurriedly said. Don't worry, young lady, I will definitely take good care of the princess. Minghui held the child's body for a while, and then smiled and said, Actually, as the princess's wet nurse, it is your duty. Your Highness has granted your permission. As long as you hold the princess in your arms, no matter who you meet, you don't need to bow. Thank you, Your Highness. The wet nurse was about to kneel down again, but just as she bent halfway after taking the child, her whole body was lifted up by Minghui again. Minghui smiled and said, Be careful of the princess in your arms. If you make another mistake, I will not forgive you. Yes, the nurse responded quickly. Zixia came over and said, Your Majesty, Heshuan County Prince is here. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, It is natural for him to care about his daughter. Could it be that he has come more frequently? In less than half a month, Heshuan County Prince has come at least 10 times. Speaking of asking for money, he said 500 taels of silver on the second day after Humiao gave birth. He was so happy to have a daughter. And if Heshuan County Prince came empty-handed as an in-law, it would be embarrassing for everyone. Say he cares about his daughter? Definitely not. If this old man had any regard for his daughter in his heart, he would not have done so many shameful things, and embarrassed the princess, Humiao everywhere. Has he found his conscience when he got old? Restored the father-daughter relationship? No. Even if this kind of person's conscience has not been eaten by dogs, there is not much left. So, he has always been wary of this kind old man. Zixia glanced at Jiao Zhong behind her, and then took a step back. Jiao Zhong hesitated for a moment, and said loudly, Your Highness, Fangpi's men found the Prince of Heshuan County in Ankang City. The prince probably wants you to make a decision for you. Lin Yi did not reply, but walked straight to the dozing Humiao, and said with a smile, Jiao Zhong, you must not lie in front of the princess. Tell her everything. Yes. Jiao Zhong lowered his head and told her everything. On the second day after the princess was born, the court guards found that the Prince Husanan, the prince's concubine, went to the prince's mansion twice and had a big quarrel with the prince. The prince was very angry. If nothing unexpected happens, I will come to the prince's mansion to pay a visit to the princess in 2 days. I know. Thank you, Commander Jiao. Humiao suddenly opened her eyes and said lightly, You can leave now. Jiao Zhong glanced at Lin Yi and said loudly, Yes. After Lin Yi and Jiao Zhong left, he said to Humiao, This is your family affair. I will not interfere. As for how to deal with it, you can directly give orders and do it according to your wishes. You don't need to inform me. Humiao hesitated and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. This was the first time that the prince and I clearly gave her the so-called princess rights. Lin Yi nodded, touched the sleeping child again, and quietly left the room. Jiao Zhong had been following Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi leave the door, he hurriedly asked, Your Highness, where are you going? Lin Yi smiled and said, I calculated with my fingers that I haven't been fishing for half a month. The weather is good today. Let's go fishing. Jiao Zhong hesitated and said, Your Highness, concubine Wen specifically told you that before the monk and the blind man come back, for your safety, it's better not to leave the city easily. Lenny said. If they never come back, I will never leave the city. This. Jiao Zhong gritted his teeth, knelt down and said loudly, Please think twice. Your Highness. Lenny said calmly. What should you think twice about? Shi Peng just sent back the news this morning. Ding Luan has already run far away from Hong Kong City. What is there to worry about? Okay. Prepare the donkey and go fishing. If I stay any longer, I will get sick. Yes. Seeing Lin Yi's insistence, Jiao Zhong said no more. When Lin Yi got on the donkey, he led the donkey himself and couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, Hu Sinan is a mean person. If you really keep him, he will cause trouble. Lin Yi sat on the donkey and said with a smile, Is Hechuan County King a good person? Dogs bite each other, and we can still watch the fun. As for their family affairs, as long as they are not breaking the law or committing crimes, we should not care about them. Let's just let them be. Yes. Jiao Zhong hesitated for a while and said, Qin Xinluo has been in Hong Kong City for some time and has always wanted to meet the prince. I saw that the prince was busy, so I didn't inform him. He is an old man in the mansion. Lenny said in surprise. When did he need to inform me when he saw me? I know my crime. Jiao Zhong completely gave up the idea of complaining to Qin Xinluo in front of the prince. In Prince's heart, whether it's Qin Chu or Qin Xinluo, they are more important than himself. He has to be very careful when applying eye drops to Qin Xinluo in the future. Otherwise, if Prince he is annoyed, his future will be ruined. Lenny waved his hand indifferently and said, I've heard enough of your cliches. Change to something new. Prince. After turning 2 alleys in succession, Jiao Zhong said, According to the spy's report, Guan Sheng's illness has been cured. These days, he is taking his daughter Guan Xiuqi to Hong Kong City. I heard that he returned to the village last night. Lenny said unhappily. Such an important thing. Why do you say it now? He squeezed his legs tightly and accelerated towards the south gate. Since the new city was built outside the south gate, the south gate has become the only gate in the entire Hong Kong City that is no longer subject to inspection. In addition, the court has issued a new decree that merchants and vendors entering the city through the south gate are exempt from all miscellaneous taxes. This is part of a so-called integration strategy between the city and the outside. The official road to the south has been repaired again and again under the auspices of the Ministry of Works. It is now wide enough to accommodate 10 carriages at the same time, complementing the exquisitely carved pavilions and towers outside Hong Kong City. In order to respond to the prince's new city plan, not only the Dali Temple, but also the Ministry of Justice and other functional departments have moved out of the city. And even many of them have sold their old houses in Chengdu and bought new houses here to settle down. Even Chen Yin, the prince's lecturer and the Imperial College chief priest, compromised with Lin Yi and moved the Imperial College from the city to the outside of the city. The condition was to reopen the Imperial College. The Imperial College is still the highest institution of learning in Daliang State and a holy place for scholars all over the world. As for the content of the classes, it is still under discussion. Lenny walked all the way southwest from the fork in the road. If it were in the past, it would only take 10 minutes to get off the pole. But now that business and travel are booming, led by Sanha merchants, taking advantage of the momentum of the development of the emerging city, they bought land leading to the canal, built roads, inns, restaurants, and brothels. What's more, some even prepared to pay for the construction of bridges on both sides of the river, and collect tolls. Tolls are a feature of Sanha. In the newly revised Liang law, the right to income of investors is clearly stated. I have said publicly with the prince that I will not let any investor down. However, this cannot be collected randomly, and the pricing is based on the regulations of the court and the local governors. Moreover, there is also a time limit. If you can't get your money back within 20 years, you can only admit that you are out of luck. However, many people in Sanha inexplicably believed in Prince he would not cheat them, would not let them lose money. This trust made people outside Sanha puzzled. This area is now bustling with vehicles and horses, and it is extremely lively. It took half an hour to walk slowly out of the cement road, stopped at a tributary beside the canal, put on the earthworms, and cast the first pole. The weather is getting colder. After Lenny sat down, his buttocks felt a little uncomfortable. If he hadn't had the symptom of frequent urination, he would even suspect that he had prostate problems. When he touched something cold, he felt uncomfortable all over. However, He was very sure that it was not his prostate. There was only one reason. That was that the weather was really cold. Your Highness. It's autumn now. Jiao Zhong waited for Lin Yi to pull the rod out of the water, and took it off skillfully, without waiting for the crushing carp to struggle. He smiled and said, "The weather is dry. There were 2 fires in the city yesterday." During the morning court, some adults also proposed to increase the number of firemen in the military department. Time flies so fast. Lin Yi threw the rod out again, and sighed. "I didn't feel it at all," Jiao Zhong said. "Your Highness is busy with all kinds of affairs. How can he know these little things?" As soon as he finished speaking, a guard rode back. He stepped back a few steps to listen to what the guard said, and then heard a cold snort from the prince. He then said loudly to the guard, "Speak directly in front of Prince He, and do not conceal it, or else you will be severely punished." Yes. Guard Tan Fei was in his 20s, a native of Sanhe, with good talent, and had been personally taught by the chief steward. After graduating from the first primary school in Baiyun City, he entered the Prince He's mansion at the peak of the 5th rank. It can be said that he grew up in the Prince He's mansion. He was not afraid of the people in the Prince He's mansion, including Prince He. What's more, he was now at the peak of the 9th rank, and still had a very high status in the Prince He's mansion. After hearing what Jiao Zhong said, he said loudly to Lin Yi, "Prince, what the spy said was true, that Guan Sheng had indeed recovered from his illness, and I listened outside the door for a long time, but I didn't hear any coughing." Guan Xiaoqi said, "We will continue to go down to the river to pick lotus roots and lotus pods tomorrow, and sell them in the city. It seems that it is really an allergy," Lin Yi said with a smile. "These 2 are very brave. They just came back after recovering from the disease. They are really not afraid of death." Tan Fei lowered his head and said nothing. Jiao Zhong said, "Please give your instructions." "Your Majesty," Lin Yi said, "it's good that they are not dead. Let them do whatever they want. I will not interfere." After saying that, he continued to stare at the floating surface of the river. After the sun gradually rose, Jiao Zhong walked into the forest carefully, looked at Tan Fei standing beside him and said, "Where is Lord Chen Xinlua today?" Tan Fei said boldly, "Commander, according to my opinion, Lord Chen Xinlua must look down on Chao Shiwan. Are you worrying too much?" "You know shit," Jiao Zhong said unhappily. "I'm old. Is it easy to find a wife? If I listen to you, I can't even eat shit when it's hot," Tan Fei said with a smile. "Commander, you are being modest again. They said a few days ago that, as long as you open your mouth, you can choose any young lady from the official family in Hong Kong City. Chao Shiwan is quite proud, and she may not be a good match for the commander," Jiao Zhong said unhappily. "You know nothing. How do you know she and I are not a good match?" Tan Fei said. "My mother once told me that when you buy a pig, you need to look after the pen. And when you marry a wife, you need to look after the yard. Captain Chao lives in the Hong Kong Prefectural Yamen. Although he is a bit busy, you can see where he lives. I am too embarrassed to look at him. When it was hot a few days ago, flies were flying everywhere. It may not be the husband's fault that Commander Chao divorced her husband," Jiao Zhong said coldly. "Who taught you to say these words?" He did not believe that these words came from Tan Fei. Tan Fei smiled and said, "Commander, you underestimate me too much. I don't need others to teach me these words. I figured them out by myself. Lord Chen Xinlua probably looks down on Captain Chao. And you may not be a good match." After saying this, he looked directly into Jiao Zhong's eyes, without even a hint of evasion. Chapter 429, Too Much Bullying. "You are so brave. Damn it." After Jiao Zhong finished speaking, he kicked Tan Fei. Unexpectedly, Tan Fei did not dodge, but took it head-on, without even a cry or a groan. Only then did he remember that Tan Fei was at the peak of the 9th rank. If they really fought, he might not lose to him. He could be the leader of the guards, not because he had the best kung fu, but because he was the most trusted by the steward and the prince. "I dare not." Tan Fei brushed off the dust on his clothes around his waist, and said lightly, "Thank you for showing mercy, my Lord Commander. I am very grateful. I will not show mercy. I can only say that you are too capable. I can't do anything about you." At this point, Jiao Zhong couldn't help but sigh. "You are so capable. There is a vast world outside, and you can do a lot. It's a waste of your talents for you to be a small guard here." After counting with his fingers, there are now 5 guards at the peak of the 9th rank in the palace. If these people were put in the martial arts world, they would all be able to establish their own schools. Especially Tan Fei in front of him, who is only 20 years old, and has reached the peak of the 9th rank. His future is limitless. Maybe he will be a shining figure in the future. These people who are staying in the palace now are actually a waste of their talents. More importantly, these people have caused trouble for me, the commander of the guards. Since I became the commander of the guards, these people have never taken me seriously. The reason why I can still order them around is mainly due to the rules of the Huang Palace. After Huang led his troops into Ankang City, He Hong, the commander of the guards, once carefully asked Huang about the rights of the guards in Huang Palace. Huang said, "Now I am telling you. You will solve the cases that the government office cannot solve. You will kill those who the secret guards dare not kill. And you will take care of the things that the court dare not take care of. In a word, you don't need to manage what others can manage, and you should manage what others can't manage even more. You are my personal guards, as long as you execute my will, protect my interests, and are beneficial to my development. You are allowed to act first and report later. Is it clear enough? So, these guard commanders are the biggest lackeys of Prince He. If you annoy the guard commander, you annoy Prince He. If Prince He gets angry, the consequences will be serious." What 9th rank? 8th rank, in the eyes of Chief Steward Hong, the blind man Yi Chiu and others, they are no different from ants. If there were no such people to back him up, he, a small guard commander, would be bullied by them. "I have never been vain or greedy for pleasure," Tan Fei said loudly. "My dream is to serve the Liang kingdom, to serve Sanhe, and to die for Prince He." The more he spoke, the louder his voice became. The sound shook the sky. The birds in the forest were startled and flew over the heads of the two men with their wings flapping. Jiao Zhong couldn't help but twitch his mouth several times. "Are you afraid that Prince He won't hear you, or that the other guards in the prince's mansion won't hear you? Bastard. Tell me honestly. You stayed in the prince's mansion for Prince He? You are fooling around." In fact, Jiao Zhong sometimes knows these people's little thoughts very well. The peak of the 9th rank, in the past, was really amazing. You could go out and establish a sect, have disciples all over the world, and become a force in the world. You could be a local emperor, and call the wind and rain. How happy it was! However, since the prince, he launched the sweep away gangs and eliminate evil. Special operation. All the sects in the world have been defined by the prince. He has evil forces. These people use narrow sense to do private things, do evil, disregard the law, and take human lives lightly. They are just like local village bandits and bullies. To deal with these people, Prince He ordered the military and local authorities to strike hard. Anyone who dared to resist was treated as obstinate and unyielding by Prince He. Occasionally, in order to achieve a certain killing the chicken to scare the monkey effect, he would send Ichio, blind man, and other great masters to come forward. Prince He looked down on Ichio and others, but they were still great masters. The so-called century-old sects in the martial arts world were like fallen leaves in the autumn wind in front of the great masters. Today's martial arts world is simply a bloody storm. Even if the guards of the Prince He's mansion were of the 9th rank, what could they do? After all, the martial arts world is no longer the martial arts world it once was. Now these people, actually, are more thinking about ascending to the throne with their families. They are looking forward to the prince ascending the throne more than anyone else. Once the prince becomes the emperor in the future, they will rise with the tide, maybe like Shenchu, He Hong, Bao Kuei and others, inspecting troops on the battlefield, leading thousands of troops, looking up to thousands of people. Isn't it much better than being a gangster? You are really loyal, and it's worth the general manager's cultivation of you. Tan Fei said that he would die for the prince, and Jiao Zhong couldn't say something sarcastic, because there were so many ears listening around. No matter what, Tan Fei is his subordinate. If he lets his subordinate lose face, he will have a good face. Even if he is so angry that he gnashes his teeth, he has to endure it. I will never forget the cultivation of the general manager. Tan Fei's mouth curled up a little, cleared his throat and said, "Besides, how many of me and the people in the palace have not received the favor of the general manager? Threatening him with the general manager? He is not afraid." "You are brave," Jiao Zhong snorted coldly, then lowered his voice and said, "Although many people know about the little things between me and Chao Shihuan, it is not known to everyone." "How did you know it?" Tan Fei smiled and said, "Commander, have you forgotten when did we, the people around the prince, have any secrets? Jiao Zhong said calmly. If you don't tell me, I will almost forget it. They are the people around the prince. There can be no secrets with the people around the prince. The guards must know each other's details and family background, otherwise no one can trust anyone else. If you trust someone wrongly, it's okay if you die. But if you affect the prince's safety, you deserve to die. So, no matter what, they must have no privacy. When standing together, he wanted to investigate the guards one by one. And the guards also investigated each other. Especially for someone like Tan Fei, who had already reached the peak of the 9th rank. It would be easy to find out some of his things. My lord, you are just forgetful. Tan Fei stepped forward, stretched his neck and said to Jiao Zhong, you are now the commander of the guards in the palace. And your future is limitless. You may be a high-ranking official in the future. It would be a pity to marry such a woman casually. Jiao Zhong said unhappily. What kind of woman should I marry? Do I need you to teach me? Tan Fei said. My lord, good medicine tastes bitter, and honest advice is unpleasant to the ear. I remember you advised Lu Qian and Jiangjin before. Both of them are highly valued by Lord He Jixiang, and they may become important officials in the future. Jiao Zhong was stunned for a long time, and sighed. It is true that those who are involved are confused, while those who are not involved are clear. He is the commander of the personal guards around the prince. Chao Xiuhuan is the chief constable of the Dali Temple. Both of them have extraordinary identities. If the two of them want to be together, there is only one way, that is, one of them resigns. Chao Xiuhuan agrees. That is definitely impossible. Chao Xiuhuan is a good person, but she suffered too much in the early years, and she is very ambitious. Not to mention that he had no weight in Chao Xiuhuan's heart. Even if she loved him deeply, Chao Xiuhuan would never give up the position of chief constable of Dali Temple for him. As for himself, it was even more impossible. He had obtained the position of the commander of the palace guards with great difficulty. He had no time to cherish them, so how could he give them up easily? Just because of a woman, for the so-called love. I am not that stupid. As for Chen Xinluo, a guy who was intoxicated by fame and fortune, it was even more impossible. Moreover, he had to admit that Chen Xinluo was much smarter than him. Chen Xinluo would never do such a stupid thing, even if Chao Xiuhuan was a fairy. As long as he had money and power, what kind of woman could he not find? It's good that the commander understands this principle. Tan Fei stood up and said with a smile. This is also for the good of the commander. Thank you. After Jiao Zhong finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Tan Fei waited for Jiao Zhong to walk farther and farther away, he suddenly said, Come out. You are still good at talking. You can make Jiao Zhong give up with just a few words. Fang Pai suddenly fell from midair. Tan Fei said with a smile. What benefit did you give to Prince Yong'an that made him willing to give you this turtle-breathing skill? You are getting better and better at it now. Even a 9th grade peak like me can't find you if I don't pay attention. Fang Pai laughed. The prince asked for it for me. He said that I don't have the ability to practice martial arts and my defense is low. It's better to practice some life-saving skills. Prince Yong'an didn't hide anything and directly gave me the skill manual. The blind man said, If I don't get lazy, I can surpass Prince Yong'an in 10 years and practice this skill to perfection. By then, even he won't be able to find my trace. Turtle-breathing skill. Maybe he can become the second best in the world. Yong'an learned from many people, and he looked down on this turtle-breathing skill, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to it. However, he studied and practiced this skill diligently, and he believed that it would not take long for him to surpass Yong'an Wang, who had a good talent in turtle-breathing skill. Tan Fei asked curiously, Who is the best in the world? Fang Pai sighed. Of course it's the blind bastard. He just listened to a few words casually, and he got the method, saying that this skill is extremely simple, and he can easily practice it to perfection. Are you angry? No wonder the prince said that the gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. Whether it is a blind man or a monk, they are all geniuses, and we can't even compare to them. Tan Fei said lightly. Compared with them, I just make myself uncomfortable. Speak, why do you want me to provoke Jiao Tongling and Chao Xiuhuan? If you can't explain it today, you don't have to leave. As he said that, he drew the long knife from his waist. Fang Pai said unhappily, You are so loud, aren't you afraid that other brothers will hear it? Brother Fang Pai, just say it, we can't hear it. That's right, you say your own things. If you have something to say it quickly, don't waste time here. For a while, the voices of 7 or 8 people came from all around the forest. Fong Pai was startled and shouted, "You bastards! Are you listening at the wall? If you have the guts, come out. You are hiding your head and showing your tail. What kind of hero are you?" Tan Fei smiled and said, "You didn't listen carefully just now?" "What?" Fong Pai asked curiously. Tan Fei said, "There is no secret with the palace guards. Anyone who has a secret will not survive the third watch." The voice from the forest quickly followed Tan Fei's words. "Who?" Fong Pai was startled again by the voice echoing in the air. "You have been playing tricks for most of the day. Aren't you afraid of scaring your master to death? Who do you want to be your master?" As soon as the voice finished, the air suddenly became heavy. Fong Pai felt like he couldn't breathe. He felt that the voice was so familiar. He looked at Tan Fei in astonishment, and then gasped, "Who is this?" Tan Fei smiled and said, "You have already guessed it." Fong Pai trembled and said, "Using a gravel grenade to blast the mountain?" Seeing Tan Fei nod, he hurriedly said, "Brother Lei, I was joking. Don't take it seriously. My body can't stand your torture. Please be magnanimous and spare me this time. I will work like a cow and a horse for you. I will die for you." As he spoke, he couldn't help crying. That was Kai Shan, the stone-crushing grenade, one of the top 9 rank masters in the palace, a man who could fight Yu Xiaoshu on equal terms. Thinking back then, I had given him a bad look, and he had punched me. If it hadn't been for my good friends Adai and Yu Xiaoshu who had stopped me, I would have died on the spot. So Fong Pai was deeply moved and terrified by this moody guy. What's more, Adai and Yu Xiaoshu were not here today. As for Tan Fei, he would definitely not help me stop him. Lei Kaishan was a colleague. How could he possibly offend a colleague for me? Of course, every family has its own rules, and every country has its own laws. Although Lei Kaishan was impulsive, he was not a fool, and he would definitely not kill me. I have left my name with the prince. If I die, the prince will definitely not ignore it. If we investigate, it will be a life for a life. It's not worth it. Humph. The thunder-like voice in the air continued. If you have to fart, fart quickly. I don't have that much time to accompany you to fart. Yes. Another feminine voice suddenly appeared in Fong Pai's ear. I am very curious. Who wants to stop our commander from marrying Chao Xiuhuan? He is our beloved commander. We can't just sit back and watch. The air became thicker and thicker. Fong Pai's mouth was swollen, and he couldn't say a word. He covered his neck with his hands, stared with big eyes, and made a duck-like sound from his mouth. He looked at Tan Fei with a hunched body. That's enough. Tan Fei slapped Fong Pai's shoulder. He is not good at martial arts. You know, who can bear it if he is killed like this? Fong Pai suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, reaching out to touch the sweat on his forehead, and said in a crying voice, I have no grudges with you brothers. Why do you have to hurt me like this? Lei Kaishan snorted coldly. So what? Are you bullying me because there is no one in the court guards? Fong Pai stood up suddenly, his face flushed. This is really too much. Just because he is not good at martial arts, you can bully him like this? After all, he is the governor of the Imperial Guards. He has many masters under his command. On weekdays, he gets whatever he wants. When has he ever suffered such injustice? Whether it is Tan Fei or Lei Kaishan, they are too much. They don't take him seriously at all. Chapter 430 Power. Moreover, he is a member of the Imperial Guard. This is not taking the Imperial Guard seriously. It is better to look at the face of the Buddha than the monk. If you ridicule him like this, where will the face of the Imperial Guard and Chi Peng be? Chi Peng is in Hong Kong City. The Imperial Guard really only has Pan Duo, a 9th rank official, and there are not many who can fight. But it depends on who you compare with. Right? Compared with the guards of the palace and the Beijing camp, there is really no comparison. The prince, he once said frankly, the Imperial Guard is just a supervisory agency. Why do you need such a strong force if you can't be defeated by professional violent agencies such as the Beijing camp? And the guards, I won't be able to sleep well. This is the positioning given to them by the prince. To put it bluntly, they can only be a supervisory agency. Why do they need such a high military strength? However, this does not mean that their court guards can be underestimated. In the past, He Jin was powerful in the court and in charge of the court guards. He was able to call the wind and rain in Daliang State and was feared by people. However, Jiang Zhong's secret guards could still compete with him. The power of the court guards was actually restrained. Until now, the prince and the king have entered Hong Kong City. Jiang Zhong died, and the secret guards were uprooted. In the Dalian kingdom, the heavy responsibility of supervising all officials has fallen on the shoulders of the court guards. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye knows that the so-called heavy responsibility is more a power. This power makes many people's eyes red. Tan Fei, Lei Kaishan and others, although they are not under the supervision of the court guards at present, there is no guarantee that they will not be officials in the future. Right? You offended me today, in the future. As long as you dare to be an official, I will dare to expose your dirty laundry. Bastard. Fong Pai was really angry. He is not a child anymore, and cannot be insulted like this again. Brother Fong Pai. Seeing Fong Pai's red face, Tan Fei finally realized that something was wrong and said hurriedly, "We were just joking. No one meant to insult you. Don't take it to heart. I apologize to you on behalf of everyone. Don't take it to heart." He was not afraid of the court guards, let alone Fong Pai complaining to Prince He. In terms of closeness to Prince He, how could these guards lose to others? They and Prince He were the most nostalgic people. They were not old people, but new people. In fact, what everyone fears most is the so-called orphanage lineage behind Fong Pai, which Fong Pai himself may not even know. The so-called orphanage lineage is composed of people from Sanha Orphanage, mostly from Nanzhou, the most typical of whom are monks, blind men, Yu Shaoshi and others. These people are not only missing limbs, but some of them are not very smart. But they value friendship the most. They never consider the martial arts level of their friends, because no one has better martial arts than them. Anyone who comes from Sanha Orphanage or Nanzhou is their friend. They always protect their friends, especially Fong Pai. No matter if it is the blind man or the monk, they value him very much. If Fong Pai is annoyed today, the blind man and the monk will be unhappy in the future, which will not benefit anyone. Do you think I am stupid? Fong Pai said unconvincedly. With your attitude, you are not bullying me. Damn it. Lei Kaishan. You bastard. Come out. If you dare, beat your master to death. If you dare not beat your master to death, you are a bastard. He was filled with righteous indignation and shouted at the top of his lungs. The air suddenly became quiet. In the dense forest, cold snorts of disdain were heard from time to time. However, no one was willing to speak. After a long time, Tan Fei said with a wry smile, "Brother Fong Pai, you and I are all family, so don't be so fussy. I'll treat you to a drink later and apologize to you." He was very surprised that the hot-tempered Lei Kaishan didn't say a word. Not speaking means admitting defeat. But who is Lei Kaishan? He is the most powerful martial artist among the palace guards. The great demon subduing hand taught by General Manager Hong has been practiced to perfection, and can split mountains and rocks. Even Ichio, who is so arrogant, was amazed at Lei Kaishan's palm method and said in person that Lei Kaishan was only half a step away from being a master. He may become the first guard in the He Palace to enter the Grand Master. Even Jiao Zhong has to be courteous to him. Fong Pai scolded him like this, but he just snorted coldly and said nothing. What's going on? It's not scientific at all. You know, Lei Kaishan will not give face to the court guards, because he is afraid of monks and blind people. He dare not kill Fong Pai, but he will definitely teach Fong Pai a lesson. It's not like now. It's incomprehensible. Humph. Fong Pai's temper became worse. If Lord He hadn't asked me to come, I wouldn't come. You bastards just look down on people. This time, he scolded all the guards in the He Palace. The forest was still silent. I really didn't mean that. You misunderstood. After Tan Fei finished speaking helplessly, his face tightened, and then he asked, "Did Lord He Jixiang ask you to come?" Fong Pai said unhappily. "Are you doubting that I'm lying?" "Of course not," Tan Fei hurriedly said. "Is all this Lord He's intention?" "Of course," Fong Pai said angrily. "Lord He said that Commander Jiao has the important task of protecting the prince. How can he let down important matters because of his children's love affairs? Lord He is right." Jiao Zhong suddenly walked out of the forest, leaning the big knife in his hand on the ground, and said to Fong Pai, "Brother Fong, please go back and tell Lord He that I will not let the prince down." When Fong Pai saw Jiao Zhong, he was shocked at first, and then embarrassed, and said with his head down, "Commander Jiao, He Jixiang is the master of the house. My lord asked me to come. I had to come." Tan Fei said with a smile. "Fong Pai has something to ask of me. I had to tell him," Jiao Zhong said coldly. "So, Is there anything you can't tell me directly? Why did you go through so much trouble? Tan-Fei said calmly. My lord, I think I have not concealed anything. I will just say that you and Captain Chow are not suitable. Good. Very good. Jiao Zhong looked at Fang Pai angrily. Does Lord He have anything else to say? Please tell me all. Fang Pai thought for a while and said, Lord He only said that you are a smart person. And you will never do stupid things. Jiao Zhong took a deep breath and said, Thank Lord He for me. Thank him for his trouble. Amitabha. As soon as Jiao Zhong finished speaking, a Buddhist chanting sound came from the forest. Monk. Fang Pai was too familiar with the monk's voice. Hearing this voice, he shouted in surprise. Why are you here? I was still talking about you this morning. Good. Good. Accompanied by the monk's chanting, a figure fell directly from midair to the ground. A bang. Followed by a scream. Lei Kaishan. Everyone was familiar with this figure. Such a tall figure, who else could it be except the guard Lei Kaishan? How come this guy didn't make any sound, and was just thrown to the ground? Master. When Tan-Fei saw the monk coming out of the woods, he bowed respectfully. He finally understood why Lei Kaishan was so obedient just now. In front of a grandmaster like the monk, any move at all would be a provocation to the grandmaster. Not to mention punishing Fang Pai, in front of a grandmaster. The 9th rank peak had no right to be arrogant. After he greeted the monk ignored him, and looked directly at Fang Pai's side. Sin. Thank you. Fang Pai was very happy to see the monk. He was not stupid, and he also understood why Lei Kaishan did not dare to take action. He suddenly felt sorry for the monk. The monk was indifferent by nature, and he did not kill or hit anyone easily. Now that he was willing to teach Lei Kaishan a lesson, it must be for himself. He felt very guilty for causing the monk to break his vows because of himself. Amitabha. This time the monk looked at Lei Kaishan, who had just gotten up from the ground, with mud and blood all over his face. I am Meng Lang, the benefactor. Are you okay? More and more guards from the palace appeared in the forest. They also looked at Lei Kaishan without any agreement. Lei Kaishan, a man like an iron tower, was shaky at this moment, and couldn't even stand steadily. The mud and blood mixed together, which made people feel heartbroken. This was the peak of the 9th rank. How could he not even survive a single move? Just now, they only saw the monk slowly walking towards Lei Kaishan. And when he got close, Lei Kaishan's body was directly smashed into the air in a shrimp-like posture. Finally, he fell to the ground with a bang. There was no way to avoid it. No way to hide. From beginning to end, no one noticed how the monk made the move. Lei Kaishan had no power to resist, like a puddle of mud. Many of them were frightened by the monk. This shock was even stronger than that given to them by Chief Steward Hong. In their impression, even Chief Steward Hong could not make a peak 9th grade master lose the power to fight back in the first move. What was even more terrifying was that they could not guess the monk's mind. Unlike the Chief Steward, his emotions were written on his face. Before killing someone, there were always signs. It was not like facing the monk, who had no expression on his face, and might die inexplicably if he was not careful. The monk is a real killer. Master, you are too polite. Lei Kaishan coughed several times, swallowed the blood foam, steadied his shaky body, and said loudly, I am fine, thank you for your concern. Master. After being beaten, he had to comfort the person who beat him. He had never been so aggrieved in his life, but there was really no other way. The man in front of him was a monk, the blind man. Yi Qiu, Wen Jiaoyi, and others had to be polite to him. He was a person who could not be provoked, and dared not to be provoked. But he did not understand one thing. Why did the monk suddenly appear here? He saw the monk chasing after the Southern Valley Dharma King Dingluan with his own eyes, and he never returned. Just yesterday, the prince asked about it. No one knew whether the monk was alive or dead. I didn't expect the monk to suddenly appear in front of me. That's good. I'm relieved. The monk put his hands together, and then said to Jiao Zhong, Please take me to see the prince. Jiao Zhong faced the monk's calm eyes. If it weren't for his 9th grade cultivation, he would probably have agreed directly. However, reason told him that he couldn't. There were rules for audiences with the prince. Breaking the rules is a serious offense. Even if he is the commander of the guards, he will be punished. He took a deep breath, calmed down and said, Master, wait a moment. Let me go and report. Only if the prince agrees. The monk can appear in front of the prince. If the prince disagrees, The monk is not qualified to appear in front of the prince. This is the rule. Thank you, Commander. The monk smiled. Jiao Zhong nodded, turned around and left. The sun in early autumn is not so scorching, and it shines warmly on people. These days, Lin Yi was exhausted by his daughter. He finally got some free time to go fishing, and he was in a good mood. The songs he hummed were incomprehensible to others. Jiao Zhong waited until he finished singing the song, and then he said carefully, "Your Majesty, the monk is back." Lin Yi yawned and said, "Where is he?" Jiao Zhong said, "Waiting for the prince to summon him." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Let him come over." Jiao Zhong turned around and saw the monk standing behind him. He stepped back and let the monk come forward. The monk put his palms together and said, "Your Highness." Lin Yi said, "Where is that boastful Dharma King Swikoji?" "Your Highness." The monk closed his eyes slightly and said guiltily, "I am incompetent and could not stop him." "He ran away?" Lin Yi said indifferently. "Forget it. As long as you are not injured." The monk said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am fine." Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "Jiao Zhong, I am here." Jiao Zhong responded quickly. Lin Yi said slowly, "Hand over all the captured people from Nangu to the Ministry of Rights, and let the Ministry of Rights negotiate with Nangu. The people of Nangu are barbaric by nature and lack education. But our Dalian kingdom is a country of etiquette, and we cannot learn from them." Jiao Zhong said, "I will do it right away." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Go." After that, he looked at the monk again. The monk put his hands together and said, "I wonder if the prince has any other instructions." Lin Yi smiled and said, "You have worked hard. Go down and have a good rest." "Thank you, Your Highness." The monk walked very slowly step by step, but in the blink of an eye, he could not see his figure. Lin Yi sighed. This is the so-called light skill. He could not learn Kung Fu, and even if he wanted to learn it now, he could not bear the hardship. He could only watch others go high and high. When the sun set, he caught 2 wooden barrels of fish, which was considered a full load. When he returned to the mansion, he instinctively wanted to see the child first, but considering that he had just finished fishing and was smelly, he went to Hu Miao's room after taking a bath. The child had just woken up, and was now feeding in the arms of the wet nurse. Lin Yi waited for the child to be full, carefully took her to his arms, coaxed her to sleep, and sang a song. Amen. There is a grape tree in front of me, the green land has just sprouted, the snail is carrying a heavy shell. Your Majesty, this song is really interesting, I have never heard it before. Hu Mi rarely complimented. Lin Yi said with a smile. Are you feeling better today? Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, Hu Mi said with a smile. I'm fine. Lin Yi nodded and said, That's good. If you need anything, just ask someone directly. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. I understand. Hu Mi hesitated and said, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. If it's about the prince, you can make the decision yourself. Lin Yi rocked the child in his arms and said casually, No need to inform me. I've told you this. You can make the decision yourself. He couldn't handle such trivial matters, and he was too lazy to do it. Chapter 431. Please have a drink. Both the Prince of Hushuan and his son, Husanan, are troublesome people. What is even more troublesome is that the Prince of Hushuan's concubine is also involved. Lin Yi can't figure out whether this is a moral decline or a distortion of human nature. He is the son-in-law of the Hu family, but he is also the person in charge of Dalian state, and he should be cautious in what he says and does. He shouldn't get involved in such a mess. The Hu family can do whatever they want, and he can't meddle in such trivial matters. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motive sees it, they will make all kinds of inexplicable interpretations, which will cause endless troubles. Prince. Hu Miao looked at Lin Yi with her bright eyes, hesitated for a moment and said, Please make the decision for me. Prince. Are you still doubting what I said? Lin Yi smiled and said, When I said I would let you make the decision, I meant it. There is not a single lie. The prince is my father-in-law, and the prince is my brother-in-law. How do you want me to decide? You should handle this kind of thing by yourselves. I will not get involved. As the old saying goes, a man is mean all his life, and a pig is mean once it is cut. Punish the prince, that's Hu Miao's father. Punish the prince, that's Hu Miao's brother. No matter what you do, it's wrong, so let Hu Miao worry about it herself. I dare not. Hu Miai saw that Lin Yi's expression was not fake, so she said boldly, "My brother is a few years older than me, but he is not a good man after all, and now he has made the family restless. My father is old, and he can't bear this torture anymore." Lin Yi smiled and said, Whatever you think, as long as it does not violate the law, whatever decision you make, just tell the people below, and you don't need to inform me." Hu Mi said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." In autumn, the weather is getting colder. Along with the cold north wind came a lot of dust. Lin Yi was fishing by the river. Although the forest was already very dense, it still couldn't stop the dust from penetrating everywhere. Ahem. A gust of wind blew over, carrying dust and hitting him head and face. Lin Yi waited for the wind to pass, turned his back, and spit several times on the ground. His mouth was dry, but he still felt that he couldn't spit it out completely. He looked at the turbid water inside. "Sandstorm, it's really killing me. It seems to be bigger than in previous years." He didn't know what happened to his neighbors in the north. Is it because of the population explosion? Otherwise, the sandstorm wouldn't be so serious. Unfortunately, in this era, there is no satellite positioning, no soil and water conservation technology, and we can do nothing about the sandstorm. Your Highness, Jiao Zhong carefully handed over the teapot, and said with a smile, "It is said that there was a drought in the northern part of the border this year. The cattle and sheep on the grassland not only have no water to drink, but also not enough grass to eat. The people in the northern part of the border have suffered at the hands of my Sanha army, and now they don't have the courage to go south. They are having a hard time." "Grassland drought?" Lin Yi frowned and said, "Some time ago. I remember where I saw it." Jiao Zhong said, "Your Highness, this is the weekly summary report written by Lord He Jixiang. I read it to you at that time." "Oh, I remember it now." Lin Yi suddenly realized. It's been a long time. The life in Saibei and Shihuang is not easy. "It is said that there is plague?" Jiao Zhong said. "Yes. Minister Hu Shirlu strictly followed the health and epidemic prevention policy of Daliang, and set up quarantine points in the tea and horse offices in Liangzhou and Liangshui River. All border personnel entering Daliang need to be quarantined for 14 days. Isolated or not. It doesn't matter." Lin Yi smiled. "Unless there is plague around Ankang City, there is no need to worry so much." Many epidemic prevention policies and health regulations were set by him in Sanha. Now that he has entered Ankang City, they have naturally become the laws of Daliang. Now Hu Shirlu is already a mature health policy implementer. So sometimes, Lin Yi is still very relieved. Besides, with the transportation conditions these days, such a long distance, there are only two results for patients carrying plague virus to Ankang City. Either they survive the virus, bring their own antibodies, and come to Ankang City safely, or they can't survive and die on the way. Whether it is Saibei or Shihuang, it is far away from Daliang State, and there is a large area of uninhabited area in between. Even if it is a fast horse, it will take 10 days or half a month to run. There is basically no possibility of bringing the virus to Ankang City. The good thing about ancient times is that there are no conditions for spreading the virus throughout the country. The so-called isolation is probably also for the purpose of preventing it before it happens. Your Highness is wise. After Jiao Zhong took the kettle that Lin Yi had finished drinking and put it aside, he held up a large yellow umbrella in front of Lin Yi. "It's just that doctor who said that. The army in the northern part of the border dare not go south. They are afraid that a large number of refugees will go south collectively to avoid the plague." "Go south collectively?" Lin Yi was startled, and said with a stiff upper lip, "Are there any signs? 1 or 2 people, or even dozens of people coming, it won't be a big deal. However, if hundreds or thousands of people relayed the plague, it would be unknown." Jiao Zhong said, "I don't know the details yet." Doctor who is also waiting for the report from the border. Lin Yi waved his hand at him, signaling him to take away the umbrella, and continue to stare at the fish float on the water. "Send a message to the border." "No order. The refugees stop at Liangshui River. In addition, what is Shenchu's situation in Jianzhou? Why is there no news now?" Jiao Zhong said, "Last month, General Shen led his army to fight against King Yong. King Yong led 50,000 troops to withdraw from Jianzhou. Now he has entered Liangzhou and continues to move westward. There is no intention of stopping. General Shen naturally chased after him all the way." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Tell Lord He Jixiang, don't chase after a desperate enemy. He was not afraid of King Yong. But he was wary of the legendary western wilderness, especially the Starry Sea. It is better to be safe than sorry, so he did not dare to be careless. Jiao Zhong said. Yes. Seeing Tan Fei coming over, he walked forward and let Tan Fei whisper in his ear. After that, he returned to Lin Yi again and said with a smile, Your Majesty, Guan Xiuqi is here. Where is he? Lin Yi looked left and right, but did not see any trace of Guan Xiuqi. Jiao Zhong hurriedly said, Your Highness, Guan Xiuqi came here by boat, and is still a mile away from here. Oh, I see. Lin Yi sat down again, and looked at the river while fishing. After a while, he saw Guan Xiuqi's figure on the dusty river. Lin Yi said to Jiao Zhong, You can leave. Jiao Zhong said, Yes. He looked at the river again before leaving. Hey. From a distance, Guan Xiuqi began to wave at Lin Yi. When they got closer, Guan Xiuqi shouted, You are such a lazy guy. Don't you know how to find something to do every day to make a living? Lin Yi smiled and said, Look at me. I am fat and white. Obviously I have enough food and drink. Since I have enough food and drink, why should I be busy? Why is it busy? Guan Xiuqi said unconvinced. How can having food today mean that you will have food tomorrow? You should make plans for tomorrow today to avoid having nothing to eat in the future. You have no ambition at all. Which is embarrassing for men. Lin Yi said. You came all the way here just to scold me? Where is your father? Is his condition getting better? Hearing Lin Yi mention his father, Guan Xiuqi said happily, I have to thank you for this. You are right about the allergy you said. My father is really better after leaving those cats and dogs. Even the cough has stopped. Thank you. We thought. This world is so big. It is not easy to make a living anywhere. And it is even more difficult to live away from the familiar place of Hong Kong City. Since cats and dogs are the cause of the disease. Just stay away from them. My father is going to build a shack on the mountain and not live with the villagers. Otherwise, if the villagers don't raise cats and dogs, it will seem that he is ignorant. Besides, there are so many sweet potatoes at home. We have worked hard for a season. It would be a pity to throw them away. Have you just come back from harvesting sweet potatoes? Lin Yi looked at the boat full of sweet potato vines and said with a smile, Sweet potatoes are full of treasures. From stems and leaves to vines, there is no part that cannot be eaten. Promoting the planting of sweet potatoes in various parts of Daliang State is the most correct thing he has done since his rebirth. From ancient times to the present, food is the most important thing. If food is not stable, the economy will not develop, and politics will not be stable. When the time comes, society will be in turmoil, and people will not be able to make a living. Sweet potatoes are good. Just plant some seedlings, water them, and they can be fully harvested in 2 or 3 months. In a disaster year, eating this thing every day, although it is unbearable, is it better than starving to death? As for a bumper year, if people don't want to eat it, they can feed it to pigs or make wine. In today's Hong Kong City, sweet potato wine is also the favorite of many poor people, just because it is cheap enough. Do you like sweet potatoes? Guan Xiuqi said with a smile. I'll give you some. Lin Yi hurriedly refused. Thank you. I don't want it. These days are the sweet potato harvest season. Because of the large output, it is not worth much. Farmers and people can't take care of it. This makes it cheap for those beggars. They just take a stick to dig in the ground. Beggars who often have no food to eat can eat their fill. Some eat too much and vomit on the street. When Lin Yi passed by on his donkey in the morning, he was almost nauseated to death. Especially when he occasionally passed through the crowd, he felt uncomfortable even breathing. So many people eat sweet potatoes, and the smell of so many people farting is really suffocating. In the final analysis, it is because there are mostly poor people in Hong Kong City. The poor always pick the cheapest food to eat. And the people in the palace, they are all looking for something new, and they have been eating it every day these days. Lin Yi was helpless. He couldn't order a ban on eating sweet potatoes in the mansion. Could he? If such a wrong order was passed on, there would be endless troubles in the future. Therefore, he couldn't forbid others to eat sweet potatoes. But he could only try not to eat them himself. Eating too much would really remind him of the polluted air. Why? You lazy man. Are you still complaining about it? Guan Xiuqi said dissatisfiedly. It's good that you have something to eat. Sweet potatoes are not valuable. But you still need 2 copper coins to buy a bag in the city. Lin Yi smiled and said, I know all this. I know where your land is. When I want to eat, I will go dig it myself. You dare? Guan Xiuqi stared. Angrily. It's my land. Don't pick it up. You only pull the leaves. And you can't dig the sweet potatoes clean. If you leave a few in the ground, they will rot in a few days. Lenny said helplessly. Okay. Then I won't dig them myself. And wait for you to dig them for me. That's better. Guan Xiaoqi hesitated and said, My father said that he wants to thank you for saving his life and invite you to dinner tomorrow night. Are you free? Invite me to dinner? Lenny said in surprise. You don't want to? Guan Xiaoqi asked back. Of course I do. Lenny said carelessly. I'm not a fool. If someone invites me to dinner, there's no reason not to go. Tell your father to prepare good wine and good food. Tomorrow night, I will be there on time. Guan Xiaoqi heard Lin Yi talking about good wine and good food, and said unhappily, You are really rude. I am polite to others. Who is polite to me? Humph. Guan Xiaoqi turned his back, held a bamboo pole, turned the boat around, and slowly sailed away. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. As the evening approached, the dust became heavier and heavier. Lin Yi's body and mouth were full of sand. He did not want to continue fishing, so he hurried back home. As a result, just as he got home, heavy rain came and kept washing the gray sky. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, looking at the heavy rain, while rhythmically patting the child in his arms, singing, It is raining outside, just like my blood is dripping. I have loved you for so long, but it is not easy to calculate, so we have to separate. He walked away while singing, causing Mingwei beside him to laugh. Lin Yi smiled and said, I haven't sung for many years. I can't even remember what the music score looks like. Your Highness. Mingwei took the child from Lin Yi's arms, handed it to the wet nurse next to her and said, Feed once an hour. Don't forget again. The wet nurse hurriedly agreed. Mingwei then turned back to Lin Yi and said, Your Highness, I heard that you have taken a fancy to a woman. Lin Yi smiled. You are well informed. Mingwei smiled and said, It is their good fortune to be valued by your Highness. However, Your Highness, I have to let me say one more thing. I heard that you agreed to attend the banquet. The sanitation in this village is worrying. Even if your Highness goes, you should be careful. I took the initiative to ask the kitchen to prepare some braised meat and dishes from the market in advance, so that the prince can bring some when the time comes. Lin Yi said, Bring it yourself? That's a good idea. Then bring it yourself. Don't prepare too many fancy things. Just some home-cooked dishes will do. Mingwei smiled and said, Don't worry, my prince. I'm not that ignorant. There's not much. A pot of old wine. A pound of pork head. A pound of large intestine. A pound of beef. A pound of peanuts. And 2 pieces of tofu. It's nothing special. Lin Yi nodded and said, That's good. Mingwei continued. Just now, concubine Yuan sent someone to deliver some deer antlers and ginseng, saying that they are for the princess's body. Lin Yi asked curiously, Did she say anything else? Mingwei shook her head and said, She didn't say anything else. Then don't worry about her. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, Let her do whatever she wants. He was so happy to have a daughter. According to the rules, even if his mother didn't leave the palace to see her, she should have ordered someone to bring her daughter into the palace. Right? He looked like he had nothing to do with it. It was not scientific at all. Chapter 432, Human Canon. Mingwei looked at Lin Yi's expression and said cautiously, Your Majesty, I don't know whether I should say something or not. If I say it, I'm afraid that your Majesty will dislike my noise. Lin Yi turned his head and rolled his eyes at her and said, You have been with me for so many years, you should understand my temper. The more you talk too much, the more annoying it is. If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. No matter what, I will forgive you. If you keep talking too much, you will be scolded. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Seeing that there was only Zixia next to her, Mingwei began to speak boldly. The ginseng and deer antlers that the imperial concubine gave to the princess were personally sent by Xiao Shizi. He was thoughtful and chatted with me for a few more words. From what he said, concubine Yuan seemed to be interested in finding a consort for the princess. Lin Yi frowned and said, Find a consort for Ning? He suddenly thought that his sister was not young anymore. He had always considered marriage issues in the modern world. Isn't it normal for a woman to get married at the age of 27 or 28? But he had never considered that in this world. If a woman is not married after the age of 18, she is already an old maid. It is said that the queen does have this intention. After all, the princess is not young anymore. Mingwei saw Lin Yi's uneasy expression and spoke more carefully. If we delay any longer, it will be bad. People who have been with Prince He for a long time, and know Prince He know that Princess Huayang Lin Ning is Prince He's weak spot. The prince and the princess have always been very careful in protecting Princess Huayang. To this day, anyone who offends Princess Huayang basically has no good end. Lin Yi sighed. Yes, Lin Ning is indeed not young anymore. It's time for her to get married. May the queen have a choice of candidates? Ming Yu hesitated and said, if Xiao Shizi's news is correct, it's probably Chen Kai who just won the first place in the imperial examination. Chen Kai? After thinking about it, Lin Yi suddenly realized. It turned out to be him. I personally reviewed the business papers for the autumn examination, and I personally selected him as the first place winner. What I didn't expect was that he would be Chen Yan's son. Chen Yan, the chief priest of the Imperial College, was once Lin Yi's lecturer. Lin Yi knew him very well. How could such a person who emphasized agriculture give birth to a son who was obsessed with money and advocated that a country cannot prosper without business? And people cannot be rich without business? Mingwa smiled and said, Your Highness, do you mean that this person is good? But Lin Yi shook his head and said, Qin Dishing. He Jixiang and other elders agreed that the prince should increase the score proportion of business, mathematics, and the study of things in the imperial examination. But there is one thing they will not agree with. That is, if the essay is not well written, you can't be the top scholar. So, Chen Kai can be the top scholar. His business is one aspect. But more importantly, his writing is good. Even Lord He Jixiang applauds him. So of course he is good. Chen Kai's talent is really amazing. Zixia next to him couldn't help but interrupt. I just don't know what his personality is like. Don't let the princess down. Lin Yi smiled and said, in fact, I would rather find a landlord for the princess, with a huge fortune, and a lifetime of food and clothing. Mingwei was stunned for a moment and said, Your Highness, I remember you said that since ancient times, beautiful women have been paired with talented men, but not with landlords. If a beautiful woman is paired with a landlord, everything will be ruined. Lin Yi picked up the teacup again and said with rare patience, I'm talking about writing novels. Everyone's favorite protagonists should be handsome men and beautiful women, talented scholars, and beautiful women, or at least a domineering CEO. You are a landlord who would like to read it. This kind of book will definitely fail, it won't sell. In novels, love affairs are not a big problem. However, life in reality is different. Poetry and songs cannot be used to make a living. To return to reality, firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea all require money. And as long as you have money, you can solve most of the problems in life. The landlord has a large family and a good life, so he is naturally the best choice for a son-in-law. Mingwa said puzzledly, Your Majesty, Lord Chen Yin is the chief priest of the Imperial College. Although his salary is meager, he has lived in Yuzhou for generations, and has thousands of acres of fertile land in Yuzhou. He must not be short of money. Since you want to find someone rich, the Qin family will definitely agree. More importantly, Chen Kai is from a family of officials, and his family tradition is profound, which is not comparable to ordinary people. Hey, you guys, you still don't understand my mind. I don't want Lin Ning to find an official. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. For example, Chen Kai. If he makes a mistake one day and breaks the law, do you think I should kill him or not? If I don't kill him, it will be against the law. If I kill him, it will be unkind. This princess will inevitably resent me in the future, and we can't be brothers and sisters. Your Highness is wise. Mingwei and Zixiao looked at each other and said in unison. Even though the prince had said this, the two of them did not dare to make any more noise. Okay, stand up and talk. Don't kneel all the time. It's annoying for me. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Go to the palace, and find Xiao Shizi to confirm it. If his mother really decided to find Chen Kai as a consort, he would stop her immediately. The idea was to avoid making the same mistake that Emperor Delong made in the future, thinking of the eldest princess Lin Yuner. His heart could not help but feel uneasy. Where did she go? Now he has arranged so many people to check, but still doesn't know where she is. Mingwa said. Yes. After that, she quietly withdrew. After a heavy rain, the dust in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the whole world became clean. The next day, as soon as he woke up in the morning, he went to the wing room to tease his daughter. Seeing that the child was still asleep, He did not wake her up, and quietly left the wing room. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, breakfast was served, and He Jixiang came over. Lin Yi looked at the skinny He Jixiang, and said with concern, "Mr. He got up so early today. Have you eaten yet?" He Jixiang said tremblingly. "Your Highness, I have finished eating. Come here. Show me a seat. Serve me tea. And bring this snack over. It is very soft. And I think you can chew it." After Lin Yi spoke to Mingwei, he pointed to the pumpkin cake in front of him and said, "This is also okay. It is easy to digest, and will not increase the burden on the stomach." "Thank you, Your Highness." He Jixiang bowed slightly, and sat down again. Lin Yi said while eating, "You came here so early in the morning. It must be something important. Tell me, what is it that is worth your special trip?" The old men are old, and they have a lot of things to take care of. Lin Yi is afraid that they will suddenly have a cerebral hemorrhage or die of overwork. So he is very lenient with them, and never lets them run around for no reason. If you can make a decision yourself, don't ask him for instructions. Even if you make a wrong decision, it's no big deal. The most important thing is to consciously correct it. He Jixiang bowed and said, "Your Highness, Lord Shanqi reported that after Liu Fo died, Ahsoka has now been completely occupied by foreigners. Even the palace is gone. When our Sanha merchant ships docked at the port of Ahsoka as usual, they were innocently interrogated by foreigners. Liang Jin had 3 large ships seized last month, and 70 crew members were detained. Lord Shanqi specially sent people from the maritime customs to negotiate, but there has been no result so far. Since the foreigners' cannons have killed Liu Fo, it is only a matter of time before they occupy the palace of Ahsoka. There is nothing to be surprised about." Lin Yi put down the mung bean cake in his hand, clapped his hands and picked up the teacup, and said with emotion, "It was just that they suddenly came to trouble my Dalian country, which was beyond my expectation. They are not afraid of being full." The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the foreign devils in this world were like the Western powers he knew in his previous life, relying on strong ships and powerful guns. They showed off their power in the Eastern world. However, in his impression, this world has always been a fantasy world, although he has always believed in science. But at this moment, the scientific canon suddenly defeated the big boss in the fantasy, which still made him a little unbelievable. He has not been idle these years, and has been investing heavily in the research and development of gunpowder and cannons. One shot can split mountains and crack rocks. In Lin Yi's opinion, this power is already quite powerful. Unfortunately, he saw disdain in the eyes of Yi Qiu and Wen Zhou. In other words, the cannon he researched with so much hardship and money is nothing in the eyes of these grandmasters. However, the strange thing is, why can the foreign devil's cannon kill a grandmaster? Is Liu Fo from Ahsoka a fake? He was also curious about this question. But when Zhou said, Li Fo's ability is better than hers, could it be that the foreign devil's cannons are more powerful than his? Your Highness. He Jixiang stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. I wonder if your Highness still remembers the Southern Valley Dharma King Dinglun a few days ago. Lin Yi nodded and said, Dinglun ran away. But aren't those followers still in prison? Did the people from the Ministry of Rights find out anything? Your Highness. This is also the reason why this old minister came to see you. He Jixiang said in a deep voice. The people of Southern Valley said, the blonde and blue-eyed people entered the South Valley. They also had cannons. Blonde and blue-eyed? Lin Yi's first reaction was that the foreign devils had also entered the South Valley. These people are simply omnipresent. But I remember Xie Shaoqing said that the South Valley is located on a plateau, with high mountains and steep roads, and it is not easy for ordinary people to enter. These foreign devils are far away in the west. How did they get in? He Jixiang said. Your Highness, you don't know that there is a country to the south of the South Valley, called the Sha Kingdom. The two countries are separated by mountains, but they often exchange what they have. The territory of Sha is vast, and it is also close to the sea. The foreign devils invaded Sha through the sea, and then coveted Nangu. Huh? If it weren't for the heaven-defying thing of the martial arts here, Lin Yi would have suspected that he had come to a parallel world. He Jixiang hurriedly said. What I said is true. I hope your majesty will understand. He thought Lin Yi didn't believe what he said. After all, after interrogating him, I didn't believe it myself. A group of blonde and blue-eyed foreign devils traveled thousands of miles to occupy a barren land like Nangu. What for? I don't disbelieve it. The characteristic of colonists is to expand constantly, and to enclose land constantly. As long as they occupy Nangu, then Chuanzhou, how far can the southwest of my Dalian country be from them? Leni asked back. Chuano. He Jixiang was naturally familiar with the word colonizer, after all. This word often appeared in some inexplicable novels written by the prince. What surprised him most was the Chuanzhou mentioned by the prince. He said that those foreign devils were aiming at Chuanzhou. That was an unforgivable crime. Yes, never underestimate the ambitions of the colonizers, Leni said lightly. They are very cruel, and must be guarded against. He would never have thought that, after living his whole life, he would actually have a day to fight against the colonial invaders. He was both annoyed and excited. What annoyed him was that it was so troublesome, and these invaders were unwilling to die obediently. The excitement was naturally because the legendary Western Queen was completely possible to exist. When the world is full of seeds, each generation of kings will have their own bloodline. Would it be considered to bring glory to the country? He Jixiang said. I wonder if the prince has any instructions. Leni thought for a while and said, allocate another 100,000 taels of silver to the Military Equipment Bureau, and continue to develop long guns and cannons. Keep improving and don't slack off. He Jixiang was stunned, unexpectedly. After talking for so long, the prince actually had such a reaction. Shouldn't we reorganize the military and arrange border defense? He said helplessly. Your Majesty, I think. It doesn't matter who thinks. Your old ideas won't work against the colonists. To deal with these shameless things, just listen to me. Leni smiled and said, let Shanqi negotiate with the foreign devils from Asoku. Asoku has been a vassal state of Dalian since ancient times. Dalian will definitely not recognize it. In a word, if you want to fight, then fight. At most, I will go back to Sanha in person to meet them. After listening to this, He Jixiang hesitated and said, Your Majesty is wise. Leni continued, promote Yuanjin as the military commander of Sichuan province, and take up the post immediately. Yuanjin goes to Sichuan province? He Jixiang was shocked. Chuanzhou is the territory of Jizhou Temple and Chunshan City. Since the death of Prince Pingchuan, Chuanzhou has become a lawless place, and the imperial edict of the court is just a piece of paper there. Now let Yuanjin go alone? What's the difference between this and committing suicide? He thought of the cold face of concubine Yuan and shuddered. Your Highness, think twice. Yuanjin is concubine Yuan's biological brother. Concubine Yuan will definitely not watch Yuanjin die. If she doesn't go to he and the prince, she will directly cause trouble for the ministers in the court, which is also troublesome. Concubine Yuan is the biological mother of the prince. They can't beat or scold her. What can they do? Don't be afraid, Leni said with a smile. My old lady always thinks that I am comfortable as a son, and always gives me problems. This time, I have to let her experience the difficulties of being a son. In this world, it is not easy for anyone to live. Prince. He Jixiang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this deliberately making trouble with the queen? But, how innocent are these ministers? Why implicate them? So he smiled bitterly. I think the queen will understand the prince. Understand the ball. Leni shook his head and said, if the fire doesn't burn her eyebrows, she can't distinguish the priorities. I understand what you mean. Don't persuade me. Go and issue an order. Whether my uncle should go to Chuanzhou depends on my mother's attitude. After saying this, he looked proud. He finally defeated his mother. Chapter 433 Yuan Family. Abandoning Yamei riding on his neck, the life of a wild support in the arena, coming to this world without internet and electricity is already aggrieved enough, but he didn't expect to have to participate in such a complicated matter as palace fighting. The most important thing is that the villain is actually his mother. Since she was born, he thought he knew his mother's temper thoroughly, and no one in the world knows his mother better than him. But he never expected that. Everything has a chance. His mother is so loyal to the Yuan family. Neither daughters nor sons are the first. The first place is actually the Yuan family, and the glory of the Yuan family. A typical brother supporting maniac. He felt that he really thought too simply and underestimated the diversity of human brain circuits, especially people like his mother. To put it bluntly, I just can't figure it out. It's really funny. Jing'an Palace. Concubine Yuan looked at Xiao Shizi kneeling on the ground with a frown on her face. After taking a sip of tea, she slowly said, Is it really the prince's intention? Xiao Shizi hurriedly said, My queen, after the cabinet drafted the decree, I personally sent it to your majesty for the seal. Thinking of the imperial seal that symbolizes supreme power, Xiao Shizi couldn't help but feel aggrieved for it. Since this seal fell into the hands of Prince, he never looked at it directly, and threw it directly to Lord He Jixiang. Lord He Jixiang dared not take such a national treasure casually. But he saw the prince holding the jade seal, and smashing walnuts while muttering, "Live like an ant. Have the ambition of a swan. Life is thinner than paper. Have an unyielding heart. These are all good. The mistake is that you have no vision. And you have to show off your personal heroism in front of me. Damn it. You are all so crazy. You have to go against me. You don't know. When you just opened your mouth, I already had your thoughts." As soon as the song sounded, the cloth was covered. Some cried. Some were carried. And they would never come back to the world again. You are courting death on purpose. So I can't let you off. Otherwise, everyone will follow your example. And it will be hard to leave the team. Master He Jixiang, who was standing by, was so angry that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The jade seal is made of jade, not iron. If you smash a walnut like this, the jade and the walnut will be destroyed in the end. And the country will be ruined. He got anxious, snatched it away, and promised to help keep the jade seal. He had every reason to believe that the jade seal would not end well in the hands of Prince He. Therefore, the jade seal has always been placed in the cabinet. Every time Lord He Jixiang used the seal, he would bathe and burn incense first. And then, in front of everyone, he would press it heavily on the prepared imperial edict. As for the chances for Emperor Delong to touch the jade seal, they were few and far between. The only time in the past year was an hour ago. After Lord He Jixiang prepared the edict, he personally went to Qilin Palace with the imperial edict and the jade seal, and gave it to Delong to use. After all, it was Emperor Delong's idea to let Yuanshan go to Chuanzhou, and it had nothing to do with the prince. In order to convince people, the seal must be pressed by Emperor Delong. When the increasingly thin Emperor Delong saw the jade seal, his chest rose and fell with excitement. That was the lost youth. That was the lost throne. It might never come back. He wanted to comfort him at that time. But Emperor Delong scolded him, and He Jixiang, saying, "Those who are disloyal and unrighteous will be punished by heaven and struck by lightning." He was a eunuch, without relatives, and he didn't want to bring honor to his family, let alone marry and have children. The so-called reputation was like a cloud to him. He didn't care what Emperor Delong said. The more fiercely Delong said, the happier he was. He thought angrily. So what if you are angry? The former supreme being of Daliang state. Now he can do nothing to him. He never dreamed that he would have a glorious day. Lord He Jixiang didn't think so. After being scolded by Emperor Delong, he actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times, tears streaming down his face. He probably wouldn't cry so miserably even if his parents died. According to you, this is His Majesty's will? After concubine Yuan snorted, she stood up and slowly walked to Xiao Shizi, looking at Xiao Shizi coldly. "Your Majesty." Xiao Shizi knelt on the ground and said calmly, "The Majesty's will, how dare I speak nonsense?" Concubine Yuan said angrily. "Xiao Shizi, even you are trying to fool me? Do you think I don't know that this is all the order of my good son?" She is not really stupid. She still knows who has the final say in the Daliang kingdom. Her son, who is becoming more and more unfamiliar, has the final say. In Hong Kong City, or even in Daliang State, no one dared to disobey his son's will. Although his son had not yet ascended the throne, he was actually acting on behalf of the emperor. "My queen." Xiao Shizi knelt on the ground and said loudly without blushing or beating his heart, "I am innocent." Early in the morning, the cabinet sent the drafted imperial edict to Qilin Palace. After His Majesty used the seal, he happily said that the Yuan family had made contributions to the country. Otherwise, Your Majesty would have no one to use. "Nonsense," Concubine Yuan said indifferently. "Now my Yuan family is weak. How can we help Your Majesty? Your Majesty is too high up my Yuan family." Xiao Shizi smiled and said, "The Emperor's thoughts are beyond the imagination of us servants. You guys." Concubine Yuan walked back to the couch, sat down again, and picked up the teacup, and said while sipping tea, "The Dahongpo in Nanzhou is said to be picked from 1,000-year-old trees. You said so much to me at once, you must have some ulterior motive." Xiao Shizi said hurriedly, "Who doesn't know that our prince is filial? When there is something good, he will definitely think of the queen first and send it to me immediately. In my humble opinion, the queen is really lucky. And people like the prince are hard to find in the world. Do you need to tell me all this? Concubine Yuan said with a proud look on her face. Your prince has a little temper. But his nature is good. I don't expect him to do anything bad in this life. Your queen is right. Xiao Shizi agreed hurriedly. Concubine Yuan continued. Go to the palace and tell your prince that the pepper seedlings in the imperial garden have died. It's autumn now. Whether to save the pepper seeds or not, he has to come and see. Xiao Shizi was stunned for a long time. What good thing is this chili? The restaurant opened by Song Chung in Hong Kong City is so popular that people come from all over to learn from him every year. This chili is like sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, and other crops, which are grown everywhere in Daliang State. How could their prince like this thing? Why do they have to go to the imperial garden specially? It's just a joke, but just thinking about it casually, he figured it out. It's obvious that Concubine Yuan is looking for an excuse to let the prince enter the palace. Yuanjun is Concubine Yuan's brother. According to Concubine Yuan's personality, she would definitely not watch her brother go to Chuanzhou to die. Saying these words now is nothing more than taking care of his own face. Don't worry, madam. I will go to the palace right away. Xiao Shizi stood up and quietly left Jinglan Palace. As usual, as soon as he left the palace, he met He Lian, who had been waiting outside. Eunuch, it's cold today. I have already made you hot tea. He Lian smiled. This year's tribute tea, the emperor doesn't like it very much. It's a pity to leave it there to mold. You are getting more and more daring. Xiao Shizi rolled his eyes at him and said, if someone with ulterior motives finds out and makes a fuss about it, you will be in big trouble. He Lian smiled and said, this palace is all managed by you. Eunuch, you work hard. What's the point of drinking some tea? Besides, there are tributes in this palace now. Shut up. Xiao Shizi stopped immediately. He knew what He Lian wanted to say. Ever since Emperor Delong lived in Qilin Palace, he was finally promoted by General Manager Hong Ying, and took charge of the inner treasury for Prince He. The inner treasury belongs to Prince He, so the tributes that enter the inner treasury naturally belong to Prince He. So, there is no doubt that the best part of all the tributes now are sent to Prince He's mansion, especially the tea that Prince He likes. Until now, the tea that Emperor Delong drinks no longer tastes the same as before. However, even if it is a little worse than the tribute, it is still a first-class good tea. He didn't dare drink the tribute tea of the prince, and he would occasionally try the inferior tea that Emperor Delong drank. What's the big deal? It's not a big deal. But he couldn't say it in public. Otherwise it would be a big deal if people heard it. Yes, I understand. He Lian smiled. I'm telling the truth, and I don't mean to deceive you. Xiao Shizi said slowly. Okay, I understand what you mean. Some things should be kept in mind. Even if they are rotten, they can't be said. He Lian hurriedly said. I will follow your instructions. But, father-in-law, there are some things that I have to say. Lu Qian is too arrogant. He dared not to give you face in public yesterday. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will become more arrogant. Humph. You are still too anxious. You always want to be the best in everything, and have to compete with each other. Xiao Shizi said with a smile. We have an old saying in Jibei. The eldest is stupid, the second is sharp, and the third is naughty. No matter what position you are in. As long as you don't have the ability. No matter what position you are in. Everything you do is wrong. He Jin is unlucky. But there is one thing we need to learn, which is the skill of forbearance. It is not just luck that this smiling tiger can dominate the government. Lu Qian is just a little kid. Let him be as arrogant as he wants. There is a long time to live. So you don't need to worry about it. In the words of Prince He, that is a small-mindedness. I won't say more to you. Let's go to Prince He's mansion now. And you should be smart about the things in the palace. Farewell, eunuch. He Lian knelt on the ground again, watching Xiao Shizi go away. And the palace. Lin Yi had just finished lunch when his eldest daughter woke up and cried non-stop. He held her in his arms and rocked her while singing. Everyone is so anxious, I won't stop until I'm drunk. A beauty in my left hand, a girl in my right hand. All roads lead to Hong Kong City. You were born in Hong Kong City, my daughter. You have a good fate. You are born to be a princess. I envy you a little bit. You are a winner in life. The most fortunate thing is that you met an open-minded father like me. Unlike me, I suffered a lot on the road of love. I fell in love with a girl, but her family didn't agree. They were very opposed to us being together, especially her husband. The child cried even louder. Mingwei. Zixia and others laughed even louder. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a warmth on his arm, followed by an indescribable stench. Seeing this, Mingwei hurriedly took the child. Hey! Lin Yi was helpless, and had to find a place to take a bath again. After coming out of the bathroom, as soon as I sat down in the living room, I saw Xiao Shizi kneeling on the ground. Xiao Shizi repeated what concubine Yuan said verbatim, without adding or deleting a single word. Jiaong, who was standing next to him, was stunned, and he admired Xiao Shizi even more. You can't remember so many things without a brain. However, he still didn't dare to say a word, because it involved concubine Yuan, and talking too much would kill him. I only heard Prince, he said indifferently. The peppers in the Imperial Garden are almost red, and I haven't taken care of them in these years. Since the Queen Mother said so, I will go to the palace tomorrow to take a look, and I can pickle the red peppers. Xiao Shizi said loudly. Your Highness is wise. Lin Yi smiled and said, I heard that the Queen Mother wants to recruit Chen Kai as her husband. Is this true? Prince, Xiao Shizi said cautiously. The Queen wanted to invite Chen Kai to the palace, but was stopped by Lord He Jixiang. In addition, as far as I know, Lord Chen Yan may not be happy about it. He is not happy? Lin Yi snorted coldly. Has he never thought about whether the prince is happy or not? Unless his Chen family's ancestors are in great glory, otherwise, Ninger is not worthy of him. Xiao Shizi smiled awkwardly, and bowed his head without saying a word. Seeing Lin Yi waving at him, he carefully left the hall. Spring makes people sleepy. Autumn makes people tired. And summer makes people nap. After waiting for Xiao Shizi to leave, Lin Yi dozed off in the room for a while. When he woke up, the sun had already set. After Lin Yi finished washing up, Jiao Zhong hurried over and said, Your Highness, prepare a pound of cooked meat, a pound of sorghum wine, and some peanuts and dried tofu. Lin Yi leaned back in the chair, holding the teacup, taking a sip from time to time, and said casually, That's about it. He lay on the chair for half a minute, then stood up lazily, left the mansion, rode on the donkey, and went out of the city. When Lin Yi appeared at Guan Xiuqi's door with cooked meat in one hand and a jar of sorghum wine in the other, he actually scared Guan Xiuqi, who was feeding sweet potato vines to the cows at the door. You? She was planning to pick him up at the village entrance in advance. I have a mouth. I can ask people. There is no one here who doesn't know where Guancheng's home is. Your father is quite famous. Lin Yi raised the wine and meat in his hand, and said with a smile, Put it anywhere. You can heat it up. And you don't need to cook. Guan Xiaoqi blushed and said, I'm so sorry. I'm letting you spend money. Yes. With a creak, the low wooden door of the house was pushed open, and a skinny man walked out. He bowed to Lin Yi and said, Sir, you are too polite. I am really embarrassed. Lin Yi directly stuffed the things in his hand into his arms, and said with a smile, Seeing that you are in such good spirits, I feel relieved. Go and heat up the food quickly, and have a good drink tonight. He didn't lack wine. What he lacked was someone to drink with him. Everyone was so cautious, which made him feel very bored. Only when he reached his position did he understand why emperors like to go on incognito visits. Chapter 434 Hobbies. Living in such a feudal era, you don't have to worry about food and drink, but you worry when it gets dark. What about the wine pool and meat forest? They are all fooling people in books, guaranteed to make you sick of them in 3 days. White wine with excessive methanol, food that is not good enough. As for the young girls and wives who can arouse people's hormonal impulses, they are good, but you can't hug them every day. Right? A waist made of iron, kidneys made of titanium alloy, can't withstand such harm. Right? So, everything has a limit sometimes. If there is too much, it will make people sick of it. Even the emperor wanted to try something new and have some fun. Not only did he want to interact with women, but he also wanted to participate in some mass activities. However, the biggest sadness was that powerful people like them were like incandescent lamps in the dark night. Always so dazzling. And there was no way to keep a low profile. No matter what they said or did, there would be people complimenting them and flattering them. And it was hard to get a single true word. They could only live in false flattery and lies. And over time, their self-cognition system would have difficult problems. Some emperors will think they are really great, they have the most power in the world, they should also have the most supreme brains, but later every decision they make is wrong, and they inevitably become tyrants. Some emperors pass by all kinds of flowers, not letting go of any leaf, and lose too much energy, and with limited medical conditions and limited lifespan, they don't have the chance to become tyrants in the end. The previous car has been overturned, and the future is unknown. When will you wake up? If you don't wake up, you don't know the pain, you will be easily confused and lose your way. Although Lin Yi is not a smart man, he will occasionally reflect on himself. How others died. I must be more vigilant. Guan Sheng could smell the fragrance of pork head and peanuts through the oil paper bag. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Little brother is so kind. I won't refuse. Thank you." Then he took the oil paper bag in front of him and threw it to his daughter Guan Xuqi next to him. After Guan Xuqi took it, she glanced at Lin Yi, bent down, and went into the dark room. Lin Yi stood in front of the door. Out of politeness, did not cover his mouth and nose. But the damp and moldy smell inside was too bad. I don't smoke in this life. My nose is the most sensitive, because it works so well no matter where I go. I enjoy it the most and suffer the most from it. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he gritted his teeth and went into the house. There was only a small window in the house, and no light could penetrate. The oil lamp had been lit in the house for a long time. By the dim oil lamp, Lin Yi found that although the house was seriously damp, it was very clean. The worn-out tables, chairs and benches were spotless, and the quilt folded in the corner of the Kong was neatly arranged. "Little brother, please come this way." Guan Sheng did not notice the expression on Lin Yi's face, and said enthusiastically, "Sit here. I'll make you a cup of tea." "Thank you." Lin Yi looked at the dirty bowl of water in front of him, with broken tea leaves floating on it, and did not dare to drink a sip. Not to mention this life. Even in the previous life, he had never drunk such tea. Once brewed, the leaves were full of insect holes. Truly pollution-free and pollution-free. As soon as Lin Yi sat down, he smelled a faint fragrance, and heard Guan Sheng scolding Guan Xiaoqi. "It's not a festival. Why are you lighting incense? You are a girl. You are just being pretentious," Guan Xiaoqi said unconvinced. "Daddy, you just recovered from a serious illness. I just fulfilled a wish for you. But unfortunately our home is simple. I am afraid that the Bodhisattva will blame me. If the conditions are, if you have more money, I will go to the big temple," Guan Sheng said with a wry smile. "It's good to have the intention. I believe the Buddha will not blame you." Smelling the light sandalwood scent in the air, Lin Yi's breathing became much smoother, and he was in a very good mood. He said happily, "Yes, it's enough to have the intention." After watching Guan Xiaoqi leave the house, Lin Yi looked around the adobe hut of less than 10 square meters, and asked curiously, "Have you lived here all the time?" He remembered Jiao Zhong's talk about the Guan family. Although the Guan family was poor, their living conditions were not that bad. Like many families in the village, they had 3 adobe houses as soon as they entered the courtyard. Such a small thatched house? It would probably collapse when it rained. Guan Sheng smiled and explained, "Little brother, you don't know that I, Guan Sheng, don't have any great ability. But I have bought 3 decent main houses in my lifetime. It's just that I suddenly fell ill, and our family is getting worse day by day. It's true that my daughter is a capable person, but the world is difficult, and she can't support herself alone. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by my little brother. I really can't hold on any longer. So I have to sell those thatched houses and barely make ends meet." "I see." Lin Yi nodded and said, "This house is really unfair to you." Guan Sheng smiled and said, "I don't care. The one who is really wronged is my daughter. She has been suffering with me since she was a child and has never enjoyed a day of happiness. I have thought about it. After the family is settled in the next 2 days, I will find her a good husband to marry, so that she doesn't have to suffer with me." "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about?" Guan Xiuqi's voice came from outside the window. Guan Sheng laughed loudly. "Dad is telling the truth. I have asked people about it. The Hong family in the South City is a good family. It is true that the old man is a night watchman, but their son is promising. He is only 19 years old, but he has passed the civil service examination and became a clerk in the Ankang Prefecture office at a young age. I don't know what a clerk is, but I know what Ankang Prefecture office is. No one who can work there is simple. Girl, believe your father. If this marriage goes through, you will have a life of luxury." With a bang, Guan Xiuqi stuck her head out from outside and said coquettishly, "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't cook for you." "Uh-huh. No more. No more." Guan Sheng laughed loudly. When his daughter retracted her head, he sighed to Lin Yi. Her mother passed away early. She suffered enough with me. If she can marry into a good family, her mother will not blame me if she knows about it. A clerk in the prefectural government? A good family. It is said that the monthly salary is considerable. Even the rich families in the city are begging for marriage. The civil service system of the Hong Kong prefectural government was established by Lin Yi. Lin Yi naturally knew more about it than others. Today, the Hong Kong prefectural yamen, like many government offices, has made certain administrative reforms. The clerks are no longer just small clerks, but have become powerful clerks. The biggest difference from the past is that even Ma Jia, the prefect of Hong Kong City, cannot decide the promotion and retention of the clerks below. On the basis of ensuring efficiency, the mutual dependence relationship is eliminated to the greatest extent. Of course, all of this is Lin Yi's idea, and in fact it is impossible to solve even in modern society. Most subordinates still obey their leaders. However, some seemingly useless systems still need to be designed. At least from another perspective, this is the best embodiment of his personal will. In the future, He Jixiang, Xie Zan and others can consciously follow his will when formulating laws. In general, clerkship is a stable job. It is still quite popular in the marriage market of Hong Kong City. The rich families in Hong Kong City are willing to marry their daughters to such people, even the illegitimate daughters of those wealthy families. The clerk is not important, just a minor official. The important thing is the prefect of Hong Kong. People who can come and go freely in the prefecture of Hong Kong are useful talents. She is just a concubine's daughter. It is better to send her away than to keep her at home to eat idle meals. It is also a waste utilization. Even if she is a concubine's daughter, she is from a wealthy family. She is barely a good match for the clerk. Although Guan Chuchi is more beautiful, if she wants to marry a public official, she can only be a concubine. Little brother, I understand what you mean. Guan Sheng immediately understood what Lin Yi meant, and whispered, to be honest, my future father-in-law and I used to beg for food on the river together when we were young. We can be said to have a lifelong friendship. I even saved his life. I saved his life. After he became lame in one leg, he became a night watchman. I was a little hesitant to marry my daughter to such a family, but I didn't expect that their boy would be so successful. Lin Yi smiled and said, it seems that Miss Guan is lucky. Guan Sheng sighed. When my daughter gets married, I will build a small house on the mountain. Nowadays, the court's policies are good, and those gentry dare not plunder and exploit. The days to come will be comfortable, and we will not be frozen to death or hungry. Don't worry. The good days are still to come. Lin Yi looked proud. The people's sense of happiness has increased, and he is naturally proud of it. Yes, Guan Sheng said with a smile. I'm sorry to bother you to deliver the goods to Wenxiang Pavilion for me a few days ago. It's just a small favor. No need to be polite. Lin Yi smiled and took out a handful of copper coins from his pocket, put them on the table, and said with a smile, this is the money for the lotus roots and water chestnuts I sent last time. Please count them. Little brother, what do you mean by this? Guan Sheng blushed and said, I sincerely invite you to have a drink, and I have no other intentions. Please don't misunderstand. You pointed us to go south along the river and save my father's life. I have no way to repay you. Guan Chuchi stuck his head into the house through the window again, and said anxiously, if you have other thoughts, you are worse than pigs and dogs. She was afraid that Lin Yi would misunderstand that he was looking for him to have a drink to take the opportunity to ask for money for the lotus roots. I know. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. I don't mean anything else. It's just 1 is 1. 2 is 2. Let's settle the account. The father and daughter looked at each other. They never thought that the street thugs in their minds would return the money they had previously paid. Guan Sheng stood up, picked up the copper coins on the table, and laughed. Little brother, you have settled what you owe me, but I have not settled what I owe you. Brother, don't think it's too little. Take these first, and I will give you more later. Then I won't be polite. Lin Yi didn't have the patience to argue with him, and put the copper coins into his pocket again. And then continued, but I have to tell you a bad news. Brother, it is said that something happened in Wenxiang Pavilion. From the shopkeeper, the clerk, to the boss, including your acquaintance, they were all sent out of the city for labor reform by the prefect of Hong Kong. I'm afraid you won't be able to do this business in the future. Little brother, you don't know? Guan Sheng waved his hand indifferently. It was something we were reluctant to send lotus roots and water chestnuts to Winseong Pavilion. The second shopkeeper of Winseong Pavilion was a wealthy man in the village. In the past, most of the land in the village belonged to him. In bad years, he planted his land, borrowed his grain, and made a living. He also had to send fish, water chestnuts, and lotus roots to Winseong Pavilion. He could not get a penny, which was considered interest. He thought he could not pay it back in his lifetime. As a result, the court issued a new law, which calculated the land according to the number of people. There was someone who disagreed, such as Wang Dashan, a nearby man. The court reinvestigated the murder case he had committed, and he was beheaded on the spot by the police. The second shopkeeper was frightened. Later, he heard that as long as he responded to the so-called rent-free and interest-free policy, he could get a death-free gold medal from the prefect of Hong Kong. I think it was called something like Lianhua Rural Poverty Alleviation Model. Lenny blurted out. This was the title he had given. And of course he knew it. Yes, that's it. Guansheng slapped his forehead and said angrily, the name is a bit difficult to pronounce. I could remember it by heart, but after an illness, I forgot it all. Everyone is saying that as long as you can get this work model plaque and put it at the door, it is equivalent to having a death-free gold medal. That's true. In order to encourage those big landlords and big gentry to give up their debts to poor farmers, Lin Yi tried every possible way, including the rent-free and interest-free policy. As long as the gentry and landlords forgave the debts of poor peasants, he would not be stingy to give a plaque. In the end, rumors spread, and it became the so-called gold medal of immunity from death. The temptation of the gold medal of immunity from death exceeded everyone's imagination. In the end, many gentry and landlords not only really gave up their fields, but also forgave their debts to some poor people. It was an accidental success. The second shopkeeper burned all the IOUs in front of the officers, and finally got this gold medal of immunity from death, Guansheng said with emotion. Fortunately, he got the gold medal of immunity from death. Otherwise this time, they would not be as simple as labor reform. That's right. Lin Yi had just finished speaking when he saw Guan Xiaoqi coming in with a wooden tray, smiling and saying, Miss Guan, it's almost enough. We are not outsiders anymore, so there is no need to be so polite. If we make too much and can't finish it, it's a waste. I've never seen a man as talkative as you. Guan Xiaoqi held the plate with one hand, and placed the wine pot and cooked meat on the plate on the table with the other hand. My family is small, and we don't have the big fish and meat you want to eat yet. You just make do with what you have first. Little brother, please. Guansheng first filled Lin Yi's glass with wine, and then filled his own glass, and raised his glass and said, I'll drink first to show my respect. Please. Lin Yi saw that his glass was empty, and he also drank the wine in his glass. Good wine, good wine. Guansheng did not rush to pick up the food, but kept smacking his lips, praising the wine that Lin Yi brought. Drink more if you like it. Lin Yi never paid any attention to the so-called tribute wine, and only drank the homemade happy water. At least, he could do his best to ensure that the methanol and formaldehyde did not exceed the standard. Chapter 435, Jealous. If anyone talks to him about traditional handicrafts, craftsmanship inheritance, he will definitely get angry with them. You can't trick him into paying the IQ tax. If there is an iron pot made of dozens of dollars with modern technology, he will definitely not choose the so-called handmade iron pot that costs hundreds or even thousands of dollars. The iron pot on the assembly line is the epitome of human industry and technology. This kind of pot is delicious to use. He used to be a person who loved cooking, but after rebirth, he felt a headache when he saw the heavy iron pot in the kitchen. He shook the pot twice, and his wrist was gone. If you want to be a qualified chef, you must have a fat body. Otherwise you can't even lift the pot. Not all chefs are fat, but only fat people are qualified to be chefs. Not everyone who wants to be a chef can be a chef. Where did you buy this wine from? And how much is it worth? Guansheng said with a smile. Although Guan is poor, he has seen some of the world when he was young. I dare not say that I have drunk wine all over the country, but I have been to many restaurants in Hong Kong City. I have been down and out these years, and I haven't been to restaurants much, but I know the good wines of each restaurant. Brother, I have never drunk this wine before. It is long-lasting in the mouth. It is a real good wine. This is my own wine. It is of course different from the wine outside. Lin Yi said bluntly. I usually drink it alone. Come here today. You and I can have a drink. Brother. Guansheng hesitated and said, if you rely on this winemaking skill alone, you will not be rich. But at least you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. This wine, let alone other things, will definitely be sought after by all restaurants. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Guan. Lin Yi was very surprised. Guansheng was quite discerning, recognizing the value of this wine. The most important thing was that this Guan was quite clear-headed. And he didn't even ask me for the method of making this wine. Brother, I'm telling the truth, Guansheng said with emotion. Even when Xiang Pavilion and Xingla don't have such good wine. To be honest with you, Brother Guan, my wine is good, but it's not easy to make, Lin Yi said casually. It's very troublesome. Guansheng smiled and said, good things take some time. And it's worth it. This is what it should be. Lin Yi smiled and said, to make wine, you first need good water. Water is the most important. Since ancient times, famous wines have been made with water. There must be good springs. Water is the blood of wine. Good mountains and good water can produce good wine. Guansheng nodded and agreed. This is natural, not only wine, but also tea. Only famous mountains and rivers can produce good tea. Lin Yi continued. Ankong City is considered a dragon vein, but there is no good water. You are a native of the area, so you naturally know the water quality. It is turbid in spring and summer when it rains, and in autumn and winter. Dust covers the sky. Not bad. Guansheng sighed. In autumn and winter, you can still get some water from the well, but the most worrying thing is when it rains, dirty water will flood into the well, and that water, let alone making wine, I am afraid you can't even drink it. After listening to what my little brother said, could it be that the water used to brew wine is not from Hong Kong City? My water is neither river water nor well water, Lin Yi said with a smile. I took the dew from pear blossoms, apricot blossoms, and lotus flowers in summer. Dew? Guansheng looked incredulous. But he sniffed the cup in front of him again and felt that it was not impossible. Lin Yi sighed. That's right. I only collected less than a bucket of dew this summer, brewed less than a pound of wine, drank 2 sips myself, and brought the rest here. Ah, Guansheng said hurriedly. Such a precious thing. Let a rough man like me drink it. It's really a waste. What's the value? I'll brew it again next year. Lin Yi always speaks the truth when he brews wine. Mingwei and Zixia are very particular, and insist on using dewdrops that fall from the sky and do not touch the ground. They said that this was rootless water that absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He originally sneered at these unscientific practices. Lin Yi was too lazy to argue with them, and let them do whatever they wanted. The result was very embarrassing. The wine brewed with dew on the petals of pear blossoms, lotus flowers, apricot blossoms, etc. was actually better than the one he brewed with well water. It was completely unbelievable. Dew really had the so-called spiritual energy. Why didn't he believe it? But the taste couldn't be faked. The wine brewed with dew was indeed delicious. The most important thing is that he doesn't get drunk after drinking the wine brewed with dew. Whether it's white wine, yellow wine, or even red wine brewed with well water, you'll get drunk after drinking any of it. Why is that? Is it because dew can reduce the amount of alcohols and aldehydes? This is nonsense. So, he really can't pass on the brewing technology that he himself is confused about to others. You are so generous, little brother, Guansheng said with a smile. You will become a great man in the future. Seeing that he was embarrassed and reluctant to drink, Lin Yi said loudly, in life, eating and drinking are the 2 words. This jar must be finished today. I won't leave until I finish it. The entertainment life in this world is so monotonous that, if he continues to be wronged by eating and drinking, he really doesn't want to live. The reason why he was willing to move forward was only because of sympathy. Sympathizing with those poor people at the bottom of society. He was willing to try to make some changes, even if it was only a little bit. Okay. Since you said so, I'll drink first to show my respect. Guansheng drank the wine in the glass directly, and after filling it up again, he suddenly stood up and picked up the glass, saying seriously, this glass is to thank you for saving my life. Without your guidance, I, Guan, would definitely not survive today. You're welcome, Lin Yi said with a smile. In the future, you will know. You are allergic to cats and dogs, and you will probably be allergic to many animals. So, you said you want to live in the mountains, but I don't think it's reliable. Once you go into the mountains, you have to hunt for a living. If you see rabbits, wolves, and wild boars, It's probably not much better. Guansheng was very surprised and said, You mean I can't hunt anymore? Lenny smiled and said, Looking at you. You've never hunted before? Guansheng shook his head and said, As the saying goes, live by the mountains and live by the water. My Guan family has been engaged in shipping for generations, and we don't know how to hunt. I just thought that I'd learned some martial arts and could rely on hunting for a living. Since you haven't tried it, don't take the risk. Lenny raised his glass and said, If you are allergic, it will be fatal. Yes, Dad. Don't go into the mountains. Guan stuck his head in from the window. If you have another accident, your daughter will not be able to live. Guansheng laughed. Okay, I won't go into the mountains anymore. As the old saying goes, a good man does not fight for a share of the family food. A good woman does not ask for a dowry. I should let you go, let you experience some life, and grow up on your own. But Daddy only has you as a child. How can I let you stay alone in the world to suffer? I am really worried. Daddy, you are talking nonsense again. Guan shouted loudly. Guansheng laughed even louder. Daddy said so much for you. As long as you have a home, Daddy can rest in peace when he dies. If you talk nonsense again, I will ignore you. Guan became more and more angry. Lenny found that she was so cute when she was angry. And suddenly, he was infatuated with her. Little brother? Guansheng looked at Lenny again, and saw that he was in a daze. He coughed heavily, and then said, Little brother. Although he is dressed simply, he is so delicate and tender, and looks like he came from a wealthy family. I wonder where you got a good job. What's the difference between a good job and a bad job? I am a person who lives all over the world. I do whatever makes money. Lenny was seen through by Guansheng, and said without blushing, If you make more money today, you can eat more. If you make less money tomorrow, you can eat less. Anyway, I am a well-fed man and my whole family is not hungry. Little brother, you are too modest. I, Guan, have also walked in the rivers and lakes. I believe that this pair of eyes is not blind. Guansheng said with a smile while pouring wine for Lin Yi. I think little brother is not an ordinary person. My fate is in my own hands, and I believe that I will become an extraordinary person one day. Lin Yi said carelessly. Don't say that a good man does not fight for a share of the family's food. In this world, everything must be fought for. If you don't fight, people will think you are cowardly and timid, and you don't want it. There are more than 10 brothers in their old Lin family. Who is a good person? From the prince to the prince of Yong, the prince of Jin, the prince of Xian, and then to the 12th brother, there is not a single one who is easy to deal with. He is very fortunate that he did not give up in the end. He fought, and he has not lost. The current situation cannot be said to be good or bad. At least not many people died. Although the emperor was furious, he was still alive. And he was full of energy when he cursed. He also rescued the prince. And the prince and everyone in the prince's mansion were alive and well. In addition, in the palace, the concubines had no worries about food and drink. Because Emperor Delong lost power, there was no need to compete for favor. And the palace was more harmonious than before. The most important thing was that he was not dead. His mother and sister were doing well. He even saved the Yuan family. Thinking about it carefully, he was still a little proud. If it weren't for him, Ankong City at this moment would be a river of blood. Right? The third Prince Yong, a man of great talent and strategy, was very popular. But he was so murderous that everyone was afraid of him. Many people loved the prince. It's not like he was being treated that way. It's very simple. Just one thing, hate. Sometimes, Lin Yi really couldn't figure it out. I didn't kill you. You were not grateful. But how dare you hate me, you ungrateful things. I obviously saved you. No one was willing to accept his kindness. In Lin Yi's opinion, they were all a bunch of bastards. Little brother, what you said makes sense. Guansheng smiled and said, When I was young, I didn't bother with my boss. He took 2 houses, and I went to make a living. Now he is doing well. But I am poor and destitute, and he looks down on me more and more. A few days ago, my family was in trouble, and I wanted to borrow a bucket of rice. But he didn't even let me in. How could he be like a brother from the same mother? He is more powerful than an enemy. I am afraid that outsiders will laugh at me, so I don't bother to argue with him. Lin Yi said lightly, You don't need to reason with a reasonable person. No matter how much you reason with an unreasonable person, it's useless. However, On the contrary, many people don't understand this truth, but they like to reason with others. Guansheng said loudly. Little brother is really clear-sighted. I can see that you are a reasonable person. Lin Yi didn't think about it, and said casually, under normal circumstances, people who dare to be unreasonable with me will not have a good end. Guansheng was stunned. He stared at Lin Yi in a daze. According to his daughter, the young man in front of him was just a street thug, poor and destitute, and a disgusting person wherever he went. Sitting opposite the calm and composed Lin Yi at this moment, he always felt a little unreal. Is this still the humble little brother just now? The expression now, he is so arrogant that he can't be more arrogant. He looks like he is the best. Is he the same person as before? He couldn't help but ask. Little brother? It's okay. Lin Yi finally realized where he had lost his composure, looked at the increasingly dark sky outside the window, smiled and said, It's getting late. I won't stay any longer. Bye. Goodbye, little brother. Guansheng personally escorted Lin Yi out the door. Lin Yi held the lantern, sat on the donkey, and staggered out of the village. Prince? Jiao Zhong stepped forward and held the reins, whispering. Guansheng followed behind. Lin Yi yawned. Can he hear me? Jiao Zhong hurriedly said. Guansheng really only knows a little bit of boxing and kicking, and has not yet transformed his strength. It's really common. A 9th rank like Tan Fei stood behind him, and he couldn't find it at all. He fell into the river and really thought he was drunk and walked carelessly. So he went back to change clothes and didn't follow. Lin Yi asked curiously, Are you investigating me? He doesn't ask anything in front of me, but does this behind my back? He is really a gangster. Jiao Zhong smiled and said, People who make a living on the canal can't be called smart, but they are smart at least. Your Highness, Xiao Shizi just sent someone to report that the queen lost her temper during dinner and broke several sets of bowls and chopsticks. Is she blaming me for not entering the palace? She is angry with me? Lin Yi said helplessly. This is too hasty. It seems that in her heart, brothers are more important. It makes me doubt whether I am her biological child. Your Highness is joking. Jiao Zhong was frightened by this sentence. Looking around, seeing that there was no one around, he breathed a sigh of relief. Who is Prince He? He is the son of Emperor Delong. Prince He is the region of Daliang, which is naturally legitimate. What if this unintentional remark is heard by someone with ulterior motives? Although it is nonsense, it was said by Prince He himself, if it is true. Look at your courage, Lin Yi said nonchalantly. I will definitely not enter the palace in the next few days. Let's leave this old lady alone first, although she is my biological mother, but I have to let her understand my attitude, otherwise. If she keeps making demands, it will be more difficult for me in the future. Jiao Zhong smiled awkwardly, and dared not answer. After returning to the prince's mansion, Lin Yi took a bath, brushed his teeth, and then went to hold the child. Mingwei whispered, Prince, the princess is asleep. Oh, it's okay. I'll hold her for a while, and then put her back. Lin Yi looked at the child with all his eyes, and said while shaking her, Baby, you can sleep with me all day, but you can't look at me. Ignore me. Are you cool? People who are worried about you are so indifferent. Hu Miaoyi next to him couldn't help laughing and said, Prince, she is still so young. How can she know these things? Yes, she is just a child. She only has the 5 senses, but no values, Lin Yi said with emotion. At such a young age, she has a true love like me. She is so lucky. It seems that you must have done a lot of meritorious deeds in your previous life. He was actually a little envious of his baby. Sour. Prince. Hu Miaoyi's face was pale, with no blood. Mingwei was also puzzled. She had served Lin Yi since she was a child, and was very familiar with Lin Yi's way of speaking. When the prince said the word 3 views, it meant that a person's brain was abnormal. She had the same thoughts as Hu Miaoyi. Could it be that the prince suddenly disliked the princess? But the tone was not the same. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Yi shook his head and said, There is a gap. There is a gap with you. I mean, this child is lucky, with a father like me who is so powerful, who can mess with her in the future. What 3 views, what facial features, for her, it doesn't matter whether she wants it or not. Just go out and do whatever she wants anyway. I am her father to cover her up. This is the helplessness of coming to this era. There is no one who speaks the same language with him. He was thinking about hanging a couplet on the city gate. Odds change, but evens don't change. Please give me the second line. Chapter 436 Inheritance System. As long as you can answer, it goes without saying that You must have a common language with him. At that time, the two can talk about Warcraft, lol, remembering the journey to the end of the world. No matter what he says, the other party can pick up. Of course, it's best not to be a man. Otherwise, if you get too close, people will definitely think he has a homosexual fetish. If it's a woman, she can't be too old otherwise. Talking with an old woman by candlelight at night, what's wrong with that? No matter how thick his skin is. He can't stand this kind of public opinion. However, these can only be thought about. After more than 20 years in this world, he has not found any signs of a time traveler. Maybe others are low-key. But he is not. He almost finished copying 300 Tang poems for his sister. Like I slept through the spring without knowing the dawn. And heard birds singing everywhere. There was wind and rain at night. And I wonder how many flowers have fallen. The sun sets behind the mountains. And the Huanghe River flows into the sea. If you want to see 1,000 miles away, you must climb to a higher level. Once these poems came out, Lin Ning was directly named the most talented woman in the court. Later, when Qin Tong, a minister in the court, proposed that the princess go to the northern frontier to marry, the princess said, I am sending my concubine to protect the country. But I don't know where to use the general. The whole court was ashamed. Many people privately called his sister poet immortal. Only immortals can write such poems. So far, no time travelers have come to look for his sister. Moreover, a few days ago, he also published a book called Super Son-in-Law, under the pen name Bai Xiaosheng. After the book came out, it was instantly sold out in Hong Kong City. The name of Bai Xiaosheng is known to everyone. In this book, as long as the time travelers see it, they can find many New Age internet memes. For such a long time, many people have been asking about Bai Xiaosheng, but they are all looking for the writer. No one looks like a time traveler. Maybe he is really the only time traveler in the world. So, after thinking it through, he didn't care. Prince. Mingwei glanced at the princess casually, looked at Lin Yi and said, You must be tired. Let me coax the princess for a while. Be careful, this girl, there will be a lot of blessings in the future, because her father is so powerful. Lin Yi handed the child to Mingwei, and said to Hu Miaoyi, Do you understand what I said? Hu Miaoyi whispered. The prince dotes on the princess, which is the princess's blessing. Lin Yi nodded and said, It's good to understand. She is my daughter, my dear. No one can mess with her in the future. You should be less suspicious. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, let alone he is not a tiger. As soon as he finished speaking, Zixia whispered in his ear, Your Highness, Lord Chendishing is waiting in the hall. Lin Yi smiled and said, What's wrong with him, and he Jixiang? They come here early in the morning and late at night. They really know how to pick the right time. He clapped his hands, turned his back, and went to the hall. He thought he was surrounded by people, and had a strong aura. But the moment he saw Chendishing, his aura immediately dropped. Aura, temperament. This kind of thing is metaphysics. Just like now when facing the sixth prince, the King of Dai. The King of Dai is already humble, and can't be humbler. Lin Yi was also very satisfied with the performance of the King of Dai. He had already been so cowardly. What else did he want? They were brothers after all. And he, as a younger brother, could not go too far. However, the only thing he was dissatisfied with was that, as the regent, he still lost in temperament when standing in front of the King of Dai. He lost miserably. The same was true when standing in front of Chendishing. Since arriving in Hong Kong City and being promoted to the position of Right Censor-in-Chief in charge of the censorate, Chendishing had gradually gained weight. He wore an official robe, had thick eyebrows and white hair, and actually looked a bit intimidating without even getting angry. Lin Yi would not be scared when he saw him. Who is he? The regent, acting as the emperor. If he throws a stick out now and says it is the imperial sword, then it is really the imperial sword. He will still execute first and report later. So, at most, he will feel uncomfortable. After all, he is outdone. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chendishing knelt down and shouted, Long live Your Majesty. Get up. Lin Yi sat down and picked up the teacup, pointing to the chair next to him and said, You are not a stranger anymore. Don't be so polite. Sit down, someone. Bring a cup of the new tea that Wu Sec sent the day before yesterday for the old man. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness, Chendishing said excitedly. I am deeply terrified. Lin Yi glanced at Chendishing, who was sitting on the chair with his buttocks full, holding a teacup, and showed no sign of panic, and said unhappily, Why are you here at night instead of sleeping at home? Chen Dishing smiled and said, I don't have any big things to do. Lin Yi said earnestly. If you really have nothing to do, you can go to the red light district. If you like someone, you can bring her home. You are the right censor-in-chief. If you marry a wife, who can gossip about you, even if you can't have children? At least you can be my companion, so you don't have to sleep alone every day. Chen Dishing's face turned red when he heard this. How old is he? And he still wants to take a concubine. Besides, you also know that I am the right censor-in-chief, let alone marrying a rich lady. But what do you mean by asking me to marry a prostitute? Who are you looking down on? His kung fu is not very high, he is barely a third rank, but he has no pressure to kill this ignorant bastard with one punch. Thank you, Your Highness. Chen Dishing finally managed to force out a smile. I am old, and I have no intention of taking a concubine. That's a pity, Lin Yi said with a smile. If you want to take a fancy to someone, just tell me, I will help you redeem yourself. Thank you, Your Highness. Chen Dishing tried hard not to let the smile fade, so that he would not be unable to force it out later, after hesitating for a while. Your Highness, I have something to say, Lin Yi said curiously. Just say whatever you want to say, I am not covering your mouth to stop you from saying it. Chen Dishing smiled. I just don't know. It's time to say it or not. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, If you say one more word of nonsense, I will have someone send you away. As ordered. Chen Dishing looked up at Lin Yi and said seriously, I heard that the prince dotes on the princess, and I couldn't sleep all night. Whether the prince dotes on the princess or not, what does it have to do with whether you can sleep or not? Lin Yi said puzzledly. You are looking for trouble, right? Chen Dishing first looked at Mingwei and Zixia, and then looked at Jiaosheng at the door. When Lin Yi was about to scold him for dawdling, Mingwei and the other two had already left the room. If you have something to say, please say it quickly. Lin Yi waved his hands weakly. They have followed me longer than you. Yet they are not trustworthy. I don't know who to trust. Your Highness is right, Chen Dishing continued. On the day when the princess was born, the prince said in front of us, Who said that women can't be emperors? We just thought the prince was joking at the time. Then what? Seeing that he suddenly stopped talking again, Lin Yi asked. Since ancient times, the eldest son is chosen instead of the virtuous, and the son is chosen instead of the eldest son, Chen Dishing said in a deep voice. Your Highness dotes on the princess so much, and in the future, he will harm the princess. I hope your Highness will think twice. You are still thinking long-term. Lin Yi was happy. Since ancient times, the eldest son has inherited the throne. That's the rule. Even his father also abided by this rule on the surface. Even though the prince was imprisoned, he was not easily deposed. If Lin Yi did not abide by this rule, it would probably be like the Ottoman Empire, raising poisonous insects to train heirs, and whichever son was the strongest would be the heir. Chen Dishing was right, and then he would harm his daughter. Because theoretically, the most favored person is most likely to have the right of inheritance. What's more, he also said something sensational. Such as women can also be emperors. I am a loyal minister, and I hope your majesty will understand. Chen Dishing knelt on the ground and kowed out again. Lin Yi smiled and said, I understand what you mean. How could he not understand? He just kept competing with these old men. He also said the previous routine. I wanted to open the window, and you disagreed. Then I said to remove the roof, and you agreed to open the window. Your majesty is wise. Chen Dishing almost cried with joy. Did this person and your majesty suddenly get it? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Anything else? If you have something to say, please say it quickly. Don't waste time here. Whale oil is very expensive now. Lin Yi took another sip of tea and said slowly, Hurry up and finish your words, and I will quickly turn it off. The lamp oil now is all whale oil sent by Nie Yudao, Du Sanhe and others. After using it for a long time, it is really a bit uncomfortable for him to use other types of oil lamps. The only downside is that this thing is too expensive. It's not big or small compared to the palace, but it costs at least 100 taels of lamp oil every month. Chen Dishing laughed awkwardly. The prince is still so frugal. Lin Yi said unhappily. Who is frugal? What's the difference between praising a person for being frugal and praising a eunuch for not being tempted? If you have money, you will be frugal. Isn't it because you are poor? Chen Dishing saw that Lin Yi looked unhappy, so he quickly changed the subject and said, I heard that the prince asked Yuanjin to enter Sichuan province? Lin Yi nodded and said, That's right. This kind of thing has even reached his mother's ears. Not to mention Chundishing. The right censor. What surprised Lin Yi was that Chundishing suddenly shouted, "Your Highness is wise. It's perfect for Yuanjin to go to Chuanzhou." "Why?" Lin Yi asked in surprise. Chundishing raised his head and said, "Yuan Shi, the general of Chuanzhou, is the seventh son of General Yuan Ong." "Damn it!" Lin Yi slapped his head angrily and said angrily, "I was careless. No wonder when he proposed to let Yuanjin go to Chuanzhou to supervise military affairs. He Jixiang opposed it. But he didn't object strongly. When he finally agreed, there seemed to be a faint smile on his face. He was joking, just to scare his mother. But he Jixiang and the others were serious. Chuanzhou has been isolated in the southwest for a long time, and has not been summoned by the prince," Chundishing said loudly. "General Yuanjin went to Chuanzhou to publicize the prince's power and virtue, which is very appropriate. Yes, Yuanzhou is Yuanjin's younger brother, no matter how cruel he is. Can he chop his brother off?" Lin Yi also thought it was reliable, so he asked with a smile. "So the queen also knew about it?" Chundishing smiled carefully. "Of course the queen knew about it. Am I the only one who doesn't know?" Lin Yi was a little unhappy. How could Chundishing know, and whether the prince knew? Lin Yi suddenly sighed. "It seems someone mentioned it to me? He Hong? Or he Jixiang?" He had told him about the current situation of the Yuan family. Of the 7 sons, only 3 were left, namely the 3rd son Yuan Qing, the 5th son Yuan Jin, and the 7th son Yuan Shuo. Even the eldest grandson of the eldest son died. "Prince." Seeing Lin Yi's confused look, Chundishing dared not say, nor dared he ask. She knew everything, so why did she object? Lin Yi couldn't understand his mother's attitude. Knowing that Yuanjin would not be in danger when he went to Chuanzhou, why did he still get angry with him? "Prince," Chundishing said with a wry smile, "Your Majesty is a close relative of the Yuan family. Since the matter involves the Yuan family, Your Majesty can't help but be a little concerned." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, If you keep hesitating, stop talking." He almost understood what Chundishing meant at once. The reason why his mother was angry was not because he asked Yuanjin to go to Chuanzhou. It was because he asked Yuanjin to go to Chuanzhou without notifying his mother. To put it bluntly, what he does is not important. What is important is whether he has consulted his mother. This is an attitude problem. His mother thinks his attitude is problematic. "Your Highness," Chundishing said carefully, "it is getting late. I will take my leave." Lin Yi shouted, "Someone come." "Your Highness." Jiao Zhong was the first to appear in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "It is dark and the road is slippery. I will send you off." "Yes." Jiao Zhong waved his hand towards Chundishing and said, "Your Highness." "Please." "Thank you, Commander Jiao." Chundishing stroked his beard and walked out of the hall. Jiao Zhong followed closely behind, and sent him to the gate of the Huang mansion. When the carriage gradually went away, he turned around and saw Fang Pai and Duan Liang standing in front of him. Duan Liang saw Jiao Zhong looking at him, and he bowed expressionlessly. "Commander, long time no see." Jiao Zhong used the lantern at the door, squinted his eyes, and carefully looked at Duan Liang, who was wrapped in a cotton jacket, and then smiled. "Duan Liang, you came from Sanhe?" Duan Liang said. "Yes. I was invited here because Master Qin Xinluo thought highly of me." Jiao Zhong asked curiously, "Did Qin Xinluo ask you to come?" Fang Pai said arrogantly, "Master Qin Xinluo recommended me, and Master He Jixiang personally ordered Duan Liang to serve as the chief of the governor's office, from the 7th rank, ever since he was fooled by Lei Kaishan, Ten Fei and others in the woods last time. He became more and more dissatisfied with the guards of the palace, including Commander Jiao Zhong, of course. He had made a vow in his heart a long time ago. "I will definitely take revenge when I have the chance in the future." At such a young age, you have to shoulder such a heavy burden. Brother Duan Liang's future is definitely limitless. Jiao Zhong felt very uncomfortable. An orphan from an orphanage, how could he be a 7th rank official? What kind of world is this? "You are too polite, Commander." Duan Liang bowed again and said, "We are all serving the prince." Jiao Zhong smiled and said, "Then I wish you a successful future. You have to endure the thirst. Thank you for your concern, Commander." Duan Liang pointed to the carriage road behind him. "I brought some special products that the prince likes from Sanhe. I hope the commander will collect them for me. I will not bother you anymore." With a wave of his hand, The attendants behind him took down 2 baskets from the carriage and placed them at the door of the Huang mansion. Chapter 437 Contest. Jiao Zhong lifted the cloth covering the baskets one by one, turned them over and said with a smile, "I thought they were nothing, but they were agarwood, yellow mandarin oranges, 5-leaf ginseng. Although these things are tribute, the prince doesn't need them. You are really thoughtful." The corner of Duanliang's mouth twitched, and he said lightly, "The prince is so noble, he will not lack them. But these are indeed the filial piety of us ministers. Please collect them for me." "Lord Commander." "Don't worry. I will tell the prince about it later when he is in a good mood." Jiao Zhong waved his hand to let the guard at the door take the basket away while speaking. "Your efforts will not be in vain." If it was someone else who dared to talk to him like this, he would just throw it away. However, he did not have the courage to deal with the people from the orphanage. The monks, the blind man, and even some of the guards of the palace servants were not counted. If he directly angered Duanliang and Fangpi, he might not end up well. The most important thing was that, standing in front of Duanliang, he, a 9th rank official, actually had the illusion that he was unable to draw his sword. Even if he drew it, he would not be able to win. Are these people from the orphanage still human? Is it really as the prince said, that all the people who came out of the Chidian orphanage are doomed to fail? So, he still tried his best to hold back. Because a little impatience can ruin a big plan. He had to open his eyes and see if Duanliang could really do the so-called eating salted fish to resist thirst. "Thank you. I will take my leave now." Duanliang turned around and left after saying that. "I won't stay either." Fang Pai also bowed to Jiao Zhongyi and followed him to cut off the food supply. After the two of them turned the alley to Wangfu Street, Fang Pai smiled and said, "You have no grudge against him. Why are you competing with him?" Duanliang wrapped the jacket in his arms, rubbed his hands and said, "You and I are brothers. Your enemy is my enemy. Your friend is my friend. Do I need to say more? Good brother. I'll buy you a drink." Fang Pai proudly put his arm around his shoulders and said happily, "You don't know how rampant this bastard is. Especially after becoming a commander. He has no humanity at all. When I become rich one day, I will make him pay. A skinny buffalo has 3 loads of bones. It's not afraid of being slow. It's just afraid of standing still. As long as you don't go the wrong way, just keep going forward," Duanliang said as he walked. "You, control your temper. Don't look for loopholes. Follow me. Learn more from Qipeng. This guy is quite capable. Don't underestimate him." "I didn't underestimate him. The blind man told me a long time ago that you need to have a good farm and a good house. It's much better to live in the court guard than anywhere else. I don't plan to move around," Fang Pai said carelessly. "Don't worry. I won't make any mistakes. The most important thing is that his kung fu is not high. Apart from the court guard, where else can he go?" In recent years, the people around him seem to have taken medicine. They have directly jumped to the 9th grade and the 8th grade. Even his flags Zhou Jingye and Shan Songguan are already the 8th grade. If nothing unexpected happens, Shan Songguan is very likely to practice the purple gold hammer that he personally taught to the sky collapse and the earth collapse to perfection, and directly break through from the 8th grade to the 9th grade. Thinking of this, he became even more depressed. The heaven collapsed purple gold hammer, but it was Odd Dai and Yu Xiaoshi's unique skill. At first, he thought it was very powerful, so he shamelessly asked the two to learn from him. They were close to him, so they naturally did not hold back. But he learned it in vain. So far he has not made any progress. As a result, after he taught it to Zhou Jingye and Shan Songguan, 2 former flag bearers of the imperial court, these two made rapid progress, and it was impossible to stop them. It was impossible not to be jealous. Is he the worst? That's good. Duanliang stopped, patted his shoulder, said with a smile, "You and I grew up together, we are like brothers, I naturally hope you are well, I don't want you to go the wrong way," Fangpi said with a smile. "Why are you more talkative than a blind man? You, if you have that time. You might as well talk about Odd Dai and Yu Xiaoshi, they are the ones who often get into trouble." Duanliang shook his head. As the old saying goes, fools have good fortunes. These 2 people are the most innocent. Even if they do something wrong, neither the prince nor lord he will do what he wants. At most, I would nag you. What's so good about a fool? People like us are different. If we make a mistake, how can we let him off easily? We can't make a single mistake. It seems that it's my fault that I didn't become a fool? Fang Pai said helplessly. I understand. As long as I am loyal to the prince, no one can do anything to me. You just came here, so don't live in the governor's mansion. You should live in my house. I bought 2 new houses outside the city. Although Tian Sishi, this dog, is not a good thing. He has brought me benefits and saved me a lot of money. I won't bother you. I'm new here. There must be a lot of things going on in the governor's mansion. I'll just live there. If Lord He has anything to do, I can handle it in time. Wanliang shook his head, tightened his jacket and said, It's really cold in the north. I've made up my mind all the way here. No matter how high my official position is, I will return to Nanzhou in the future. Being rich and powerful is not as comfortable as being a lazy man at home. Why do you and I go back when we have no relatives at home? Fompi said with a smile. I'm not used to Hong Kong City at first, but it will get better as time goes by. There are many delicious foods and fun things. It's lively. You will get to know it slowly. I want to find my sister. Wanliang sighed suddenly. Fong Pai lowered his head in shame. He actually forgot about the 2 bowls of rice for his sister Duanliang. On this trip north, I passed by Song'an and stayed there for some time, but still found nothing. But I believe she is still in Nanzhou. As long as I am alive, I will definitely find her. Duanliang said solemnly. I want to be a big official. A very big official. And everyone in the world will know my name, so she can find me. Fong Pai scratched his head and said, Since you can't find her, let her come to you. This is a good idea. You are really smart, Duanliang said. She is my only relative. I must find her. I must see her alive or dead. Fong Pai sighed. Since you want to live in the governor's mansion, I won't care about you. It's cold. You get on the carriage. I'll take you there. Duanliang shook his head again. What is the court guard? Don't you understand yet? Fong Pai blushed. Of course I know, and the prince's eyes. Duanliang smiled. Since you know, there's no need to see you off. It's better to see each other less in the future. Fong Pai said angrily. Do you and I need to avoid suspicion? The prince is a good man. He will definitely not care about these things. Wanliang said seriously. Over the years, I thought you would make progress, but I didn't expect you to be like this. The prince won't care, but that doesn't mean others won't care. We are too close, which is not good for anyone. Besides, if you and I see each other more or less, will it affect our relationship? Of course not. Fong Pai said confidently. No matter what, you are my brother. Duanliang smiled and said. That's good. No need to say more nonsense. Fong Pai muttered. You and the blind man, I can drink and play drinking games together every day, and leave me aside. It's not fun at all. Why are you becoming more and more like a woman? Duanliang pushed him. Okay, go back quickly. I have to go back to the governor's mansion to report to Lord He. After that, he jumped directly onto the carriage behind him. Slowed down. Fong Pai waited until the carriage disappeared at the end of the dimly lit street before he put down his waving hand. Boss, I've opened my eyes again. Zhou Jingye suddenly came over from the side and said with emotion. This Lord Duan's kung fu is also unfathomable. No wonder Lord He wants to use him. That's right. That's right. Shan Sanwan followed up. I didn't dare to get too close just now. If I really angered this lord, we would not be able to hold up one hand of this lord even if we were tied together. Is he really that powerful? Fong Pai only knew that Duan Liang's kung fu was very high, but he didn't expect that he would make Shan Sanwan and Zhou Jingye convinced. Shan Sanwan said hurriedly, Boss, you know that I never lie. If we really want to argue, I'm afraid that Master Cui and Master Yu may not be able to get away with it. Others can call Cui Gingxing and you Shaoshi idiots, but small flags like them can't. Even though he is about to enter the 9th rank. Before, among the court guards, there were people who were valued by Pan Duo and learned some unique skills from Sanhe. Like him and Zhou Jingye, their skills improved greatly. Among them, there was a person named Jiang Cheng, who was originally a small flag of the court guards. With Pan Duo's careful guidance and his own efforts, he went from the 6th rank to the 9th rank. Among the court guards, except Pan Duo, he is the most outstanding in kung fu. According to the previous rules of the court guards, the first to achieve success comes first. Such a master is simply second to none and above 10,000 people. But today is different from the past. He Jin is dead. Pan Duo has the final say over the court guards. Let alone promotion or wealth, at least he should be given some respect. Right? Unfortunately, Pan Duo still doesn't give him any respect. When Pan Duo is unhappy, he still scolds Jiang Chung in public. Jiang Chung certainly doesn't accept it. He is a 9th rank master. Even if he is not in the court guards, he can still go anywhere in the world. Many martial arts masters think the same way, including him, who has won 3 championships. He was also a 7th rank master at that time, but, like many people, he was wrong. He saw with his own eyes that after Jiang Chung came out of the Imperial Guard commander's office in a huff, he was stabbed in the chest by a young man in white. Before the blood could flow out, Jiang Chung had already fallen down. He died with his eyes open. He later learned that the master who made Jiang Chung unable to fight back was Yichio, the #1 swordsman in Daliang. Yichio's kung fu was definitely not the best in Daliang, but his swordsmanship was definitely the best. So, after this lesson, they understood where Pan Duo's confidence came from. Just as Pan Duo said, even a tiger has to coil in the court guard. He, Shan Sanwan, is about to enter the 9th rank. Of course he is very happy, but he dare not show any disrespect to Fang Pai. In the court guard, the one who disobeys his superiors will die. He has not lived enough. Those 2 idiots can't beat him, Fang Pai said in surprise. Shan Sanwan smiled. From my perspective, it may be difficult. Fang Pai then asked curiously, what about Lord Pan? It is said that Pan Duo has reached the peak of the 9th rank. In terms of age, he is much older than Duanliang. It is impossible that he cannot beat Duanliang. Right? Shan Sanwan looked around and said, I dare not speak nonsense. He dared to talk about Ah Dai and Yu Shaoshi, but he dared not talk about Pan Duo. He was his immediate superior. Fang Pai said unhappily, just say what I told you to say. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Shan Sanwan said with a stiff face. Among the 9 ranks in Ankong City, I am afraid that only Yu Gonfeng can beat Lord Duan. Is Yu Xiaochun so powerful? If Shan Sanwan hadn't mentioned it suddenly, Fang Pai would have almost forgotten Yu Xiaochun. The court guard. That's right. Shan Sanwan didn't dare to say directly that Pan Duo couldn't beat Duanliang. But it was no secret among the court guards that Pan Duo couldn't beat Yu Xiaochun. So he smiled and said, among the 9 ranks, except for him who can suppress Lord Duanliang, I can't think of anyone else. That Lu can. Wei Yishan, Han Jin, Liang Yuanji, Jiangjun. Aren't they all geniuses? They can't do it? Fang Pai looked incredulous. Head. Shan Sanwan smiled bitterly. Whether it's Lord Lu or Lord Wei, I have the strength to fight. He really wanted to point at Fang Pai's nose and call him an idiot. Okay. Fang Pai didn't know whether he should be happy for Duanliang or sad for himself. He could be the worst one in the orphanage. Unless he meets the old man with the ring in the novel like the prince one day in the future, his kung fu must be the worst one. Shan Sanwan said carefully. Boss, a brother just reported that He Lian left the palace. Fang Pai yawned and said casually, where did he go? Shan Sanwan said, he went to the prince's mansion. It is said that because of the cold weather, the prince is very worried about the prince and the princess. At the request of the prince, I sent some charcoal to the princess. Fang Pai said. Did the prince agree? This. Shan Sanwan hesitated and said. It was the prince who asked the queen, and the queen was merciful and directly approved it. In addition, she was concerned about the prince's studies and arranged. Some books were brought in. Such a big thing. Xiao Shizi didn't go to the palace to ask the prince? Fang Pai scratched his head. This old guy is not so brave. Right? Zhou Jingye said. Of course he is not so brave. He and He Lian split into 2 groups. He is going straight to the Huang Palace now. If the prince agrees, He Lian will directly knock on the door of the East Palace. Please both of you finish your words at once next time. Fang Pai rolled his eyes at the 2 of them, and then said, go back. Where to? Zhou Jingye and Shan Sanwan asked in unison. Of course it's the palace. Fang Pai turned around and said as he walked. Go back and wait for the prince's order. Yes. The 2 immediately followed behind. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the palace, they saw Xiao Shizi getting off the carriage with the help of a young eunuch. Their eyes met. Fang Pai smiled and said, you are not even 70 or 80 years old yet. And you can't walk? Xiao Shizi waited for the 2 young eunuchs to put on her windbreaker before looking at Fang Pai and said slowly, it's cold. And people are lazy. What? Come with us to meet the prince? No. You go first. I'll wait outside. Fang Pai said and took a step back. Chapter 438 Dilemma. He couldn't really say he hated Xiao Shizi, but he couldn't say he liked him. Xiao Shizi was not a likable person. He had lofty ambitions, and only wanted to please Prince He, and never took others seriously. He killed people and set fires, and committed many crimes, and everyone hated him, but he was Prince He's most loyal lackey. No one could do anything to him. Head. Zhou Jingye first looked at the guard at the gate of Prince He's mansion, and then at the carriage coming from the palace, and then he came to Fang Pai and whispered, "The guard over there looks familiar." Fang Pai squinted his eyes, and looked in the direction Zhou Jingye pointed. Besides the two eunuchs, there were two guards with swords beside Xiao Shizi's carriage. One of them had thick eyebrows and small eyes. When Fang Pai looked at him, he did not dodge at all, but instead looked at him. "I have never seen this person. Who is he?" Fang Pai asked curiously. Zhou Jingye smiled and said, "If I am not mistaken, this person is Hong Shilong, the remnant of the secret guards. Like me, he is just a small flag. I didn't expect him to enter the palace." Fang Pai frowned and said, "This little Shizi is too bold. He dared to take in the secret guards at will." Shan Songwan shook his head and said, "Boss, although this eunuch she is a bit domineering. The guards in the palace are all under the control of Lord He. Without Lord He's nod, even a fly can't get in." After saying that, he looked at Hong Shilong, who was slowly walking towards them. When Hong Shilong approached, he smiled and said, "Shan Songwan, I didn't expect that not only your kung fu has improved, but your brain has also grown. Yes, if it weren't for Lord He's support, how could I, Hong, enter the palace to serve eunuch Shi?" Shan Songwan snorted coldly. "How could you be worthy of Lord He's attention?" Hong Shilong ignored him, turned to look at Fang Pai, then bowed and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is Lord Fang Pai of the Imperial Guard. I've heard of your name for a long time. Not only did you escape from me, the Imperial Guards were chasing him, and he even managed to sneak into the palace. He has such a great ability." Fang Pai put his hands behind his back, looking coldly at the big and strong Hong Shilong. "It's not surprising that I can catch the eye of Lord He. Thank you for your praise." Hong Shilong raised his head and said with a fake smile, "I have made great contributions in arresting the rebels. Lord He said that those who have made contributions must be rewarded, and those who have made mistakes must be punished. I can't say that I have any ability, but Lord He is wise." Zhou Jingye said with a smile, "I thought so. I turned out to be a traitor to the secret guards." "Traitor?" Hong Shilong retorted. He asked, "If I am a traitor, what about you two? We all work for Prince He. Why bother talking so much nonsense?" Shan Songwan's mouth twitched, and seeing Zhou Jingye choked, he promptly replied, "Prince He is wise and brave, and we can only repay him with our death. If Hong Shilong is considered a traitor of the secret guards, then how could he and Zhou Jingye be spared? They are also traitors of the court guards. They are all cowards. Who is nobler than who? Anyone with a little courage should accompany Jiang Zhanghe at this moment." "He Jin, go to hell," Fang Pai suddenly said sinisterly. "Do you think you can be so powerful in front of me because you have Xiao Shizi's support?" Hong Shilong smiled carefully. "I dare not," Fang Pai said slowly. "If I want to kill you now, do you think Xiao Shizi can save you in time?" Hong Shilong suddenly felt a chill, and then looked at Shan Songwan and Zhou Jingye, who were slowly approaching. He was so scared that his knees softened, and said in a trembling voice, "I know my mistake. Please spare my life, sir." He then remembered that the man in front of him was the Imperial Guard pacification envoy. "I am just a small fourth-rank official. If someone really wants to kill me, I have no power to fight back. What's more, even if eunuch Shi is in front of me, what can he do? Is eunuch Shi willing to turn against Fang Pai, who represents the court guards? For me, it's impossible. After all, he is just an ant." All right. Fang Pai yawned and waved his hands. "Don't be so noisy. It's cold outside. Let's talk inside." He ignored the guard standing at the door and walked straight past them and entered the ear room at the gate. Sun Chung squatted on the ground, holding a pair of tongs, and kept turning the sweet potatoes in the brazier. When he saw Fang Pai coming in, he said unhappily, "This is a very important place for the gatehouse. Who let you in? You are so arrogant now. Don't you even care about me?" Fang Pai's displeasure was immediately apparent. If the other party was not Sun Chengda's brother, he would have slapped him in the face. Who is he? The Imperial Guards. The right-hand man of Commander Chi Peng. The confidant of Deputy Commander Pan Duo, and the eyes of the prince, Jiao Zhong or Lei Kaishan, Tan Fei, and others dare to provoke him, because he is a 9th-rank official, and he is a guard of the palace, which is a transcendent existence. You, Sun Chung, a small gatekeeper, how dare you tease me? Who gives you the confidence? Your brother Sun Chongda. But, even if your brother Sun Chongda comes in person, what can he do? You can't be so disrespectful to me. Who are you? My father? Sun Chung is not easy to mess with. It's okay to look down on him. You can't look down on his brother. Right? His brother is the minister of the imperial court, a 3rd-rank official in the court, Fong Pai said unhappily. Are you asking for a beating? He can't beat others, but can he beat the unlearned Sun Chung? He doesn't take such a person seriously at all. You dare. Sun Chung said without showing any weakness. This is the palace. If you dare to make a move, I will tell Commander Jiao. Fong Pai sat down on a chair and said disdainfully. Your ability is just this low? Sun Chung said. I'm not afraid of you. Fong Pai said curiously. When I was in Baiyan City, Yu Shaoshar and I, a Dai lived next to your house, so we were neighbors. I called your father uncle, and your mother aunt, and I respected both of them. Even your eldest brother. I treat him as my own brother. Even Sun Xia, she calls me brother. Look, my clothes, she saw a hole. She came to my house yesterday to help me mend it. I tell you, I don't beat you, that's for her sake. It's not that I don't dare to beat you. I didn't provoke you. Did I? You keep going against me? He really didn't understand. Although the two of them have always been at odds, they are not enemies. Right? What does it mean to be particularly jealous? Sun Xiao will never call you brother. Sun Chung suddenly blushed and said loudly. Stay away from my sister, or I will definitely be rude to you. Head. Zhou Jingye carefully shook Fong Pai, who was in a state of astonishment. It's really stupid. Why do people bother you? You don't know it yourself. But don't you feel anything for Sun Xia's friendship? I treat Sun Xia as my sister. Fong Pai looked at the angry Sun Chung, and felt a little ashamed for a moment. He has always had Hongen in his heart. But Hongen is not only blind in his eyes, but also blind in his heart. He is a normal person, but he can't compare to a blind man. It makes him feel dead. It's not that he doesn't know Sun Xia's friendship for him. He just wants to be quiet. To use the words of the prince, he needs at least 2 years to heal his emotional wounds. My sister doesn't need a brother. Sun Chung said unhappily. Stay away from him, or I won't forgive you. Hey, just pretend I didn't say anything. Fong Pai had no choice, regardless of how hot the charcoal basin was. He directly scooped out a sweet potato with his hands, and then turned around and walked out. Sitting at the gate, he switched the hot sweet potato from his left hand to his right hand. But he couldn't find a chance to peel it. Zhou Jingye and Shan Sanwan were helpless when they saw this, and looked into the house from time to time. Lenny sat in the hall inside. It's late at night, and everyone is so busy, deliberately not letting me have a rest. I know I'm guilty. Xiao Shizi's head hit the bluestone floor, making a loud bang. Stop. Lenny picked up the teacup again, and said impatiently, I broke the floor. You're going to pay for it? Xiao Shizi smiled awkwardly. Lenny asked curiously. The prince asked the queen? Yes, Xiao Shizi said hurriedly. According to the prince's wishes, we have always treated the prince with great courtesy and never treated him harshly. This was the first time the prince asked to go to the imperial garden. We thought it would be difficult to refuse, so we agreed directly. Unexpectedly, the queen and concubine Tang were also in the imperial garden. The queen met the prince and summoned him directly. The prince then asked the queen to send some charcoal to the East Palace. The queen was kind and agreed to the prince's request. Lenny shook his head and said, Coincidence? In this world, where is there so much time for coincidence? Investigate thoroughly. Yes, Xiao Shizi said loudly. I understand. We must investigate thoroughly. Lenny thought for a while, and then said, It is human nature for the prince to worry about the princess and the prince. Send the charcoal and the book to them. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, Your Majesty is wise. Lenny sighed. She is my biological mother. She always gives me problems. What do you think I should do? He didn't have the opportunity to be a son in his previous life, so he naturally had no experience of being a son. In this life, he finally had a biological mother. Although he often made her angry, he always cared about her very much. Now, His mother used the means of the harem to deal with him, and he was a little at a loss for a moment. After hearing this, Xiao Shizi was so scared that he immediately lowered his head and dared not say another word. Perhaps the air was too quiet, which made him feel at a loss. He banged his head on the floor again. The prince was asking for his opinion? How could it be possible? If a servant had no self-knowledge, he would not know how to die. What qualifications did he, a eunuch, have to answer such questions? It's getting more and more endless. Lenny waved his hand impatiently. Leave. I'll take my leave. Xiao Shizi hurriedly left the hall. Someone come. Your Highness. Jiao Zhong said cautiously. Call Fang Pai. Yes. Jiao Zhong immediately called Fang Pai over. Your Highness. Fang Pai knelt on the ground, feeling uncomfortable in the oppressive atmosphere, and did not dare to say much. You came just in time, Lenny said lazily. Do you know everything? Your Majesty. Fang Pai hunched his back and said with a smile, I have been waiting outside. Waiting for your Majesty's orders, Lenny said calmly. Go tell Chi Peng to kill those who should be killed. This time, I will not be soft-hearted. His intuition was that someone was trying to sow discord between him and his mother. It was really too rampant. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they would think he was easy to control. He had to let people see if his knife was sharp or not. As you wish, Fang Pai responded loudly. And when he saw that he had nothing more to say to the prince, he left directly. At midnight, it was dry and cold, and it suddenly started to rain. Sir Yihan, go back. Pan Duo put his hand on the armrest of the wheelchair, looking at Chi Peng whose hair was wet, said distressfully. I am here for everything. I guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Chi Peng looked at the Imperial Guards and patrolmen coming and going, and said after a long time, Promise? How many times have you promised? It doesn't matter if you disappoint me, but you disappoint the prince every time. Pan Duo whispered. I am responsible for the death of my subordinates. Chi Peng said. No one wants you to die, but this time is different from the past. The prince said that those who should be killed should be killed. Give you a chance, and you still can't catch them? Pan Duo hesitated and said. It involves the prince, I am afraid. There is nothing to be afraid of. Chi Peng suddenly turned his head and looked at Tang Yi behind him. I haven't congratulated Lord Tang yet on his promotion to the censor of the censorate. Lord Tang has made contributions to the country. I will report this to the prince. Please be careful, Tang Yi said with a smile. You are too polite. Serving the prince is our duty. Rule the country by law. This is also what the prince meant. Chi Peng let Pan Duo turn the wheelchair. He looked up at Tang Yi and said, Those who dare to break the law will be killed without mercy. When the sky was dim and bright, the residents around the Meridian Gate suddenly found that the guillotine, which had not been used for a long time, suddenly became lively. Before noon, the heads had piled up high, and the blood flowed with the rain and filled the entire Meridian Gate. In Hong Kong City, a large group of dogs were circling around the corpses, especially the wild dogs, who were gnawing at them with big mouthfuls, and their intestines were all spilled out. Ugh! Zhu Rorong saw this scene and vomited directly against the city wall. Uh-huh. He teased the butcher. You are a butcher, but you can't stand this kind of thing? Suddenly, the wild dogs ran up to the pile of heads and gnawed at them with big mouthfuls. Seeing the black and yellow inside the heads leaking all over the ground, he turned around in a hurry. Finally, he couldn't help but retching. He kept muttering, What a sin! Uh-huh. Zhu Rorong laughed until tears came out. That evening, the news that the Princess Tutor Fu Yin and his entire family had been executed spread throughout Hong Kong City, saving his wife and daughter. And the life of his infant child is already a blessing from heaven. In the governor's mansion, He Jixiang glanced at Chen Yin, who was glaring at him, and snorted coldly. Master Chen, don't be ignorant of the situation, Chen Yin said hatefully. You and I have known each other for many years, and I never thought you would be such a heartless and ungrateful person. Chen Dishing next to him couldn't help but say, Master Chen, this is wrong. Master, he assisted the regent in managing the government, and he always took into account the old relationship and did not make things difficult for Fu Yin, hoping that he would turn back from his mistakes. I didn't expect that Master Fu would be so confused. Gan Mao suddenly opened his eyes and followed. Master Chen, Master, he has indeed done his best, and we cannot help but be grateful for the grace of heaven. Chen Dishing was right, and the prince did not kill all of Yin's family, which was already a great grace from heaven. Chapter 439 Haze. No matter what, He Jixiang still left the Fu family with incense, and did not really kill them all. In fact, he envied Qingyan more, because he had been the lecturer of Prince He must respect his teacher. He Jixiang and others must be tolerant of him in every way. So, let alone killing Qingyan, it would be difficult to treat him harshly, after all. It would harm Prince He's reputation. Reputation is something that cannot be touched or seen, but it must exist. Lord gone, Qingyan said in hatred. Lord Taifu treated you well. Now your head and body are separated. How can you say such words? Gan Mao's old face turned red. And then he sighed. Lord Chen, if you have any integrity, when the execution is carried out today, you should have robbed the execution ground and died in front of the prince, instead of making things difficult for me here. He was really angry. He said all kinds of good and bad things, but he just wouldn't listen. Who is he embarrassing? If you have the guts, go to the prince's mansion to make trouble. It's useless to yell here. What ability? Is he picking on the weak? Besides, he is not a weak persimmon. He, Gan Mao, is the Minister of Revenue. You? Qingyan's old face turned red, and he sighed. But everyone, although Lord Fu made a mistake, it has not reached the point where the whole family is in trouble. Gan Mao said. Lord Chen, he is a traitor, and endangers the country. Isn't it enough to kill the whole family? Not killing all 9 clans, it is already a mercy of Lord He. Ah. After Qingyan sighed, he said nothing more. He had to admit that Gan Mao was right. Prince He is the regent in name, but he is actually the real king. Fu Yin is guilty of treason. If we really care about it, we will kill all 9 generations of his family. He Jixiang only killed the male members of the Fu family, and spared the women and children, which is very merciful. Okay. Don't say anything. He Jixiang smiled and said, I will take care of it myself. Come on. Prepare the horses and go to Prince He's mansion. The night is getting deeper and deeper. The cold wind blows. Lenny sat in the living room, tightened his jacket in his arms, stood up and moved to the charcoal stove, stretched out his 2 hands, rubbed them constantly and said, Rule the country by law. Empty talk. Fu Yin is a senior official after all. It's too hasty to kill him without saying anything. Chen Dishing, who knelt on the ground with He Jixiang, glanced at He Jixiang next to him, and saw that He Jixiang lowered his head and closed his eyes for a long time without speaking. He was a little anxious and whispered, Mr. He? He Jixiang is old. He often falls asleep regardless of the occasion. He had to remind him out loud. Your Highness, He Jixiang suddenly said, using one person to warn 100. The officials and the people will obey. This is the best policy. I hope your Highness will understand. We have already killed him. What else is there to say? Lenny yawned. Just next time you kill someone, please inform me. Don't commit so many murders. He admitted that He Jixiang was right. However, it was still quite shocking to slaughter an entire family with just one order. Sometimes, it was really hard for him to accept it. If he couldn't accept it, what would happen? He had no choice. He really couldn't use his own ideas to argue with He Jixiang. The revision of Liang law has already caused a lot of discussion. If you say something inappropriate, it will be regarded as misleading the public. Being half a step ahead of the times is a genius. 1 step ahead is a wise ruler, and 2 steps ahead is a madman. He can't guarantee that if he does too much, he will be dissected by people like He Jixiang. Sometimes we really need to learn to go with the flow, especially the spirit of people like He Jixiang, who said to kill the whole family, and kill the whole family, without any ambiguity. Who or how many people are killed will not affect a person's ability to be a wise ruler. Loyal minister. Good general. I obey your order. He Jixiang smiled. Very happily. This prince is still willing to listen to good advice. Lenny waved his hand impatiently. Get up. Don't kneel. I don't mean to blame you. He Jixiang's health is getting worse and worse. Lenny sometimes dares not speak too loudly to him, for fear of getting angry and dying. It doesn't matter if he dies. But the most worrying thing is that no one will deal with the mess. There are many capable people in the court, but not many capable people who are worthy of trust. These old men are about the same age. Maybe one dies today, and a group will die tomorrow. We can't let anyone start it. Thank you, Prince. With the help of Chen Dishing, He Jixiang stood up tremblingly, and then sat down on a chair beside him. Lenny said, Come here. Serve some cakes to the 2 old men. Fill their stomachs. Make supper. Don't be hungry. He Jixiang said hurriedly. Your Highness is too polite. I am afraid that I will not be able to digest too much food. So I dare not eat too much. It's okay. Eat more and drink less tea. Lenny smiled and said, even if you drink tea, drink more green tea, stir-fried green tea, and drink less cake tea and ball tea, which are not good for the body, whether in this life or the last life. He likes all kinds of fermented ripe tea. In the last life, he tried to buy from large factories, so the probability of encountering hair, melon seed shells, and chicken feathers was lower. Now, he drinks gongcha, the best tea in the world. The foot-picking men in the mountains are very careful, and will not mix in any messy things. However, there is no guarantee that there will be no excessive bacteria in it. For safety reasons, he drinks very little. Therefore, he also advises He Jixiang and others to drink more green tea, less fully fermented tea, and if they really can't help it, try to drink semi-fermented tea. Your Majesty, fried tea burns the stomach, and this old minister can't eat it. He Jixiang sighed. It's okay to drink less cooked tea. There are so many things going on right now. Without you, I really can't do anything. I rely on you for everything. Lenny said without hesitation. Mr. He, Mr. Chen, don't try to be frugal. You will suffer a lot and end up exhausting yourself. You must take good care of yourself. Eat well, and if that doesn't work, marry a few more beautiful wives. I will pretend not to see it. And keep a good mood every day. And continue to work hard for the revolutionary cause of my Dalian country. Chen Dishing and He Jixiang heard the first half of the words, and their eyes were filled with tears. It was rare for the prince to recognize them so much. As the saying goes, a scholar dies for his confidant. When they were about to kneel down and shout long live the king, they heard the last incongruous words, and their passion was completely chilled. What do you mean by marrying a lot of beautiful wives? Who do you think they are? They don't even have one. They felt helpless. And when they saw that Lin Yi had no more explanation, they carefully withdrew. After Lin Yi and the other two left, he walked out of the hall, looked at the thin mist under the not-so-bright moon, and coughed twice involuntarily. Who said that the air in ancient times must be good? Without smog? Hong Kong City is a big city with nearly 1 million people. People have to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and have to cook and live. There are countless firewood stalls and charcoal cellars inside and outside Hong Kong City, which specialize in supplying fuel to residents inside and outside the city. Charcoal cellars not only sell charcoal, but also stone coal. That is, coal. Every evening, the sky is gray. It was already night, and the air should be better, but the autumn harvest had just passed, and it was cold, and many people were keeping warm. Many people kept their kangs burning all night. Coupled with a severe sandstorm, the air was almost impossible to breathe. He suddenly wanted to live in the palace. The palace had always burned anthracite, and the area was large, so it was not affected by the smog. However, it was just a thought. His father and the prince still lived in the palace. There was no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, let alone 3. He would not go to the palace casually if he had nothing to do, so it was good for him to stay in the palace. But it's not a good thing to breathe smog every day, right? Should we order a ban on burning straw, firewood, charcoal, coal? He was afraid that the people would rebel. He could forbid the people from cutting trees indiscriminately, but there was no way to stop the people from using fuel for cooking. If they were not allowed to use fuel for cooking, what was the point of keeping such a tyrant? It was really hard for him. Your Highness. Mingwa saw Lin Yi coughing, and hurriedly stroked his back. After Lin Yi coughed, he refused the teacup she handed over and sighed. I won't drink it anymore, my stomach is full of water. Alas, I am afraid that Sanha is also like this now. And it is not much better than here. Baiyun City used to be lush with mountains and forests. But since he became a vassal, the population has increased dramatically. The people set fire to the mountains. One is to open up the land, and the other is to burn charcoal. Lin Yi once hated the mountains and forests, and hated mosquitoes, and let the people destroy them. When the Baiyun Mountain within 100 miles of Baiyun City was intact, and the rest of the mountains became bald, it was too late for him to stop it. What a sin! Sanha now is when the land reclamation and charcoal burning teams are most active. And there is smoke everywhere. Your Highness, I heard from Hong An that Lord Shanqi has issued a new decree. prohibiting deforestation and land reclamation around Baiyun City. Mingwe smiled and said, I think this year will be much better than in previous years. Lin Yi nodded with relief, and then asked, Has she not taken a bath yet? Your Highness. Mingwei glanced at Lin Yi's face and said cautiously, Although the princess is a martial artist, she has not yet finished her confinement and is still weak. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Lin Yi said unhappily. Even you think that I am harming her? There were no antibiotics these days. If she got wet, it would be very troublesome if she got infected. He also understood this way of confinement. However, Humyoi's body smelled sour. There was no wound in a normal birth, so taking a bath with boiled warm water shouldn't be a big problem. Right? As a result, in the eyes of others, this was too much. Even Chen Shilian and Yen Hong, who were very proud of their medical ideas, did not agree. Mingwe smiled and said, Your Majesty, the Queen will be out of confinement in a few days. Why worry about it now? Lin Yi said helplessly. Okay. A good horse is good in its legs, and a good person is good in its mouth. She herself is not afraid of stinking. So why should I meddle in those trivial matters? It's not worth it to arouse suspicion for no reason. The lights in the wing where Humiai lived were bright, and Yen Hong, the Queen Mother, and Chen Shilian, the goddess of childbirth, stood by the bed with their hands hanging down. Lin Yi waved his hand without waiting for them to kneel down, saying, Don't go through so much formality. You know, I'm tired of this. After they kneel down, they still have to speak to ask them to stand up. Talking is tiring. If you don't speak, they will keep kneeling. They will think they have made a mistake and be scared. If they think too much, they may get a heart attack. This is too inhumane. For Lin Yi, the best way is not to let them kneel, so that everyone can feel relieved. Thank you, Your Majesty, Chen Shilian and Yen Hong said in unison. Lin Yi was far away from Humiai, afraid of smelling the sour smell on her body. When Zixia brought the child over, he directly lifted the child's blanket, looked at the elbow, and said with a sigh of relief, The eczema has subsided. Apply allicin today, and don't apply it tomorrow. He grew up in an orphanage. Many children in the orphanage had various strange diseases. He was very knowledgeable. A small eczema was not worth mentioning to him. The only problem was that there were no antibiotics. The traditional method of making sulfonamide and penicillium was the most unscientific, so he simply made allicin himself. The preparation method is simple, and it also has a significant inhibitory effect on fungi. Your Highness is wise. Chen Shilian and Yen Hong admired the prince even more. They had known about allicin for a long time, but they didn't expect that allicin could be so useful. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, It's getting late. Go down and rest. Yes. The two bowed and left. Lin Yi looked at Mingwen and said, Take a bath after the confinement period. It's best to take a shower, not a wooden bucket. Mingwen said, Don't worry, Your Highness. I know all these principles, and it can avoid infection. Yes. Lin Yi took another look at the child and left the room directly. Humiai looked at the figure of Lin Yi, who was gradually going away, and her clenched teeth finally loosened. And then tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of her eyes. Zixia whispered to comfort her. My queen, this hurts your body. Please don't cry. She also understood why Humiai was crying. Since entering the palace with the prince, she has never looked at the princess. However, there must be something hateful about pitiful people, and she did not pity this princess at all. They and the prince are such good people. But this princess does not know what is good for her, and always makes their prince angry. In their opinion, the prince did not abolish her, which was the greatest blessing for her. I'm fine. Humiai sighed. Tell them to prepare warm water for me. I need to take a bath and change clothes. My queen. Zixia was shocked by Humiai's transformation. Humiai smiled and said, I can't stand the sour smell of me, let alone the prince. Okay. Hurry up and prepare it. Remember to add some mugwort leaves. Yes. After Zixia handed the child to the wet nurse, she quickly went down to prepare it. It's getting colder and colder. Sun Chung sat in the ear room, looking at Liang Yuanji opposite him, and kindly reminded him, If you little southern barbarians can't stand the cold, wear more clothes. You are wearing too little. I am a 9th rank official. Sun Chung suddenly lowered his head and sighed. No wonder the prince said you are both civil and military. His brother Sun Chongda once made a list for him, which were all people that his son family couldn't afford to offend. And Liang Yuanji was one of them. Liang Yuanji was a native of Baiyun City, a distant relative of the wealthy businessman Liang Jin, and the most favored disciple of Xiezan. Now he is a 7th-rank official. The two are of the same age. And Sun Chung is still a doorman. The old saying in Sanha is right. People are pissed off when compared to others. Chapter 440 Heart-to-Heart Talk. His brother Sun Chengda was a 3rd-rank official in the imperial court, but he still envied Liang Yuanji, a 7th-rank official in the imperial secretariat. His brother said that only the most trusted minister of the emperor could hold this position. It is said that the memorials that came to the prince had all been reviewed by Liang Yuanji before they went to the imperial household department. No matter how dissatisfied Xiao Shizi was, he could not shake Liang Yuanji in the slightest. Thank you for your compliment. Liang Yuanji bowed and said, Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. As a subordinate, I can only do my best and die for you. The kettle on the stove next to him was gurgling. Sun Chung picked it up and rinsed the teacup on the chopping board. After warming the kettle, he carefully cut a piece of tea and put it into the teacup. While washing the tea, he said, It is said that this is the tea material of a 1,000-year-old tree. It has been stored for 10 years. Now it costs 10 taels of silver per cake in the market. My brother himself is reluctant to drink it. I don't care about that. I secretly took it. You try it. Liang Yuanji didn't look at the teacup, but sniffed it casually, and then smiled and said, Your brother became a righteous man and paid the IQ tax. I knew it was from last year when I smelled it. Sun Chung certainly understood what he meant. IQ tax is the catchphrase of the prince, and everyone likes to say it now. He said incredulously, But the color of my tea. Antiques and collectibles are so complicated, and they can be made old, not to mention this mere tea. Liang Yuanji said with a smile, Everyone has their own specialty. This tea dealer is the best at exploiting people's hearts, catching people's love of antiques, and making up stories about emperors, generals, and talented men and beautiful women, so that everyone rushes to buy them. And the tea dealer makes a lot of money. Master Xiezan was very angry for a while, and wanted to punish these profiteers, but the prince persuaded him to stop him, saying that profiteers also have the freedom to create, and as long as the stories they make up are conducive to the prosperity of the market economy, and to improving people's living standards, they don't need to care about them. Those who are not murderers or arsonists will be given the greatest tolerance. So that's it, Sun Chung said in annoyance. This money is wasted. So that brother Sun knows. The fresher the tea, the better, Liang Yuanji said with a smile. But brother, don't worry. Although this tea cake is a little rough, it is precious to eat it. What others like may not be what you like. What you like is the most important, Sun Chung still said in disbelief. I have heard the prince say it many times. He said that the older the tea, the more fragrant it is. Liang Yuanji is now an official. But after all, he was born in the mud. Sun Chung doesn't believe that his vision can be higher than that of the prince. Whatever the prince says must be right. What the prince said? Liang Yuanji couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought of the prince's calligraphy. It was exactly like the legend. He was ignorant and incompetent. However, this prince often showed great wisdom, almost like a demon. Many of the scientific knowledge he knew now came from Prince He. If it weren't for Prince He's enlightenment, he believed that he wouldn't be so good now. Why, is the prince wrong? Sun Chung looked at the expression on Liang Yuanji's face, thinking that he had touched the other party's sore spot, and said more proudly, The prince said that this old tea is for the old fragrance, the old rhyme, the old taste. If it weren't for Prince He's love for this kind of old tea, he believed that his brother wouldn't have to pretend to be refined behind him. Your Highness is wise. Liang Yuanji naturally didn't have the courage to say, Prince He knows nothing about tea. His mentor Xiezan even muttered in private, No matter how good the tea is, Prince He has ruined it. He almost pointed at Prince He's nose and said, You don't deserve it. Come. Sun Chung happily filled Liang Yuanji's cup again. You taste it. Taste it again. Taste it carefully. Good tea. It's really good tea. Liang Yuanji's mouth twitched, and he said against his will, Brother Sun really has good taste. Can he say it's not good? Denying Sun Chung. Isn't it denying Prince He? It's a small matter. But if it really gets to Prince He at night, especially to the ears of the Longlan Scene, elusive Chief Steward Hong, it's always inappropriate. Brother, you are too kind. Sun Chung waved his hand modestly. Come. Drink. Keep drinking. I will pour you another cup after you finish. Thank you. Liang Yuanji pondered for a moment and said, Brother Sun, it is already late. When will the prince call you? It was the middle of the night, and the prince called him over. But he had been waiting in the gatehouse for half an hour, and there was no movement, which made him very puzzled. Although the prince was lazy, he was always punctual, and would not easily take up other people's time. In class, I told the prince that wasting other people's time is equivalent to stealing money and killing people. Just now, Lord He and Lord Shen just left, and you followed them closely. Sun Chung yawned and said casually, You didn't see them before you came, right? Liang Yuanji shook his head and said, I came from the south gate, and I didn't meet Lord He, Lord Chen and others. Sun Chung continued slowly. After the prince held the princess for a while, he was going to summon you. But the princess suddenly started crying again, and the prince was coaxing her now. And you, don't worry too, it is estimated that the county owner is asleep. The guard is here to pass the words, you can go in. I see. Thanks for Liang Yuanji. Sun Chung is about to speak. I saw Lei Kaishan, who suddenly appeared at the door. The tower seemed to be a man who blocked the small door of the door. Liang Yuanji turned his head along Sun Cheng's eyes. I also saw Lei Kaishan smile. It turned out to be the big brother. Lei Kaishan is also a Sanha person. The two did not live far before, originally an acquaintance. Lei Kaishan said calmly, You are unlucky today. The prince has no time to see you today. Liang Yuanji stood up and bowed. Thank you. Lei Kaishan raised his head and said, You have entered the 9th rank? With such skills, it would be a pity to be a civil servant without making achievements. Liang Yuanji said indifferently, Whether it is a civil servant or a military officer, they all serve the prince. Humph. Lei Kaishan crossed his arms and snorted coldly. I grew up watching you naked. I know your character. You don't have to pretend to be hypocritical with me. Sun Chung next to him was stunned. How did Lei Kaishan live to this age? He has a hole in his brain. Liang Yuanji is not Fang Pai, who can be manipulated by you. He is Xie Zan's first disciple, a 7th rank official. He even said to the prince, This is my secretary and penman. Damn it. So far, except for a few old men and concubine one, he has never seen anyone dare to talk to Liang Yuanji like this. This is not a good official for a 7th rank official. He saw the displeasure on Liang Yuanji's face flash by, and could only mourn for Lei Kaishan in his heart. You think you are awesome because you are a 9th rank official? Liang Yuanji is also a 9th rank official. The most important thing is that this kid is vindictive. Since you said you understand him, you still dare to say that you are really not afraid of death. Brother Kaishan, you are joking. Liang Yuanji said expressionlessly. I have never had any selfish motives in serving the prince, and I dare not have any second thoughts. Lei Kaishan said coldly. Since you have entered the 9th rank official, accompany me to show off. Liang Yuanji said fearlessly. Brother Kaishan thinks highly of me, I naturally dare not refuse. But this is the prince's mansion. If I offend the prince, I will be blamed for my death, so it is better to fight with Brother Kaishan another day. Lei Kaishan said. I have finished my shift. Let's go to the stable. Liang Yuanji unfolded the folding fan in his hand, and then said, Then I'd better obey your order. In the blink of an eye, the two people disappeared in front of Sun Chung. He looked at Tan Fei, who had been watching the fun from the side, and asked curiously, Who do you think will win between the two of them? Tan Fei laughed. If Lei Kaishan was sure, he wouldn't have come to challenge directly. Sun Chung said puzzledly, Brother Tan, I don't understand what you said. Can you explain it more clearly? Tan Fei looked Sun Chung up and down, and said with a smile, Will I say I want to fight with you? Sun Chung shook his head hurriedly. Brother, you are joking. I am just a mediocre kung fu. How can I compete with you? He was really afraid that Tan Fei would suddenly attack him. Tan Fei continued, Will I look for a monk? Sun Chung said confidently. No. Who dares to fight a monk? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for yourself? A monk is a great master. Even a blind man said that there are only a handful of people in the world who can beat a monk. Tan Fei sighed. Since you understand, then Lei Kaishan has no confidence in beating Liang Yuanji. Sun Chung said. But he may not lose. Right? Liang Yuanji has not been in the 9th rank for long, and he is still a little behind Lei Kaishan. Right? Tan Fei said. I'm afraid only he knows. Sun Chung sighed. Why bother? They used to be neighbors. There's no need to make things so awkward. Tan Fei rolled his eyes at him and said, They say that doormen have eyes and ears everywhere. You don't know anything? Sun Chung asked curiously. What do you know? Tan Fei said. Lei Kaishan's sister has arrived in Ankong City. She is now 4 months pregnant. In the morning, Qin Shilian went to help count the fetal heart rate. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a son. Sun Chung scratched his head and said, Lei Ying arrived in Ankong City and was pregnant. What does it have to do with Liang Yuanji? Tan Fei said. Do you think Qin Shilian can invite anyone she wants? Lei Kaishan and his sister don't have the face to do that. Sun Chung suddenly realized. Could it be Liang Yuanji who invited her? Tan Fei said. That's right. Sun Chung said. Why did Liang Yuanji help to invite her? He became more and more confused. Tan Fei laughed and said. Because the baby in Lei Ying's belly is Liang Yuanji's. Liang Yuanji married Lei Ying? Sun Chung was stunned. Lei Ying. She is not ugly. But she is the first tigress in Baiyun City who surpasses Chao Xiaohuan. When the prince was impressed by her beauty, he also said that anyone who dared to marry this woman must be an extraordinary person. However, Sun Chung was very sure that the prince was just saying that the grapes were sour. Because Lei Ying is really beautiful. For such a beautiful woman, what's the big deal about sacrificing a little bit of masculinity? Tan Fei nodded and said. Lei Ying is just pregnant. Liang Yuanji hasn't married her yet. Sun Chung said anxiously. Brother Tan, can you finish it in one breath? Why can't I understand? Is it because the world is changing too fast, or is it because he is too stupid to understand? Why are there so many confusing things? Tan Fei entered the gatehouse. Sun Chung hurriedly followed him, and after he sat down, he personally helped to pour tea. Tan Fei sniffed the teacup and said slowly. Lei Ying is known as Lei Lao Hu. What kind of person is he in Baiyun City? Ordinary people are not in her eyes at all. It is normal for her to like Liang Yuanji. A young talent. One is unmarried, and the other is unmarried. Sun Chung muttered. She is pregnant too. Tan Fei laughed. A good woman is afraid of being entangled. Let alone a man. Liang Yuanji. He couldn't control himself. And they got together. Sun Chung was still uncertain. Then this should be a good thing. Right? There is no need for Lei Kaishan to object. Right? It's not like Wei Yishan, whose mother is too beautiful. And everyone loves her. Everyone wants to be his father. Wei Yishan gritted his teeth and said to anyone who dared to. Those who are close to his mother, especially He Hong, simply want to kill him directly. He is so ashamed. If his mother really remarries, how can Wei Yishan survive in the army in the future? Good news? Tan Fei snorted coldly. Liang Yuanji is valued by the prince, has a bright future, and has long been regarded as a golden son-in-law by the ministers in the court. He will marry a lady from a famous family in the future. No matter how powerful Lei Ying is, she is just a country girl. How can she be the main wife? Sun Chung suddenly realized. Lei Kaishan is also a very arrogant person. He will definitely not let his sister be a concubine. Not bad. After Tan Fei sipped the tea in the cup, he put it down directly and continued. This does damage the reputation of Lei Kaishan. However, a girl cannot be controlled by her mother when she grows up. And her brother, Lei Ying, is determined to be Liang Yuanji's concubine. Lei Kaishan can't do anything to his sister, so he can only vent his anger on Liang Yuanji. Sun Chung said with a smile. I didn't expect that Liang Yuanji is really capable. Have some more tea. And don't mind other people's business. Tan Fei personally poured tea for Sun Chung. Sun Chung was actually a little flattered. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Is Tan Fei too enthusiastic towards him? It's good that his brother is a third-rank official, but he hasn't reached the point where he has to curry favor with the palace guards. Right? After hesitating for a while, he finally couldn't help but ask. Brother Tan, are you here for something? Although his doorman is at the main gate, it's Tan Fei's first time here. Tan Fei covered his mouth with his hand, coughed, said with a smile. Yesterday I saw a woman. Was that your sister? Yes. Sun Cheng's vigilance suddenly came up. Where did you see her yesterday? Tan Fei smiled and said. Yesterday I was resting, not on duty, eating tofu pudding next to the stable, and I happened to see you. Your sister is so innocent, I'm really envious. Thank you for the compliment. Sun Cheng's face suddenly turned cold. His brother was right. When a girl grows up, she will attract wolves, especially a wolf like Tan Fei. He would rather give his girl to Fang Pai than let Tan Fei be his brother-in-law. This kind of person is like Lei Kaishan, inhuman. Killing someone is as easy as stepping on an ant. Chapter 441 Living Water. The first requirement for General Manager Hong Ying-hong to select guards is whether they are crazy enough. Those who are timid, who dare not kill, who are too soft-hearted, cannot become guards of the Hyong Palace. When there were not enough executioners on the execution platform in Baiyun City, all the guards of the Hyong Palace were there. At that time, he had just arrived in Sanha, and occasionally, he would stand under the execution platform and watch with the people. Looking at the smiling Shinchu, the gentle Shinshinlua, the moment when the knife fell, he always shuddered. Later, when he heard that Shinchu had killed tens of thousands of people in Saibei, he did not find it strange. In a word, no one who could serve as a guard in the Hyong Palace was a good person. These people were not good people. In fact, only in front of the Hyong and the chief steward Hong could they behave like human beings. No matter how bad he was, no matter how incompetent he was, he would not let his sister marry such a person. It would be embarrassing for the ancestors. Brother, Tenfei said with a smile, I heard that your family bought a new house outside the city. Congratulations. Congratulations. Sun Chung said with a smile. Houses in the city are expensive, and the prices outside the city are fair. The area is large, and it is comfortable to live in. Those of them who are used to living in big houses in Sanha, who would be willing to stay in the city. What's more, with the development outside the South Gate city, shopping for daily life is more convenient than in the city. Tenfei patted his shoulder and said, When are you moving? I will go and congratulate you on your new home and take a look at the house. If you think it's good, I will buy one from Tian Xixi and settle down in Ankong City in the future. You're welcome. Sun Chung didn't dare to offend him too much, so he could only smile and say, Moving to a new home is a big deal. Naturally, my father and brother have the final say. How can I know? He was also reminding the other party that he had an older brother. His brother was called Sun Qingde. He was a third-rank official. He was not a nobody. Nor was he just a nobody who could be bullied by you. Tenfei stood up and bowed, saying, Then I will wait for your notice. Goodbye. Sun Chung waited for him to disappear before spitting on the ground. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Impossible. Even if he agreed, his brother couldn't agree. His brother would always agree to Sun Xia's request, as long as Sun Xia disagreed or didn't like something. He couldn't say it no matter how hard he tried. What's more, Tenfei, a 9th-rank official, was just a guard no matter how powerful he was. His Sun family was now an official family, so they didn't care. If they really cared about 9th-rank or 8th-rank officials, wouldn't his Sun family find one from the army? Just pick one, and it would be better than Tenfei. When the sky was just getting light, Lin Yi looked at the child who was gradually falling asleep in Mingyua's arms, and sighed. She cried all night, which was really troublesome. Children who couldn't speak were the most troublesome, because they didn't know what was wrong with her. What she wanted to do was just crying at the top of her lungs. Lin Yi used all the skills he learned in the orphanage in his previous life, but it was still useless. Only at this moment. Probably because he was tired of crying. Did he fall asleep peacefully? Minghua rocked the child and said, Your Majesty, I am here. Don't worry. Just go to sleep. Hu Mei beside him also said, Yes, Your Majesty. The child is not crying now. I think he is fine. There is nothing to worry about. Lin Yi nodded and said, Okay, let's do it this way. He originally wanted to go to sleep, but when the child cried, his heart was ached. When he squinted his eyes, he saw a crying child. No matter how worried he was, he couldn't fall asleep. Minghua followed him and said, Your Highness, I have arranged for someone to prepare breakfast for you. Why don't you eat something before going to bed? Lin Yi smiled and nodded. He ate 2 cakes and a bowl of soy milk in the hall, and fell asleep soundly until noon. The west wind was blowing. Lin Yi squatted in the room, next to the stove. He didn't want to go out, but when he thought about wasting every day, he inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. Study? What a joke. Not only did he receive 9 years of compulsory education, he also successfully squeezed through the single-plank bridge to enter the university and completed higher education. With the current level of technology in the world, who else can teach him? Of course, if he could meet Descartes, Fermat, Leibniz. The master level, just pretend he said nothing. Learn calligraphy? Although Shirquan, Wang Qingbang and others complimented him, but, after a long time, even a fool can see what's going on. People like him really don't have the talent to learn calligraphy. His real level is not even as good as Fong Pai Fong Bin, the apprentice of Wang Qingbang. After all, he was carefully educated by Xiazan, Wang Qingbang, Chen Dishing and others in Sanhe school. He was born in the regular army, and Lin Yi, brought the habits of his previous life with him. It was not easy to meet a big man like Xin Yin, but he did not take it seriously, and continued to follow his own wild way. Now his handwriting is not like anything. People who saw his handwriting for the first time did not dare to laugh, but would only blush. So, after having self-knowledge, except for writing novels, he no longer used a pen for other official documents, and asked Liang Yuanji to write for him. As the most important leader of Dalian State, what's wrong with finding a pen holder? So, it's really inexplicable. He can really live his whole life in a muddle. Why should he feel guilty? Prince, Jiao Zhong said carefully, this year's wearing contest has begun. If the prince is willing to show his favor, it will be a blessing from heaven for them. It is a great honor. No. Lin sighed. If I go to such a place again, He Jixiang, Chen Dishing and others will definitely have a heart attack. They are old, so we should think more about them, and not really make them angry to death. It's no big deal for the regent to visit brothels, but it's shameless to do so openly, even if you don't set an example for the times. You can't let the world go downhill, right? If you destroy the image that He Jixiang, Chen Dishing and others have created for him, it will be difficult to maintain in the future. 1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by an ant hole. Life is like a play. This is probably what is called a character setting. If the character setting is unstable, it will be a mess in a minute. Your Highness is wise. Jiao Zhong thought for a long time, and said in embarrassment, what does Your Highness mean? Go fishing again? Won't you get tired of this? What's the point? No wonder they say that they and the prince are weird. I've never seen someone so obsessed with fishing, rain or shine. As a guard, I feel exhausted. Let's go around the palace. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, we should have gone to the palace yesterday, but we're going now. I don't know how angry the old lady will be. Jiao Zhong naturally knew who the old lady he was talking about with the prince was. Who else could it be except concubine Yuan? So he hurriedly said, I obey your order. Then, he went downstairs to prepare the frame. After Lin Yi finished a pot of tea, he washed his face and changed his clothes. When he arrived at the door, he felt that the wind was getting stronger. He first looked at the black donkey with sparse hair shivering in the cold wind, then looked at the gorgeous carriage, and finally got on the carriage without hesitation. It was cold and windy, and the donkey with a 360-degree panoramic sunroof, four-wheel drive, and leather seats was not suitable for him. The donkey watched him get into the carriage and shouted a few times. Everyone in the Huang mansion was very emotional. In this world, the only one who dared to express dissatisfaction with the Huanji so directly, except for the empress in the palace, was probably this donkey. After entering the palace gate, he got off the carriage, did not take the sedan chair, but wrapped himself tightly, and took a shortcut to the imperial garden. Lin Yi said as he walked, it's so cold today. Why don't you stay warm in the house? Why go to the imperial garden? The flowers and plants in the garden are all withered. What's there to see? Xiao Shizi said. Your Highness, the Ministry of Right sent a big bear from Donglu, a small country in the northern frontier. It is white in color, different from other places. It is said to live in the far north. In order to celebrate the regent of the prince, they specially sent people to the far north to search for the white bear. For these 2 white bears, countless Donglu warriors were killed and injured. Lin Yi smiled and said, how much silver did the Donglu envoy give you to make you speak for them like this? Xiao Shizi said with a wry smile, Your Highness, please understand. If they are disrespectful to you, no matter how much silver they give me, I will not say a word for them. You are getting more and more cunning. You can't even speak properly. Just say how much silver you took. Lin Yi said unhappily. Don't be so pretentious. Your Highness. Xiao Shizi knelt on the ground. 30,000 taels. Get up. Lin Yi said with a smile. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Give me half, and help renovate this zoo. The imperial garden not only has flowers and plants, but also a zoo, where there used to be many rare animals. However, due to the limited breeding level and financial pressure, in addition to a few white cranes and mandarin ducks, the most common ones are 4-legged hunting dogs, which are deeply loved by the concubines in the palace. In the eyes of the frugal Emperor Delong, raising hunting dogs is really a very cost-effective thing. Hunting dogs can make people happy, can accompany people to hunt, and can eat people's leftovers like pigs. Lin Yi suddenly felt a little sympathetic to his father. In some ways, emperors are the same as ordinary people. As long as they become poor, they will pursue cost-effectiveness. Rich local tyrants never ask for the best, only the most expensive. Yes, sir. After a long pause, Xiao Shizi hurriedly said. Are you unhappy? Lin Yi asked. I dare not. Xiao Shizi hurriedly said. It is my honor to honor the prince. Others want such an opportunity, but they can't even ask for it. He was telling the truth. Prince, he is no longer the prince he of the past. He is the regent, acting on behalf of the king. Being able to spend money on prince, he is something I can't even ask for in my 8 lifetimes. That's good. Lin Yi put his hands in his sleeves, slowly said. Repair the viewing platform, and lock up the big bear, so that it doesn't come out and hurt people. Xiao Shizi said. Don't worry, Prince. I have specially arranged more than a dozen masters in the garden. Beasts are beasts after all. And they can't make any waves. If you dare to be presumptuous, I will peel off your skin and make a cape for you. White bear cape. Lin Yi was happy. It sounds good. Let's go and take a look. Turning left and right in the imperial garden. Before reaching the beast garden, he heard a burst of laughter. When Xiao Shizi saw Lin Yi stop, he said, Your Majesty, except for the queen, all the concubines in the palace are here. Lin Yi smiled and said, I see. Then just say something. Don't offend the queens. Hearing the laughter of the girls, he actually felt a little relaxed and happy. Xiao Shizi understood, cleared his throat, and said loudly, The regent has arrived. He was very glad that he had practiced the lion roar technique at this stage, and his voice became clearer. The zoo was silent for a while. Before Lin Yi arrived, the maids and eunuchs knelt down to pay their respects. Lin Yi waved his hand to let them stand up. He looked at concubine Yuan, who was sitting motionless on the chair, and said with a smile, My son pays respects to my mother, and to all the ladies. Concubine Yuan said lightly, You are quite filial. You can even remember that there is a mother in the palace. Seeing that all the concubines bowed to her, Lin Yi also bowed slightly to return the greeting. Then he said to concubine Yuan, My mother has wronged my son. These days, the scoundrels have been making trouble. My son is very troubled. I have neglected my mother. I hope my mother will not be offended. After that, he looked at the 2 dirty white bears sitting under the observation deck and said with a smile, They are so dirty, and no one washes them. Concubine Yuan rolled her eyes at him and said, These 2 fierce creatures, in my opinion, must be very strong. Even a 5th-rank official like me would not be able to get rid of them if I went there. Well, if you let others go, they will probably die in vain. Concubine Tang on the side said with a smile, Our queen is the most compassionate, sympathizing with these servants, and unwilling to let them die in vain. Lin Yi said with a smile, It's not that troublesome. I remember that the pool below is running water. How come it has become so dirty now? If the water is dirty, these polar bears probably won't take a bath in it. Xiao Shizi hurriedly said, Your Highness, there is indeed running water here, but a few days ago, the waterways of the Imperial College and the Xinghua Tower had some troubles, and Commander Lucan blocked the waterways in the palace for safety reasons. Nonsense. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Isn't this just throwing the baby out with the bathwater? He could understand the actions of Lucan and others, after all. The lesson Qiyong taught everyone last time was too profound. However, if there is no running water in the palace, wouldn't it be more troublesome? Prince, said Xiao Shizi with a smile, I also advised Commander Lu in the same way. But my words were not taken seriously by the commander. He said that special time should be treated specially. The voice became lower as he tried to speak. The air suddenly froze. Everyone held their breath. Some admired eunuchy, and some were worried about Lucan's. Would the young flag-bearer commander be criticized by the regent? Pass the order to open the floodgates, Lin Yi said lightly. Bring running water into the palace. Dead water won't work after all. There are many precious goldfish in the lotus pond of the imperial garden. If the water is not changed for a long time, they will probably not survive. He didn't blame Lucan's. In fact, he was more angry with Xiao Shizi, the little bastard, who still didn't learn his lesson. But I have to be grateful for what I have received. And I am soft-hearted. I just got the money from him, so I can't turn my back on him. I can only wait for the next opportunity to teach this bastard a lesson. Chapter 442 Love for his child. Sometimes, he understands his father, Emperor DeLong, more and more. It is really comfortable to have a person like Eugene helping him with his work. Xiao Shizi is a villain like Eugene. Villains have no bottom line when doing things. Everything is for the sake of making their master happy. For Lin Yi, it is not important whether Xiao Shizi does good or bad things sometimes. What is important is to make him feel comfortable. It is like asking for money in front of him. It is fair and square. What is yours is mine. What is mine is still mine. What if you have no money? You are deeply favored by the regent. How dare you ask such a stupid question? There are thousands of rich people in the world. You can make tens of thousands of dollars with a little thick skin. Sometimes, using Xiao Shizi's hand to do things that are inconvenient for him, others will not blame him. He is just deceived by the treason. It was all the fault of the treacherous ministers. It was impossible for him to be wrong. Even if the people below rebelled, they could only do so under the banner of clearing the court, like King Yong did. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he really couldn't bear to punish this little Shizi. If he really became an honest man, what would he do if he wanted to do something bad in the future and was short of manpower? It's not worth the loss. It's better to keep such a capable person. What if he can be useful in the future? Yes. Little Shizi glanced at Lin Yi and responded quickly. Lin Yi turned his head, standing on the observation deck, looking down at the white bear squatting on the muddy ground, guessing it was probably a polar bear. As for other types of white bears, he had only seen them in Iron Forge in Warcraft. Back then, he had caught many ice claw bears in order to experience the ice palm. I heard that those traitors committed crimes in the city through the secret channels, said Concubine Yuan slowly. This palace is different from other places. Don't disturb the concubines. Don't worry, Mother, said Lin Yi with a smile. My son will send people inside and outside the palace to strengthen the defense. Not even an ant can get in, Concubine Yuan said calmly. This is the best. You are not young anymore. You should consider things more carefully. And when doing things, don't be rash sometimes, and make outsiders laugh at you. Concubine Tang, who was standing behind Concubine Yuan, frowned inadvertently and sighed in her heart. This imperial Concubine Yuan is getting less and less able to speak. It is true that Prince, he is your biological son. Even if you want to scold your son, you shouldn't do it in front of so many concubines and servants. Right? Where does this put Prince He? The imperial concubine next to him had the same idea. Imperial Concubine Yuan was really confused. You are talking about outsiders at this time? Who are outsiders? Who are your family members? Everyone looked at Prince He, whose face kept changing. He only heard Prince He smile and say, What mother taught me is right, and my son will follow your teachings. He couldn't do anything to his biological mother. But at this moment, he was thinking about which member of the Yuan family he should send off, so that his mother would know how powerful he is. I am your own son. You can't be so ungrateful. As for a son, shouldn't the Yuan family be outsiders? How come they can't tell the inside from the outside? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Xiao Shizi suddenly pointed at the bees fighting garden below the stage and said, Your Highness, the water is coming. Lin Yi looked over along the direction of Xiao Shizi's hand, and saw that the water in the pool next to the polar bear was slowly rising, and was almost flooding the shore. The originally turbid water became clearer. When the water in the pool flowed to the shore, and gradually approached the two polar bears who were holding carrots, the two polar bears seemed to sense it, turned their heads suddenly, looked at the water that had soaked their hair, and hurriedly dropped the carrots in their claws, and hurriedly retreated. The two bears were so naive, and made the concubines laugh. Lin Yi also laughed, and when he saw the two bears saw the fish running around in the pool, they jumped into the pool without hesitation. The water in the pond only reached their waists. They were holding a big fish weighing more than 2 kilograms. And their throats were bloody. Animals are still animals after all, said Concubine Yuan with emotion. No matter how warm the human heart is, they will not be moved. No one dared to answer, because they didn't know what Concubine Yuan meant. Was she telling the truth, or was she referring to something? If they answered the wrong question, they might offend Concubine Yuan or the prince. If they offended Concubine Yuan, their life in the palace would be difficult. If you offend the prince, not only will you have a hard time in the palace, but you may also bring disaster to your relatives. Therefore, the best way at this moment is to hold your breath and say nothing. Mother, you are wrong, Lin Yi said with a smile. I remember Chinyan said when he was teaching me, The 4 beasts have affection. And the people are outstanding. Even birds and beasts have affection for their calves. Let alone people. He was too lazy to say this. It all depends on his mother to figure it out. If she figured it out, it would be good for you and me. If she didn't figure it out, it would be good for him, and bad for the Yuan family. He has made up his mind. The more his mother cares about the Yuan family, the more he wants to make the Yuan family suffer, until his mother or the Yuan family can figure it out. You? Concubine Yuan said after taking a sip of tea. You still have so many twisted ideas. The 2 white bears ate more than a dozen fish in succession, and the pond water that finally got rid of the green moss was more turbid than before. However, the hair of the 2 white bears became more shiny. No longer the slovenly look just now, there is a hint of the aura of the king of the Arctic. If mother doesn't like these 2 bears, I will send them away, Lenny said with a smile, so as to avoid being an eyesore to mother. What's the matter with them being an eyesore? Concubine Yuan said with a smile. At most, I will come less often in the future. Apart from those hounds, there is nothing to see in this zoo. Ouch. This gust of wind has made me feel a little cold. Is it going to snow? Lenny said. Come here. Send mother back to the palace? Yes. The palace maids and eunuchs below said in unison. Lenny watched Concubine Yuan riding on a sedan chair and leaving. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Xiao Shizi knelt on the ground, banging his head non-stop. After a while, his head was bloody. Lenny said expressionlessly. What crime have you committed? Xiao Shizi hurriedly said. This zoo is in a dilapidated state, and it disturbed the interest of the prince and the queen. Okay, stop taking the blame on yourself. People are all made of flesh and blood. Looking at Xiao Shizi banging his head on the ground, Lin Yi suddenly felt a little bit uncomfortable. Get up, go back and bandage it. Xiao Shizi just applied eye drops to Lucan, and Lin Yi was still very angry. But seeing Xiao Shizi like this, all the anger disappeared. I even felt a little bit of pity. A child who was castrated since childhood, without a father or a mother, in this cold and impersonal palace, it is not his fault that his personality is distorted. The most pitiful thing is that he has to stay in the palace until he is old and faltering, and finally return to his hometown, without children and no one to take care of him. Even if he dies at home, no one will know. For these temple servants, the best destination is to guard the mausoleum. When he was very young, Hong Ying said in front of him, when he didn't know the rules yet, that he would guard his mausoleum in the future. He asked unhappily at that time, why must he die first? In terms of age, he is younger than Hong Ying. Hong Ying just kept laughing foolishly at that time, and couldn't explain it. It was just because the eunuchs in the palace yearned to be able to guard the mausoleum after leaving the palace. In Lin Yi's words, continue to work for the government. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Shizi cried with joy, and his head continued to hit the bluestone floor. Ah! Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. After leaving the zoo, just past through 2 archways, he saw a woman standing under a dead vine from a distance. She has a graceful figure, a beauty on earth. Concubine Tang. Lin Yi was really afraid that he would make the same mistake that all men would make. Your Highness. Concubine Tang blushed under Lin Yi's gaze, and quickly lowered her head. Your Highness. There is no need to be so polite. Lin Yi said in a tone that he thought was very kind. It's windy outside. Your Highness. You better go back to the house to avoid catching a cold. Concubine Tang said respectfully. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing her sad face, Lin Yi asked curiously. I don't know what difficulties Your Highness has. My 12th brother and I are like brothers. If Your Highness has anything to say, just tell me directly. Concubine Tang held up her long skirt. And after the maids and eunuchs on both sides left, she said carefully, Your Highness values brotherhood, and I am very grateful. However, Your Highness is still young and cannot take on such a big responsibility. I hope Your Highness will understand. When she heard yesterday that her son, Prince Yong'an, was about to take on the position of Zongren Fuzongjing, she did not speak all night. Mian, she knew her son's character very well. In a word, he was unworthy. What's more, the former Zongjing and the Princess tutor Fu Yim were beheaded together, which was also a lesson for us. She didn't want her son to be in this position. Today, she had to give up her face and ask the prince to let her son go. Her son was everything to her. Lin Yi looked at the tearful concubine Tang and endured the pounding heartbeat and said with a smile, Your Majesty is too worried. As long as the 12th prince is sincere in helping me, I will not treat the 12th prince badly. In a vague way, he was actually a little envious of the 12th prince. This is a real mother. In comparison, Concubine Yuan was a complete traitor to her son, and was outdone. Your Highness. Concubine Tang kept sobbing. I am just a weak woman. I really don't understand the affairs of this country. I hope your Highness will forgive me. Okay. Don't cry anymore. Lin Yi took out the handkerchief from his arms, hesitated for a moment, and handed it over. If your Highness doesn't believe me, you can ask Lord Tangyi. He is old and serious, and he will not lie. Come! Summon Lord Tang to the palace. Ah! Concubine Tang was so scared that she knelt on the ground. She came to see the prince bravely, and she was hiding from others. If her father were allowed to enter the palace at this moment, everything would be exposed. At that time, the first person who would be unable to explain himself would be Concubine Yuan. Sorry. Lin Yi also suddenly realized that he had not considered it well. If his mother knew that Concubine Tang had come to see him, would Concubine Tang still have a good life in the palace? Concubine Tang cried. It's all my fault. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Seeing that she was crying more and more, Lin Yi said helplessly, I will let the 12th prince enter the palace tomorrow. He can do whatever he wants. I will not force him. Zongren Fu Zongjing. This position can only be held by royal relatives and nobles. Among the royal relatives and nobles, except for the slick old 12th prince, he can't trust anyone. He trusted the brain of the 12th prince too much. No matter how hard he tried, he could not escape from his palm. He was not like the 6th prince, who had brains, good looks, and could form such a large army in Daizhou, even in such a miserable situation. He had to admit his tricks to seduce girls. Even though Shan Rui had been expelled from the Partridge Whistle and sent to the Huang Mansion, her heart was still full of Daiwang. After Shan Rui entered the Huang Mansion, Lin Yi took a peek at her beauty and understood after hosting her for a few banquets that such a woman would rather die than disappoint Daiwang and obey him. He could only look at it with envy. Finally, he had no choice but to return it to the King of Dai. But he did not expect that the King of Dai would directly give her poisoned wine, and she turned into a pile of yellow earth. Lin Yi was heartbroken. From then on, he understood one thing, that the 6th brother was a self-centered person. Such a person was destined to be impossible to use for himself. Since he could not be killed, he would keep him in the cold. He could not even think about the position of the chief of the imperial clan. In such a moment, he figured it out. If the 12th brother and the 6th brother did not become the chief of the imperial clan, he would promote his father-in-law Hu Jin. This was also a royal relative. If anyone dared to say no, he would never let him off easily. Thank you, Your Highness. Concubine Tang wiped her eyes gently, and said with a smile, Your Highness, I am sorry for the trouble. It is settled then. Lin Yi was afraid of being disturbed, and did not dare to look into her eyes, and walked away with his head down. When it was late, the temperature dropped sharply. It started to rain, and then snowflakes like mist covered the sky. Lin Yi held the child in one hand, and caught the snowflakes falling from the sky with the other hand. He smiled and said, Auspicious snow means a good harvest. Let's see if it will be heavier at night. Mingwe took the child from Lin Yi's arms and smiled. This year's snow came earlier than in previous years. In my opinion, it will only snow for a few days at most, and then continue to snow at the end of the year. Lin Yi said, Give orders to the military camp, the palace, the prefectural government, and the military department to provide sufficient supplies. Don't worry about spending money. It's better than freezing. Yes. This time it was Jiao Zhong who responded. After receiving the order, he turned around and left. The sky gradually darkened. Qin Shilian finished taking Hu Miao's pulse as usual, came out of the side room, and glanced at Mingwe, who looked pale. She hesitated for a moment, smiled and said, It's time to congratulate the young lady. Mingwe snorted coldly. Why don't you take her pulse? Qin Shilian smiled and said, The young lady underestimated me, and underestimated herself. Mingwe said, How do you say that? Qin Shilian said, The young lady has great kung fu, although she is not immune to cold and heat. But she is not so easy to vomit. I have been a midwife since I was young, and I also learned gynecology and obstetrics from my master. My eyes are still quite bright. The girl can't hide it from me. Mingwe hesitated for a moment and said, You want to tell the prince? Qin Shilian shook her head without hesitation. Miss, if you don't tell the prince as a servant, won't the prince know? You can hide it for a while. But how can you hide it for a lifetime? What's more, she didn't dare to lie. Mingwei was pregnant with the prince's child. She saw how much the prince loved the child. Although Mingwei was usually very smart, she was confused sometimes. If she really did something wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 443 How Daring People Are. The most important thing is, Mingyue's life or death has nothing to do with her. Don't let her get involved. She and Yin Hongjin were recruited into Ankang City. Before entering the prince's mansion, her master Hu Shirlu had told them that in the prince's mansion, it was a serious crime not to report the situation when knowing the truth, and everything was centered on Prince He, for Prince He's everything. She was at a time when she had old people and young children to take care of. If something unexpected happened, would the whole family be able to survive? Although the man in her family was a good man, he was useless. She couldn't count on him to support the family, otherwise the whole family would have to starve. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for your trouble, Mingwei said calmly. The prince is so smart. How could he not know about my signs? Qin Shilian was stunned for a while, and then said, what the girl said is right. She was not surprised. Most of their so-called medical knowledge came from the lazy Prince He. Moreover, sometimes, Prince He would popularize some common medical knowledge in Baiyun City. In order to prevent people from eating mushrooms indiscriminately, he would even specially compose some children's songs. The one that impressed me the most was red umbrellas, yellow poles. After eating, lie on the board together. Lie on the board. Sleep in the coffin. And then bury the mountain together. Bury the mountain. Cry and shout. Relatives and friends come to the house for dinner. Eat. There are umbrellas. And the whole village lies on the board together. 3-year-old children can sing it. They have a sense of crisis since childhood. They can say whatever they want. But they can't eat mushrooms indiscriminately. It is not surprising that Prince He can see that Mingwei is pregnant. Mingwei sighed. I am of humble origin, and I really dare not embarrass Prince. Qin Shilian smiled and said, Miss, you worry too much. I think you know Prince better than anyone else. Looking at Mingyue's expression, she was a little alert. Is Mingwei really going to do something stupid? Losing Prince He's offspring is a serious crime. Mr. Qin, you worry too much. Mingwei seemed to see Qin Shilian's thoughts. She kept stroking her belly and said, before Prince He agrees, no one can hurt him. Qin Shilian smiled and said, I will go with you and wait for Prince He's instructions. If Prince He decides to keep the child, he will definitely ask me to protect the fetus. If Prince He decided not to have the child, she could also give him a medicine that would remove the fetus without causing any damage to the body. So, instead of waiting for Prince He to find her, she might as well wait outside. Most importantly, she also had the responsibility of guarding the person, and could not trust Mingyue's words completely. Mr. Chen is too cautious. Mingwei smiled bitterly. She finally understood what the deceased Aunt Lai Rulai meant. The royal family was an invisible cage, and no one could escape. She was a close confidant of Prince He. She thought that, except Hongying and Zixia, no one else in Prince He's mansion could threaten her so easily. However, she could not believe that Qin Shilian, a small midwife, could treat her like this, just because it involved Prince He. No one dared to make Prince He angry. This was probably power. Miss, you are joking. Qin Shilian bowed and said, I have a 70-year-old mother and a young child. I dare not make a mistake. I hope you understand. Mingwei said with a fake smile. In that case, let's go together. She turned around, without waiting for Qin Shilian, and went straight to the back garden alone. Qin Shilian followed slowly behind, and when she entered the corridor of the back garden, she did not follow, and nodded to Tan Fei and Lei Kaishan who were on duty nearby. She thought to herself that the palace was indeed not an ordinary place. The gatekeepers were all 9th grade masters. Lei Kaishan looked at her and suddenly stretched out his hand and said, Great Dr. Chen, I haven't been feeling well recently. How about you take my pulse? Qin Shilian glanced at Lei Kaishan, and then smiled and said, Guardian Lei is too polite. I guess you forgot that I am just a midwife and don't know anything else. Her Qin family and the Lei family were both in Baiyun City, and there was a gap between them, so they didn't get along well. So, under normal circumstances, she was unwilling to deal with people from the Lei family. Now she was willing to protect the pregnant Lei Ying because of Liang Yuanji. Dr. Chen is too modest, Lei Kaishan said with a smile. Don't you even want to give me this little face? He was very unhappy. Although he was just a small guard of the Hyong Palace, but he was a 9th rank official. He was not worth much in the Hyong Palace, but who could compete with him in the martial arts world? No one dared to provoke him easily. He was very considerate to smile at Chinchillian, but this woman actually dared to turn her face away from him. She really didn't know what was good for her. If this woman wasn't someone that the Hyong valued, he would have killed her with a knife. The snow in the garden was getting higher and higher. Lin Yi just stood at the entrance of the rockery, feeding a pigeon curled up in the crack. After hearing the footsteps, he turned around and saw Mingwei, and smiled. You look so sad again. Who provoked you? Mingwei knelt on the ground and whispered. I know my crime. Lin Yi sighed. You have been with me for so many years. You know what I hate the most. You never say things properly. Kneel down and apologize first. What's wrong with this? This inefficient way of communication often makes him very irritated. Mingwei smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I am pregnant. Really? Lin Yi smiled and said. I wanted to ask you yesterday, but I was afraid that you would feel pressured. So I didn't ask in the end. I didn't expect you to be unable to bear it, and said it now. Don't cry. It's a good thing. You will be named a Lady of Virtue. From today on, you will live in the back wing. Let Zixia find 2 maids to serve you. Your Majesty, you can't do that, Mingwei said loudly. This is against the rules. Please take back your order. Zixia hesitated and said. Your Majesty, according to the law, no one can be named without an heir. She and Mingwei were like sisters. She must be hoping for the best for Mingwei. However, Mingwei was just a maid like her. She didn't deserve a title at all. Even if she was named, it might bring disaster in the end. It is the so-called unworthy position, Mingwei said loudly. I just want the prince's offspring to be safe. I dare not have any extravagant requests. She prayed to all the gods and Buddhas in the sky to give her a daughter. As for a son, she dared not even think about it. Once the prince ascended the throne, the sons born by a maid like her would not survive. But she is a mother. She is a 9th rank. If someone dared to hurt her child, she didn't know what to do. That's right. Lin Yi thought about it, and it was indeed the case. Sighed. Then find 2 maids to serve, and we will talk about it later. You have served me for so many years, and you understand my character, my offspring. I will naturally not treat them unfairly. Thank you, Your Highness. Mingwei's tears were getting more and more. Seeing Mingwei like this, Zixia was actually a little envious. They both served together, and the prince was not only impartial, but even more inclined to her, just because her waist was soft, and the prince did not need to put more effort. As a result, Mingwei was already pregnant, but her belly was still not moving at all. She could only blame herself for not trying hard enough. Seeing Lin Yi looking at her, she hurriedly said, Don't worry, Prince. I will definitely take good care of Sister Mingwei. Lin Yi took a step forward and was about to help Mingwei up himself, which frightened Mingwei and made her stand up quickly. Lin Yi said helplessly, Since you are pregnant, be more stable and don't be too rash. Zixia smiled and covered her mouth. Sister Mingwei has entered the 9th rank. Qin Shilian once said that the higher the martial arts of a woman, the more true qi she can nourish the fetus. And the fetus cannot be more stable. Is it possible to do this? Is true qi an electromagnetic wave or a gas? Can it be measured? How to prove its existence? Lin Yi always felt that these people were doing metaphysics. However, he had no evidence. Mingwei said ashamedly. Zixia is right. Any woman who practices martial arts is easier to give birth than ordinary women. And the time she spends on the gates of hell is also shorter. She couldn't even bear the pain of being pregnant for 10 months. So how could she tell the prince about her hard work in the future? So that's it. I told you so. Lin Yi suddenly realized something. Your Highness. Mingwei and Zixia looked at each other, and no one understood what Lin Yi meant. What do you mean by so that's it? Lin Yi smiled and said, When I was in Baiyun City, many parents forced their daughters to learn martial arts. I thought I had done a good job in educating them. Parents realized that men and women were equal, and also paid attention to women's education. Now it seems that I thought too much. Mingwei nodded, and said with a smile, Women who know martial arts can also find better husbands. It seems that strengthening physical exercise is indeed good for childbirth. Lin Yi still doubted the so-called true qi to protect the fetus. In his opinion, these were probably the result of the woman's increased exercise. Mingwei did not refute, but just agreed with a smile. Seeing that Lin Yi did not explain anything else, She left Zixia behind and quietly retreated. As soon as she walked out of the archway of the courtyard, she saw Qin Shilian standing in the snow. She bowed and said, "Mr. Qin, I've been waiting for a long time." Although she was very skilled in martial arts and strong, there was always a chance of something happening. She could not guarantee that she would need Qin Shilian's help in the future, especially when she gave birth to a child. So even if she was unhappy with Qin Shilian, she was unwilling to turn hostile. Qin Shilian looked at Mingyue's relaxed brows, and finally said with a smile, "Congratulations, Miss." "Congratulations, Miss." Mingyue smiled but said nothing. This confused Han Fei and Lei Kaishan beside them. Lei Kaishan said in a muffled voice, "Miss Mingyue, since it is a happy event, would you like to treat us to some wine?" Mingyue shook her head and said, "Since Master Lei is injured, he should rest more. Drinking is not good for the injury." Lei Kaishan was stunned for a moment, and said happily, "Miss, can you see that I am injured?" Mingyue smiled and said, "If I am not mistaken, Master Lei should have been hit by the star-absorbing art. In Hong Kong City, there are only a handful of people who can hurt Master Lei with the star-absorbing art. In other words, people who are really stronger than Lei Kaishan would not even bother to use the star-absorbing art. Or they would not be able to use the star-absorbing art. For example, the monk, the blind man, and Ichio. If Lei Kaishan forced them to take action, Lei Kaishan would not be injured at this moment. Even if he did not lose his life, he would have to lie at home for 10 days or half a month. It is not like now, where he was just sucked a little internal force, and he is standing intact. The star-absorbing technique is the only skill that Hong Ying has carefully taught. In Baiyun City, there are many people who know this skill, but there are no more than 15 people who have mastered the complete skill. There are no more than 5 people who can compete with Lei Kaishan. In Hong Kong City, the only person who has a grudge against Lei Kaishan is Liang Yuan. Although she is deep in the palace, she is not completely ignorant of everything. There are some things that she must know. Otherwise, when the prince asks suddenly, she will appear incompetent if she does not know anything. Miss Mingyue, you have a good idea. Lei Kaishan pointed at his chest and laughed. It doesn't matter if I lose some internal energy. I can recover it. It's just that my chest hurts a little. I don't know much about this star-absorbing technique. I asked Ah Dai, Yu Xiaosher and the others, but they didn't know anything. Miss Mingyue, I dare to ask, what should I do? Mingyue smiled and said, if it's just a dull pain, why are you so panicked? Ah. Lei Kaishan was surprised and knelt on the ground, saying shamelessly, Miss Mingyue, you are the Bodhisattva Guanyin who saves the suffering. Just point me to the way. My chest is full of true energy, and I can't use any strength in my body. I'm almost a waste in this state. How can I protect the prince? If something goes wrong, I will be blamed for my death. He really hated Liang Yuanji. He didn't even hold back. Take it, swallow it. Mingyue threw a pill in her hand without hesitation. When Lei Kaishan took it with a look of surprise, she realized something. When did she become so kind? Lei Kaishan brought this upon himself. Shouldn't he let him suffer a little? Why did she give her the pill? She kept stroking her stomach, looking at the ecstatic Lei Kaishan who swallowed the pill. She actually had the idea of I want to make good connections for my child. What family, country and the world, even with the prince, it was not as important as the fetus in her belly. Thinking of this, she shivered all over and lost her balance. Qin Shilian hurried to support her and asked with concern, Miss, are you okay? She put her hand on her wrist and then breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Mingyue. Lei Kaishan and Tan Fei were also very nervous. I'm fine, it's cold and I may have caught a cold. Goodbye, I'm going to rest first. Mingyue's figure disappeared directly in the wind and snow. The snow was getting heavier. Zixia stayed by Lin Yi's side, actually looking forward to the nightfall. As she thought about it, her face turned red. Just like that, she served the prince with food, washed up, and after she and the prince got into bed, she appeared naked on Lin Yi's left-hand side as usual. Lin Yi smiled and said, the next snow, the sky will become clear. He skillfully embraced the warmth and sighed. Don't worry, people's physiques are still different. He never dreamed that, in this life, there would be people vying to give birth to a baby for him. Your Highness. After hesitating for a long time, Zixia dared to bury her head in Lin Yi's chest, but she didn't dare to press it firmly. She could only prop her head up in the air and whispered, I dare not. Lin Yi laughed. The bolder the man, the more fertile the land. She kicked the enemy with the edge of her foot. Her waist was bent as if it had no bones. Her body was covered with hands, and her feet were like lotus leaves swaying in the wind. Lin Yi was amazed. She is indeed a 9th grade master. Chapter 444 The Murderer. He was clearly a 7-point player, but he showed his full strength. In that exciting moment, he didn't know whether to admire himself or Zixia. Your Highness. After Zixia wiped Lin Yi's body in the dark, she stood in front of Lin Yi with a lamp and said softly, Your Highness, have some tea. After Lin Yi nodded, he was supported by Zixia. The calm was hot, and the whole room was stuffy. He touched the sweat on his forehead with his hand, walked to the window, and just as he pushed it open, the cold wind whimpered, and snowflakes floated past his eyes. Your Highness, be careful not to catch a cold. Lin Yi still put a fox fur cape on Lin Yi. It's okay. I can't sleep anyway. You can make a hot pot. Prepare some peanuts. And if there is braised meat, it will be even better. Lin Yi stretched his hand out of the window, letting the snowflakes fall on his palm. Zixia smiled and said, Your Highness, there is donkey meat. Do you want to eat it? Lin Yi asked curiously. Where did you get the donkey meat from? Because this dish was not on his menu today. Zixia said. It was the fat guy Suyin. He always eats better than others. He braised more than 10 pounds of donkey meat. Many of us smelled the fragrance and ate some in the kitchen. Lin Yi said unhappily. Donkey meat is such a good thing. And you actually ate it by yourself without telling me. Hurry up and serve it. Since entering Ankong City, his menu has become more refined, but not richer. For example, the pig intestines, chicken offal, and beef offal that he liked to eat in the past. No one is willing to serve him anymore. Even including donkey meat that is not presentable. In the mansion, he couldn't eat it even if he wanted to. Sometimes, when he was really hungry, he would go to the street stalls to eat. Prince, wait a moment. Zixia stood at the door and whispered a few words to the little maid beside her. She and Mingwei have been with Prince He since they were young, without any name or status. Even if Mingwei is pregnant, even if Prince He gave it to her, she couldn't take it. She and Mingwei can order the maids around, one because of their seniority, the other because they are both 9th rank. For the sake of face, they can't kill people in public, but secretly, they can make people die in 100 ways. Any maid with a little bit of brains wouldn't compete with them. So at this moment, he ordered the maid at the door to go to the kitchen, and no one dared to disobey. At night, the wind was getting stronger and stronger, making the 2 windows bang. Lin Yi waited for Zixia to bring the wine and food, first picked up 2 thin pieces of donkey meat, and put them in his mouth, while eating. He said, Su Yin's skills have improved. Without his guidance, he could actually cook the donkey meat so delicious, which was beyond his expectation. Zixia smiled and said, Su Yin, according to your order, form the Lianghui Catering Association. Since he became the president of this association, he has become more stable than before. No matter northern or southern cuisine, he has learned from others, and now it is more and more presentable. Lin Yi said helplessly, This bastard has no real skills, but he is first class at taking shortcuts. He loves to eat twice-cooked pork. Even in modern society, more than 99% of restaurants cannot make this dish well. This is especially true for non-professionals like Lin Yi. He told Su Yin a general method. No matter how Su Yin cooked it, it didn't taste right. Finally, Su Yin found another way. Draining the oil. Lin Yi felt that the twice-cooked pork tasted right after eating it. Of course, there is more than one way to cook twice-cooked pork. If you don't drain the oil, you can stew cabbage, potatoes, and lentils together, so that the vegetables can absorb the oil and prevent it from being too greasy. In some ways, Su Yin was quite quick-witted. That was why he was willing to let him continue to be the kitchen chef. Thinking of the kitchen chef, he thought of Luohan, the dead loser. He couldn't help asking, what about Luohan? That bastard? Although he was incompetent, he was loyal to him. Even if he was worthless in the future, he had reason to believe that Luohan, like Hong Ying, would guard him closely. For him, the only role of such a person was to be loyal enough. He ignored Luohan because he hated him for not fighting. You gave me face like this. If you were smarter, I would take you flying in a minute. Why did you have to be like this? Making everyone so alienated? Your Highness, he is still the gong beater of the Military Affairs Department. Although Zixia did not like Luohan, she still told the truth. A few days ago, he was taught a lesson by Hongyan. Calling him niece again? Seeing Zixia nod, Lenny could not help but laugh. He has no memory and must fall into the hands of Hongyan. Zixia smiled and said, after the prince entered Ankang City, he begged He Hong to come from Jiangnan. He Hong had received a favor from him before, so it was difficult to refuse. Now he is working as a night watchman in the military affairs department. He is also a pitiful person, afraid that others will forget that he is from the prince's mansion, and likes to make trouble. Yes, he angered Hongyan. And Chao Xuan, a fierce person, couldn't do anything to him. Others would guess his background. If there were no big shots to take care of him, he would have been skinned by Hongyan and others. So, no one dared to mess with him. Lenny sighed. It's been a long time since we last met, and he has become smarter. Zixia smiled and said, the prince taught me well. Let him come here when he is free. He has been left alone for so long. And it's almost time. Lenny waited for the wine on the charcoal stove to heat up, refused Zixia to pour him wine, and took the wine pot to drink by himself. Zixia bowed and said, yes. The wine was too hot, not suitable for drinking directly. While waiting for it to cool down, she stuffed 2 pieces of donkey meat into her mouth from time to time, chewing and saying, Su Yin's skills have really improved. In the past, it would have been impossible to make such chewy braised meat. Prince, take it slow. It's cold. Don't eat too much. Zixia didn't dare to let Lenny eat too much, so she could only persuade him carefully. Doctor Who is a great doctor, but he is not omnipotent. Then drink some wine. Don't eat any more, Lenny said, pinching another peanut. Smiling. It's really hard to digest if you eat too much. Just like that, he drank until his eyelids started to fight again. When he got up the next day and opened the window, the sky and the earth were already white. The north gate of Ankang City. Ma Jie, wearing a black coat, stood at the entrance of the city gate, looking at the carriages full of stiff corpses. His face was ashen. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Yi beside him and said, Master Jiang, a few days ago, I repeatedly emphasized the need to keep warm in winter, to prevent people from freezing to death again, but 37 people froze to death in one night. He was already gritting his teeth when he said the last sentence. Jiang Yi looked around and sighed softly. Master Ma, you know the current situation of our Bingmisi. We can't gather any men. Master, I'll tell you the truth again. Don't be angry. Only a few people died in such a big city like Ankang. It's already a blessing from heaven. If anyone is to blame, it can only be Xiezan. In order to go to Jibei to investigate He Jin's whereabouts, he took away tens of thousands of Bingmisi's men at once. Although some of them came back halfway, they were dismissed according to the rules, and would never be employed again. The current Bingmisi has no money and no people, and there are less than 1,000 people left. If he had not been in the position of the commander of the Nanmen Bingmisi, he would have suspected that Xiezan agreed with Lord He Jixiang and wanted to withdraw the Bingmisi. Lord. Chao Xuan kept turning the corpses with his scabbard, and said after a while, Lords, not all of these people died of freezing. Ma Jie said in surprise. Why do you say that? He carefully looked at several corpses, and did not find a single wound. Chao Xuan smiled and said, although these people are wearing ragged clothes, their skin is white and delicate. They are well fed, and even come from wealthy families. They are certainly not beggars. Look carefully at the palms of their hands. They are very rough. Joseon suddenly said, they are obviously martial artists. Chao Xuan nodded and said, yes, there are indeed some refugees, beggars, and fake monks in Ankang City. But most of them are old people. There are no such young people. Ankang City is a prosperous business city. Anyone with legs and feet will not end up on the streets and be frozen to death. In the words of the prince, Ankang City is no longer the Ankang City it used to be. That's true. Ma Jie looked at the bodies again, and felt that what they said made more sense. He said with a stiff face, how do you think these people died? It seemed even more troublesome. If they just froze to death, he would at most be a poor manager. However, if they were killed by someone, it would involve the criminal case of Lian Luzhong. And there were dozens of murders. If this spread out, people would be panicked, no matter whether Lord He Jixiang or the prince investigated. He, the prefect of Ankang, would be in trouble. Chao Xuan saw Ma Jie looking at him, and he hesitated for a moment, but turned his head to look at Chen Xinlua, the chief constable of the 3 divisions, who had been standing silently beside him. Chen Xinlua frowned and said, This matter should not be publicized. Let's send the body to the Dali temple first, and then post a notice to find relatives. Ma Jie couldn't help but say, Master Chen, is there anything strange about this? In terms of official position, Chen Xinlue is his subordinate. However, as everyone knows, Chen Xinlue came from the Huang mansion. He is highly regarded by Master He and Master He Jixiong, and is not someone that ordinary people can easily provoke. Even when he spoke to Chen Xinlue, he was extremely polite, without a trace of temper. Chen Xinlue climbed over the door, then turned back to Ma Jie and said, Please forgive me, Lord Ma. I have to report to Lord He Jixiong first. In the evening, stories about vampires gradually began to spread in Ankong City. A ghost that specialized in sucking human blood was rampant in Ankong City, and had killed 37 people. Use rumors to end rumors. Lenny sat on the chair and praised. He Jixiong's method is good, and the old ones are still the best. He Jixiong smiled and said, Your Highness, you are too kind. The star-sucking technique sucks people's internal energy and causes death? Lenny was most shocked by this. This was just something he said casually when he was telling the story of the demigods and semi-devils. But he didn't expect that Hong Ying and the others actually took it seriously, and now someone came to tell him that someone, in order to practice this kung fu, sucked people's internal energy everywhere, and murdered many people. It can be said to be extremely vicious. Chen Xinlue bowed and said, Your Highness, I have studied this star-absorbing technique quite a bit. I have examined several corpses, and their dantians are shriveled. They died because their internal energy was sucked out. Lenny frowned and said, What do you think? He knows nothing about kung fu when it comes to investigating cases. These people came to him, but I don't know what they meant. Chen Xinlue hesitated for a moment and said, The star-absorbing technique is my Sanha's unique secret technique. There are no more than 15 Sanha people in Ankong City who know this technique. The murderer absorbed so much internal energy last night, and my true energy must be modeled and impure at this moment. After receiving the order from Lord He Jixiong, I searched the military camp and found no one with abnormal internal energy. I suspect. After hesitating, I still didn't say anything in the end. Do you suspect that the murderer who practices the star-absorbing art is in the Huang mansion? Lin Yi said it directly for him. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Chen Xinlue knelt down, neither saying yes nor no. Lin Yi smiled and said, Approved. Thoroughly investigate the Huang mansion, regardless of whether there is the star-absorbing art. It is definitely wrong to murder people. The most important thing is that he cannot keep such a person in the Huang mansion. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Chen Xinlue stood up, he looked directly at the monk. Yi Qiu and the others said respectfully, Please give me more advice. Amitabha. The monk's hands kept turning the Buddhist beads. Sorry. Chen Xinlue couldn't guess what he meant, and could only look at Yi Qiu next to him helplessly, and smiled. Please help me, Mr. Yi. Yi Qiu saw that the Huang was also staring at him, then he put away his carelessness, said with a smile, You guessed wrong, this person is not in the Huang mansion. Chen Xinlue was stunned for a moment, then bowed and said, Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Young Master. Zhou Sun couldn't help but ask, Young Master, why are you so sure that the murderer is not in the Huang mansion? This matter involves the comfort of the prince, how can you be careless? Chen Xinlue said indifferently, Just because young Master Yi is a great master, this person absorbed the internal energy of dozens of people in one night. He must be seeking a breakthrough. The true energy is raging in his body. Such a big commotion. It is simply wishful thinking to hide it from Master Ji Hai and young Master Yi. Yi Qiu smiled proudly. It is unknown. Zhou Sun lowered her head in shame. She had entered the 8th rank, but her knowledge did not increase with the increase of her power. So, you are really not in the palace? After hearing this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. In the palace, they were servants or guards. They had been serving him all year round. Even a dog, they had feelings for him. If one of them committed a crime, and he had to kill him, he didn't know if he would be heartbroken. Chen Xinlue said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. With Master Ji Hai and Master Yi Qiu here, you will be safe and sound. That's the best. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he looked at Yi Qiu. Since you are free anyway, help the government to catch the murderer. Yes, sir. Yi Qiu was helpless. The cold wind was raging and he, a great master, was also too lazy to move. In this kind of weather, he should drink a little wine while admiring the snow in the bamboo forest. Going to help the government officials catch the murderer? I'm really bored. Chapter 445 The Envoy. Qin Xinluo smiled and said, Thank you, Master Yi. We are very grateful. Chao Xiaowan and the others looked at Qin Xinluo's flattering face, as if they suddenly didn't recognize him. In their impression, Qin Xinluo was always serious, and he always had a stern face no matter who he met, as if everyone owed him money. At this moment, he was actually smiling like a sycophant, and they looked like a flatterer no matter how they looked at him. Especially Zhou Sun. All her fantasies about Qin Xinluo were shattered. Is he still the upright Qin Xinluo that she admired and respected? Only Jiao Zhong and the others beside him were not surprised. How many people who came out of the Huang mansion and were able to get to a certain position were good people? Most of them were even ruthless. Back then, there were two ruthless people in the Huang mansion. One of them was Qin Xinluo, who looked harmless. On the surface, his vicious mind was simply outrageous. He could be the one who stopped children from crying. Lei Kaishan was so arrogant that he was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw him. The other one was Bao Kuei, who was known as the Smiling Tiger. More than a decade ago, he followed Mei Jingji's army to the south. He fought through thousands of troops and survived. How could he be a good person? Later, he became the commander of the guards in the Huang Palace. He obeyed orders and was the most prestigious commander of the guards in the Huang Palace. He was not like me. I had to keep a straight face when I spoke to the guards. If I wanted to teach those who made jokes, I had to go through Honging or the prince. He was the least capable commander of the guards. Sometimes, when the guards got angry, he really wanted to quit. At worst, he could go home and inherit the family business and become a rich man. But he was unwilling to do so. They all have one nose and two eyes. Why can't he do it? If he just gives in like this, he will be looked down upon even more. In fact, no matter what, I am too soft-hearted. I always can't bear to target others. To use the example of the prince, if you can't even do a simple activity like connecting people, what can you do? Turning around, seeing Chao Xiaowan on the side, I immediately wilted. Although Chao Xiaowan's kung fu is not as good as his, she will soon enter the 9th rank. I am sure she can't beat me in a fight. But if I want to use force, it is basically impossible. She is not a weak woman who can't do anything and can lie on the ground and let me dote on her. They will resist. But there is no point in resisting. Hey. Yi Qiu looked at Lin Yi bravely and waved his hand helplessly at Qin Xinluo. I work for the prince. How could I complain? Looking at your attitude, are you dissatisfied? Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him. Yi Qiu of the Yi family is also a smart man. He actually bought a big house for Yi Qiu. Moreover, he gave him several thousand taels of expenses every month. So much so that until now, Lin Yi was embarrassed to say that Yi Qiu was eating and drinking for free in the prince's mansion. Because sometimes, he was jealous. And he even asked Yi Qiu to eat and drink for him. A man who didn't marry a wife or have children. What did he need so much money for? He was different. As the biggest boss of Liang State, he shouldered the responsibility of maintaining the peace and development of Liang State. And he took the lead and set an example. Not wasting public children. What's more, he had a treasure now. Not only did it cost money to raise a child, but he also had to save a dowry for his daughter. And he couldn't spend his own treasury carelessly. So, sometimes, he had to do some business of robbing the rich to help the poor. Otherwise, life will be really unbearable. I dare not. Yi Qiu smiled and said, It is my honor to serve the prince. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Then hurry up and catch the murderer. How about a 3-day deadline? After hearing this, Qin Xinluo, like Chao Xiaowan and others, looked at Yi Qiu with a smile on his face. Yi Qiu said loudly, Your Highness, tomorrow at noon, I will definitely bring the murderer to justice. Qin Xinluo's heart tightened, and he even suspected that he had heard it wrong. How could Yi Qiu be so sure? What if the murderer has already escaped from Hong Kong City? The world is so big, where should he find him? When he was about to ask, Yi Qiu had already turned around and left the Prince He's mansion. He apologized to Prince He, and then led Chao Xiaowan and others to catch up with Yi Qiu. Master Yi. Qin Xinluo followed carefully behind him, and said in confusion, There is one thing I don't understand, and I hope you can help me. Why are you so sure that you can catch the murderer? Are you questioning me? Yi Qiu stopped, and in the surprised look of everyone, he looked at Qin Xinluo with a bad face. Qin Xinluo lowered his head and said expressionlessly, I dare not. I am just a little confused. What's so difficult about this? The voice that suddenly interrupted from mid-air made Chen Xinluo feel very familiar. When he raised his head, he saw Fang Pai jumping down from the top of the wall, and behind him were Zhou Jingye and Shan Songwan. Fang Pai saw that everyone's eyes were looking at him. Just when he was feeling proud of himself, he suddenly saw Chen Xinluo's cold eyes. He hurriedly bowed to Chen Xinluo and said, "Greetings, Master Chen." Chen Xinluo said coldly, "If you have something to say, please say it quickly. I don't have so much time to argue with you." "Yes," Fang Pai hurriedly said. "When we were on duty last night, 2 court guards suddenly lost contact. We activated the emergency plan and found their bodies in a dilapidated temple. In order to prevent alerting the enemy, we did not dispose of the bodies. Then dozens of bodies were found. With such a big commotion, if our court guards don't know anything, then what use are they?" Chen Xinluo nodded and said, "Yes, if you court guards can't even detect such things, there is really no need for you to exist." Fang Pai laughed. The court guards experts immediately thought that this was the way of the star-absorbing art, but they vaguely felt that something was wrong, so they immediately sent 2 bodies to the stable. As soon as Master Yi made a move, he immediately found out the situation. It turns out that Master Yi had already made up his mind. Chen Xinluo was not too surprised. Fang Pai continued, "Master Yi said that although the murderer practiced the star-absorbing technique and used ruthless means, his foundation is neither the Hui Yuan Gong nor the Lion Roar Gong. And it is not the style of our Sanha martial arts at all." Zhou Sun at the side could not help but ask, "What do you mean? You don't understand this?" Fang Pai was not afraid of Zhou Sun, and said proudly, "Most of our Sanha soldiers and civilians practice the Hui Yuan Gong, which emphasizes the glorious yin and yang, and the rising of the sun in the east to ward off evil. The star-absorbing art is just a method. It is naturally wonderful to use Hui Yuan Gong as internal force to activate it. However, for monks who know Lion Roar Gong, it is harmless to use Lion Roar Gong to activate it." What kind of internal force did the murderer use to activate the star-absorbing art? Zhou Sun couldn't help but ask. "Fortunately, it depends on Master Yi," Fang Pai said proudly. "He and the murderer once fought each other in person. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to guess it." "Oh, have you fought with each other?" Everyone was very surprised. Anyone who can fight with a grandmaster like Yi Qiu is at least a grandmaster. And this grandmaster should not have learned Hui Yuan Gong or Shurho Gong. What immediately flashed in their minds were Jizhao Temple, Chunshan City, and even the Dharma King Swikoji, who had just come to Ankang City. "Swikoji?" Finally, Zhou Sun said it out loud. Fang Pai smiled and said, "Yes, the only ones who can absorb the internal energy of dozens of people in one breath without self-destruction, except for the masters of Sanha, are indeed those foreign masters. The most suspicious person among them is Ding Luan of Tikoji." Ding Luan? Many people have already guessed it, and they are not very surprised. Chao Xiuhuan doesn't like Fang Pai's behavior, but still patiently asks, "How to find this Ding Luan? You know, a master like the monk has never been able to catch up with this master. What can these people do?" After all, Yi Qiu was once defeated by Ding Luan. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. She swallowed the blood in her throat and bowed to Yi Qiu. "Please forgive me, Mr. Yi. I have no other intentions." She questioned Yi Qiu in public, and Yi Qiu just let her suffer a little. He was very tolerant and generous. "Humph," Yi Qiu said lightly. "Do you think the monk will stand by and watch me come?" Amitabha. With a Buddhist chant, the monk appeared directly at the entrance of the alley. No one knew that he appeared like this. In the sobbing cold wind, everyone went out of the city in the snow. Before daybreak, the city's sanitation department had cleared the snow. Riding a horse or walking was not difficult. But once out of the city, the snow buried the horses' legs. Chen Xinluo ordered the horses to stay behind, and only the masters above the 5th rank continued to go north with the monk. Master Ji Hai has no footprints. Chao Xiuhuan looked at where Ji Hai had passed, and then looked at her own half-foot deep footprints, and couldn't help but be amazed. Zhou Sun pointed at Yi Qiu's feet again. Where Yi Qiu had passed, there was a thin footprint that could not be detected. Now, the difference in height suddenly became clear. After walking for about 10 miles, finally after passing through a stone archway, everyone realized that it was the White Horse Temple. Amitabha. The monk clasped his hands together in front of a closed temple door. Fang Pai kicked the snow on the ground with one foot, and soon saw a corpse on the ground. Zhou Jingye couldn't help but say, "Boss, This is a monk from the White Horse Temple. Fong Pai saw Chen Xinluo looking at him, and he spread his hands, saying that since the people from the 3 divisions were here, they, the court guards, would not interfere. Chen Xinluo looked at the silent monk again, and seeing that the monk had no intention of objecting, he shouted, "Come on! Surround them!" Yes! More than 100 people from the 3 divisions responded with a roar. Someone was about to jump over the wall, but unexpectedly, with a creak, the wooden door in front of him fell down in the snow. What caught everyone's eyes were corpses of strange shapes. Chao Shihuan snorted coldly. He is indeed a cruel and ruthless person. The monk stepped into the temple, and Chen Xinluo immediately waved his hand to let everyone surround the temple. Yi Qiu suddenly said, "Ding Luan, come out. You can't escape today even if you have wings." Uh-huh. Suddenly a loud laugh echoed in the air, and the snow on the top of the temple fell from the eaves. Then, a big man in ragged gray clothes stood in the yard. Everyone looked closely and found that this man was Ding Luan, the Dharma King of Tuigu Temple. Ding Luan said, "I heard that Daliang State is full of masters and talents. I didn't believe it at first, but I saw you too, and I started to look at you with new eyes." Yi Qiu said lightly, "Since the Dharma King is so aware of the current situation, please go down with me to see the prince. Whatever happens, it's up to the prince to decide." "You want to keep me?" Ding Luan said to Yi Qiu, but his eyes always unconsciously drifted towards the monk with his eyes slightly closed. As he spoke, he unconsciously carried the aura of a great master. Fong Pai and the others all clung to the monk's back, trying not to take a step back. "Can you still run away this time?" Yi Qiu suddenly laughed. Ding Luan's sinister eyes unconsciously followed Yi Qiu's gaze, and looked not far away. There stood a man and a woman on the city wall. The woman was wearing fluttering white clothes, and the man was holding a bamboo stick, both looking towards him. All of them are grandmasters. He didn't think he could escape facing 4 grandmasters at the same time, turning his head and looking at Yi Qiu again. It is said that when 2 countries are at war, they do not kill envoys. I am the envoy of Nangu. Is this how Daliang treats guests? Yi Qiu smiled and said, "You haven't even submitted a letter to the Ministry of Rights. How can you be considered an envoy? Since Mr. Ding has come back from his mistakes, we won't make any more fuss. Mr. Ding, just follow us." Ding Luan, like a monk, clasped his hands together and said in a deep voice, "Then please lead the way." In summer, Lin Yi hates heat. In winter, Lin Yi hates the cold. In fact, vaguely, he still misses the winter in Sanha. He sat in the fake cave, hugging the heater, and kicking the little yellow dog in front of his feet from time to time. "Prince." Jiao Zhong refilled his tea and said carefully, "Ding Luan from Nangu is still waiting outside." "Ah," Lin Yi sighed. "Although there are not many good monks in the White Horse Temple, they are still the people of Daliang after all. It is a heinous crime to harm the people of Daliang at will." He said this without any fear that Ding Luan would not hear it. According to what he knew, when martial arts are practiced to a certain level, they can hear the wind. Jiao Zhong said in a deep voice, "It's all up to the prince to decide." Lin Yi said, "Bring in Dharma King Ding Luan." Before Jiao Zhong could report, Yi Qiu and the monk had already walked to the rockery with Ding Luan, one in front and one behind. Lin Yi looked at Ding Luan. Ding Luan also looked at Lin Yi. The two looked at each other, but no one spoke first. "King of Dharma." Lin Yi finally lost his patience, yawning. "You and I have no grudges in the past. Nor have we met recently. You came all the way here empty-handed. And I don't want to say anything to you, but you stole my Liang country's supreme skills and killed my people. Isn't it unbecoming of you?" "The King of Dharma?" Ding Luan smiled and said, "Your Highness is polite. There is an old saying in Liang country that those who have accomplished great things since ancient times do not pay attention to trivial matters. Why should your Highness care about these details?" Lin Yi said helplessly. "I told you not to care about details. But I didn't tell you to be shameless. King of Dharma Ding. I am busy with all kinds of affairs, and I really don't have that much time to argue with you. Just tell me, what is the purpose of coming to Liang country?" He didn't believe that the people of Tuigu Temple would take vultures out to walk the birds when they had nothing to do. Ding Luan took a step forward, and seeing that the monk did not stop him, he sat directly in front of Lin Yi. Chapter 446 She. Unexpectedly, before he could sit down firmly, the chair under his buttocks suddenly broke into pieces of wood. He was a master, so he would not fall flat on his face. He still stood firmly on his horse stance, but suddenly he felt a huge force, all pressing down on him, and he knew he was no match for it. He was about to dodge instinctively, but suddenly he felt his knees become weak, and with a plop, he knelt directly on the ground. Suddenly, he turned his head in anger and looked at the monk, who was slightly closing his eyes. Yichio laughed and said, "You have a place to sit in front of the prince? You, a monk, don't know the rules? In a one-on-one fight, he is definitely not Ding Luan's opponent. After all, he has suffered losses at the hands of the other party." At this moment, Ding Luan was taught a lesson by the monk, and he was naturally very happy. The people around him looked at him strangely. How arrogant is Yichio? How could he be so arrogant? Everyone couldn't believe it. What they saw just now was real. This world is getting more and more incomprehensible. They saw Ding Luan glaring at Yichio, and then turned his head to look at Prince He, and said indignantly, "Daliang is a superior country. A country of etiquette. I have heard that Prince He laughs at the princes, and is broad-minded, and has a heart that transcends the world. Is this the way to entertain guests with the prince?" Lenny picked up the teacup and blew the floating tea leaves. After a long time, he took a sip and looked at Ding Luan. He said lightly, "This king has always had the same attitude. When friends come, there is good wine. If the jackal comes, there is a big knife to welcome it. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being my friend?" The people around him were excited. Every time he talked to the prince, it made people think, "Ding Luan, friends can't be friends, then they are jackals, so he is nothing. My Nangu and Daliang have been friends for generations, and we don't invade each other." After Ding Luan could no longer feel the pressure on his shoulders, he stood up slowly and said seriously, "I am the envoy of the Saint King of Nangu, the Dharma King of Tuigu Temple. The two countries did not kill the envoys when they were at war. Why did the king treat me like this?" Saint King? Lin Yi figured it out after a little thought, probably the barbarian king of Nangu. He stretched himself and said calmly, "Let me put it this way. I am not old and dim yet, and my memory should be good. I clearly remember that the king of Fa did not have this attitude when he came to see me last time. He seemed very arrogant, as if he was the best in the world. Now he is suddenly being so reasonable, and I am a little uncomfortable with him. Tell me, what do you mean? Don't be long-winded. I like people who speak quickly." The people around him couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Ding Luan said with a red face, "Your Highness must have misunderstood. As an envoy of Nangu, I naturally hope that the two countries will have good relations. I will never do anything that violates the friendship between the two countries. If your Highness does not believe it, I have a letter from the kingdom for your Highness to review." Really? Lin Yi still did not believe it. After all, people's hearts are different. He has suffered this loss before, so he has to be on guard. It is absolutely true. I dare not deceive your Highness. Ding Luan carefully put his hand into his arms, not daring to move. After half of the pressure on his shoulders was relieved, he slowly took out a thick book from his arms. After Lin Yi signaled, Xiao Zhong carefully stepped forward to take it, then stepped back 3 steps, and opened the book after he was far away from Lin Yi. What caught his eyes were circles of awkward tadpole characters, none of which he recognized. He waited for Chen Dishing to come over, and then handed it to He Jixiang in person. This is the text of Nangu, and it still needs to be translated by Lord Chen. After He Jixiang glanced at it casually, he closed it again and threw it to Qin Jingji next to him. Qin Jingji hurriedly looked at it and said, "Your Highness, this is indeed a letter from Nangu. Nangu wants to join forces with your Highness to fight against the Western barbarians." What? Lin Yi was not surprised that Qin Jingji knew Nangu's writing, but was just curious about how the word Western barbarians was translated. Qin Jingji looked confused. "I don't know what the what?" he said to the Prince Mint. Lin Yi smiled and said, "What is the origin of the term Western barbarians?" Qin Jingji finally understood and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, in the 18th year of Yongguang, a group of golden-haired and big-nosed people invaded the kingdom of Ahsoka, and the term Western barbarians came into being. So they were foreign devils." Lin Yi thought of the deceased Emperor Liefo of Ahsoka. "Has this foreign devil entered Ahsoka before?" Qin Jingji hurriedly said, "It is said that Liefo had a Western barbarian as his teacher, and he followed him to learn since he was a child, after he ascended the throne. This Western barbarian teacher was also appointed a high official." Western barbarian as a teacher? Lin Yi touched his chin with his hand and said curiously, "The Emperor of Ahsoka is quite open-minded. Foreign devils also came to Daliang. It is said that Emperor Yongguang was particularly arrogant and disliked them very much. He treated them as vassal states and directly gave them some gold, silver and jewelry and sent them back. Unlike Ayuguo, who actually hired foreigners as teachers. It is simply unbelievable, Ding Luan said loudly. Ayuguo is short-sighted and let the wolf into the house, which led to the current disaster. Lenny looked at Ding Luan and said, "You seem to know a lot?" Ding Luan said, "I dare not deceive the prince. Liefo is not only the king of a country, but also has strict guards. He is also a master of his generation. It is difficult for outsiders to approach him. Now he is dead and gone, which is simply a joke," Lenny said with a smile. "If the Western barbarians are really so unbearable, why did you come all the way to me to join forces with me?" Ding Luan was not convinced and said, "The Western barbarians are just relying on their strong ships and powerful guns. It's nothing to worry about." "Well, if you say that, I believe you. You came all the way here. Something must have happened in your Nangu." Lenny looked at Ding Luan, frowned after a while. "But, if you want to talk about a big thing, it's not that big. You are too arrogant. This is not the attitude of seeking cooperation. What's more, you are secretly learning the top martial arts of my Dalian country. And slaughtering innocent people is a provocation to me. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Ding Luan felt his shoulders suddenly become heavy again, and hurriedly said, "I saw the exquisiteness of this star-absorbing technique, and I really couldn't help it. It was not intentional. The more I practiced, the weirder it felt. Instead, I felt that it was like the legendary Yin Yang 8 desolate art. In order to verify my thoughts, I had to resort to this last resort." Although he looked guilty, he actually didn't agree with it. He is the envoy of Nangu, the Dharma king of Tuiko Temple. How noble. What's the big deal about killing a few lowly people? Star-absorbing technique and Yin Yang 8 desolations? Lenny looked at the monk with the best kung fu. "Your Highness, as far as I know, this Yin Yang 8 desolations is the unique kung fu of Shanghai of Shihuang Star." The monk put his hands together, remembered some old stories from the old monk on the way to Chunshan City, and slowly opened his mouth under the attention of everyone. "I have never practiced it, but I think the most strange thing about this kung fu is that it can transfer your internal strength to others, which is called initiation. Even a child who knows nothing about kung fu, as long as someone gives him 100 years of kung fu, he can become the best master in the world. Compared with the star-absorbing technique, it is the opposite way, but it has the same effect. Initiation?" Many people were shocked. They heard this word for the first time, and it seems to sound very scary. If kung fu can be inherited, can be instilled, then who would be willing to study hard? You can even imagine that before dying, you pass on kung fu to your descendants as a legacy, from generation to generation. How powerful kung fu would be now. After listening to the monk quietly speaking, Ding Luan bowed to the monk and said, "Master, this is what I think too. Yin Yang Ba Huang Gong." Lenny pondered for a while before saying very confidently, "It has nothing to do with the star-absorbing technique." He thought again and again, there is no so-called Yin Yang 8 desolations in any of his novels, and it definitely has nothing to do with him, and the star-absorbing art. "Your Highness is wise." Ding Luan bowed and said, "After my inspection last night, this star-absorbing technique only absorbs people's internal energy, and cannot pass on internal energy to people. It is not the same as the Yin Yang 8 desolations technique." Lenny sighed. "Just for the so-called verification, you killed so many people? Although the Dharma king is a high-level monk, isn't he a bit too cruel?" Ding Luan hurriedly said, "Your Highness, don't worry. After the matter is over, I will definitely hold a banner to personally help them to transcend, and let them ascend to heaven as soon as possible, to be able to be transcended by him. It is a blessing that has been cultivated for several lifetimes. People who die in his hands will not be wronged. Early as soon as possible?" Lenny was happy, and said with a bad face, "I suggest you go and explore the way first, Your Highness." Ding Luan didn't understand what Lenny meant, but he felt very uncomfortable. No one has ever seen the paradise, and no one knows where it is, Lenny said ruthlessly. "Since the Dharma king can ferry others there, he can naturally go there too. Don't be polite, Dharma king. Come on. Send the Dharma king on his way. I am the messenger of Nangu, and I am here to seek peace," Ding Luan said anxiously. "Your Majesty, please don't act on impulse. You have killed so many people. And you still want to seek peace with me? Lin Yi snorted coldly and said, What's wrong with your brain? You only think about good things. Ding Luan said anxiously. The Western barbarians are powerful. We Nangu is willing to advance and retreat together with the prince. I hope the prince will think twice. Noisy. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently after the blind man, and when Zhao Li stood in front of him, he said loudly, In Lianhua, killing someone means paying with your life, and owing money means paying back the money is an iron law, and even the king of heaven cannot change it. Yichio suddenly said, Master has great magical powers. Why don't you go and explore the way first? The long sword in his sleeve stabbed directly at Ding Luan. King. Ding Luan avoided the long sword, and slashed at Yichio with one hand, but suddenly he felt a strong wind behind him, and quickly took 2 steps back. Looking at the monks who were attacking him, his face was full of horror. Without thinking, he was about to stand up and jump out, but as soon as his feet left the ground, his whole body fell to the ground, coughing up blood non-stop, with a look of disbelief on his face. After a while, the bluestone under his mouth was stained red with blood. Some people are dead while they are alive, and some people are really dead after they die. Society is very simple, and people's hearts are very complicated. This king almost got into trouble. Lin Yi couldn't stand the sight of blood, and couldn't stand the smell of blood. He covered his mouth and nose and left the garden directly. While walking, he kept muttering, Don't do stupid things. You won't die. Chen Jingji, write a letter to Chuanzhou, and ask them to find out the situation in Nangu. Yes. Chen Jingji could only respond. After Lin Yi left, the monk came to Ding Luan, stretched out his hand to close Ding Luan's eyes, put his hands together and said, Amitabha. Good. Good. Monk, your kung fu has improved. The blind man was no less shocked than the others. Everyone knew how good Ding Luan's kung fu was. The blind man thought he could win, but it was basically impossible to kill the enemy in 3 moves like the monk. What was even more shocking was the speed at which the monk's kung fu improved. Last time, the monk didn't catch up with Ding Luan at all, and let him run away. He killed him instantly in front of him. If he didn't know the monk, he would have thought that the monk had let him go last time. Monk. The blind man swallowed the saliva in his throat, and couldn't help saying, You still. Do you want to accept a disciple? I will worship you as my master. Me too. Lei Kaishan couldn't help but add, Master, if you accept me as your disciple, I can be a monk. You two are too kind, I am just lucky. The monk said calmly. This man has forcibly absorbed internal energy for more than 100 years, and his meridians have been disordered. Even if I don't take action, he will go crazy and die. Lei Kaishan looked at the blind man and Yichio separately, not knowing whether what the monk said was true or just modesty. However, there was one thing he was sure the monk was right about. If the star-absorbing technique was simply about absorbing internal energy, they would have been great masters long ago. The star-absorbing technique has always been carefully passed down, but it has not yet reached the point of being top secret. This is because this technique is quite evil, and can only be used to hurt the enemy. After absorbing the internal energy, it is necessary to disperse the absorbed internal energy, and it must never be used to increase one's own internal energy. There were people who did not believe in the teachings of Yunakong, and secretly used the absorbed internal energy to increase their skills, but they ended up exploding in the middle of the night and died. Therefore, many people were frightened, and gradually they believed it. However, there were still many people who did not believe it, such as Pan Duo, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, are Hongying, Yichio, the blind man, and the monk really geniuses? Why did they break through the shackles of the 9th rank at such a young age? They became the few great masters in the world. Geniuses have existed in every dynasty. Why are there so many in recent years? Moreover, they are all around the prince. Therefore, Pan Duo believes that there are so many great masters. It must be a problem of the skills. He felt that the most likely one should be the star-absorbing art. Whether it was Hongying or the monk, it should be due to some considerations that the correct practice posture of the star-absorbing art was not announced. Sometimes, Lei Kaishan really wanted to agree with Pan Duo's idea, but after seeing the evil deeds of the monk and others, he felt that Pan Duo's speculation was meaningless. Pan Duo was able to be the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, so he was naturally very smart, but sometimes he was too smart. Chapter 447. What are you looking at? Lei Kaishan is sometimes very arrogant. He thinks he may have some talent in martial arts, but sometimes, he also admits that his IQ is different from others. When it comes to playing tricks, A dozen people like him are no match for Panduo. He is so sure that Panduo is being smart because he accidentally heard the prince say to Hong Zhongwan, "You guys are just fooling around. The star-absorbing technique is just nonsense in novels. You still take it seriously? As for the stuff you practice, I think it looks like chemical engineering technique." At that time, he clearly heard Hong, the chief steward, shout, "Your Majesty is wise." Not just a perfunctory response, not a compliment, but a real recognition. In other words, Hong, the chief steward, also recognized what the prince said. The star-absorbing art that everyone is learning now is not the real star-absorbing art. In the prince's novel, as a half-apprentice of Hong, he believed in Hong. Maybe the current star-absorbing art is the chemical art. The purpose of the chief steward teaching them this skill is to deal with those outsiders who secretly learn Sanhe Kung Fu, especially the king of Yong and the king of Jin's men. While he was pondering, he saw the blind man walk up to Ding Luan, who had already died, squatted down, put his hand on Ding Luan's head, and felt his forehead, which was gradually wrinkled. Everyone felt a chill. What was the blind man doing? After a while, he heard the blind man say, "I only knew that if I fought him, I would not have much chance of winning." As a result, he absorbed so much internal energy. Not only did he not explode and die, he was still calm in front of the prince just now, and when Yi Qiu attacked, he was also at ease. This man's power is absolutely superb. Yi Qiu asked curiously, if he didn't die, would he really absorb so much power? His casual question stunned the blind man and the monk next to him, and even when Zhao Yi next to him began to ponder. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to the monk. The monk shook his head firmly and said, "The chief steward said in person that you must not absorb external power. If you can't suppress it, you will be attacked. Ding Luan is a master. When he was alive, you couldn't tell his age. Now that he is dead, he is like the withered bark, and his real age is revealed all of a sudden." When Zhao Yi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly sighed, "If I am not mistaken, Ding Luan is older than me. With the master's 100 years of power, he can't suppress the external force he absorbs. This ability is far inferior to mine." When the others heard this, they couldn't help but look sideways. In the palace, many people didn't know Wen Zhaoyi's true identity. However, everyone occasionally heard He Wangye calling this old ancestor, more often than sister. Anyone who is not a fool can roughly understand that this Wen Zhaoyi who calls herself old must be not young. Unexpectedly, Ding Luan, who looks like a middle-aged man, is actually older than Wen Zhaoyi. However, seeing Ding Luan lying on the ground and looking shriveled, everyone gradually believed what Wen Zhaoyi said. This Ding Luan is probably not young anymore. Judging from Wen Zhaoyi's tone, he is probably over 100 years old. "Aunt Wen, why do you belittle yourself?" The blind man smiled and said, "Aunt is extremely talented. How could she lose to this barbarian? He is an orphan in Nanzhou. He followed the prince all the way from Songang to Nanzhou. Before going to the Baiyun City Temple, he was taken care of by Sang Pozi and Wen Zhaoyi at the Chidian orphanage. Therefore, he and Wen Zhaoyi have never had much estrangement, and they always feel like they are a family." Wen Zhaoyi smiled and said, "Don't tease me. I know my own abilities very well." She turned around and left. The blind man and the monk followed closely behind. Yi Qiu looked around and did not stay any longer. Qin Jingji looked at the crowd that was gradually dispersing, and finally turned his gaze to Fang Pai on the side, and said with a bitter face, "Please teach me, Brother Fang." All the people who could make the decision had left, leaving Ding Luan's body here. What was going on? What could he, a small minister of the Honglu Temple, do? Asking Fang Pai for help. It was just a last resort. "Sir Chun, Ding Luan is the envoy of Nangu, and you are the minister of the Honglu Temple." Fang Pai laughed and said, "It's not my turn to intervene in such a small matter." Qin Jingji knew this would be the result. After all, he had only heard of people taking credit, but never heard of people taking the blame. Therefore, he did not lose heart, and still said in a sincere tone, "Brother Fang, please pity me. I will reward you handsomely in the future." Seeing his sincere attitude, Fang Pai's eyes rolled around, and after a while he smiled and said, "Master Chen, I have a way. You can send the body to the governor's mansion, and master he will decide everything." Qin Jingji smiled and said, "Brother Fang, without the prince's order, I dare not bother Master He." Qin Dishing, who was here just now, ran faster than a rabbit. How much better can Qin be than He Jixiang? These people are really loyal to Prince He. And they are also really afraid of trouble. Ding Luan is dead. There is no use at all. However, this body is evidence. If you keep it in your hands, you will be responsible for all the subsequent investigations. Ding Luan must explain everything he did in Ankang City. Otherwise, he will definitely not be able to explain to Prince He. But their Honglu Temple is full of civil servants. They can't do such an investigation at all. That's true, Fong Pai said with a smile. Sir Chun, I'm going to say something from the bottom of my heart. You are actually too suspicious. They don't want the body because they are confident. Not because they want to deliberately throw the trouble to Sir Chun. Chen Jingji pondered for a while and said, Are you serious, Brother Fong? Fong Pai smiled and said, Sir Chun, you have to think about it. Whether it's a monk or a blind man, or even concubine one, who would be willing to ignore the safety of the prince? As for Sir He, Sir Chun, there is no need to say more. They will definitely investigate this matter in private. As for this rotten corpse, it is probably useless for them to keep it. You can just burn it. Although it is winter, it is not a good thing to leave it for a long time. When Qin Jingji was hesitating, Fong Pai patted his shoulder impatiently and said with emotion, Brother, I am stupid, but the prince did say that smart people have their advantages, especially when they have diarrhea. They will not believe any farts. I am a stupid person, but I have the advantage of being stupid. I will not complicate simple things. Brother Fong? Fong Pai's words made a smart person like Qin Jingji a little confused. What does this have to do with fart? Brother, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Fong Pai said nothing more, and led Zhou Jingye and Shan Sanwan to leave. Ah! Qin Jingji sighed, as he looked at the two officials of the Honglu Temple on his left and right. In the end, he had no choice but to arrange for someone to take the body away. A case that was not big, but not small, was solved just like that. As the year drew to a close, there was no news from Shinchu, who was far away in Jianzhou, or Xiezan, who was in nearby Jizhou. Lin Yi was still a little irritated, fearing that something might happen to them. But after receiving the news from the court guards, he immediately felt relieved, thanks to the military supply bidding system he established. His army had no shortage of food and drink. Even in the cold winter, they had plenty of wine and meat. The consequence of this approach was that his wallet was never full. He even regretted that he had trained his soldiers to behave like American soldiers, turning them into gold-eating monsters. What to do when you are in a bad mood? The only thing you can do is go fishing. As soon as they left the city gate, they encountered a carriage carrying corpses out of the city. Stop! As soon as Lin Yi spoke, Jiao Zhong led his men to ride forward and stop the carriage. Lin Yi's eyes were always on the two small bodies. Jiao Zhong pointed at the baby wrapped in only a piece of rag, hesitated and said, This is a newborn baby. They probably disliked it because it was a girl, so they just threw it away. What a sin! Lin Yi sighed. I don't have family planning. I let them have as many children as they want, and I guarantee that someone will inherit the throne of their family. Even so, are they still not satisfied? Jiao Zhong was about to respond and explain why so many families abandon baby girls. But after hearing the word throne, he immediately shrank his neck. He didn't hear anything. Lin Yi couldn't bear to look at the dead bodies of babies piled on the carriage, and said to Jiao Zhong, Tell Lord Qin that the Dalian law will add a crime of abandonment. No matter if the baby is a boy or a girl. If it is lost, the person will be sentenced to 3 years of labor reform. If the baby is really poor and can't be raised, it can be given for adoption. Any family willing to adopt a baby can enjoy tax reduction. As for how to reduce and how much to reduce, it will be decided by the cabinet. In major matters, he has the final say. But for some minor matters, he will delegate power to the cabinet led by He Jixiang and Qin Dishan. Your Majesty, be merciful. Jiao Zhong praised sincerely and said, I will pass the message on. The wind was cold, and the snow was flying. Lin Yi sat on the shore and threw the hook into the river that had not yet frozen. In a short while, he caught a whole bucket of fish. Your Majesty, Jiao Zhong walked in front of Lin Yi again and said, Is there something? Lin Yi couldn't bear to see him hesitate. Seeing that Lin Yi was about to get angry, Jiao Zhong hurriedly said, Miss Quan is nearby. Come over quickly. Lin Yi smiled and said, Then you should hide quickly. Don't let anyone see you. Yes, sir. Jiao Zhong casually pushed his palm towards the snow full of footprints, and then flew into the forest where the leaves had fallen. In a short while, his shadow could not be seen. You are quite capable. Lin Yi was very emotional. He did not expect Jiao Zhong to make all the footprints disappear with a casual palm. The kung fu was not learned in vain. When he first came to this era, he did not understand why the more backward the feudal society, the more martial arts were valued. After more than 20 years, he suddenly realized that the worse the public security and the more disorderly the society, the more it relies on personal force. When someone asks you what you are looking at, and you do not have the confidence to reply, "What's wrong with looking at you?" it is the most frustrating. As a man, you should not care about life and death. If you don't agree, just fight. When you really can't do it, it's also good to have a society where you can get money just by lying on the ground. Lin Yi is now working hard to create such a society. No one should be arrogant in front of the state machine. Just be a leek in Daliang State. A bricklayer. And screws are the best. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a woman in a gray coat appear in the sparse forest, walking in the snow, with a light figure, without the slightest feeling of being bloated. Miss Guan. Long time no see. Lin Yi waved at Guan Xiaoqi. You are really interesting. Guan Xiaoqi tilted her head and smiled. You are lazy. But you are not afraid of the cold weather. You even have the leisure to go fishing. You are diligent. But you do nothing but fishing all day. She was increasingly confused about Lin Yi. How did a street thug who doesn't know martial arts and has no knowledge survive until now? Lin Yi stood up, tightened his jacket in his arms, and said with a wry smile, Miss Guan, I'm not as bad as you say. Am I? Guan Xiaoqi said. I'm telling the truth. It's so cold today. Aren't you afraid of freezing? Lin Yi pointed to the wooden barrel next to him and said proudly, It's a bit cold. But it's good to have a harvest. Guan Xiaoqi stretched her neck to look at the wooden barrel full of fish, and said happily, You caught so many. In this season, fish can still be sold at a high price. No wonder you don't worry. Lin Yi walked to the fire nearby, took down the iron kettle on it, and said while pouring water, I've boiled tea here. Have some? As he said that, he handed over the steaming big tea bowl. Thank you. Guan Xiaoqi took it without hesitation, sniffed it casually and said, Did you add dried tangerine peel? Not bad. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. In the whole world, only Sanha has such dried tangerine peel. He didn't eat fermented tea very much. But if he did, he would probably add dried tangerine peel, especially in winter. He liked the unique taste of dried tangerine peel. You know how to eat, drink and play. Guan Xiaoqi disliked the hot teacup, so he carefully placed it on the snow pile, and said helplessly, Maybe you caught some fish today and made some money. But what about the day after tomorrow? Will there be so many fish the day after tomorrow? Don't people like you have any ambition? Ambition? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. My mother hopes that I will be ambitious the most. When he thought of concubine Yuan, he had a headache. Now he is considered a person of character. However, he disappointed concubine Yuan more and more, because in concubine Yuan's view, he was no longer an obedient child. Sometimes, parents like their children to be promising, and they also hope that their children will listen to them. If one of them is not up to standard, they are not considered good children by their parents. Since you know, you should not let her down again. Guan Xiaoqi said seriously, You will have a family and a career in the future. If you continue to be perfunctory like this, how will you live in the future? Lin Yi smiled and said, I think this is good. This state now is the freedom he really yearns for, that is, no one can restrain him, and he can do what he wants at any time. Not good. Guan Xiaoqi said loudly. Is I good or not? How do you know? Lin Yi smiled and said, I think it's good. Why do you care so much? He couldn't see through this girl more and more, and couldn't figure out what she wanted to do. Chapter 448 Relationship. However, curiosity aside, he didn't dislike this girl at all, and even liked her a little. This kind of heartless, carefree girl really could easily be loved by men. He thought of Hu Miaoyi. Beautiful though she was, the longer they spent together, the more character flaws she revealed, and now that the child was born, they couldn't have the so-called harmonious relationship. You are not young anymore, Guan Xiaoqi said loudly. My father said that there are 3 unfilial things for men, and the worst is to have no offspring. You are so muddle-headed, you won't even be able to marry a wife in the future, and you will have no offspring. No offspring? Lin Yi was happy. He only had one daughter now, both the court and the army, and they all advised him to have more children. Since ancient times, women were not considered descendants, let alone heirs. People would point their fingers at him and call him extinct. I heard this word again today, and I felt even more helpless. How is it? Is it funny? Guan Xiuqi said angrily. Have you never thought about the future? My future is long. It's not something I can figure out in a short time, Lin Yi said curiously. However, I thought your father would be a free and easy person, but I didn't expect him to be so pedantic. With a well-behaved daughter like you, isn't he satisfied? My father loves me very much, but I am a girl after all, and I will get married in the future. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. My father is very distressed. How will he face the ancestors of my Guan family in 100 years? Yes, your Guan family's ancestors are really amazing, Lin Yi said with a smile. Having such a filial descendant as your father. Guan Xiuqi frowned. It sounded good on the surface, but after careful consideration, it didn't seem to be the case, especially Lin Yi's strange tone. She always felt that it was not a good thing. So she asked, What do you mean by that? Are you making fun of my father? Lin Yi put the kettle in his hand on the high pile of firewood, took a sip of amber tea from time to time, and said with a smile, You misunderstood. I didn't mean anything else. I just think your father is not too old. He can remarry and continue the Guan family's incense. He suddenly felt that his father was not even as good as Guan Sheng. Although his father was the emperor, he now hoped that his sons and daughters would die cleanly. He didn't care about the incense of the old Lin family at all. His awareness was not as good as Guan Sheng. An old farmer. The gap. This is the gap. Guan Xiaoqi hesitated and said, Are you telling the truth? It couldn't be more true. Lin Yi smiled and said, Your father said he wanted to live in seclusion in the mountains. But there is no need for that. If cats and dogs are allergens, just go directly to the city. There are the least cats and dogs in the city. Generally speaking, cats and dogs in the city are tied up by their owners like treasures. The city is different from the familiar society in the countryside. There are many strangers, and it is difficult to guard against them. Anyone who dares to let cats and dogs go out to play will not escape the clutches of beggars. Since Lin Yi vigorously promoted the planting of sweet potatoes and potatoes in Liang State, there are not many people who are starving, even these beggars, when harvesting. They can go into the wild to dig sweet potatoes for storage, so that they can make do with half a meal in winter. However, no matter how much they eat, there is no fat in their stomachs. They also want to eat meat. They can't afford to buy it. So cats and dogs become the best source of meat. Cats and dogs that are left alone will never have a good end. After Lin Yi entered Hong City, the public security of Hong City has been effectively improved. Whether it is the constables or the military department, the officers and soldiers of the Beijing camp, they all abide by the law. No one dares to break the law in Hong City. Some people suddenly have an illusion that the rivers and seas are clear and the world is peaceful, and they don't care much about their dogs when they go out. Unfortunately, beggars don't care about these things. In the laws of Hong City, there is no law that says that dog meat cannot be eaten. Can stewing dog meat be considered stealing? Stealing cows is considered stealing. They must be convicted and sentenced. Even if the constables of Hong City caught a person red-handed, they would not care. It would be better if they could be put in jail. In today's Hong City, who doesn't know that the prince was furious after inspecting the prison? Hygiene. Hygiene. Still hygiene. From the Dali Temple prison to the Hong Prefecture prison. It is so clean that there is not a single mouse. In the middle of winter, although we still have straw bedding, there is charcoal fire, so we can eat half full and won't die. In the newly revised Liang law, there is a clear provision that anyone who lets a prisoner die without trial, from the head of the prison to the jailer, cannot escape responsibility. For beggars and vagrants, no matter what, it is better than hiding in a dilapidated temple or in the wilderness. As long as we survive the cold autumn and winter, when spring comes and everything comes back to life, everything will be fine. So the cats and dogs in Hong City are as honest as they can be, and they are not like the cats and dogs in the countryside running around everywhere. What you said seems to make sense. Guan Xiaoqi pondered for a moment and said, There are fewer cats and dogs in the city than outside the city, but what? Lin Yi asked casually. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. Living in the city, not to mention eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, Even this house has to be rented for money. It's not as easy as you say. Lenny said without hesitation. I'll rent it to you. You rent it to me? Guan Xiaoqi looked Lenny up and down, and said unhappily, Stop lying. She didn't believe that Lenny, who was so idle, could rent a house, and it was good enough that he didn't end up on the streets. Lenny smiled and said, You still don't believe it? Don't you think about it carefully? I fish every day. I don't work. I don't have to worry about food and clothing. Where does the money come from? Guan Xiaoqi frowned. Thoughtfully, It seems to be the case. Do you really have a house to rent? It must be true. I am a famous landlord in Hong Kong City. And I have a lot of houses. Lenny patted his chest and said, Your home is close to South City. I will rent you a small courtyard in South City. Small courtyard? Guan Xiaoqi shook his hands like a rattle. A small courtyard with a room. My father and I can't afford it. You should find someone else. Lenny hesitated and said, Then I will rent you a room. A room? Guan Xiaoqi thought for a while and said, How much do you charge me a month? 2 copper coins? Lenny didn't know the rental price in Hong Kong City, so he could only try to make it as cheap as possible. Really? Guan Xiaoqi's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course it's true. Lenny saw that she seemed to be relenting, finally breathed a sigh of relief, said with a smile, If you don't believe me, come with me to see it tomorrow. Okay. Guan Xiaoqi said loudly. It's 2 copper coins, you can't lie to me. Lenny smiled and said, You can put your heart at ease. Then it's settled. Guan Xiaoqi said happily. I'll go back and tell my father. I'll wait for you at the south gate tomorrow morning. Then it's settled. Lenny nodded, watching Guan Xiaoqi jumping and disappearing in the white snow. Your Highness. Jiao Zhong appeared directly behind Lenny. Lenny said calmly, You heard what I said just now. I want to be a landlord. Isn't this too much to ask? Jiao Zhong said hurriedly. Your Highness. Rest assured. I will arrange it right away. After following the prince for so many years, the term landlord is not unfamiliar to them. They even have calluses on their ears from hearing it so much. For so many years, they and the prince have never forgotten to say that if they can't make it in the future, they will become landlords, buy a street, and have their own houses for 2 miles. He did nothing every day, just collecting rent. From the beginning of the month to the end of the month. Everyone just thought it was a joke. Although prince, he was not successful at that time. He was still a prince after all. No matter what. He would not end up collecting rent to make a living. What's more, he later became the master of Sanha. No one took Prince's so-called dream seriously. What was unexpected was that Prince, he actually wanted to be a landlord. Today, however, since Prince, he wanted to do this, they had no reason to object. And they did not dare to object. So they could only agree. The house shouldn't be too far away, just in the South City Gate area. You must vacate the house for me tonight. If you really can't move out, you can rent it to them instead, which is fine, as long as you don't say the wrong thing. Lenny picked up a branch, and while stirring the fire, he reminded, Time is a little tight, but there is no need to force it. Buying and selling should be based on the principle of voluntariness. Don't force it if you don't want to. It doesn't have to be a certain house, as long as it's a house. I understand. Jiao Zhong didn't feel embarrassed at all. To handle the transfer of house ownership, you need to go through the process, and it is basically impossible to complete it without 1 or 2 days. But who is he? He is the commander of the guards of the Huang Palace. He went to the prefect of Hong Kong and required the transfer procedures to be completed on the spot. Who dared to say no? The most important thing is, he is working for the Huang. Special matters must be handled specially. There is no reason to talk about it. After Lin Yi was excited, he rubbed his hands directly, and after the event started, he stood up and said, Okay, go and do it quickly, I'm going back too. As ordered, Jiao Zhong hurried away. Lin Yi took a look at the fish in the barrel, stretched his body, and walked towards the south of the city. Tan Fei followed carefully behind him and said, Your Highness, the sled is ready. If you are tired, I will ask someone to pull it over. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Forget it. If you run too fast, your neck will be blown by the wind. It is better to walk comfortably. Tan Fei hurriedly said, How about I let the sedan bearers carry you? Lin Yi said impatiently, You have hands and feet. You are not to the point where you can't walk. You can rest. Yes, Tan Fei said helplessly. He now admired Xiao Shizi, whom he looked down upon even more. This prince, he was really difficult to serve. However, Xiao Shizi could often make Prince He laugh. No matter what Xiao Shizi did, it was right, and whatever the guards did, it was wrong, including Jiao Shong. It was difficult to please Prince He, at the gate of the South City, holding the butcher's arms, with his hands in his sleeves. He looked out of the city gate from time to time, shivering with his neck, and said unhappily to Deng Ke beside him, "Didn't you say that he would come? How come there is no sign of him yet?" Deng Ke sighed. "This damn weather is freezing cold to the bone, and the road is difficult to walk on. It's normal to be delayed." Zhu Rorong also curled up, leaning against the wall, and said weakly, "Manager Deng is right. It's normal to be delayed on the road with such heavy snow. Why should you be anxious for a moment? We have been standing for the whole afternoon. My legs and feet are numb." The butcher said with a wry smile, "Wait a little longer. If you can't wait, go back. It's getting dark anyway. I'll treat you to a drink." Deng Ke said curiously, "We are from the same village. I'm sorry to let you spend so much money." The butcher patted his chest and said, "What's the point of spending money? If you want to say sorry, I'm the one who's sorry. I've delayed you for so long and made you suffer." Yesterday, he got the news from Deng Ke that his daughter Jiangxin would enter Ankang City today. So after lunch, he waited in the city cave. He still hasn't seen anyone. Not tired. Deng Ke waved his hand modestly. "Jiang, the head of the police, is like my third uncle among the young generation in Sanhe. He is a leader, waiting for a while. What's the big deal? If it wasn't because Jiangxin was promoted, why would he let such a prominent figure wait here?" "Third uncle?" Zhu Rorong was confused. This old guy is half buried in the ground. The man who can be his third uncle must be at least 70 years old. How can he be young? The butcher said with a smile. "You don't know this? How dare you say you are the know-it-all in Ankang City? Superb hearing? Don't rush to say it." Zhu Rorong stretched out his hand to stop the butcher, who was about to give the answer directly. After pondering for a while, he said, "Could it be that kid Wei Yishan?" Deng Ke stroked his gray beard and said happily, "That's right. I didn't expect you to know it too." Zhu Rorong looked at Deng Ke's wrinkled old face and said helplessly, "I have heard about this a long time ago. I thought it was made up by everyone, but it turned out to be true." "Of course it is true," Deng Ke said proudly. "It is indeed my third uncle, the real one. He is one of Sanhe's suppliers, and he makes a lot of money. However, after being dragged to the street and put into labor reform just because he owed workers a few cents, he realized what he was missing. When something happened, not only did people not help him, but they also took the lead and laughed at him. It's not that Carpenter Deng is unpopular, but he has no power. Under the rule of the prince, it's not enough to have money. You also need connections. In the early years, he offended both Xie Zan and Shindisheng. As for Shanqi, he didn't offend him, but he looked down on him. The only connection he could get was Wei Yishan. This was his real third uncle, and he would promote him to everyone he met in Ankang City. Of course, no one would dislike too much connection. If he could get a connection with Jiangxin, the daughter of the butcher, it would not be in vain for him to suffer in the cold for so long. In the future, no matter who wants to bully me, isn't it necessary to think twice? Chapter 449 Promotion. He and the prince often taught in schools in Baiyun City, and occasionally these local old men would go to join in the fun. What impressed him most was what he said to the prince. "When you are in the rivers and lakes, you will inevitably get hurt. It is common to capsize in the gutter." After that, after experiencing the heart-wrenching labor reform, he made up his mind to find a backer. With his unremitting efforts, he called Wei Yishan the third uncle, and Wei Yishan was no longer so opposed. Occasionally, he sent some ginseng, deer antlers, and other valuable supplements, and this third uncle would not refuse, since he could enter and leave the Wei mansion at will. Few businessmen in Ankang City dared to look down on him. Today, he is no longer the same as before. In terms of the white world, he has his third uncle. As for the black world, he is afraid that people will not come to the black world. He even wants it. He started to practice Huiyuan Gong at an old age, and now he is only a small second-grade one. However, his Deng family has many descendants, many of whom have entered the 5th and 6th grades, and even some young men are generally 3rd and 4th grades. This ability is nothing in Sanhe. But this is Ankang City. The masters in Ankang City. His Deng family does not need to take them seriously. anyone who wants to bully others with martial arts. Deng Ke will not give in, and will tie them up and send them directly to the government office. Now, having understood from his third uncle what the fox borrows the power of the tiger means, he has become more and more obsessed with power, which is something that cannot be touched or seen. He is no longer satisfied with having only one backer. The more backers one has, the more stable one is. In his opinion, Jiangjun, the daughter of the butcher, is a good backer. Back then, before they became rich, they were poor brothers who had to wear the same pants. It is not too abrupt for him to suddenly become good friends with the butcher. Right? Besides, he once held Jiangjun in his arms. And even when she grew up, whenever he passed by his house, he, the carpenter Deng, would be very generous, and would definitely give her a piece of dried salted fish. Sanha was really poor back then. Even a piece of dried salted fish, that was a good thing. When Jiangjun saw it, he still happily called him uncle. However, things are different now. If you stand on the street now, don't even think of using salted fish or giving sugar beans to entice children to call you uncle. If you want to blame someone, blame Prince He. Sanha is so rich now. As long as the family is not so poor that they can't afford to eat, they won't take this little thing seriously. The most important thing is that, no matter if it's a boy or a girl, they have all received school education. They are not so short-sighted, and they are not so easy to fool. That's what I said. Zhu Rorong teased. It's true that a tiger master has no dog grandson. No wonder manager Deng is so wise and powerful. You make all the big money. He turned the butcher from a meat supplier of Sanha into a first-class meat supplier of Liang State. As for the money, he slaughtered more than 10,000 pigs, cattle and sheep every year. So he made a lot of money. However, compared with the carpenter in front of him, the little money he made was nothing. His technology subsidy, an invention reward, every month alone were more than 100 taels. They were taken for free. What's more, he was a first-class supplier of Liang State's military equipment. The army's siege equipment and food transportation tools were basically provided by Deng's carpentry workshop. He made a lot of money. The hard-earned money they earned from selling meat was not worth mentioning at all. The only regrettable thing is that, like Mo Shun, he was also an arms supplier. But he did not become an official. The reason was because he had a history of labor reform. Liang's law clearly stated that anyone who had committed a crime could not only not become an official himself, but also his son and grandson. What are you saying? Deng Ke knew that he was teasing, but he couldn't take it seriously. That's my third uncle, and my father and I are sure that he is the same. Although he hated his impulse at the time, he harmed his descendants and made them have no chance to become officials. However, after getting upset, he did not care much about it. After all, he had been successful for too short a time, and neither his sons nor his grandsons had been carefully trained. It was no problem for them to make a little money by following him in business. It was basically impossible to expect them to become officials. Fortunately, the prince abolished the 9-family punishment in the new Liang law. His sons and grandsons were not eligible to become officials, but his great-grandsons were. Therefore, he could not wait to get every grandson, even the grandson-in-law, married. Now, he has 7 great-grandchildren, regardless of gender. He sends all those who reach the legal school age in Sanha to school. Even for girls, he has high hopes. Not to mention becoming someone like Jiangjun. Even if they become ordinary constables, it will be a great honor for the family. That's right. It's not pleasant to hear. Jiang the butcher secretly patted Zhu Rorong's elbow, signaling him not to continue to argue with Deng Ke. It's not easy for him to wait for his daughter with him early in the morning. Our shopkeeper Deng is also a person who shakes 3 times with his stomping feet in Baiyun City. He is naturally a hero among people. Deng Ke hurriedly said, "Thank you for the compliment, shopkeeper. I'm just trying to make a living. No matter what. It's better than before. Shopkeeper Jiang. We used to be neighbors. You know how my family was. We were so poor that we couldn't even afford to eat. Who could have thought that we would be so prosperous today?" He just said it casually, but he was a little emotional at the end. These years, it was really not easy for him. What shopkeeper Deng said is, Jiang the butcher echoed, "It was really not easy for us in the past. I never thought that I could make so much money in this life. And I could leave Baiyun City and run to the north. The most important thing is that his daughter is an official. Zhu Rorong saw that the two were chatting and he couldn't get involved. So he raised his head and looked at the snow-covered road. And suddenly saw a big flag. The otter on the flag is well known to everyone in Sanha. Then, he saw the high-raised horse head and Jiangjin sitting on it. Behind her was a long line of carriages and horses that could not be seen at a glance. Jiang the butcher said excitedly, "Yes, yes, it's my girl." Deng Ke followed. "Congratulations. Congratulations." Zhu Rorong did not speak. But he also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he did not have to continue to starve and freeze here. The team led by Jiangjin was getting closer and closer to the city gate. The pedestrians and merchants on the pipeline consciously stepped aside to let this team of soldiers pass first. The guard at the city gate held his spear tightly, stepped forward, and shouted, "Do you have the customs documents?" "Reported." Jiangjin stopped his horse, and Xiaoqi immediately rode forward, raised the token he took out from his arms, and shouted to the guard, "Here is the token." After the guard verified the token according to the rules, he officially let him pass. Jiang the butcher complained to the guard, "Duomatsi, we are all family. You are causing so much trouble. It's too strange." Thinking back to the past, Duomatsi was just a boy in his butcher's shop. But now that he has become the gatekeeper of the South City Gate, he has become miraculously prosperous. She even disowned her old boss. Duomatsi reached out to stop Jiang the butcher and others who were about to come forward to talk to Jiangjin, and said with a smile, "Boss, this is not the place to talk, you guys. Let's talk in the city." "Thank you, Uncle Duo." Jiangjin bowed to Duomatsi and said, "I haven't had time to congratulate Uncle Duo on his promotion yet." Jiang the butcher behind Duomatsi stretched his neck, staring at his daughter, but Jiangjin still ignored him. Duomatsi laughed. "What's a door marquee? Don't take it seriously." In fact, he was very proud of himself. Before him, Jiang Yi was the door marquee of the South Gate. Now he is the commander of the military division. As long as he doesn't make a big mistake, he will probably follow Jiang Yi's path. The most important thing is, he is only in his early 30s now. There are so many opportunities. He has a bright future. In just a few months, the threshold of his small shabby house was almost flattened by the matchmaker. His family has lived in Baiyun City for generations, and because of poverty, he has never been married. But before he and the prince came to Baiyun City, except for the Wang family, the Liang family, and several other wealthy men in Sanha, who was not poor, the main reason why he is still single is because he has pockmarks, not to mention the virgin girls, who are unwilling to marry a pockmarked man. Even the widows in Baiyun City look down on him. Now, he is the Marquis of the South Gate. In Hong Kong City, where there are many high officials, his position is low, but he has great power. Everyone who enters and leaves the South Gate has to look at his face. Whoever he wants to let in can enter, and whoever he doesn't want to let out can't leave. Under the halo of power, the pockmarks on his face are completely insignificant. Whether it was a merchant family or an official family, they all wanted to marry their daughters to him. And they didn't even mind if they were concubines. But he was not carried away. He remembered Lucan had told him that when they married a wife, it meant forming a group of interests with someone. Once the wife's family had second thoughts, they would have to kill their relatives for the greater good. For safety, it would be better to think more. Uncle Duo is too modest. After Jiangjin finished speaking, he led his troops into the city, under the watchful eyes of his father, the butcher and Zhu Rorong. After Duomatsi and the other teams had completely entered the city, he glanced at Jiang the butcher, who was still leaning against the doorway in a daze, and said, "Boss, you are so lucky. This little girl has been promoted again." Jiang the butcher was curious, and instantly forgot Duomatsi's disrespect to him just now, and hurriedly said, "How did she get promoted? I haven't heard of it." Duomatsi smiled and said, "Boss, you are also a veteran among the suppliers. Don't you recognize this token? Master Duo, you have a wide range of knowledge. You have to tell us about it." Deng Ke has always believed in the words of the prince. As long as everyone gives a little praise, the world will become a beautiful world. So when talking to others, he never spared his compliments. The tokens of the governor's office and the government offices are generally made of Wangwali wood. But this token seems to be a vermilion lacquer token, which is different from others. I wonder if there is any special reason for it. Please give me more advice. Duomatsi glanced at Deng Ke, and continued to look at the eager butcher, and said with a smile, "This token is neither from the army nor the government office, but from the palace guards." "From the palace." The butcher and Zhu Rorong looked at each other. Both of them were surprised. This was something they had not expected. Duo Matsi continued. Boss, I'll test your eyesight again. Do you know who escorted her into the city just now? Jiang the butcher hesitated for a moment and said, I haven't been around for nothing for so many years. Whether in the army or in the palace, I know some people more or less. The person behind Jinner just now, I don't know anyone, but I think the messenger looks familiar. Duo Matsi smiled and said, That man is Hong Shilong. He is a capable general beside eunuch Shi. Hong Shilong? Jiang the butcher. Dengku, Zhu Rorong looked at each other. They had never heard of this person. Duo Matsi suddenly stepped forward and looked at Jiang the butcher seriously. Dengku and Zhu Rorong stepped aside tactfully. It was obvious that Duo Matsi wanted to have a private conversation with Jiang the butcher. Jiang the butcher smiled and said, So mysterious, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Duo Matsi whispered, Boss, I have been working as a clerk in your butcher's shop since I was a child. Although you are a bit mean, I don't blame you. What you said? Jiang the butcher looked a little embarrassed. I watched Jinner grow up. Duo Matsi continued, I have always treated her as my own daughter. Shopkeeper. Do you know that? Yes. Of course I know. Jiang the butcher said with a smile. Now that you are rich, I would love to take care of her. Duo Matsi said with a gloomy face. Shopkeeper. I am now a man of the family. So it is inconvenient to greet her. But you have to tell her what I mean. If she really enters the palace. Don't believe anyone except Lu Can. Of course. Jiang the butcher nodded. I don't like Lu Duo. Lu, the father and son of Banzi. But Lu Can is really a child. And he doesn't have any bad intentions. Duo Matsi looked around. And whispered, Tell Jinner to be careful of Xiao Shizi and Hong Shilong. Jiang the butcher frowned and said, Eunuch Shi is with the prince. Shopkeeper. Seeing more and more pedestrians gathered at the city gate, Duo Matsi became a little impatient and said gloomily, I won't harm Jinner. Just pass on the message. Okay. I know. Thank you. Jiang the butcher turned his back to Duo Matsi. And then he and Zhu Rorong caught up with his daughter's motorcade. Jiang Jin's team finally stopped at the governor's mansion. Jiang the butcher watched him go in. And waited for a long time, but he still didn't come out. It's dark. Zhu Rorong couldn't help but mutter. They had been waiting for an hour. Jiang Jin still didn't come out. Jiang the butcher said with a smile, Why don't you go back first? And I'll wait here alone? I'll treat you to a drink later. If he didn't say a word to his daughter today, he felt that he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Dengku said, It's okay. It's okay. You'll be free if you go back. Wait a little longer. Zhu Rorong didn't want to show that he was more impatient than Dengku. If it's really dark, light a torch. Snow fell. After a while, the horse hoof prints and wheel tracks were covered by the wind and snow, and the world returned to white. In the streets and alleys, no pedestrians were seen anymore. Only the door of the governor's mansion could still flash a little lantern light. Chapter 450 The Ambition of the Big Capitalist. The butcher looked at the snow piled up higher and higher under his heels, and finally lost all his patience. He said to Zhu Rorong and Dengku, Why don't we all go back first? It's not a good idea to keep waiting like this. Besides, his daughter ignored him at the city gate just now, and he was a little angry. Now she has been waiting here for so long, which is too unreasonable. Zhu Rorong rubbed his numb hands inside. She should have come out long ago, but she hasn't come out yet, so she should stay in the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion is occupied by male guests. Dengku hesitated and said, Lord, he is very particular about the relationship between men and women. According to his personality, he will naturally not keep your daughter in the mansion. Let's wait for another half an hour. Otherwise, when we come out, they can't find us, which is troublesome. Although she is a martial artist, she is still a girl after all. She is unfamiliar with the place, so it is safer to be led by someone she knows. He has been waiting for such a long time. If he doesn't wait for the result, wouldn't it be a big loss? No matter what, he has to meet Jiangjin to let her know that Dengku and the Deng family are also thoughtful. He left without knowing why. What's the matter? That's true. Jiang the butcher hesitated for a moment, and said embarrassedly, then continued to inconvenience the two old brothers. Although Dengku had a heater in his hands and feet were still numb from the cold. He waved his hand proudly and said, Brother, you are polite. What's the point of this inconvenience? Thinking back to the past, There was no food for the next day. Even if he died, he would just be wrapped in a rotten mat. It seems like being poor. But it's just like that. Now you have food to eat and drinks to drink. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? That's true, the butcher said with emotion. Although I was a butcher in the past, I didn't dare to eat meat every day. Even if I couldn't sell it occasionally. I ate it with tears. I couldn't sell it for money. So I ate it all. It hurts. He really didn't dare to miss the past days too much. He was afraid that he would shed tears if he was not careful. In the past, those days were really not for human beings. When I think of it, I burst into tears. Dengku smiled and said, "How about we continue to wait in the carriage?" He has been in the north for quite a while, but no matter what, he can't stand the climate in the north. Usually, his hands and feet would go numb after standing for a while, not to mention standing for such a long time now. He has the same idea as many Sanha people. There is probably no better place in the world than Sanha. What's so good about Ankong City? In the winter, even the emperor has to curl up and suffer from the cold. It is simply not a place where people can stay. Many people are looking forward to the day when the prince will remember the good of Sanha and set the capital in Baiyun City. There is no rule in the world that the capital must be in Ankong City. Right? Since ancient times, there have been many places that have been used as capitals, let alone other things. Just take the Yuzhou treasure city that they look down on the most, which is the ancient capital of 3 dynasties. Their Baiyun City used to be dilapidated, but now it is becoming more and more prosperous. If there is any difference from Ankong City, it is just that it lacks a wall. In the future, it will be the capital of Daliang State. What's wrong with it? The people of Sanha dare to think. And they are quite daring to do it. Some Sanha scholars who came from new-style schools, with the financial support of the Liang family, Wang family, and Hu family in Sanha, submitted memorials to the court requesting moving the capital. Naturally, it caused a great uproar in the court, and Lord He Jixiang directly reprimanded them. However, they did not take it seriously, and became more and more courageous, submitting a petition for moving the capital, whenever they had nothing to do. At present, as long as they were Sanha people in Ankong City, there was no one who disagreed. Therefore, the moving the capital faction in Ankong City has become more powerful. According to the plan of Liang Qingshu and others, the greater the momentum, the better. A big momentum does not necessarily lead to success. But without momentum, it will definitely not succeed. As a member of Sanha, Dengku naturally hopes that the capital relocation plan will succeed. Although his Ding family does not have as much land as the Liang family and the Wang family, they are also powerful now. If the capital relocation is successful, they can build roads and houses on their Ding family's land. And their Ding family may become a real wealthy family. Shopkeeper Ding. Zhu Rorong teased. Why don't you get on the carriage first? And I will stay here with shopkeeper Jiang? Zhu Rorong was also a poor man before. But Ankong City is the best place in the world after all. Although his life was difficult before, it was not as difficult as Jiang the butcher in Dengku. It was not until he arrived in Sanha that he understood what it meant to be truly poor and destitute, compared to people like Dengku who had nothing to lose and had no food to eat. Zhu Rorong was still considered a wealthy man. When he was in Baiyun City, facing a group of southern barbarians, he had an extraordinary sense of superiority. Later, he implemented the supplier system with the prince. And like many others, he ushered in the spring of his career. He was a genuine rich man. And he had made plans to settle down in Sanha and build a large courtyard with 3 entrances in Baiyun City. Although he could not compare with those wealthy people, he was still one of the most prominent people in Baiyun City. Unfortunately, before he could feel proud for long, he led his troops back to Ankong City. He originally thought that he would go back one day, but he didn't expect he to directly take the position of regent. The old man Ma Jie said in public that the regent was not the emperor. But he was no different from the emperor. People like him who grew up in the imperial city naturally understood the meaning without anyone explaining it. From now on, the world belongs to Prince He. He can't go back to Baiyun City. He has to move. As his parents, wife, and children moved to Ankong City, his 3-story courtyard was rented to the landlords, who flocked from Chuanzhou, Yuezhou, Nanzhou, Hongou and other places to escape the disaster. It's only 100 yuan. Unless Baiyun City becomes more prosperous than Ankong City one day, I will be able to recover the cost of building my house. You are resistant to cold. How about you help me keep an eye on it for a while? Although Jiang the butcher misses his daughter very much. He is like Deng Ku. And he is also not resistant to cold. He is the most determined one among the capital relocation faction. Whoever dares to oppose the relocation of the capital with the prince in the future will be his enemy. Zhu Rorong looked at Jiang the butcher with a red face, hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. You guys hurry up and warm yourself up with the stove in the carriage. If that doesn't work, drink some wine. Don't really freeze. After hearing this, Jiang the butcher quickly pulled out his hands and bowed to Zhu Rorong, saying, Thank you. Thank you. He was the first to rush into the carriage at the alley, and Deng Ke followed him impatiently. Zhu Rorong watched the two people get into the carriage, and turned his back in anger, waving at the young man who was looking out the door of the governor's office. Xiao Jinzi. Hey. Xiao Jinzi was young and small, with his feet buried in his snow-white legs, making him look even smaller. He trotted over to Zhu Rorong with his short legs and said, Boss, I'm here. I've always been here. Has no one come out of the mansion? Zhu Rorong's mouth was steaming. Little Jinzi shook his head like a rattle and said, Boss, don't worry. I didn't even blink. The captain of the police definitely didn't come out. He's still inside. Zhu Rorong still didn't believe it. You can't be dazzled. Can you? In such a while. I saw 2 carriages coming out. It can't be someone else's carriage. Right? Absolutely not. Boss, one belongs to Lord Sun Chongda of Yuanma Temple, and the other belongs to Duan Liang, who just became an official. Although I can't afford to marry these 2 people, Little Jinzi said with a wronged look. But I know everyone under them. I was afraid of negligence. So I specially asked Wang Xiushuan, who was behind Lord Sun's carriage. It was no one else. The captain of the police was still in the mansion. Not to mention that he couldn't afford to marry Sun Chongda and Duan Liang. Even Wang Xiushuan, who used to be his partner, was someone he needed to look up to. He is a 9th rank official. What am I? I am still a clerk who struggles for a living all day long and may be scolded by the shopkeeper at any time. As for the lack of food, they slept on the same bunk bed in the orphanage. He is from Sanha. He was blinded in one eye due to illness when he was young. After his mother died, his father remarried a new wife and had a younger brother. He was then abandoned by his father. At that time, he was 7 or 8 years old, not young anymore. But in the impoverished Sanha, it was difficult for adults to get food, let alone a child with weak limbs. Finally, he collapsed on the street due to hunger, and was sent to Chigian orphanage by Chen Xinlua, a guard of the palace. Mrs. Sang took good care of him, although one of his eyes was now dry. No maggots crawled out of it. He was not stupid, but he had no talent for learning kung fu, and even less for learning. He was the kind of person that Sister Mingwa often said. He was not good at anything, but he was good at eating. When he reached a certain age, Wang Ye began to find a way to make a living for these disabled people. He was unwilling to go to school, and he was unwilling to be a monk like the lame Ji Hai, or a Taoist priest like the blind Wang Dong. When Mingwei and Sang Posi were about to lose patience with him, he suddenly yelled, I want to be a capitalist. When this sentence came out, the whole orphanage was shocked. Xiao Jinzi wanted to be a vampire. He wanted to force people to work 996. As for why, he wanted to be a capitalist, hated by people in Wang Ye's novels. Only Xiao Jinzi knew. He once asked Wang Ye who he admired most, and Wang Ye said it was a capitalist. There is nothing in this world that money can't do. If there is, it's that there is not enough money. He wants to be a capitalist, even if he is a 9th rank Grandmaster. He will be defeated by his money in the future. What if they don't listen? Wang Ye also said that unless there is no capitalist society in the future, as long as it is a capitalist society, in the age of discovery, the Grandmaster will have to lie down honestly under the system. There is no order without rules. In this world, there must be something that everyone will worship in the end. If you want to be a capitalist, you must have money. If you want to be rich, he is not good at martial arts, and you can't rob much, so you can only be a businessman. So, after coming out of the orphanage, he has been an apprentice under the butcher. Since the butcher and Zhu Rorong joined forces, Zhu Rorong became his second shopkeeper. 1 shopkeeper is enough, 2 is even more difficult. But he didn't care. He believed what the prince said, failure is the mother of success. Greatness is achieved through perseverance. Liang Jin, will definitely be a capitalist who walks with the wind in the future. What soldier king, god of war, Chia Feng in the north and Murong in the south. All are vulnerable, in the future. They will all submit to his money empire. If the prince does not object, he will also print the portrait of the prince on all the gold coins. I'm glad I didn't see it wrong. Zhu Rorong saw him mention Wang Xiushuan, and he no longer had any doubts. He smiled and said, Wang Xiushuan, that bastard, is lucky. He is a 9-rank official, and he actually looks decent. But you two are about the same age. He was an apprentice for only 2 years longer than you. Look at the gap now. It's embarrassing. You, kid, have to work hard. Otherwise you may not even be able to marry a wife in the future. What the shopkeeper said is right. I hope the shopkeeper can support you more. Liang Jin's mentality was broken by Zhu Rorong's 2 words. He hated Zhu Rorong to death in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He still greeted him with a smile. Support? I will definitely support you. Zhu Rorong took the heater he brought over, and said with a smile, after this snow is over, I will let you go to Liangmatai for some training. How about that? Boss, do you want to set up a branch in Saibei? Xiao Jinzi's eyes lit up. As long as he became the shopkeeper of a branch, he would have taken the first step in a great career. Set up a branch? Zhu Rorong said unhappily. What are you thinking about? There are only a few people in Saibei. A ghost place? Except for the garrison? The garrison is our main customer. Isn't it redundant to set up a branch? No wonder you have been a loser. Your brain is not working well. Boss, Xiao Jinzi said with a smile. You and I have both delivered goods to Saibei together. That is 1,000 miles of fertile land. It is said that Yuanma Temple is not only planning to add a horse farm there, but also a cattle farm and a sheep farm for large-scale breeding. Shopkeeper, think about it carefully. When the time comes, Yuanma Temple will raise so many cattle and sheep, and they can't eat them all. Who will they sell them to? If we set up a branch, can't we just buy them on the spot? Large-scale breeding? Zhu Rorong asked curiously. I don't even know the news. Where did you get it from? How big is the door curtain of Yuanma Temple? There are only a few people? They have been unable to supply even military horses. And they are still raising cattle and sheep? It's a joke. Xiao Jinzi hesitated for a while, and said, the notice is posted at the door of Ankang Prefecture, recruiting people to go to the northern border. Yuanma Temple provides livestock, and the Ministry of Households provides seeds and farm tools. The order and sales contract is signed in advance, and farmers cooperate in breeding. So that's it, Zhu Rorong said carelessly. I've heard about it a long time ago, but the northern frontier is bitterly cold. Unless forced, how many people would be willing to go? Xiao Jinzi said. Shopkeeper, this is decided with the prince, called Great Development of the Northern Frontier. This notice is not only posted in Ankang City, it has long been announced to the world. This year, Jizhou and Qizhou suffered from drought and floods. The sweet potato and corn seedlings did not have time to grow. If it were not for the court's relief, few people would have survived. Now the court is giving them money and food to give them a way to survive. How can they not respond? It is because I have been to the northern frontier that I think it is impossible. Zhu Rorong saw that Xiao Jinzi wanted to talk, so he waved his hand impatiently and said, this world is so big. There is no place where you can't find a meal. Refugees naturally have brains and will not go to such a bitter and cold place. After saying that, he did not look at Xiao Jinzi again, and continued to look at the gate of the governor's mansion. Chapter 451 Human Touch. Liang Jin's eyes, which had originally sparkled, dimmed in an instant. A man has his reasons for being arrogant, and a horse has its reins. Their second shopkeeper always has this temper, and this stubborn character cannot be changed with a few words. However, he still did not give up and said, Shopkeeper, you just said you would help me. People still have to have some hope. Zhu Rorong patted his shoulder and said, I mean to let you lead the caravan in Saibei, and you will have the final say on all the way to Saibei in the future. Liang Jin smiled and said, Shopkeeper, then my monthly salary? Going to the bitter and cold place of Saibei, you must pay more monthly salary. Right? Zhu Rorong said carelessly. Think about it carefully. How many guys in Ankang City can earn 300 yuan a month? He was very unhappy. This little Jinzi is getting more and more unsatisfied, even a little ungrateful. After hearing this, Liang Jin's eyes turned red. You really treat me like a fool. I've been working in the meat counter for so many years. Is it really for a few $100s? I've worked so hard until now. Not only was I not reprimanded, I was also treated like a fool. This is intolerable. This is too much. What do you mean by I? Zhu Rorong said nonchalantly. You are taking yourself more and more seriously now. You can't open a pawn shop just because you are given a rag, and you can open a dyeing factory just because you are given some color. You must be humble again. In this business, you still have a lot to learn. You are not ready to become a master yet. Shopkeeper, I have been an apprentice for 6 years. Xiao Jinzi couldn't help but retort. You are just raising a dog, you have feelings for it, you should give me 2 more bones. Right? Nonsense, when did I treat you like a dog? Zhu Rorong said with a flushed face. Think about it carefully, where have I treated you badly? Liang Jin said with a stiff face. Shopkeeper, I am not young anymore, I need to earn more money to start a family. The rule in our Sanha is that the more you work, the more you get, and distribution is based on work. Zhu Rorong rolled his eyes at him and said, no matter how much work you do, the amount of money you get is fixed. You ask me for a raise today, and others will follow suit and ask for a raise tomorrow. Will you still want to do this business in the future? Shopkeeper, Liang Jin said with a stiff face. I am the most senior partner in our business. Even if I have no merits, I have worked hard. It was so cold, and he should be off duty. The private affairs of the butcher and Zhu Rorong should have nothing to do with him. However, he was an apprentice, a clerk, and he had to obey his master in everything. In the dead of night, standing at the gate of the governor's mansion to watch the wind, he was the only one who understood the hardship. I know how hard you've worked. Zhu Rorong patted his shoulder again and said, don't worry. When your boss and I become rich, we will never forget you. You do your job well. Don't think about those gains or losses. Seeing that Zhu Rorong no longer paid attention to him, Liang Jin returned to the gate of the governor's mansion and continued to watch the wind. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and thicker. I had been standing there for too long, and I couldn't help but think too much. I couldn't help but think of many things I had said to the prince. In this world, there are only a few sober people. Successful people are destined to be lonely. Now that he thought about it, he finally understood. Just like the emperor, it was lonely at the top. And when he turned around, there was no one behind him. He suddenly turned his head away, straightened his body, and said to Zhu Rorong, Boss, what for? Zhu Rorong still didn't look at him straight in the eye, and said impatiently, watch it well. If you miss it, watch your skin. You kid, you don't have the skills, and your brain is not working well. If you continue like this, I won't be able to reward you with this bowl of rice. What's the matter? Zhu Rorong said impatiently. If your skin is itchy, I'll give it a break. You're getting more and more unruly. Liang Jin said loudly. I won't serve you anymore. Who the hell are you calling me father? Zhu Rorong clenched his fists, strode forward and said, you're going to rebel. For many years, no one dared to talk to him like this. Naturally, he was furious. It was simply lawless. A young man, with no skills, no connections, and no money. You're still at his mercy. Liang Jin looked at Zhu Rorong, who was coming over aggressively, suffering from Zhu Rorong's tyranny for many years, and took a step back unconsciously, and his eyes inadvertently swept over the 2 guards at the door. His heart instantly calmed down again. He didn't believe Zhu Rorong would dare to commit a crime in front of the governor's mansion. Although He Hong and Wei Yishan didn't have an irreconcilable hatred, they were enemies. Despite this, they didn't dare to fight in front of the governor's mansion. If Zhu Rorong really suddenly became stupid and committed a crime in the street, he would make a fortune. Boss, I won't reconcile without 200 taels of silver. Liang Jin raised his head and met Zhu Rorong's fist. Hearing the word 200 taels, Zhu Rorong's fist stopped directly in front of Liang Jin's eyes. You? Damn it. Dare you threaten me? Zhu Rorong became more and more angry. The guys were doing their own jobs. As long as they were less skilled than him, he would beat them up or scold them whenever he wanted. But no one dared to report to the police. After a long time, he almost forgot about Liang Lu. Now, Liang Jin suddenly resisted him, which made him helpless. Boss, don't wait. Just beat me if you want to. As long as he didn't die. What did it matter if he got beaten? As long as he insisted on not reconciling and entered the litigation process. If Zhu Rorong didn't pay the money, he would definitely be sent to a labor camp. If Zhu Rorong insisted on not paying the money and went to a labor camp directly, then several generations of his family would be like Deng Ke, and they would have no chance of fame. In the future. Do you think I really don't dare? Zhu Rorong couldn't help but glance at the motionless guard at the door while speaking. Hear the butcher's noise, lift the thick curtain of the carriage, discover your head, seeing an unruly Liang Jin, angry pork glory, I know that the two are awkward. If it is normal, the two people made trouble at the gate of Dudu Mansion, he can't see the lively. But it must not work today, his daughter is in the Dudu house. Pork Rong is his own partner, it's big and mean to yourself in the end. There was no light on his face. Girl first arrived in Ankong City, give her such a joke, can her girl happy? It's not just low-key, Pork Rong has to be low-key, don't bother your daughter. Pork Honor, what is your identity? What do you care about with a child? Run the butcher to the house, Liang Jin, who was stubbornly around the neck, pulled the pork to the side, while giving him the snow on him, on the side. It's going, I think you are small. That is. Dinku on the side followed the gang, then facing Liang Jin Dao. Little Jean, what's going on, make your shopkeeper like this? Hurry up, lay in your shopkeeper. No, a large number of adults in your shopkeeper, I won't care about it. I'm right. The more Liang Jin thinks, the more aggrieved. The more. Tears came down. He entered the butcher shop when he was 9 years old, and worked there for 6 years. Zhu Rorong targeted him. But the butcher did not help him. No one was sincere to him. Hey, you kid. Why are you crying? While the butcher was speaking, he looked at the two guards at the door awkwardly and smiled. My child likes to make trouble. Please forgive me. Adults. The two guards stood at the door motionless, expressionless, as if they did not hear what the butcher said. Jiang the butcher had made himself look bad, and turned to Liang Jin again, saying helplessly, Little Jinzi, you have been with me for so many years. I treat you as my own child. The second shopkeeper may have a bad temper. Don't take it to heart. The first shopkeeper, Liang Jin said while sobbing, since I became your apprentice, I have been diligent and hardworking, and I have never done anything to let you down. Treating himself as a son? It's almost like treating himself as a grandson. Among the apprentices of the Jiang family, except for Duomatzi, who had been with Jiang the butcher through thick and thin, and saved Jiang's life. Jiang the butcher never treated anyone as a human being. I know. Jiang the butcher hurriedly comforted. What's the matter? Let's talk about it later. Okay. Is there anything that can't be said in person? And you are hiding it? And you still want to talk about it later? A kind woman's voice suddenly appeared in the air. Liang Jin was delighted, and suddenly turned around, and saw Sang Posey, who suddenly appeared at the gate of the governor's mansion. He quickly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and bowed his head and said, Grandma. He was an orphan in the orphanage, and was deeply favored by Sang Posey. He treated Sang Posey as his grandmother, and was very respectful to her. Sir Sang. Zhu Rorong and Jiang the butcher and others bowed their heads, and were very respectful to Sang Posey. Although Sang Posey was just an old woman, she was a third-rank official promoted by the prince himself, in the newly established Ministry of Health. Sang Posey's power was second only to that of the Minister of Health, Hu Shirlu. The most important thing was that this old lady was respected by people like the blind, the monk, and Yu Shaoshi. Even though she was not an official, not only did no one dare to provoke her easily, but there were not many people who did not give her face. Even the bastard Ma Jie sighed, this is the real, uncrowned king. Mrs. Sang ignored Ding Ku and the others, and went straight to Liang Jin, helped him pat the snowflakes on his head, said with a smile, Good boy, why are you crying? Men don't cry easily. Mother-in-law. These kind and gentle words made Xiao Jin's eyes burst instantly, and the piece of ice on his chest frozen into ice chips in a short while. Don't cry, said Granny Sang with a smile. You already have one bad eye, and you're still crying like this. Do you want to be like Wang Dong? I know. Granny. Xiao Jin wiped her tears, lowered her head and said, I'm sorry to worry you. There are so many children. I really can't take care of them all. Granny Sang still smiled and said, You said you are in trouble. But in fact there are more brothers and sisters who are in more trouble than you. Some of them can't even speak. Don't blame me. I know. Granny. How can I blame you? Liang Jin shook his head like a rattle, and said loudly, You are my lifelong benefactor. Granny. Don't worry. When I make a lot of money in the future, I will definitely build 100 orphanages for you. How could he not know the situation of the orphanage? Granny Sang was right. In terms of difficulties, Liang Jin was not good at all. Oh! It would be great if there were no orphanages in the future. Mrs. Sang shook her head and smiled bitterly. I hope all the children in the world can stay with their parents and be loved by them, even if it is difficult. It is better than being helpless. Your Excellency is right. Danke smiled. Children without parents will always suffer. He used to live on the same street with Mrs. Sang. Bayun City is so small that they meet each other every day. Who doesn't know each other? I dare not say that their relationship is very good, but at least they know each other well. He didn't need to be so respectful to Sang Posey. But she is an official. She can control him. It's better not to offend her easily. You know that too? Sang Posey suddenly asked. Jiang the butcher saw Sang Posey looking at him, and hurriedly said, Sir, we strictly follow the Lian law to hire workers, and there is no violation of the law. Zhu Rorong also said, Sir, please understand, the monthly salary has never been deducted. It is always paid on time, and there is no difficulty for this child. Sang Posey smiled and said, You shopkeepers did not violate the law, but you lost your humanity. If this child has a good future, you will lose your good relationship. Although Jiang the butcher didn't think so. Of course. But he still hurriedly agreed. Your Excellency is right. Listen to Your Excellency's teachings. Zhu Rorong said with a wry smile. I will definitely change my temper. That's right. That's right. Danke followed. In the future, you must take care of this child. After Sang Posey shook her head helplessly, she looked at Liang Jin and said, I also know your temper. You are just too easy to talk to. You have lost your harmony with the shopkeepers. So this fate is naturally gone. You should find a way to make a living, kid, and stop causing trouble for the shopkeepers. Liang Jin nodded without hesitation. I understand, mother-in-law, the butcher explained. Sir Sang, I didn't mean that. Shopkeeper, you don't need to explain much. We have been on the same street for so many years, and I naturally understand your character. I just saw your daughter, who I haven't seen for many years. She has become more and more beautiful. I have to congratulate the shopkeeper. After saying this, Mrs. Sang bowed. It's too late. I can't stand the cold. I'll take my leave first. The shopkeeper will wait here slowly. Farewell. Sir, the butcher, Zhu Rorong, and Danke said in unison. Only Liang Jin said nothing. He kowtowed 3 times to the carriage that was going farther and farther away, and then he went straight into the darkness. The lanterns at the gate of the governor's mansion were still swaying in the wind and snow. He Jixiang sat in the main seat, looking at the generals and officials sitting on both sides, and suddenly looked at Jiangjin, who was at the bottom. Please give me your orders. Sir. Jiangjin stood up, walked to the center of the hall, bowed and saluted. He Jixiang said lightly, Captain Jiang, you have always been smart. I will test you with a question. Jiangjin said, I don't deserve your intelligence. Your Excellency is too kind. He Jixiang stroked his beard and said, There is a group of birds on the tree. You shoot them with an arrow. How many are left in the end? Of course, none. Jiangjin answered without hesitation. This kind of question is an old-fashioned routine in the prince's novel. Good, very good. He Jixiang nodded with satisfaction. I feel relieved to have you guard the palace like this. Chapter 452 Caught Off Guard. Jiangjin's beautiful face showed a trace of confusion. There is a group of birds on the tree. 1 arrow is shot at them. How many birds are left? This kind of question is too simple. Anyone who has heard the story of He Wangya or read He Wangya's novel knows it. I'm afraid that even those with unclear minds, like Yu Shaoshi and Ah Dai, can give a direct answer. Did she say that she was smart? She even expressed her confidence in her? Is Lord He Jixiang pretending to be stupid? But Lord He Jixiang is of such a high status, in front of a small person like her. What can't he say? Why pretend to be stupid? There is no need. There is no need to take care of the feelings of a small person like her. Your Excellency is too kind. Although Jiangjin didn't understand, he didn't ask much. He said very respectfully, Please give your orders. Your Excellency, I will not refuse to die. He Jixiang stroked his beard and said, What death? Immortality. The imperial palace is a forbidden area. How can it be a place where scoundrels can enter and leave at will? Fawn, why do you need to risk your life? Entering the palace to be the head of the guards, protecting the imperial concubine. What is most needed is rigor and carefulness. How well you work is not that important. Jiangjin hurriedly said. Don't worry. Your Majesty, I will do my best. She was not very happy to be promoted directly from a small chief constable to the head of the palace guards. The palace is a cage, and you have to bow your head and be obedient to a group of nobles all day long. How can you be as free and easy as a constable catching thieves? He Jixiang nodded and said. That's good, from now on. The safety of the imperial concubine Yuan will depend on you alone. Where is Lu Kan? I am here. After hearing this, Lu Kan stood up from his chair. While answering He Jixiang, he occasionally glanced at the heroic Jiangjin. Although he and Jiangjin were not childhood sweethearts, they had known each other since childhood and had grown up together, but he still couldn't believe the change in Jiangjin. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. He Jixiang and other servants refilled the teacup with water, and slowly lifted it up, said in an unquestionable tone. Jiangjin has just arrived in Ankang City, so he is not familiar with the north. You should take care of him. The ants in the palace are the best at gossiping, but they are very familiar with the rules of the palace. After you bring her into the palace, send her to the ants to learn for a few days, so as not to offend the queen. Yes, sir. Lu Kan and Jiangjin said in unison. He Jixiang nodded with satisfaction. I am old now. From now on, you are the true loyal ministers of the regent. Do you know? Regent? Jiangjin did not react for a while, until he saw the general sitting on both sides kneeling down without standing up straight. And then he realized that the regent was Prince He. Prince He was the regent. His knees knelt unconsciously with everyone else, and he shouted in unison, Long live the regent. He lowered his head, and did not dare to say a word. He Jixiang continued, You should work hard, and never let the prince down. Yes, everyone said respectfully again. Get up. He Jixiang put down the teacup, and waved his hand casually. I am tired. You can go down. Everyone bowed again and filed out. Jiangjin followed Lu Kan out of the hall, and when the people around him dispersed, he whispered, Are you going to the palace? Lu Kan smiled and said, Am I so unkind? Jiangjin smiled and said, I think so. Lu Kan said as he walked, Your father has been waiting at the city gate since noon. He is probably still waiting outside the mansion. You should go see him first. Jiangjin said proudly. Thank you very much. Take this. Lu Kan casually threw out a waste card, and after Jiangjin took it, he said, I will only give you 3 days of vacation. After 3 days, you can take this waste card directly. Enter the palace with a card, and say my name, and someone will naturally lead you into the palace. I didn't expect that you were doing quite well as the commander of the flag-bearer guards. Jiangjin said with a smile. It's really enviable. You don't have to be envious. Lu Kan said indifferently. Lord, he thinks highly of you and personally promoted you to the commander of the guards. In this huge palace, you are second only to the commander of the imperial guards. You and she. And me. Your future prospects are naturally limitless. You are joking again. Jiangjin suddenly sighed. In fact, you can feel that I don't like being the commander of the guards. I still like a more comfortable job. Unfortunately, this is Lord He's order, and I dare not disobey. Lu Kan said with a smile. It's good to know. It saves me from having to talk about it. I don't understand one thing. Whether it's my Sana army or this Ankang City, there are many talented people. Jiangjin said with a puzzled look. Why does Lord He want a young girl like me to take on this important task? Your Majesty is so noble. If something goes wrong, how can I bear it? Lu Kan said indifferently. In the story of the prince, there is a soldier king. He once said, not having absolute loyalty is disloyalty. Lord He deeply agrees. There are certainly many capable and smart people in the world, especially in Ankang City, the most prosperous place in the world. There are countless young talents. But if they are not loyal to the prince, even if they are well educated and talented, what use is it? Jiangjin just pondered for a moment, then he understood what Lu Kan meant, and bowed. Thank you, Lord Lu, for clearing up my doubts. For Prince He and Sanha, loyalty is more important than anything else. Without loyalty, powerful subordinates are just fence-sitters, who will fall to either side at any time. He Wanya doesn't need fence-sitters, and neither does Sanha. Therefore, appointing people based on personal connections is the best solution at the moment. Lord Lu. Lu Kan shook his head. You are too polite again. You and I are of the same blood. We will be in the same palace in the future. We should take care of each other and be less polite. You are the commander of the flag-bearer guard. I dare not be disrespectful to you. Jiangjin smiled with his hands covering his mouth. But, since Brother Lu said so, I will be bolder and ask for your advice again? Lucan waved his hands proudly. Please tell me. I will tell you everything I know. Jiangjin whispered. In my opinion, aren't Sister Mingwe and Sister Zixia the best candidates? These two have been with the prince since childhood. They are more familiar with every tree and every brick in the palace than a wild girl like him from the countryside. If he doesn't know the rules and offends the queen, it may be a capital crime. These two have reached the peak of the 9th rank, and their martial arts are very powerful. Ordinary people should not get close to them. Lucan also agreed with her words, but then changed the subject. However, neither of them is the best candidate. Why? Jiangjin said in surprise. Lucan looked around and saw that there was no one around. So he whispered, It is said that the queen does not like these two girls. Jiangjin asked curiously, What do you mean? Lucan said, You and I grew up together since childhood. I don't think you will hurt me. Jiangjin rolled his eyes at him and said, What do you think? Then I will say it boldly. You know it. I know it. Heaven knows it. And the earth knows it. But you must not let a third person know it. Lucan waited for Jiangjin to nod and then said, The queen has a first-class aunt by her side, named Lai Ru. And the queen favors her very much. But I don't know what she did suddenly. She dared to enter the mansion without permission and harm Miss Mingwe and Miss Zixia. When the queen was in Jiling City, I knew about Lai Ru. Jiangjin pondered for a moment and said, Although she practiced Huiyuan Gong, she didn't have any talent and was only a third-rank official. How could she dare to be so presumptuous in front of the two girls? I don't know about that. Lucan shook his head firmly. When the prince knew about it, he was very angry and asked He Chiu to kill Lai Ru. Lai Ru naturally died with regrets. After that, he believed that the previous rumors were true. As expected, Prince He accepted Mingwei and Zixia. Although the two had not yet established their relationship, no matter how foolish He Jixiang was, he would not send Prince He's bedmate into the palace. Isn't this asking for trouble? Did He Chiu kill her? Jiangjin's face changed several times. That's right, Lucan said with a smile. Prince, he was worried about the health of the queen, and he never told the queen the details. The queen only thought that Lai Ru stole the gold and silver in the palace and ran back to her hometown in the countryside, and was furious. I see. Jiangjin bowed politely again. Lucan was very considerate to tell him so much. If it were someone else, he would probably not say a word. Just based on Lucan's words, she could make more plans after entering the palace. No wonder Cao Xiu once said, You are the smartest among the female detectives. Lucan continued to walk forward. However, this palace is still different from other places. You must be careful. Seeing that Lucan was about to reach the door, Jiangjin suddenly stopped and said, My younger sister is reckless. I hope my brother will show more respect. She understood that this strategic alliance must be formed. Otherwise Lucan would not reveal more. I am 1 year older than you, and it is not a big deal to be your brother. Lucan turned around, looked at Jiangjin, and said word by word, When you enter the palace, be careful of anyone around you, and never trust them. Jiangjin nodded and said, Of course. Lucan said again, You can't be a good person in the palace, and good people never have a good ending. Jiangjin said modestly, I hope you can help me solve my doubts. When they were in school, whether they were with the prince, Mingwei, or Zixia, they all advised them to be good people. When I became a constable, it was also to catch bad guys and uphold justice. You are not a constable now. Forget all your current identities. Be careful with your words in the palace. Learn more and see more, and you will understand everything after a long time. Lucan said with emotion, This palace is just like the rivers and lakes. The easier you talk, the more people will bully you. Because bullying you does not require a price. Everyone is willing to do things without a price, and they enjoy it. Brother, I remember what you said. Jiangjin hesitated for a moment, and finally did not use the prince to refute him. He Wangye often ridiculed himself as a good guy. But there was no good guy around He Wangye. From Honging to Ho-Hung, Tan Fei, Chun Xinlua, and even the muddle-headed Yu Shaoshi and Ah Dai. Which one of them was not cruel and ruthless? She had seen with her own eyes Yu Shaoshi and Ah Dai compare whose head was more rotten after being smashed with a hammer. And the one with the most mincemeat won. She, a woman who had seen big scenes, vomited her stomach and intestines clean. And she didn't eat for 3 days. With these people around, who dares to bully Prince He? Who dares to ignore Prince He's words? And who will have a good ending? Lucan continued. Everything in the palace is respected by the queen. What the queen orders must be done, and there must be no disobedience. Jiangjin hesitated and said, What if the queen asks me to be like Lai Ru? Lucan smiled and said, Then you just do it directly. Jiangjin was puzzled and said, But? Lucan waved his hand and said, Do you think that I, the commander of the flag-bearer guard, am deaf and blind? Then I understand. Jiangjin nodded. Lucan whispered, The one who needs to be most careful is Tan Shizi. Eunuch Shi? Jiangjin hadn't thought of this. Back then, when Tan Shizi was in Sanha, they got along well. She was even planning to visit him in person after entering the palace. Just remember what I said. If you have any doubts, come back later. If I tell you so much now, you won't remember it. Lucan saw Zhu Rorong and Deng Ke waving at them at the door of the mansion, and Jiang the butcher standing straight. He smiled and said, Your father is here. You should go with him first. Don't let them wait too long. Then I'll take my leave first. Jiangjin walked straight towards Jiang the butcher and others outside the door. The butcher had a stern face, and without waiting for Jiangjin to speak, he said directly, Your 2 uncles have been waiting for you, and their hands and feet are so cold that they can't move. Let's not chat here, and go home first. Deng Ke hurriedly said, No, waiting for such a while is nothing. But I think you are tired from the journey, and you should find a place to fill your stomach and wash off the dust. Zhu Rorong couldn't call Jiangjin's name, and couldn't flatter like Deng Ke, so he could only agree. Yes, go home quickly. The north is not like our Sanha. You must be very cold. Jiangjin smiled and said, Thank you, 2 uncles. After saying that, he got into the carriage without hesitation. The carriage turned left and right in the snowy white ground, and finally left the city. Zhu Rorong saw that Jiangjin looked puzzled, so he smiled and said, The city is crowded. Tian Xixi got the support of the prince and built a new house outside the city. Your father and I have made some money in recent years. Your father will return to Sanha in the future. I was born and raised here, so I just bought a 3-story house. My family will definitely not be able to live in such a big place. If your father doesn't mind, he can stay at my place. Jiangjin bowed and said, This is troublesome. Zhu Rorong saw that Jiangjin was very respectful to him, and said happily, You're welcome. However, your father loves you very much. He was afraid that you would be inconvenienced by my place, so he bought a new house at noon, hired maids, and provided all the clothes and beddings. It was very complete. Although Jiang the butcher despised Zhu Rorong's words, he did not refute them. He only saw his daughter slowly looking at him and said, Thank you so much, father. Jiang the butcher was suddenly caught off guard by his daughter's attitude. Is this still his daughter? Chapter 453 Expectations. He was born into poverty, lived in poverty for the first half of his life, and suddenly became rich in the second half of his life, which always felt a little unrealistic. However, the biggest surprise in his life was his daughter Jiangjin. He could never have imagined that the yellow-haired girl, whom he had once disdained, would have such power now. After so many years, he still remembered the day she was born. As soon as the sun set, his wife looked at the dark clouds in the sky and sighed that heavy rain was coming. The rain in Sanha came as it came. There was never a fixed number, and everyone had always taken it for granted. However, his wife was still very annoying. The endless heavy rain from the sky, hitting the thin roof, soaked it in a short while, and the inside and outside of the house were the same. She was unhappy and unwilling. But what else could she do? She could only bend down with great effort to move the wooden barrel containing pig stomachs into the house with her big belly, and put it under the roof that had not been repaired last time to collect rainwater. Just when she was about to take a breath, her stomach suddenly hurt. The butcher only heard a scream, realized that something was wrong, and rushed into the house, and saw his wife rolling on the ground in pain, sweating all over. While he was in a daze, his wife yelled at him to find a midwife. Originally, they had agreed not to find a midwife. Although Chinchilian was young, she had to be given benefits. In Baiyun City, most wives gave birth with the help of their own elders. There was absolutely no reason to find a midwife. However, after all, they were husband and wife, and he could not bear to hear his wife's miserable cry. He ignored his mother's dissuasion, put 2 copper coins in his pocket, and brought a pig liver to invite Chinchilian, who was only 16 years old at the time, to come over. The firewood in the kitchen was all wet. He tried to boil water for Chinchilian, but he couldn't light the fire no matter what. Finally, his mother lit it. At night, there was a thunderstorm. In his nervousness and anxiety, he finally heard a loud cry. He was hiding at the entrance of the stove to warm himself. As soon as he ran out of the kitchen, he saw his mother coming out of the room with a gloomy face. He only heard his mother muttering about losing money. He was shocked. His high expectations for Guzzi were in vain. However, no matter if it was a boy or girl, they were all his children. So he had to go and take a look. However, he was scolded by his mother again. His mother said impatiently, "What are you doing? Are you going in to bring bad luck? Tell me, how unlucky is that stomach, eating so many of my fish?" The crying of the child gradually drowned out the increasingly loud rain and wind outside, making him even more upset. He didn't have time to pay attention to his mother, who was complaining, and rushed into another room. He didn't breathe hard, but he could smell the strong fishy smell in the wet room. His wife was lying on a bed made of 2 wooden planks, sweating profusely, and she didn't know whether she was dead or alive. Next to her was a naked baby crying in confusion. He was a father for the first time in his life. Looking at this wrinkled child who looked like an old man, he looked at Chinchilian, who was washing her hands in a basin full of blood, at a loss. He couldn't help but say, "Big sister, mother and daughter are safe." Chinchilian stood up after washing her hands, and said lightly, "I didn't take your pig liver in vain. Fortunately, you found me. Otherwise there would be 2 dead bodies. Thank you. Thank you." The butcher kept bowing, looking at his wife, who didn't even open her eyes. He hesitated and said, "What's she doing?" Chinchilian smiled and said, "She walked around the gates of hell and luckily didn't die. But she also spent a lot of energy. She is exhausted now, so she naturally needs to have a good rest." "I see." The butcher didn't dare to look at the dirty, crying child, and ran to his wife, wiping his sweat with a towel. Occasionally, he could not help but look at the child, but he did not dare to stay for too long. He could not understand how he could give birth to such an ugly child. Chinchilian seemed to see through his thoughts, and said with a smile, "Don't worry. He will grow up in 2 days. You don't have to be so embarrassed. So that's how it is." The butcher breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Chinchilian pick up the child, wrap him in a rag, and then put him on his wife's chest. He looked at Chinchilian with gratitude. Chinchilian said, "Brother Jiang, I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything. Then I won't see you off." Jiang the butcher said so, but he still personally saw Chinchilian out the door. "Sister Chen, it's raining hard outside. Why don't you wait until it stops before leaving?" Chinchilian smiled and said, "Today, the lonely old lady of the Liang family has begged me to go and see her. I have to go and see her." Jiang the butcher said curiously, "Then I won't stay. Go slowly on the way." On that thunderous and lightning night, Liang Yuanji came out 1 hour after his daughter was born. Other women gave birth to sons, while his wife gave birth to a daughter. Originally, he was very unhappy. However, looking at his increasingly lovely daughter, his heart melted inadvertently. As long as the girl could eat enough, what did he mind suffering? When he and the prince married in Sanha and opened a free school, he was one of the few who responded positively and sent his child to school. Because the meat of the Huang mansion was bought from him, only he knew how good the meat was. He couldn't bear to let his daughter eat his own meat. In the school, you can eat the meat in the school as you like. He didn't care about etiquette. Men and women were not allowed to sit at the same table, as long as his daughter had something to eat. It was good. The only thing he didn't expect was that, unintentionally, his daughter was so competitive. Not only was she better than his son, who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, she also surpassed many men in Baiyun City. When he entered the city that night, he was so excited to see the general's demeanor. In the words of Deng Ku, "Her future is limitless." What made him even more proud was that, no matter how powerful his daughter was, she was still his daughter, and she could never escape from his grasp. However, his daughter suddenly spoke to him in such an unreasonably polite tone, which confused him. This meeting scene was completely different from what he had imagined. While he was hesitating about how to respond, he heard Deng Ku say, "Your father has also spent a lot of effort for you. You will see it when you see the house later. The local rich man in Hong Kong City is black-hearted. He dared to ask for 1,000 taels of silver for that house. If it were a normal day, I would have a chance to choose and choose. Time was urgent, so I decided on it. In the evening, I used the relationship with the prefectural government to directly get the house deed. It was all in a hurry. Jiangjin smiled and said, "Thank you for your help, father." The more respectful his daughter was, the more uncomfortable Jiang the butcher felt. He couldn't figure out what was going on for a while, so he could only smile and say, "I am your father, and I should do whatever I do. Hurry up, curfew is coming soon. The police are all acquaintances, but it will be troublesome if you meet them, so don't let them abuse their power for personal gain." It was very snowy all the way. In order to develop the economy in the south of the city, the south gate is open all the time, unless there is an emergency, or the gate will not be closed. So at this moment, there are still many carriages coming and going in the south gate. Needless to say, except for the caravans coming from the south, who else would be willing to run like this in the cold winter? However, among them, there are also some vegetable farmers coming from the southern suburbs, since he and the prince promoted the thatched shed and wooden shed vegetable planting in the north. The barren north in winter has gradually grown green vegetables. Now in Hong Kong City, the price of these vegetables is more expensive than the meat he sells. Sometimes, he and Zhu Rorong are very angry and want to build a shed to plant vegetables themselves. However, after doing business for so many years, he and Zhu Rorong still know their own abilities. They definitely can't do farming. The rubber wheels invented by Deng Ke creaked and moved hard in the snow. And soon they arrived at the heaven on earth community outside the south gate. Heaven on earth. These 4 words were written by the prince himself. Because of these 4 words, all the brothels in Hong Kong City opened around this area. In just half a year, this place has become a prosperous place for fireworks. Late at night, even though it was snowing, there were still many customers coming in and out. Occasionally, you could hear the loud burps of the customers and the quarrels of the servants and drivers. Zhu Rorong said carelessly. Lord He Jixiang's move is really fast. There is a curfew in the city, and all the customers who are looking for fun have come outside the city. He didn't care about Deng Ke who winked at him. Deng Ke was helpless. Shouldn't you be more discerning when speaking and doing things? Since entering this land of fireworks, Jiangjin's face has become uglier. You keep talking endlessly. For people like him, you can only get rich by luck. Zhu Rorong saw that no one responded to his words, so he simply stopped talking. Just when he felt very embarrassed, the carriage stopped. Deng Ke lifted the heavy straw curtain, stuck his head out, said with a smile, we're here. After waving to the coachman didn't need to say anything more, and quickly took down the small stool on the carriage, and let Deng Ke step on it to get off the carriage. Zhu Rorong didn't even look at the ground. He just jumped down, and then looked at Jiang the butcher, who was carefully supporting Jiangjin. He always felt that it was not so real. Such a rough man. When did he become so careful? And to his daughter, a short fat man hurried out from the screen wall of the mansion, bowed to Jiang the butcher and Jiangjin. Master, Miss. Jiangjin looked at the short fat man for a long time, and finally said in an uncertain tone, Jiangshan? The short fat man smiled and said, Miss, you have a good memory. It's this old slave. Jiangjin smiled and said, Shopkeeper Zhang. What young master and young lady? I can't bear it. The man in front of him was the butler of the Yi family, the close lackey of Yi Qiu's younger brother Yi Chen. Zhang Shun. How could Zhang Shun appear here? Why did he call her Miss? Deng Ke hurriedly explained. Master Yi Chen has returned to Sanhe. Manager Zhang is in charge of the business in the north. Our fellow villagers saw Manager Jiang buying a house, and knew you were coming to Hong Kong City. So they helped to select servants and prepare all the things. It was all up to him. It was really tiring. Zhang Shun smiled and said, Manager Deng, you are being too polite. We are all family members. What's the point of being tired? Just as the butcher was about to speak, he suddenly heard a cold snort. Then he saw his daughter, who was in a gloomy mood. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that his daughter was angry. If it were in the past, he would not care. No matter how angry she was, could she overshadow him as a father? But things are different now. In order not to lose face in front of Deng Ke and others, he should pay more attention to his daughter's face. For a moment, there was complete silence. Zhang Shun was frightened by Jiangjin's gaze. He bowed his head and said, Captain Jiang, You have traveled a long way. The maids have prepared hot water. It is better to go into the house and wash up first. Jiangjin smiled and said, You don't have to worry about that. Zhang the shopkeeper. After saying that, he strode directly into the mansion without caring about anything. After Jiang the butcher waited for his daughter to enter the house. He smiled at the stunned Zhang Shun. I'm sorry for worrying you. Captain Jiang is an official. And people like me are born to be slaves. What can I do? Zhang Shun said expressionlessly. And then he bowed and said, Boss Jiang, we are all from the same hometown. I can only help you here. If he were an ordinary person, he would never suffer such grievances. On weekdays, even in Ankang City where he has no roots, everyone has to give him face. Because his Yi family has a great master named Yi Qiu. He is the butler of the Yi family. The Mong. In his Zhang Shun means arrogant Zhang. How could he suffer such humiliation in front of the Jiang family? Ah! Jiang the butcher wanted to speak. But he didn't expect Zhang Shun to disappear in the wind and snow. He was helpless. Zhu Rorong finally sensed something was wrong, and hurriedly bowed and said goodbye. Deng Ke saw that Zhu Rorong was about to leave, and it was not good to stay, so he followed Zhu Rorong. In the hall, only the butcher was left. He waited, and finally saw his daughter, who had finished washing. Without waiting for his order, the maid began to serve wine and food. As the butcher was setting out the dishes, he said, This damn place is unbearably cold. It's not like my hometown. There's not much to eat. You just have to make do with it for now. When spring comes, there will be all kinds of food. Jiangjin smiled and said, Dad, you're too polite. I'm not that squeamish. When I was a kid, I was very happy to have enough food. Jiang the butcher didn't like her tone. But what could he do? After all, she's his daughter. His own daughter. He could only smile helplessly and said, Life was hard before. Let alone having enough food. It was hard enough to just live. Dad? That's right. Jiangjin stood up and raised the wine pot. And personally poured wine for Jiang the butcher. Daughter will drink a few glasses with Dad. Thank you for raising me. Jiang the butcher always felt that there was something wrong with what he said. But he couldn't figure it out. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be able to drink so much now. His daughter raised her glass. And he certainly would not refuse. After 3 rounds of drinking, he was already drunk. But his daughter remained calm. He could not help but sigh. You are so promising. And you will be the leader of the guards. In the future, Dad will be able to benefit from it. Jiangjin said lightly. Dad thinks this is a good thing? Jiang the butcher said. Why is it not a good thing? The palace. Anyone can enter it if they want to. You serve the queen well. And the prince, who is so sentimental, will not treat you badly. You should do your job well. And don't disappoint the prince's expectations. Chapter 454. A promise is a deal. Daddy? Jiangjin suddenly raised his head and said, Do you also think this is a good thing? Jiang the butcher saw that the girl's face was solemn, so he said cautiously, Did something happen? He didn't understand. How could it be a bad thing to serve concubine Yuan in the palace? She is the mother of the prince. How many people want such an opportunity but can't get it? Jiangjin drank the wine in the glass and put it down directly, sighing. Daddy, I have only realized the affairs of the officialdom in the past few years. It is not as simple as you think. There are many cases of being too clever and making mistakes. Jiang the butcher couldn't help but say, Your father is not well educated, but this. You still have some brains. If you have anything to say, just tell me. If you really don't understand, it's none of your business. Jiangjin suddenly sighed. The soil and water in the south of the Yangtze River really nourish people. My daughter hasn't been in Jilin City for a long time, but now she is plump and white, and it feels like she has grown taller. Jiang the butcher didn't understand why the girl said that. Hesitated for a moment. My daughter? Don't hesitate anymore. Just tell me directly, so that I won't feel uneasy. Dad, don't you understand yet? Jiangjin smiled bitterly. Jilin City is the most prosperous place in the world. I am the chief constable in the governor's office. It is so comfortable. I have nothing to do with the capital city. Evil spirits do not seek out cowards. I do not want to wade into the muddy waters of Ankang City. But Chao Xiuwan recommended me. And Lord He Jixian ordered me to come. Jiang the butcher said in surprise. Did this woman Chao Xiuwan recommend you? Lord Shinkisho once lamented, people need gold to make friends. And without enough gold, the friendship will not be deep. Jiangjin said slowly. Although Chao Shihuan and I do not have a golden friendship, I would not let her deliberately bring me into the palace and roast me on the fire. Maybe I was ignorant before, and I angered her in some way, but I never realized it. Chao Shihuan? Jiang the butcher frowned and said, "This woman is not an ordinary person. Now she is acting arrogantly with her Zhou Sun. How did you offend her?" Jiang Jin snorted coldly. "I have offended her. She treats me like this, so I am not easy to deal with." Jiang the butcher was stunned for a moment and said, "Harmony brings wealth. It's almost the same. We are from the same village. There is no point in arguing. I still have some face in front of her. How about I go and talk to her?" Since he was born, he never knew how to write the word fear. He has always been reckless in doing things, believing in the words of the prince. Don't care about life and death, just do it if you don't agree. But the matter involves his daughter, he has to be careful. Deep down, he still hoped that his daughter could practice harmony brings wealth. Jiangjin said calmly, "I am the chief constable of Jiling City, and she doesn't even care about my face. What do you think is the point of you going there?" Jiang the butcher's face suddenly turned red. Thinking back then, Chao Shihuan had to call me brother when she saw me. If she dares to be ruthless and ungrateful, I will beat her up. Dad, you are talking nonsense again. Jiangjin showed no mercy to her father, and said to himself, "Your mediocre skills are not a match for her. Even if you are really good at fighting, she is an official. And if you really beat her up, even my daughter cannot protect you. You will inevitably go to jail." The butcher's face was ashamed, and he said with a wry smile, "This woman is not easy to get along with. I don't know what Jiao Zhong likes about her. He is devoted to her. However, now he has opened his eyes and turned back." Jiangjin asked curiously, "Did Jiao Zhong break up with Chao Shihuan?" "Of course he did." The butcher laughed. "As the commander of the guards in the Hyong Palace, he has power and influence, and he has such a large family business. So why should he have a wife? Although Chao Shihuan is not an ordinary person, she is not a good match for him. Besides, at such an old age, it is not certain whether you can have children. If Jiao Zhong is not stupid, he should find a virgin girl. Daddy, be careful with your words." Jiangjin said bluntly, "Don't bother with my affairs. If I were to ask you, you are not young anymore, and you have worked hard these years. The north is a bitter and cold place. Why don't you go back to Baiyun City to accompany your mother?" "Go back to Baiyun City?" Jiang the butcher did not expect his daughter to say such a thing. He hesitated for a moment and said, "You are not even 50 yet. You are not afraid of any hardship. You can still endure for a few more years." Jiangjin smiled and said, "The only person you are worried about is Jianglin. Daddy, I will say something you don't like to hear. You are too pampering to him. He is not young anymore. He is neither good at literature nor martial arts. This is how his life will be. It is very good if he can live a stable life. He is your brother anyway." Although Jiang the butcher knew she was telling the truth, he still said in embarrassment, "You are so successful now. I have nothing to worry about. Your brother is not very capable. So your mother and I have to worry more about him." Jiangjin said calmly, "Dad, let's go back to Sanha. I promise you, as long as I am here, I will ensure Jianlin's safety for life. His father is working so hard now, not for his daughter, but to plan more family business for his son. I believe this, let alone you being an official." Jiang the butcher said with a smile, "Even in terms of kung fu, you are now a 9th rank master. It is easy for you to protect your brother. He will graduate from junior high school in June. If he can't enter the Hyong Palace as a guard and can't enter the army, he can only stay at home and do business with me." Jiangjin said helplessly, "Transfer the supplier quota to someone else. He can't keep your stall." The butcher said dissatisfiedly, "If you don't let him try, how do you know he can't do it?" Jiangjin snorted coldly and said bluntly, "No one knows a son better than his father. You know what kind of person your son is. You have worked hard all your life to save this family fortune, which is enough to make him worry-free about food and clothing. If you insist on making trouble, the good family business will be ruined, and it will be difficult to earn it back." After hearing this, Jiang the butcher was choked and speechless for a long time. Jiangjin continued, "Dad, if you really care about your son, go back to Sanha and get him married quickly. What if your grandson is promising? If her brother had a little ability, her father would not have to run around like this at such an old age, not to mention taking charge of the overall situation for him. At least you can share some of the burden. Right? That's true, Jiang the butcher said, touching his bald forehead. Thinking of his fame. He never thought that he would give birth to such a thing. As his daughter said, maybe he can only pin his hopes on his grandson in this life. There is no need to rely on his son. Parents who love their children will make long-term plans for them. Jiang continued, regardless of whether Jiang the butcher could understand or not. If daddy really wants to do good for him, don't make it difficult for him. Let him get married, have children, and live a normal life. Ah. Jiang the butcher sighed and said no more. Yes, if it is really for the good of his son, he should admit that his son is just an ordinary person. He has too high expectations for him, and it may harm him in the end. Maybe letting him marry and have children is the best choice. If the son is not okay, there are still grandsons. There will be endless descendants. Jiang glanced at her father, and her heart could not help but feel sad. Her father never thought that. She was also surnamed Jiang, and she could also bring honor to the Jiang family. Why can't women enter the ancestral hall? Moonlit night. The snow was still falling. Lenny curled his neck, standing at the entrance of the alley, watching the graceful figure approaching under the lantern, and said with a smile, "The flowers I waited for you have all withered. You are a talkative person." Guan Xuqi pulled his legs out of the thick snow, and said with a smile, "It's late at night. Aren't you afraid of robbers? This Hong Kong City is the best place, with strict security," Lenny said carelessly. Which robber is desperate? He was not confident in the security of Hong Kong City, but in the guards such as Jiao Zhong who were ambushing in the dark. Guan Xuqi glanced at the low door behind Lin Yi, and asked curiously, "The house you found for me?" Lenny pushed the door open, stepped aside, and raised his hand. "Please." "Then I'll go in and take a look." Guan Xuqi rubbed his hands and raised his eyebrows. "You have to go in and take a look." Lenny stretched out his hand, hesitated for a moment, and pushed Guan Xuqi through her thin coat. Seeing that she did not respond, he smiled and said, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and a free large garden. I guarantee you will be satisfied. For a sales genius like him, it would be a pity not to work as a real estate salesperson for Tian Xixi. Guan Xuqi ignored Lin Yi and walked straight into the yard. To his surprise, there was no snow in the yard. He sighed. "The owner is very thoughtful." Lenny smiled and said, "Of course." Guan Xuqi stood in front of a plum tree in full bloom, took a deep breath and said, "This plum blossom is so fragrant." The door was pushed open from the inside, and out came Tan Fei, wearing a worn gray cloth jacket, with his waist bent and a smile on his face. Before he came up to him, he saw Lin Yi pointing at him and said, "This is the owner of this house." Tan Fei hurriedly said, "Girl, if you have anything to know, just ask directly." Guan Xuqi bowed and smiled. "Thank you, big brother. I want to ask, how many rooms are there?" After Tan Fei glanced at Lin Yi casually, he lifted the curtain in front of the door and said, "Girl, come in with me and take a look." Guan Xuqi didn't wait for Lin Yi to nod, and followed Tan Fei into the house. As soon as he stepped into the door, a warm feeling swept over his body. He said in surprise, "You have a Kong in your room?" Tan Fei smiled and said, "Girl, you are kidding. Hong Kong City is so cold. Can you live without a Kong?" Guan Xuqi asked curiously. "From your accent, you are not a native of Hong Kong City?" Tan Fei had long known that. As if he had expected it, he said, "Miss, you are right. I am not a local. I came from Sanha with the regent's army." Guan Xuqi looked at the tall Tan Fei again and asked, "Are you a military household?" Tan Fei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "There are no military households in Sanha. If you insist on saying so, it's not impossible. Anyway, we are all soldiers and eat food. The army in Sanha has been restructured several times, and the title of military household has long disappeared. There are only conscripts, who receive subsidies, and guards, like him, who receive fixed salaries. When the conscription season comes, the streets and alleys of Baiyin City will be filled with slogans such as "Protecting Sanha is everyone's responsibility." And one person joins the army, the whole family is honored. Guan Xuqi said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. I don't know much about these." "It's no big deal," Tan Fei said indifferently. "Girl, to be honest, I was originally planning to live here for a long time. But I got a new order to return to Sanha for garrison. I guess I won't be able to return to Hong Kong City in this life. And I will definitely not be able to live in the house I bought before. This was a play that Jiao Zhong came up with in a hurry and arranged for him temporarily. He could only act like this. As for whether he acted well, he didn't know. Guan Xiuqi walked around several rooms and then asked happily, "Big brother, how much is your rent this month?" According to the normal script, Tan Fei then put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulders and called him a brother, and then said that for his brother's sake, I can give him a lower price for this house. But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly lost the courage, putting his arm around the shoulders of the prince and calling him a brother? Do you think you don't live long enough, even if the prince he promised? It won't work, fortunately. He had quick wits, and calmly reorganized his words. After I leave, my house will be empty anyway. I won't charge you more. Just give me 3 copper coins a month, and take good care of it for me. If you don't live here anymore, the other tenants will not continue to lower the price because the house is good. Guan Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment and said, 3 copper coins are not expensive, but if you are not here, who should I pay the rent to? Tan Fei did not dare to point at Lin Yi, turned to Lin Yi, and said to him, Could you please help me collect the rent when the time comes? Lin Yi said carelessly, We are all brothers. These words are polite. I can still do such a small thing as helping you collect the rent. Guan Xiuqi looked at the thin Lin Yi, and then at the tall and strong Tan Fei, and always felt that something was wrong. Are they friends? It doesn't look like that. When she was wondering, she heard Tan Fei say, Thank you very much. She couldn't help but ask, Big brother, excuse me, if I buy this house, including the furniture inside, how much do you want? Tan Fei pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, 1 tael of silver. As long as you give me 1 tael of silver, I will leave all the pots and pans in the house to you. Really? Guan Xiuqi asked in disbelief. Tan Fei said with a smile, Miss, don't be suspicious. I'm coming back from Hong Kong City. The journey is long and I'm short of money. If you want this house, it will solve my urgent need. I'll give you a real price. When Guan Xiuqi was thinking about how to reply, she heard someone shouting, It's a deal. Daddy. Guan Xiuqi was familiar with this voice. Seeing Guan Sheng suddenly appear at the door, she said happily, Why are you here? Guan Sheng smiled and said, It's late at night. You are a girl outside. How can I be at ease? After that, he nodded to Lin Yi, who was leaning against the door frame. Chapter 455 Haunted House. Guan Xiuqi walked up to Guan Sheng, took his arm, chuckled. Dad, have you forgotten? I have kung fu. Ordinary people will definitely not be my opponent if they meet me. Guan Sheng said unhappily. The principle of pride will be defeated. Have you forgotten it again? This Hong Kong City is a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are hidden. There are countless masters above the 5th rank. If you meet any of them, you with your mediocre kung fu, you are no match at all. Tan Fei suddenly said, You are too serious. Hong Kong City is the best place. How can it allow the scoundrels to run rampant? Denial of the public security policy of the prince in person? Isn't this a slap in the face in public? It must be considered, so that Guan Sheng understands that. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Otherwise, what if the prince gets angry? They are notoriously stingy. He obviously came out to make merit, but he doesn't want to be implicated. So, it's better to be careful. As for whether Guan Sheng is happy or not, what does it have to do with him? He is just an ordinary person. If it weren't for the fact that the prince inexplicably liked this woman named Guan Xiuqi, people like Guan Sheng wouldn't be worthy of appearing in front of him. He is the 9th rank of Daliang State. He is a sword-carrying guard of the palace, even if he enters and leaves the bedroom of Emperor Delong. It's like no one is there. As for whether Guan Xiuqi will rise to power in the future, and cause trouble for him in the future, it's not something he can consider. The wine cup is too shallow. It cannot offer a long future. The incense is too short. It cannot burn away the pessimism of the world. The most important thing at the moment is whether the prince is happy or not. What this boss said is, Guan Sheng immediately felt the pressure from Tan Fei. This man is a master. Although he doesn't know what rank he is definitely not someone he can afford to offend. He said more carefully, Boss, your house costs 1 tael of silver a month. Are you kidding? I am not a city dweller, but I was born and raised outside Hong Kong City. A house that costs 1 tael of silver is unheard of and unseen. The great painter Xian Yudao once sighed, It is not easy to live in Hong Kong City. Xian Yudao's family wealth, 10,000 taels of silver, and still have such thoughts, let alone others, as the most prosperous place in Daliang, Hong Kong City has nothing that is not expensive. An ordinary box of rouge and powder costs 1 tael of silver. If it is a house, even in the poorest South City, it must cost dozens of taels of silver. Their thatched cottage is outside the city, and it is very remote. He can sell it for 1 tael of silver with his eyes closed. In front of him, the 3 tiled houses in front of him, 1 tael of silver? He absolutely does not believe it. It must be a lie to him and his father. As a result, he now does not trust Lin Yi, who looks quite friendly. Just because you haven't seen it or heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Tan Fei said with a smile. Since you call yourself a local, do you know who the original owner of this house was? Guan Sheng hesitated for a moment, and said with a bow, Please forgive my ignorance. I would like to hear more details. He was very familiar with the streets and alleys of Hong Kong City, but except for the houses of dignitaries, he was too lazy to remember other places. Tan Fei smiled and said, This house is called Jin House. Do you remember it? Jin House. Guan Sheng's face changed all of a sudden, and he said with a slight tremor, Ghost House. It seems that you still know something. Tan Fei teased. Why? It's not too late to regret now. Although there were only a few short hours, he and Jiao Zhong and others had considered everything they could consider. We must ensure that we live well, and that we can afford it. 1 tael of silver is probably the limit for the Guan family. Daddy, Guan Xiuqi said with a puzzled look on her face. You have taught me since I was a child. Don't be superstitious. You will only scare yourself. She really likes this house. If it is too expensive, she will definitely not be able to afford it. However, if it is cheaper, she and Daddy can still give it a try. Tan Fei smiled and said, This house has changed 5 owners, and each family died tragically. Now it has become a well-known haunted house in Hong Kong City. Aren't you afraid? No, Guan Xiuqi said stubbornly. Next said, I don't believe there are ghosts in this world. Shut up. Guan Sheng sighed. I'm afraid no one wants this house even if it's given away. Now his thoughts are different from before. A house that no one wants even if it's given away is actually sold for 1 or 2 silver coins, which is incredible. Brother, if you want it, take it. If you don't want it, don't take it, Tan Fei said with a smile. I never force anyone. Only people like them understand what a haunted house is. In fact, the so-called haunted house, the haunted house, is all caused by people. For example, this house was originally owned by the Jin family, a merchant in the city. During the Yongguang period, the Jin family offended an official for unknown reasons, and ended up with the whole family being executed. The government then sold the house, and it has changed 5 owners. Each owner was unwilling to believe in evil, and wanted to buy the house at a low price. However, the final result of each owner was that their heads and bodies were separated. Gradually, this place became a well-known haunted house. The last murder case was 5 months ago, when the head of the man living here was thrown into the well. His family got up early to fetch water, and they were so scared that they had to flee far away. The people in Hong Kong City spread rumors about this house that were getting more and more bizarre. How could Chao Xiuhuan, Zhou Sun, and Chen Xinluo, who had received a scientific education, tolerate such rumors? The 3 departments were put on the list to supervise the case. It only took 3 days to solve the case. It turned out that the evildoers were some thieves in the city who used this place as their base. They thought they were 5th-rank thieves and had outstanding light skills and could do whatever they wanted. They were killed on the spot by Chao Xiuhuan. The mystery of the haunted house was solved just like that. Before the official publicity, the prince and the Guan family were actually going to help the Guan family find a house. There was no more suitable house than this. Daddy, you and I have never done anything wrong. Are you still afraid of ghosts knocking on the door? Guan Xiaoqi saw Guan Sheng hesitate and hurriedly urged. I don't care, my daughter has her own body, so it's settled. If I miss this opportunity, where can I find a house worth 1 or 2 taels of silver in the future? Ah. Guan Sheng looked at his anxious daughter and said. So it's settled. According to past practice, this haunted house usually only dies the male owner, no women. Children, old or young, are harmed. As long as my daughter is safe, it doesn't matter if I die. Chapter 456 House. Besides, since he saw these 3 tiled houses, he couldn't step forward anymore, and even felt a little excited. This is the house he had always dreamed of. If he wants to drink some liquor, there is some right outside. It's so convenient. Also, If my daughter has a child in the future, they will be city dwellers. They can go to private schools, and the new elementary schools built with the prince directly in the city. This is how my life will be, and maybe my descendants will have a bright future? These brothers are straightforward. Tenfei breathed a sigh of relief, finally completing the task assigned by Jiao Zhong, laughing. I am a government official. The government office and the pawnbroker both give me face. If you are sure, I will call the pawnbroker over now and get the house deed done. The government office is off work. The pawnbroker has no time? No way. As long as it is something assigned to the prince, it must be done no matter how late it is. There is no reason to explain. Guansheng nodded and said, That's going to be troublesome. Lin Yi had been watching from the side without interrupting. He waited for the broker to come, and went to the government office to get the house deed done in less than half an hour. Lin Yi had just finished a pot of wine. Thank you. Guansheng looked at the house deed in his hand again, and bowed to Lin Yi. If it weren't for your help, it might not be so simple. Lin Yi smiled and said, You also know that this is a haunted house. It's hard for him to move out. While I help you, I am also helping him. Haunted house? This is the capital of Liang State. It's like the central business district of the capital in the future. It was originally sold for 10 million. But now it's only sold for 1 million. So what if it's a haunted house? I'm afraid there will be a lot of competition. Just like in his previous life. When he was healthy, he complained about the high housing prices. Anything he couldn't give was unreasonable and unfair. After that, he had a car accident and had been lying in a wheelchair for so many years. He should have been calm and relaxed, and just had enough money for medical expenses, food and drink, and barely survived. A disabled person is destined to be lonely all his life. Unlike normal people, he can give his son and grandson a house. And when his children and grandchildren grow up, they don't have to repeat the old path of migrant workers leaving their hometowns, carrying a mortgage of 20 or 30 yuan. It is still a good deal to bring happiness to several generations. As for him, he has no offspring and no educational needs. What is the point of buying a house? He will die alone. And no one knows who will get the house in the end. Therefore, there is no need to buy a house. However, whenever the landlord urged him to pay the rent, moving everywhere, in the dead of night, he also fantasized about having his own house, even if it was so small that it could only fit a bed. It was his own house. No one forced him to pay the rent every month. In short, the desire for land and the things attached to the land is engraved in his bones. So, he also understood the Guan family father and daughter very well. From ancient times to the present, moving from the countryside to the city is a class upgrade and a social status improvement. Living in the city, even if people look down on you, they will only call you a yellow-haired girl and will not call you a yellow-haired girl from the countryside who has never seen the world. People, it is better to have some pursuits and dreams. What if they come true? If it weren't for my introduction, we wouldn't have this way. Guansheng picked up the wine glass and said happily, It's all thanks to you. Lin Yi also picked up the wine glass and said, It's a small matter. In the future, when you live in the city, I will come to eat when I have nothing to do. Guan Shuqi's cooking skills are not good, but there is a very obvious advantage, that is, he likes to eat chili peppers, and there are a lot of chili peppers in the dishes. It was not like being in the palace. Su Yin believed Hu Shilu's words. Chili peppers can cause internal heat. Now there is very little chili pepper in the food. Sometimes, he would take the opportunity of fishing to grill fish and lamb outdoors, adding chili peppers as much as possible. But he could always scare the guards half to death. They would kneel in a row and beg him. It made him want to die. It has been a long time since he had eaten chili pepper so happily. Guan Shuqi smiled with his hands covering his mouth. If you like to eat it, come often in the future. Where is your home? I live next door to you. Seeing the shocked expressions of the father and daughter, Lin Yi became even more proud, and said with a smile, In the future, if you have any problems, just shout. He is now very wealthy. Buying a house is a matter of minutes? What? The owner of the house disagrees? He is the regent of Daliang, the 9th prince. If he can't even deal with such troublesome people, the state violence machine in his hands is just a decoration. As a ruler, whether he is willing or unwilling to reason, what he says is the truth. What? You live next door? Guan Shuqi said angrily. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known that you, such a nasty person, would be my neighbor, I wouldn't want this house. Guansheng said hurriedly. My daughter is willful. I'm sorry to make a fool of myself. He felt something was wrong. but he couldn't put it into words. In his memory, his daughter would only get angry with him and act like a spoiled child. She always had a stern face when dealing with strangers, and would just hit them with the oars if they didn't agree. His daughter has a bad temper. You're welcome. Lenny picked up a peanut, chewed it while looking at the snow that was getting bigger and bigger, and said with a smile, "According to my opinion, you shouldn't go back tonight. It's dark and the road is slippery, which is inconvenient. Why don't you stay here for one night and go back tomorrow?" Guansheng nodded and said, "Brother Lin is right, but there are still some livestock at home. I'm not too worried." After a pause, he looked at Guanxiaoqi and said, "Daughter, Daddy drank too much. I'm a little tired. I can't walk. Why don't you go back on behalf of Daddy and feed the cows with biscuits early tomorrow morning? Don't let them starve." He made up his mind not to let his daughter stay overnight on the first night. If there really is an evil ghost, just go after him. "Daddy," Guanxiuqi complained, "you are talking nonsense again. You were still worried about me when we just entered the city. Why are you worried now that I am out of the city in the dark? There is grass in the cowshed, which is chewy. It doesn't matter if you feed it a little earlier or a little later. If you are really worried, I will go back early tomorrow. I guarantee that I won't starve." Guansheng shook his head and said, "That won't work either. My family? Wouldn't the cattle thief be so happy? Dad is really thoughtful." Thinking of the hateful cattle thief, Guanxiaoqi stood up and said, "I'll go back now." Lenny also stood up, tightened the collar of his jacket, and said with a smile, "I'll take you out of the city." Guanxiaoqi hesitated for a moment and said, "Thank you very much." The two of them went to the south gate, one in front and one behind. Halfway through the walk, Guanxiuqi suddenly turned around, looked at Lin Yi who was shrinking his neck and said, "Where is your donkey?" Lenny stepped on the thick snow, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and said casually, "I left it at home. It's cold, and it's not comfortable to ride a donkey." The two walked to the city gate, and Guanxiuqi waved at him and said, "You go back. There are drunken street thugs everywhere outside the city. You look weak, and you might be bullied if you go out. So goodbye." The cold wind was biting, and Lin Yi couldn't wait to go back. Chapter 457 Haimao. It was the middle of the night, and he didn't need to worry about whether a woman like Guanxiaoqi would be in danger. As the leader of the guards in the palace, Jiao Zhong could be fired if he had to explain even such a small matter. How could a person without a keen eye survive in front of him in the future? As expected, as soon as he walked out of the city gate, Jiao Zhong followed him and said with a smile, "Master, I asked the brothers to protect her in secret, and I was afraid that Miss Guan would encounter bad guys at night, so I arranged for the patrol officers of Hong Kong City to patrol the surrounding area. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I guarantee that there will be no mistakes." Lenny smiled and said, "That's good." Jiao Zhong hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, the carriage is here. Why don't you get on the carriage?" Lenny shook his head and said, "Let's walk around. If you don't run, if I move, my belly will get bigger and bigger. Not to mention anything else, the 3 highs alone will be a problem. By then, there won't even be any medicine to lower blood pressure, blood lipids, and blood sugar. Maybe he's fine in the morning, but when he lies down late at night, he'll have a cerebral infarction and won't wake up. If he really wakes up by luck, he'll be lame and have a crooked mouth. How bad will it be for his image? It's better to just die." So, in ancient times when medical care and health were extremely poor, it was still very necessary to keep in good health. The most important thing is, he has been having a pain in his lower abdomen these days, and he suspects he has stones. There's no machine in this world to shake stones or perform surgery on you. The only way is to drink more water and jump more. These days, he walks whenever he can, and tries not to use transportation. Mingwei and Zixia have been with Lin Yi for many years. Like Hu Shirlu, they also know some modern scientific knowledge and know what stones are. And because Sanha people like to eat seafood, it is a high incidence area of stone disease in Liang State, and people often suffer from stomach pain. After entering Sanha with the prince, they actively promote the method of high jump to treat stones. They are not unfamiliar with stones. However, sometimes Lin Yi jumped too hard. They both wanted Hu Shirlu to come and see him. Was he hysterical? What kind of look is it for the regent to jump around in the yard without regard for etiquette? Your Highness is wise. Jiao Zhong naturally understood what the 3 highs were. To use the words of the prince, that was a worry only the rich had, Poor people couldn't even afford to eat. How could they have the 3 highs? And it was highly unlikely that they would have such a rich disease. This disease was very fair, and it only chose the rich and powerful. Poor people didn't need to worry at all. Instead, they had to think about whether they would be malnourished if they ate coarse food every day, and finally become skin and bones. I have a toothache recently, Lenny said distressfully. In the future, I will call Hushirlu over and have him extract my tooth. If he had not been helpless, he really could not bear to give up his decayed tooth. After it was extracted, there would be no place to replace it. Gold teeth? Forget it. Dying of heavy metal poisoning. It doesn't seem to be worth it. Alas. Now, as the most powerful person in Dalian, facing tooth decay, he could only do nothing. Looking at the dark sky, thinking of himself lying in a wheelchair in his previous life, taking medicine every day. Technology is so advanced, but it still can't make him stand up. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt calm. No matter what, I have good arms and legs in this life, and I have never become a sickly person. What does losing a tooth matter? Your Highness. Jiao Zhong stood by Lin Yi and said carefully, Doctor who has long told Miss Mingyue that Dr. Niu in the palace is the best at treating caries. I will summon him tomorrow. Lin Yi nodded and said, That's fine. As he walked, he looked at the increasing number of lanterns coming from the left and right, and waved his hand and said, You guys, are you afraid that I will fall? So light it up? Jiao Zhong said hurriedly. Hurry up and add more lights. Yes, sir, everyone said in unison. Then more and more figures appeared on the snowy street holding lanterns from the darkness. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Lenny suddenly sighed. I'm used to using whale oil. I really don't want to use other oils. The road is so dark. How can I do that? Even if it's for street lamps, he likes whale oil now. Sometimes, it's really a bit extravagant, after all. It's just 100 or so taels of silver a month. But on second thought, he's promoting the development of the maritime industry. Where does whale oil come from? Of course it's whales. Where does whale come from? Of course it's the deep sea, the distant sea. Since he started the trend of using whale oil, the dignitaries of Dalian state, each of them respects the use of whales. Your family can't even use whales. And you still have the nerve to say that you are rich. How noble. Lenny doesn't know about other places. But in Hong Kong City, 1 tael of whale oil now costs 1 tael of silver. That's quite expensive. Any business with a little bit of brains. Selling whale oil. Fishing whales is a way to make money. In Hong Kong City, some dignitaries did something beyond Lin Yi's expectations, and actually established the first whaling team. In Dalian, Lin Yi was very happy, and even wrote a special inscription for them. Take a bigger step. The meaning is very clear. Don't be afraid of making trouble. Everything will be covered by him as the regent. Now in Hong Kong City, as long as the goods are imported from overseas, Lin Yi will take the lead in using them first. Even those strange skills will be exempted from tax. For a time, Liang's maritime trade was prosperous. As the Minister of Finance of Liang, Don Mao was worried and melancholy. Liang was short of money, and now so much money was flowing overseas. It was a pity. He wanted to object, but he couldn't, because he told the prince that closing the country to the outside world would never lead to a solution. He said more than once in public, stick to maritime trade without wavering. Whoever dares to oppose maritime trade is the enemy of this king. The world is so big. Please go out and see it. Even Wang Qingbang, He Jixiang, Bian Jing, and other so-called people around Prince He would be rejected by Prince He. Prince He would not give anyone a chance to refute, nor would he give anyone face. His attitude was very firm. He Jixiang and others were scolded by Prince He, so others would not feel uncomfortable. Don't ask. If you ask, it means you support the open policy. Your Highness. Jiao Zhong looked at the street as bright as day, said with a smile, Take a look. In secret, there are only so many people. If the prince complains about the lack of light, he will really be helpless. Okay, Lenny said as he walked. Today's snow is expected to be heavier. I still have to tell Ma Jia, I can't let my guard down. I can't let those beggars freeze to death easily. I have to give them porridge and cotton clothes every day. I can't stop. Jiao Zhong said hurriedly. Your Highness is merciful. This is a blessing for the people of the world. Lenny laughed. Chapter 458 Benefits. After laughing for a while, I couldn't help but say, Do they think they are refugees? Do they think they can just lie down if they are poor enough? Since I am determined to develop Daliang State on the road of capitalism, I must not only provide them with a large amount of funds, a vast market, but also sufficient labor. The poor are the best leaks. How can I let them lie down? Jiao Zhong is also familiar with the word lying down. This is the ideal of prince he. However, Jiao Zhong always felt strange when prince he used this to describe those beggars. He could only smile and say, serving prince he and devoting themselves to the country of Daliang is the blessing of these poor people. Lenny shook his head and said, nonsense, I am the prince who urges them to continue working hard and serve the people. Jiao Zhong hurriedly said, Your Highness is right. Lenny continued, not only the common people, but also the officials are the same. If they are willing to serve the people, I will give them the first cup of milk tea in autumn. If they are not willing, I will give them the first stick of incense on Qingming festival. Although Lenny said this with a smile, Jiao Zhong still heard a faint chill. What is the first incense stick of Qingming festival? Isn't this just sending someone to the guillotine? He hurriedly said. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will follow your instructions. Lenny asked curiously. How are you and Chao Shihuan? Ah. Jiao Zhong was stunned. He didn't expect that the prince he would suddenly care about him. He said embarrassedly. To reply to Your Majesty, I am of humble status, and I dare not marry someone of high status. As the commander of the guards in the prince's mansion. How is your status humble? Do you look down on yourself? Or do you look down on me? Lenny said unhappily. I dare not. Jiao Zhong said more cautiously. I and Captain Chao are not destined to be together after all. Lenny turned his head and said with a smile. Chao Shihuan has a son. Right? Yes. Jiao Zhong said with a smile. It is said that the Wu family is raising him. With Captain Chao's current momentum. As long as he says a word, the Wu family will have no reason to disagree. However, she does not want to be known for using power to oppress others. So she has asked someone to file a lawsuit, requesting the government to award the child to her. Lenny nodded and said, I have met Chao Shihuan several times, and I have a good impression of her. She is a capable person. But this does not mean that you are. It's easy to be a stepfather. When he read the secret history of Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, his biggest feeling was Dorgan. The stepfather, he gave the kingdom to his stepson, but in the end, he didn't end up well. Looking back now, he was truly in love. A typical example of loving beauty over kingdom. Jiao Zhong said ashamedly. Your Highness is right. Lenny stood at the intersection, patted the snow on his head, and then said, Chao Shihuan, it's not that you can't find a man, but it's better to find a weaker one, and be the man behind him. Jiao Zhong murmured. Your Highness is right. He had to admit that what the prince said was right. He is really not suitable. I just didn't think it through at the beginning. Is it so easy to be a stepfather? Maybe after giving my whole heart and soul to raise the kid, the biological father is still better in the end. This kind of thing. It's not like he hasn't seen it before. Lenny sighed. Am I talking too much again? He can't change his habit of being a teacher. It was the case in his last life, and even more so in this life. It's my great pleasure to receive the prince's teachings. Jiao Zhong knelt down in the snow and said, I will follow the prince's teachings. The people holding lanterns nearby didn't dare to pretend not to hear, and they all knelt down on Jiao Zhong's left and right. Lenny rubbed his hands in satisfaction and said, Since you said so, shall I say more? Now that he is the regent, what he says is closer to the truth. Since it is the truth, he cannot stop others from exploring the truth. And the more he says, the better. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone said in unison again. Lenny said in a nonchalant tone. There are 3 kinds of fools in this world. The first kind is to lend money to others, and wait for them to pay it back. The second kind is to be nice to a woman, and wait to move her. Third, you should work hard and wait for the noble to appreciate you. The atmosphere in Hong Kong City is getting weirder and weirder. There has never been a break. Even though he has been lying down, no one is willing to let him rest. The most notable is the capital relocation faction, headed by the Sanha people. Although the capital relocation faction is mostly composed of warriors, the Sanha suppliers are the brains. The suppliers are not short of money. These people wave silver bills in their hands, donated to the scholars in Hong Kong City, provided silver, and even booked brothels. Even the great scholars from all over Liang State were bought by them, and they cheered for the relocation of the capital. What surprised Lenny was that, whether it was He Jixiang, Wang Qingbang, or even Chen Disheng, No one tried to stop them. Later, it was Mingyue's reminder that Lin Yi finally realized that the interests of old men like He Jixiang and others were consistent with the move the capital faction. He Jixiang and other old men took the trouble to do all this. Wasn't it all for Lin Yi to ascend the throne? He Jixiang and others were talking nonsense. But Lin Yi would not ascend the throne. The prince could wait. But these old men couldn't wait any longer. They are getting older and older. And their health is getting worse and worse. If they delay any longer, these old men will soon be buried in the ground. If they let these relocation of the capital faction make trouble now. And Prince He really wants to relocate the capital. Then he must ascend the throne. As for how to stop Prince He from relocating the capital after ascending the throne, we can discuss it later. Ascend the throne first. Therefore, Lin Yi is in a very difficult situation now. He is determined to develop capitalism and be the gravedigger of feudal society. These people want him to be the emperor? How can he agree? He does not want to be a stumbling block to the development of capitalism. However, He Jixiang and others are his confidants. And he can't say something too much and hurt their feelings. He could only use the way of teaching people and pass his words to the ears of He Jixiang and others in a roundabout way. Your Highness. Jiao Zhong was very nervous. He could understand the first two sentences he said to the prince, but what did the latter sentence mean? Working hard and waiting for the appreciation of the noble. Hasn't it been like this since ancient times? Even the old man Qindisheng said. Learn the arts of literature and martial arts. And sell them to the emperor's family. Ah. Lin Yi smiled and said. If you don't understand, forget it, just figure it out slowly. He couldn't say directly, the harder you work, the faster I will ascend the throne. But if I ascend the throne, what good will it do you? It's like, the harder the employees work, the faster the boss will change his luxury house and luxury car. Sometimes, he is still quite contradictory. He hopes that the people below are loyal, and he frowns when anyone dares to speak loudly to him. But he is also afraid that they are loyal blindly. After all, this is also part of the feudal dregs. It is really difficult to achieve harmony between personal interests, social interests, and collective interests. Chapter 459 Merit. Sometimes, he also reflects on whether he is a spiritual capitalist, how comfortable it is to be an emperor, as a feudal lord. Why should he care about the budding capitalism and the bourgeoisie whose shadow has not yet been seen? But most of the time, he thinks about what will happen if he becomes an emperor. Silver, women. Even if he does not ascend the throne, or become an emperor, he can still get them easily. The only advantage of being an emperor is that he has the right to expand at any time. The most important thing is that these rights are unrestricted. If he really makes a decision in a certain aspect, both He Jixiang and Qindisheng know him very well, and will not die for his advice. Anyone who does not know what is appropriate will not be qualified to kneel in the court in the end. However, people like him, who like power, will not indulge in power. He is a person who has received modern education, and hopes to influence the life and death of others through the law. Therefore, as time goes by, he hopes that he can hide in the shadows, and let the law be everywhere. Being the emperor? I really don't have much interest in it. As for someone else being the emperor, that's even more impossible. If he, the regent, is not qualified to be the emperor, who else dares to do it? Yes, Jiao Zhong said more carefully. I will wake up seriously. If he really can't wake up, he will have to pass this message to Lord He Jixiang, and ask him for advice. That's great, Lin Yi said with a smile. Was that the carriage that just left the city gate, the butcher's carriage? Jiao Zhong said with a smile. Your Highness has good eyesight. The one in front is the butcher's carriage, and the one behind is the shopkeeper Deng Ke. Lin Yi said unhappily. This bastard. He actually clung to Wei Yishan and Jiang Jin's thighs. He is really losing watermelons to pick up sesame seeds. He is so useless. Jiao Zhong heard what the prince said, and couldn't help but smile and said, This Deng Ke is a carpenter. A small family who has never seen the world. And he doesn't think about what he does. I will go and talk to him later. Deng Ke, like the iron supplier Huang Daoji and the gunpowder supplier Mo Shun, are all major weapons suppliers of Dalian State. The biggest difference between the three is not financial resources, but positions. Mo Shun and Huang Daoji are the chief and deputy envoys of the Liang State Military Equipment Bureau, but Deng Ke cannot be an official because he has done labor reform. Otherwise, he could have been an official. Now he is just a rich local tyrant. When meeting Mo Shun and Huang Daoji, the two chief and deputy envoys, He had to salute. Those who didn't know would think that Denku was inferior to others. In fact, Denku himself thought so. He completely forgot that he had won the first prize for invention. Just like the first-class merit in the Sana army. This is a merit. In terms of status. Although he can't compare with the current officials. He is not inferior to Imo Shun, Huang Daoji, and other 9th-rank officials. There is no need to curry favor with, and rely on Wei Yishan and Jiangjin and others. Managing the 2 signs of first prize for invention. And innovative talents of Dalian State. Well, isn't it better than anything else? There is no need to do those things of throwing away watermelons to pick up sesame seeds. He really has no self-knowledge. He underestimated himself. And underestimated the merits given by the prince. Hey. Yes, he is indeed ignorant. Lenny sighed. Go, and teach him a lesson when you have time. This king has always punished those who have committed mistakes, but he will definitely reward those who have made contributions, especially those who have made major inventions. First prize for invention. Combat hero. First class merit. These merits were naturally created by him. The purpose is to inspire people. Those who have made merits will definitely receive supranational treatment, Jiao Zhong hurriedly said. I obey your orders. Lenny continued. If he can't feel it, it means that the people below are not implementing the reward policy properly. Let Liang Yuanji use this king's seal to send a document to various government offices, restudy and learn this king's speech carefully, and strictly implement the reward and punishment policy. Jiao Zhong responded. Yes. When they arrived at the gate of the Huang mansion, Jiao Zhong waited for Lin Yi to enter the mansion before he breathed a sigh of relief. Tenfei walked out from the dark and said, Boss, if there is nothing else, you can leave first. I will take care of everything here. Jiao Zhong sighed. Wait a minute. Did you hear what the prince said just now? Tenfei smiled and said, Boss, don't worry. I will go to talk to Denku. And I have also notified Liang Yuanji. Jiao Zhong nodded, rubbed his rough chin, and sighed. Is it true that I don't get along with Chao Shihuan? Tenfei hesitated, laughing. Boss, there are some things we outsiders shouldn't say, but if we don't say it, it would be unfair to our brotherhood for so many years. Jiao Zhong said unhappily. If you have something to say, just say it. Tenfei laughed. Captain Chao is good in every way, but he is not quite suitable for your status. There is another thing he didn't say. You are just wishful thinking. Chao Shihuan hasn't said she is happy yet. It's best not to put your face in the cold, but that's enough. Jiao Zhong took a long breath and said impatiently, I don't know what I have done wrong in my life. Nothing has gone smoothly. Tenfei smiled and said, Boss, your family is big and powerful. And you are the commander of the guards. You can choose any woman in Hong Kong City? What's so good about Chao Shihuan? It's really hard to understand. Jiao Zhong snorted coldly. Have you settled the matter with Miss Li? Tenfei said proudly. Of course. Please take the time to have a drink in a few days. The Li family is a local family in Hong Kong City. They have been doing silk business for generations. Jiao Zhong sighed. You found such a rich father-in-law. Which is quite good. If nothing else, in the future, you will not lose this money. Tenfei waited for all the surrounding secret guards to enter the mansion before turning around and saying, It is true that the Li family is rich, but the more they get into trouble, the worse they get. They have no one to rely on, and they are manipulated by others. I was the one who stood up for them a few days ago. Jiao Zhong thought for a while and said, Don't act on impulse when doing things outside, otherwise. If you insult the reputation of the palace, I will never forgive you. Boss, don't worry. Tenfei snorted twice. I don't need to reveal my identity directly. I can just stand there, and no one will dare to be presumptuous. He is a 9th rank official. The 9th rank official in Dalian is not a cabbage. No matter where he goes, he can call the wind and rain. That would be the best. Jiao Zhong nodded and said, If nothing unexpected happens, I can only hold this position of commander until the beginning of spring. According to the rules, I will either join the army or go to the government office for training. Then, boss, Tenfei smiled and said, What do you mean? Jiao Zhong shook his head and said, It doesn't matter what I mean. What matters is what General Manager Hong thinks. We don't know when the General Manager will come back. But you must not be careless. Yes. Tenfei hurriedly bowed and said, I understand what you mean. I will do my job well, and will not let anyone find any handle on me. Jiao Zhong nodded. took a look at the palace, and then turned and disappeared into the street. Chapter 460 Expectations. Tan Fei looked at his receding figure, yawned, and led 2 guards directly into the mansion. Standing at the door of the princess's room, waiting for the prince's order at any time. At night, the cold wind blew, and the lights in the room flickered. Lin Yi saw that the child in his arms was looking at the oil lamp, and joked. He is getting smarter and smarter, his eyes are all open. The only bad thing is that he is annoying at night, and refuses to sleep. Mingwe smiled and said, "The princess has been sleeping for a day, she was still sleeping just now, and when she heard your voice, her eyes opened all of a sudden. She would have cried a few times at other times, but today she didn't cry, and she was laughing happily." Lin Yi sighed. "You have been in an orphanage. You should know that although children sleep 7 or 8 hours a day, each sleep time will not exceed 2 hours. As they get older, they sleep less and less." Mingwe said. "Your Highness is wise." Lin Yi continued. "For babies, they have no concept of day and night, and lack the ability to fall asleep on their own. You need some patience. Hold them in your arms, and coax them to sleep. Otherwise, it will be very cruel to wait for the child to cry until despair, collapse, and fall asleep after exhaustion. Help her to establish the awareness of daytime. For example, when the sun rises in the morning, you could open the window and let her feel the sunshine." Mingwe hurriedly said, "Your Highness, don't worry. I am coaxing her and dare not neglect her at all." Humye couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, you worry too much. Mingwe and Miss Zixia have done their best. I am so grateful to them." Since the day she entered the prince's mansion, she realized the difference between Mingwe and Zixia. She dared to glare at Prince He, but she never had the courage to provoke Mingwe and Zixia, who smiled on their faces, but were cold in their bones. These two would not be as easy to talk to as Prince He. Prince He always talked about feminism and women's rights, but in fact, he was sympathetic to women. Whenever he met a woman, no matter how fat or thin she was, he was very kind. Especially in recent days, she found something between the eyebrows of the 2 women, who might be on equal footing with her in the future. She is a mother now. If not for herself, she must consider the child. She cannot offend others casually. That's good. Lin Yi looked at Humye with admiration. Did this woman suddenly change her nature? She actually began to appreciate the advantages of others? Mingwe saw Humye praising her, and her face suddenly smiled. She rarely relaxed her brows and said to Humye, "It is a blessing for us servants to serve the queen. The queen is so polite. It's really embarrassing for the servant. If it weren't for the difference in status and the relationship with the prince, she and Zixia would never look down on Humye. What's more, she is arrogant and not likable at all." She was a little surprised that she suddenly came to her senses today. However, since the other party has changed his nature, there is no need for me to keep nagging him. If the prince sees this, I will only look petty. Humye smiled and said, "I am telling the truth. I am really grateful to you 2 girls for your hard work." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "We are all family, so don't say so many polite words. You don't need to count on others for the sense of security you have in your mother's womb. At most, they can help you. In the future, this child will still rely more on you as a mother. If you are happy, the child will be happy. If you are uncomfortable, the child will not be happy." Humye whispered, "I understand. One must love his own child more than others." After Lin Yi nodded, he looked at the gem-like eyes of the child in his arms, and suddenly sighed, "My little beauty, I have thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, lakes and spring scenery, glaciers and seas, but they are never as good as your smile." Now he finally understood why some people love mountains and rivers but not beauties. His own daughter, his own flesh and blood. For her, he can give everything. What mountains and rivers, what power, are all clouds. As Lin Yi shook her, the child slowly closed her eyes. After Lin Yi carefully put her next to Humye, he gently left the room. As soon as he arrived in the living room, he saw Liang Yuanji, the first-class secretary of the palace, kneeling on the ground. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Liang Yuanji said loudly. "Get up," Lin Yi said impatiently. "You are the one around me. You should set an example and take the lead. Don't do so many mundane etiquette, increasing communication costs, reducing communication efficiency. It's meaningless. Your Majesty is wise." Liang Yuanji kowtowed 3 times respectfully after shouting, "Ah, Lenny sat on the chair, sighed heavily, and after taking the teacup handed over by Zixia, he said lightly, You were corrupted by Xiezan, Chen Dishing and others. I know my crime. Liang Yuanji cowed out heavily again. Lenny continued, You have studied in a modern school. For students from modern schools, my requirements for you are different from others. I hope you can be a person. Do you know what a person is? It means having self-respect, conscience, freedom, and not bowing down for a few pieces of silver. After hearing this, Liang Yuanji's eyes suddenly became moist, and he slowly stood up and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. The student knows. Don't blame you, Lenny said lightly. This is all the fault of society and the environment. If you lower your head, some people will praise you for your insight, liveliness, and ability to handle things. This king will tell you clearly that this is dregs. Real young talents are praised by others, not flattering others every day. Liang Yuanji pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty's kindness and teachings are engraved in my heart. Since you are my student, you must listen to me, show your own spirit, and be more tolerant of others. Lenny smiled and said, Forcing others to bow and scrape to you is not respecting talents, but suppressing talents. If this continues, my Dalian country will not make any progress. Whether it is Liang Yuanji, Han Jin, or Jiangjin, they are all students he taught personally. He still has some expectations for these people. In this dull feudal society, can some fresh air be injected? The student understands, Liang Yuanji said ashamedly. Lenny took the promotional leaflet he handed over, and then shook his head and said, You can't just encourage me. You have to criticize me. Don't deify me. It's not very useful. He always remembered a sentence. No one believes that anyone is always right. When you are always right, naturally no one will believe what you say. When doing public opinion propaganda, some tricks are still needed. Chapter 461 Power. Your Highness is right, Liang Yuanji whispered. I will follow your teachings and not let you down. 112 people were beheaded at the Meridian Gate. Lenny bowed his head again after reading the memorial in his hand, sighed. These bandits were originally from the common people. Most of them were coerced. I really don't want to kill them in vain. He suppressed his temper and almost pointed at Liang Yuanji's nose and cursed. All the bandits, one by one, will have their heads chopped off. No one will be wronged. But sending people to the guillotine, can he use the seal of the Regent King casually? This is something that is against the harmony of heaven. If it spreads to the people, will he still have this image? A well-educated man should be like Song Jiang. When others insult him, provoke him, and offend him, he never gets angry, always maintains his demeanor, and never argues with others. He always behaves very open-minded and tolerant. Then let Li Kuei chop off the other person's family. You must learn to kill with a borrowed knife. You can't be stupid and do everything in your own name. In short, if you do it right, it's your own credit. If you do it wrong, it must be the treacherous ministers in power, a qualified ruler, not to mention extraordinary means. At least learn the most basic imperial skills, otherwise, in the end, you will be sold out, and have to help others count money. From ancient times to the present, there has never been a lack of holding the emperor to command the princes. Things. So, although he was a little bit floating, he was not so floating that he didn't know what to do. The student understands. Liang Yuanji was so smart that he understood the meaning of Prince He's words as soon as he thought of what Prince he had said before. This prince's hands should never be stained with blood. Prince, he didn't want to kill people. Those who have committed many evil deeds, no matter what the reason, will be killed without mercy. Just don't kill people under his banner. According to his thinking, Prince, he probably wanted to make Daliang move towards the real rule of law, instead of the rule of man. That's good, Lenny said with great satisfaction. This prince has not been in Hong Kong City for long, and the officials are a little slack. You still have to send an official document to Lord He Jixiang to rectify the administration. As the old saying goes, it is better to chant Buddha with dirty mouth than to curse others with clean mouth. Some people talk about morality, but in fact they are thieves and prostitutes. Don't indulge them anymore. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will issue the official document tomorrow, Liang Yuanji said respectfully. Lenny waved his hand and said, You just finished talking, but you still have the same tone. It's really unnecessary. I understand. Liang Yuanji still bowed his head respectfully. Many women give birth in winter, and poor families can't bear it. So they throw away their children. Lenny held the teacup and suddenly remembered something and said angrily, I also understand their difficulties, but they all abandoned baby girls, and no one was willing to abandon their sons, which made me very unhappy. In the animal world, animals will not abandon their female offspring because of their gender, let alone humans. Liang Yuanji lowered his head in shame after hearing this. He was in a new-style school and was personally taught by Prince He. In school, Prince He had tirelessly promoted the concept of gender equality to them. However, out of courtesy and respect, these students never refuted Prince He. They dared not refute. They could only express their dissatisfaction in their hearts. They still believed more in what Lord Xiaozan secretly told them. Women are in their proper place inside, and men are in their proper place outside. Even if Cao Xiaohuan and Hongyan and others were no worse than these men, he firmly believed that women should not be compared with the country. No matter how good women are, they cannot be compared with men. If hens crow at dawn, the country will really be gone. However, at this moment, Prince He suddenly compared humans with animals, and concluded that humans were not even as good as animals. His thoughts were shaken all of a sudden. He lowered his head and said, I will investigate thoroughly. Lenny said hatefully, tell Lord Gan Mao that the money that the Ministry of Revenue gave to Mrs. Seng cannot be shortchanged, and more orphanages must be built. Yes, Liang Yuanji said sincerely. I will discuss with Lord Chen Dishan tomorrow. Anyone who abandons babies at will and refuses to send them to orphanages will be sent to labor reform or sent to the frontier. That's right. Parents who are worse than animals should not be spoiled. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Whatever happens, happens. In fact, he knew very well that from hunting to farming and war, men have a physical advantage, and the difference in women's physical fitness and strength weakens their value. However, this argument is totally untenable. In essence, it is the strong bullying the weak. If women have the same physical strength as men, how can men have a say? Lin Yi is now creating an atmosphere of thought to make women smarter. Those who have no house, no cows, no horses, and no assets should try not to marry. And men will get married later and later because women's conditions are too high. This is what Lin Yi hopes for the most. Late birth and late childbearing. Good birth and good childbearing. This society is hope. In ancient society, most men even had problems eating, especially at the age of 16 or 17. Their development was not up to standard. And if there was another child in the belly, the child would most likely have malnutrition problems. Even if you manage to give birth, no matter how careful you are, the probability of premature death is relatively high. Even if you are from a wealthy family, you may not be able to give birth to a healthy child after reincarnation, generally. After 2 or 3 births, the pelvis becomes larger, you can give birth to a healthy child. If Dalian wants to increase its population, it must have a scientific birth policy. If policies and regulations cannot achieve late marriage and late childbearing, Lin Yi hopes to change the customs. Yes. Liang Yuanji continued to lower his head and said, students learn from this. Lin Yi seemed to see what he was thinking, and said patiently, don't be unconvinced, we are all born by women, why do you look down on women? Okay, he just looks down on his mother. His mother is an exception. I dare not. After hearing this, Liang Yuanji was so scared that his head banged on the ground, and his forehead was covered with blood. Alright. Lin Yi straightened his face, and said unhappily, do you think what I said is bullshit? All I said before was in vain. Student. Liang Yuanji was helpless. Accuse him of disrespecting women? The concept of women is too big. It even involves concubine Yuan. What else can he do except plead guilty? Lin Yi snorted coldly. What a routine. You know it better than me. So there is no need to pretend like this. I will give you half a month. I don't want to see abandoned baby girls in Ankong City again. Every time he saw it, his heart twitched. Student obeys your order? After Liang Yuanji shouted loudly, he breathed a sigh of relief. This level was finally passed. Chapter 462 Population. The night was getting deeper, and the snow in the sky was getting heavier. The huge 5 military governor's mansion was still brightly lit. Everyone says that a good harvest is a good omen, but what will happen in a good harvest? He Jixiang stood in the hall, looking at the falling snow, his head suddenly drooped down, sighing. There are poor people in Ankong, which is a good omen. Liang Yuanji, who was standing aside, bowed and said, Teacher, you care about the country and the people, which is the blessing of the people of Dalian. He was the first batch of students from the new school. This batch of students had treatment that later generations could not enjoy, that is, Prince He, Xiaozan, Chen Disheng, Bianjing, He Jixiang and others had taught them. He was a real master, in Hong City, even if he was not Prince He's first-class secretary, just with the identity of student, he could walk sideways in Hong City. Dare to provoke him, either you have no brains, or you have no eyes. Sit down. He Jixiang waved his hand towards Liang Yuanji. Warm yourself by the fire, it's not easy for you southerners to stay in the north. It's so cold, you should keep warm, don't get frostbite. Thank you for your concern, teacher, Liang Yuanji said sincerely. I'm fine, don't worry about me. You've been out for these days, do you miss home? He Jixiang handed over the teacup in his hand. Drink a little, warm your stomach, it's really freezing today. I appreciate it. Liang Yuanji leaned over, respectfully took the teacup, then sat down by the stove, finally plucked up the courage, and put his hands on the stove. He Jixiang continued. You are now the first-class secretary of the prince. And you have a great responsibility. You must not be careless. I obey your order. Liang Yuanji took a sip of tea after he finished speaking. The hot air entered his stomach, and the coldness accumulated in his internal organs melted away at once. He Jixiang waited for him to relax for a while, and then asked someone to send a plate of cakes over. He continued, my teeth are getting worse and worse. I have to rely on porridge and cakes to survive. These taste good. You can try them. It's late at night. Eat something. Thank you for your kindness, teacher, Liang Yuanji said with trepidation. He Jixiang waved his hand at him, and then looked at Chen Disheng, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said, Master Chen, I would like to ask you, what does it mean for Prince He to have children late in life? After Chen Disheng opened his eyes, he covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. After taking the tea from the servant, he said slowly, the saints said, men should marry at the age of 30, and women should marry at the age of 20. What Prince He said is naturally in line with the words of the saints. He Jixiang sighed. Since Emperor Gozu, men have been married at the age of 15, and women at the age of 13 or above. When a girl is 17, if her parents do not want her to marry, the local official shall arrange a marriage for her. Lord Chen was ordered to revise the Liang law, but this article did not seem to be changed. Right? This is my negligence. Chen Disheng looked at Hu Shirlu, who was sitting on his lower right, and said with a smile, Dr. Hu, you are in charge of the Ministry of Health, and you are very familiar with childbirth. What's more, your apprentice Chen Qilian is the best midwife in Dalian State. It is said that she has surpassed her teacher? Lord, he is too kind. She has only a few skills, which is not worth mentioning. Hu Shirlu is now the Minister of Health. Like He Jixiang, he is also a first-rank official. However, his powers are different. He Jixiang is the Grand Commander of the 5 military commandery, the Grand Marshal of the Army of the World. In terms of the authority of the position, this so-called Minister of Health is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. If he gets angry, he will beat himself up. He doesn't even dare to complain to Prince He. Lord He Jixiang is the most close minister of Prince He, and is in charge of Prince He's Jade Seal. Who dares to be so blind and act in front of Prince He? This is like a birthday star eating arsenic and complaining about his long life. You, don't be too modest, He Jixiang said with a smile. I know your ability. You should tell me about it. Since Lord He said so, I'd rather obey than be respectful. After Hu Shirlu stood up, he paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. I think the policy of the prince is really great. Chen Disheng rolled his eyes at him, and really wanted to scold him. Isn't it all nonsense? Who dares to say that the prince is wrong? Doctor Hu, we are all one of us. Chen Disheng stroked his beard and said, Don't keep us in suspense, just say it directly. Hu Shirlu said indifferently. When a midwife delivers a baby, if the woman is not very old, she is generally unwilling to go, for fear of ruining her reputation. Do you know why? Liang Yuanji pondered for a moment and said, In the health class, I heard Chen Qilian say that the younger the age, the narrower the pelvis, the harder it is to give birth to a child. Usually, it is easy to cause 2 deaths. Even if the child is born, it is usually difficult for the child to survive. An experienced midwife would definitely not take such a business that would ruin her reputation. Fortunately, Doctor Hu has carried forward the medical skills of opening the abdomen and sewing stitches. Now the risk of giving birth is much smaller. But it is said that the child is still on the verge of death. Hu Shirlu nodded in appreciation. Yes, the younger the age, the harder it is to give birth. Dear elders, please think carefully. This little girl of 13 or 14 years old is not yet fully grown. With such a small body, how can she bring out a baby weighing 5 or 6 pounds? Even if I do it myself, there is still the possibility of the baby dying in the womb. Although He Jixiang and Qin Disheng were stubborn, they were not stupid. They understood the meaning of Hu Shirlu's words immediately. Such a small body, with such a big belly, it was really scary to see it. He Jixiang said. What do you think? Hu Shirlu said in a deep voice. For the sake of future generations, it is the best policy for a girl to give birth when she is 20 years old. 20 years old. Although many babies die, we can't stop eating because of choking. Right? Qin Disheng said with emotion. Our Dalian country has suffered natural disasters and man-made disasters for many years. The most urgent task should be to increase the population. How can your mild method be the best policy? Hu Shirlu said with a smile. Master Qin, you don't know. If this girl grows up and gives birth to children, it's not a problem to give birth to 5 or 7 children in a row. It's not a good idea to force things to happen. Really? He Jixiang was still skeptical. Seeing that the two of them did not believe him, Hu Shirlu hurriedly said, the old lady of the Duke's mansion was a heroine. When she was young, no one in Ankong City could catch her eye. The old man of the Dong mansion was so worried that his eyebrows turned white. It is said that she did not meet Duke Yuan until she was 25 years old, and later gave birth to Lord Hu. Please be careful with your words. Qin Disheng interrupted Hu Shirlu before he finished speaking. Drink tea. Drink tea. Hu Shirlu hurriedly sat down and picked up the teacup to cover up his embarrassment. Could he make up the biological father and mother of concubine Yuan? Chapter 463 The Lower 9 Classes. So, the best way is to talk less. The less you talk, the fewer mistakes you make. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. He Jixiang smiled and said, Dr. Hu, don't worry. There are no outsiders here. No one will doubt your loyalty to the prince. Thank you, Lord He. Hu Shirlu hesitated and said, the children of the Yuan family are all beautiful, a family of heroes, which is really enviable. He Jixiang nodded and said, I understand what Dr. Hu means. Women should get married later in order to give birth to healthy and strong children. The earlier they get married, the less likely the child will survive. Hu Shirlu bowed and said, that's right. So, our prince is still wise. If our Dalian country wants to have a large population, we must respect science and develop science. No wonder the prince values you. Qin Disheng. He glanced at Hu Shirlu and smiled. You can remember everything you said to the prince. Hu Shirlu smiled and said, how dare I forget the prince's teachings? I will keep them in mind. He Jixiang shook his head helplessly, looked at Liang Yuanji who was bowing his head and said, how should the Liang law be revised? What is the marriage age? You should write a memorial for the prince to review. This, Liang Yuanji told the truth. The prince said that he would give full authority to Lord He. I have finished writing it, and I am afraid I have to present it to the Lord. He Jixiang said helplessly. Then hand it over directly tomorrow. Yes. Seeing that He Jixiang and Qin Disheng had no more instructions, Liang Yuanji carefully left the hall and left the governor's mansion directly. When he returned to the stable, the door of the stable was already closed. Just as his groom was about to knock on the door, the old man at the gate opened the side door. The old man was in his 60s, with a head full of white hair, hunched back, holding a lantern, and smiled at Liang Yuanji. Mr. Liang, I was just wondering when you would come back, and I knew it was you when I heard the sound of horse hooves. Liang Yuanji stood next to the ear room, rubbing his hands and saying, are all those who are not on duty today back? The old man smiled and said, Master Cui and Master Yu went out for a drink. I'm afraid they won't be back today. Cui Gingxing and Yu Xiaoshi. These two people say they are stupid. But in my opinion, it's not entirely true. Liang Yuanji suddenly sighed. They actually started to dislike their wives and lingered in Xinghua Tower every day. The old man at the gate laughed and didn't dare to speak casually. Liang Yuanji can comment on Yu Xiaoshi and Cui Gingxing at will. But that doesn't mean he can. If these two people hear about it, how can he, a small doorman, still survive? They are the favorites of the prince. They are always unscrupulous in what they say and do. not to mention beating him or scolding him. Even if they kill him, he believes that no one dares to intervene. Or can intervene. Liang Yuanji leaned back on a bamboo chair with a cotton cushion, took the teacup handed over by the old man without hesitation, sniffed it gently, and said with a smile, "Have you made a fortune recently, old man? Are you willing to spend such good tea? As a student of the prince, a first-class secretary of the prince's mansion, his friends are all over the court and the army. However, none of them can really make him relax. Most of the time, after his shift, he would like to stay in this small gatehouse and chat with the old man in front of him." Sang Ando. "Mr. Liang is joking," said Sangan as he added charcoal to the stove. "Fong Pai came here this morning, but somehow he got angry with someone and threw away such good tea. The old man helped pick it up and chased him to return it. He was quite generous and gave it to me directly. I got a bargain." "Fong Pai?" Liang Yuanji asked curiously. "Tan Fei and others have been on duty in the mansion today. Who can he get angry with when he comes here? Among those who live in this stable, only Tan Fei dares to directly offend Fong Pai." Sangan hesitated for a moment, but still whispered. He said a few words to Jiang Cho, and the two of them refused to give in and started to curse each other. "Jiang Cho," Liang Yuanji snorted coldly. When he heard that Shan Yin was coming to Hong Kong City, he started to jump around. Sangan did not respond, because he couldn't afford to offend Jiang Cho either. He was a ruthless man who dared to eat human flesh. With his little ability, he couldn't withstand Jiang Cho's punches and kicks. The sound of horses neighing came again outside. Liang Yuanji asked curiously, "Are those two idiots back? Why don't you go open the door and take a look?" "Mr. Liang, no need to open the door. I'm going to the opposite side." Sangan didn't even raise his eyelids. Lei Kaishan's house? Liang Yuanji was naturally familiar with the residents around here. Sangan nodded. "That's right." Liang Yuanji saw that he was cautious and hesitant, and gradually became a little impatient. He asked in a questioning tone, "What's the matter? Just tell me directly. I promise not to reveal it." Sangan smiled awkwardly. "If I gossip, Lord Lei will beat me to death," Liang Yuanji said unhappily. "Although Lei Kaishan is powerful, he doesn't have the courage to act violently in front of me. Just tell me directly, and I will make the decision for you." Sangan lowered his head and said, "I dare not deceive Mr. Liang. Lord Lei just got off duty and asked the servants to greet the two women who were eliminated. According to the distance, they should be here now." Liang Yuanji smiled and said, "Looking at you, you seem to be used to it?" Sangan nodded. "I stay here every day. At the door, I have seen many girls." Liang Yuanji smiled. "Whose girl is this today?" "It is said to be Shui Yiner, the top girl of Yanyu Tower." Sangan pinched his throat and said, "She sang Lord Xiazan's Rainy Bell to perfection. Lord Lei liked it very much." "Shui Yiner." Liang Yuanji frowned and thought for a long time, then said, "The new top girl of Yanyu Tower? Why haven't I heard of her?" Sangan complimented, "Mr. Liang is an honest gentleman. It is normal not to know." "Abnormal?" Liang Yuanji shook his head and said, "This place of fireworks, the affairs of the market. I am close to the prince. I should know." Sangan refilled his water and said, "This courtesan was promoted by the sixth prince on behalf of the king." "Prince Xian?" Liang Yuanji frowned even more. "Yes." After saying this, Sangan also looked at Liang Yuanji's face. "It is said that this courtesan has a very complicated origin. Her elder brother is the best martial artist in the world appointed by the imperial concubine." "Shui Dao?" Liang Yuanji blurted out directly. Sangan said, "Yes, everyone is still saying that. This brother is the best martial artist in the world, his younger sister is the best courtesan in the world, and the whole family is of the lowest class. If his Shui family is of the lowest class, there will be no noble families in the world." Liang Yuanji suddenly sighed. Sangan said puzzledly, "Mr. Liang, what do you mean by this? This is not something you can ask about." Liang Yuanji shook his head, and stood up and left the lobby. Chapter 464 Purpose. Liang Yuanji didn't say anything. Sangan didn't dare to ask more, and said to Liang Yuanji's gradually receding figure, "Mr. Liang, take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Wang Xuxuan coming out of the shadows. Sangan smiled and said, "Master Wang, are you still awake? Don't call me like that." Wang Xuxuan kept waving his hands and said, "I'm a 9th rank official. What kind of master can I be? You just call me by my name, and don't flatter me, Sang-in said curiously. No matter how small an official is, he is still an official. I'm an ordinary citizen, and calling you a master is normal. Maybe I'll be nothing in a few days. Wang Xiushuan suddenly sighed. Sang-in asked in confusion. What do you mean by that? Wang Xiushuan sat down on the chair, picked up the teacup and drank it all, then said unhappily, What do you mean? It's just that it's not easy to be an official in Yuanma Temple. Sun Chongda is not a good guy. I won't serve him anymore. From now on, he will go his way, and I will go mine. Mr. Sun is a senior official of the 4th rank, and he is very different from an old man like me. Sang-in hesitated for a moment, and then said, But there is one thing. He and I are both born as horse herders. When we were in Sanha, I was very familiar with his family. Even when we followed the army to Hong Kong City, I took good care of his family. I am old now, and I can't drive a carriage anymore. It was Lord Sun who recommended me to be the doorman, and he has been very kind to me. I can trust his character. Wang Xiushuan rolled his eyes at him and said, What's that look in your eyes? Old man? Do you think I can't be trusted? Sang-in shook his head and said, That's not what I meant. You, like Lu Can and Jiangjin, were all raised by me. Although you are a little eccentric, you are not a bad person. Right? He seemed to be hesitant to speak, and finally didn't say it. You old man, Wang Xiushuan said impatiently. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't be so hesitant, as if I can defeat you. Sang-in sat opposite Wang Xiushuan and said slowly, To be honest, if you had half the calmness of Lu Can, you would not be just a 9th rank official now. If Lord Sun worked a little harder, you should be promoted. Humph, Wang Xiushuan said with a red face. That's because I didn't want to be an official before. I only wanted to make money. But I didn't expect that I didn't make any money, and I was a useless official. Hey, I'm telling you the truth, Sang-in sighed. Back then, Lord Sun got the power of Yuanma Temple because of his meritorious service in arresting Jiang Zhong. It is no exaggeration to say that the people who sent gifts to the Sun family could line up for 2 miles. They either wanted to be reinstated or to seek a new status. Think about it. What did you give? If Mr. Sun was not a kind person, it would not be so easy for you to get the 9th rank official. Wang Xiushuan said unconvinced. I have a primary school diploma. Times are different now. Sang-in shook his head and said, From Sanha to Hong Kong City, new schools have been built everywhere. You are not the only one with a primary school diploma. Moreover, it is said that many old scholars and jurists came to study in new schools. Anyone who is smart enough can get a diploma in less than a year. It is said that the new champion Chen Kai only took 1 month to get his diploma. Of course I know that. Wang Xiushuan suddenly hung his head, dejectedly. Then you always make a mark. What should I do? He has been a groom for quite a while. Dealing with horses and livestock every day makes him miserable, but there is no hope for promotion. There are too many people who are better than him. Sang-in hesitated for a moment, and changed the subject. Did Mr. Liang find you just now? Nonsense, he is a 9th rank official. How could he not find me? He just pretended not to see me. Wang Xiushuan said indignantly. He is now a first-class secretary. His eyes are too high. How could he look down on a small person like me? Like Liang Yuanji, Wei Yishan and others, he grew up on the same street, and even entered a new-style school at the same time, and learned martial arts at the same time. However, when he goes out now, he is too embarrassed to tell others that he and Liang Yuanji, the secretary of the palace, grew up wearing open-crotch pants together. If he tells others, it will not be his honor, but his shame, because the gap between the two of them is too big. He is still a 9th rank official, and in martial arts, he has only reached the 7th rank. Sang-in smiled and said, I guess Mr. Liang is sleepy now, and doesn't care about you. You old man. Wang Xiushuan was helpless. He and Liang Yuanji are of similar age, and have the same academic qualifications. But just because of the difference in official status, Sang-in's attitude towards the two people is completely different. Calling him sir is probably teasing, mocking, teasing, and disdain. But calling Liang Yuanji sir is respect from the heart. Did you hear what Mr. Liang said? Sang-in continued to ask. Wang Xiushuan snorted coldly. I'm not deaf. How could I not hear it? Don't worry. I will keep your secret. I will pretend not to hear anything you say. Thank you. Sang-in personally refilled his tea. and then asked, "What about the Xue family? You are also asking about such a trivial matter?" Wang Xiushuan became more and more annoyed. Sang-en said embarrassedly, "The old man is known for being a gossip teller. Since I have encountered such a thing, if I don't figure it out, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well." Wang Xiushuan glared at him and said, "It's okay to tell you. Do you know where the old lady of the Yuan family's family is? Of course, it's the Xue family in Jiling City. In a good year, there is heavy snow. Pearls are as common as dirt and gold is as hard as iron. This country of Daliang is simply known to everyone." After Sang-en blurted it out, he was also stunned by what he said. Faintly, he seemed to understand something, and said in disbelief, "This Xue Da and the Xue family are, hey, the clan leader of Jinling City, Xue Du, is the nephew of old lady Xue. Back then, this Xue fellow and the Shi family and other wealthy families in Jinling City robbed Li Sanyang." Wang Xiushuan laughed. The prince was extremely angry and ordered the execution of the main culprit. Xue Du's son Xue Tongji and great-grandson Xue Bin were all executed. Although Xue Du and his clan members were spared, their property was confiscated. At the same time, both men and women were sent to labor reform. Then what about Xue Da and Xue Yiner? Sang-en felt more and more uneasy. Xue Da is Xue Tongji's eldest son. Wang Xiushuan picked up the teacup again, looking at the snowflakes still flying outside the door. Xue Yiner is Xue Tongji's youngest daughter. The imperial concubine Yuan in the palace named Xue Da the world's #1 martial artist. What does that mean? And Xue Yiner, as a royal relative, fell into a brothel, whose face was hurt? Sang-en had expected it long ago, but he was still shocked and stunned, and dared not say anything more. Chapter 465 Progress. Although he was just a doorman, he could intuitively feel that this matter was not simple. Who was old lady Xue? She was the biological mother of the current Duke Yuan Ong, and Yuan Ong was the grandfather of Prince He. As Prince He's biological mother, concubine Yuan suddenly appointed Xue Da as the world's #1 martial artist. Isn't this deliberately embarrassing Prince He? Besides, what does Xue Yiner mean? Are you afraid that others don't know that you are Prince He's cousin, so you make such a big fuss? Why, you are just so brave. Wang Xiushuan asked proudly. Hey, what are you saying? Sang-en turned his head deliberately, not looking into Wang Xiushuan's eyes, and whispered, "The old man wants to live a few more years. You? Don't laugh at me. What can they do with the prince's family affairs? It's obvious that they think he doesn't live long enough. It's good to know." Wang Xiushuan laughed. "Things that you shouldn't worry about all the time. Don't ask about them in the future." Sang-en saw that Wang Xiushuan's cup was empty, so he helped to refill the water again, and asked curiously, "I guess Lord Lei also knows it." "Yes, of course I know," Wang Xiushuan said with a smile. "In this Hong Kong city, anyone with a clear mind dare not support Xue Yiner. Even if Lei Kaishan was brave, he would not dare to get Xue Yiner out of the game." "What do you mean?" Sang-en asked cautiously. "What else could it mean?" Wang Xiushuan said carelessly. "It must be the instruction of the prince or Commander Jiao, otherwise Lei Kaishan would have no more heads than he could chop off." Then Mr. Liang. Sang-en was getting more confused. Even Lei Kaishan, the guard, knew about this, so there was no reason why Liang Yuanji, the first-class secretary, would not know it. Liang Yuanji said he was a first-class secretary, but in fact, he was just a clerk. What's so great about that? Wang Xiushuan said sourly. He's a nerd, not omnipotent, and doesn't have to know everything. Sang-en stroked his beard, nodded to agree with Wang Xiushuan's words, and was about to speak, when he suddenly heard applause. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a figure blocking the door. When did Wei Yishan come? He and Wang Xiushuan didn't even notice. They only heard Wei Yishan clapping and saying, "You have made some progress, which is really unexpected for me." It turned out to be Lord Wei. Sang-en bowed and said, "I will go to add some coal for you too." After saying that, he left the room very tactfully. Whether it was Wei Yishan, Lu Can, Liang Yuanji, or Wang Xiushuan, they were all born and raised in Baiyun City. And he, an old man, watched them grow up. In the past, he could have scolded them as bastards. However, the present is different from the past. Wei Yishan, Lu Can, and Liang Yuanji are all powerful people. He can ignore Wang Xiushuan, but he cannot do that to Wei Yishan and others. If he really angers these people, he will not worry about his life and property. For the sake of fellow villagers, They will at least give him some face. The biggest problem is that he is not alone. He is still willing to stay in this bone-chilling northern land at his age, just because he has a grandson in the army. If he returns to Sanha like this, what will happen to his grandson? So, he must stay here. It's not enough to just stay here, you have to do something. For example, the biggest benefit of being a doorman is that he can get to know many big officials. When something happens in the future, he will have to beg these people. So, not only can't he offend them, he has to be thick-skinned and coax them. Otherwise, it will really affect his grandson's career in the future. Why are you here? Wang Xiushuan looked up and down at Wei Yishan, who was wearing a thin shirt, and said with a smile, "You just jumped over the wall and came in. Aren't you afraid that the people inside will chop you into mincemeat if they don't know the situation?" Wei Yishan said with a smile. "Is my martial art so bad? That's because Yi Qiu is not here." Wang Xiushuan yawned. "If he were here, no matter what, your body wouldn't be enough for his sword. You're talking nonsense again, you underestimate Mr. Yi." Wei Yishan unconsciously stretched his hands to the warm stove, while warming himself by the fire, and said, "I also practice the sword energy. As a grandmaster, Master Yi can probably tell it from 2 miles away." Wang Xiushuan stretched his neck and said, "Is the grandmaster so powerful?" Wei Yishan rolled his eyes at him and said, "If I let you run 20 miles first, can you avoid the grandmaster's pursuit?" Wang Xiushuan thought of Yi Qiu's ferocity and ruthlessness, and immediately shook his neck like a rattle, sighing, "Even if I run to the ends of the earth first, I will still die." Suddenly his eyes rolled, and he smiled and said, "But, what other tricks do you have?" Wei Yishan smiled and said, "I can learn the turtle breathing skill from Fang Pai." Wang Xiushuan whispered, "Back then, the 12th prince learned the turtle breathing skill and followed the carriage of the prince out of the palace, and even deceived Chief Steward Hong." "Turtle breathing skill?" Wei Yishan snorted coldly. "A gentleman should strive for self-improvement. Why do you learn this kind of skill?" "Humph." Wang Xiushuan also snorted coldly, and said unhappily, "Please remember what the prince said. Whenever you want to criticize others, you must remember that not everyone in this world has the advantages you have. Talent. He has no talent in martial arts. He should learn from Wang Tozi and Fang Pai. Face reality. And learn more life-saving skills of unorthodox methods." Wei Yishan fell silent after hearing this. After a long time, he bowed to Wang Xiushuan and said seriously, "Brother, I am too reckless. I hope you can forgive me." Wang Xiushuan was also touched by his seriousness. He also bowed and said, "Brother, don't say so many polite words." Then he changed the subject and said, "You haven't replied to my previous question yet. Why are you here? Jiangjin came to Ankong City today. Shouldn't you accompany him?" Wei Yishan said with a smile. "Jiang Dasheng and Zhu Rorong, these old guys, have been waiting at the city gate since early morning. It was not easy to wait until the evening. Jiangjin entered the governor's mansion again. When we came out of the governor's mansion, it was already midnight. No matter how unreasonable Lucan was, he couldn't disturb the reunion of father and daughter. Right? So, the dinner was cancelled. I haven't been here for a long time, so I came here to see you. I didn't expect you to have improved." "What improvement?" Wang Xiushuan sighed. "I am still a small 9th-rank official, and I guess this is how my life will be." Wei Yishan said, "You can't stand being bound. Otherwise you can follow me to the army." "That's for sure," Wang Xiushuan said without hesitation. "It's impossible for me to be a soldier. I will never be a soldier in my life." Chapter 466. Look at the owner when beating a dog. Wei Yishan said with a smile. "Really?" Wang Xiushuan suddenly became alert, stepped back, and said righteously, "Are you trying to catch my attention? Don't worry, I won't be fooled by you." He grew up with Wei Yishan since childhood, and later worked as an apprentice in Jiang Dasheng's butcher shop together, and they were inseparable all day long, and they knew each other too well. "You know what's going on without waiting for the other to take off his pants," Wei Yishan said with a smile. "Sun Chongda is pretty good, but he's just good. We only have friendship, no friendship. Now he has taken root in Yuanma Temple, and has his own direct lineage. You are dispensable to him." Wang Xiushuan pondered for a moment, and raised his head and said, "You want? What are you talking about? Just say it directly." He had to admit that Wei Yishan was right. In today's Yuanma Temple, Sun Chongda has cultivated his own confidence, and is no longer so dependent on him. Sun Chongda began to use you, just because you are trustworthy and will not easily betray the prince. In essence, your interests are the same. Wei Yishan moved his chair to the side of the stove, picked up the teacup, and said slowly, "Now, it's still the same in essence, but he also needs to take care of his own personal interests." Wang Xiaoshuan said angrily, "How dare this bastard have his own selfishness?" Wei Yishan shook his head and said, "You are talking nonsense again. Who can be without selfishness? I have, Liang Yuanji has, you and Yu Xiaoshi have. Even the elders Chen Disheng and He Jixiang all have their own interests." After listening to this, Wang Xiaoshuan fell silent, nodded in agreement. "You are right. There are no saints in this world. Everyone has selfishness. You are right to think so." Wei Yishan nodded with a smile. Sun Chongda cultivated his own power in order to consolidate his position in Yuanma Temple, which does not mean that he is not loyal to the prince. And people like me can only be his friends, partners, and cannot become his confidants. Wang Xiaoshuan sighed unconsciously. "Go on. I listen to you." Sun Chongda, who was born as a groom, already has his own ambitions and intentions. As his strength grows, what he needs now is a real subordinate, who can listen to him, rather than a comrade in arms, who fights side by side with him. How can he establish his authority with such a comrade who has lost his rules? In many plays, the emperors have to kill the meritorious officials before they ascend the throne. How can a mortal like Sun Chongda be exempt from this? Ah! Wei Yishan also sighed. "For people like you and me? Do you know what the biggest tragedy is?" Wang Xiaoshuan said weakly. "I know you are the smartest, so you should just say it directly. Don't keep us in suspense." Wei Yishan said in a deep voice. "When the prince and the nobles were teaching us, they said something, that the closer they are to the center of power, the more likely they are to have the illusion of power. And in the end everyone will fly like moths to the oil." He fell on the lamp, and died without knowing how he died. Wang Xiaoshuan nodded and said, "Prince, he was talking about himself. But he was also talking about us. Prince, he has not yet ascended the throne. But it does not prevent him from being the common ruler of the world. He and Wei Yishan and others are all natives of Baiyun City, graduates of the first elementary school in Baiyun City. He is the direct disciple of Prince He, whether in the army or in the Prince He's mansion. Prince, he has no restrictions on them, and they are free to come and go. Most importantly, Prince He gave them the right to appeal. No matter who annoys them, they can go to the prince to complain. Even if he was just an ordinary clerk, a laborer, or a small vendor. He was very proud and felt that he was great. He was a person who was around and close to the prince. But as time went by, everything was quietly changing. Liu Kan, Wei Yishan and others could command and rule the country. And he was just a small 9th rank official, dealing with animals all day long. It was miserable. Anyone could hold their heads up and talk to him. He was really angry. Things that he thought were within his reach were now getting farther and farther away from him. "Yes. It's good that you can figure it out," Wei Yishan said with a smile. "Sometimes it is important for a person to encounter opportunities, but he must constantly strive for self-improvement. You will basically have no future if you follow Sun Chongda. You come to the army, be a lieutenant first, and if you have merit later, I will guarantee you a deputy general." "Run errands for you?" Wang Xiaoshuan asked, stretching his neck. Wei Yishan said unhappily, "Do you know how many people want to be my deputy now? I didn't agree. Did you? Whoever wants to be can go." Wang Xiaoshuan refused without hesitation. "There are many rules in the army. I can't stand the constraints." In fact, he was still a little loose in his heart, but he knew that he couldn't go. Wei Yishan, like Sun Chongda, doesn't need brothers. Now, Wei Yishan said these words now, probably just to help himself. He doesn't need sympathy, no matter how badly Wang Xiaoshuan is doing. He doesn't need charity from others. You still have the same temper." Wei Yishan shook his head helplessly. "Old Han Dongxing is right. My personality is not suitable for being an official," Wang Xiaoshuan said angrily. "If it doesn't work, I'll go back to do business. Look at that bastard Tian Cixi. He is just a bandit. But he is so successful now. The prince summons him twice a month. Many people say that he will soon become an official businessman like Bai Lin of Sanhe Bank." "Official businessman?" Wei Yishan snorted. "Do you think it is so easy to be an official businessman? Is Tian Cixi qualified? You can't say that." Wang Xiaoshuan shook his head. Although Tian Xixi is not a good guy, he is a good businessman. I don't know how much money he has earned for the prince over the years. The army was short of money a few days ago. Didn't he take the lead in donating 30,000 taels? For the sake of money, you don't hate him so much, do you? Wei Yishan said expressionlessly. I didn't kill him directly, just for the sake of money. Wang Xiaoshuan asked curiously. Could it be? He suddenly remembered the former guard commander of the palace. Otherwise, what kind of hatred could Wei Yishan have with Tian Xixi when Tian Xixi was a bandit? He had no intersection with Wei Yishan, and when he was doing business, he was harmless to Wei Yishan. He really couldn't figure out why Wei Yishan hated Tian Xixi. Tian Xixi is now the largest real estate developer in Daliang State. Not only is he rich, he also has to be valued by the prince. He is a big shot in front of the prince. The most important thing is, his master is Yi Qiu. You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Right? Chapter 467 House. Who is Yi Qiu? He is the great hermit of the palace, a great master who once single-handedly killed all the Jiangnan bandits. He is the #1 swordsman, who is said to rule the world with one sword. The most important thing is, although this Yi Qiu is a native of Sanha like them, there is no friendship between them. He is not afraid of offending the amiable monks, not afraid of angering the blind man who tells fortunes whenever there is something, and even less afraid of offending Wei Yishan, who grew up with him naked. I'm afraid of offending Yi Qiu. This reckless scoundrel. It's true that he is the prince's student, but if Yi Qiu really wants to kill him, he still has nowhere to hide. So, as a person, you must be clear-headed. Don't be afraid of anything. Don't be afraid of death. But be timid when you need to be. Don't be stubborn. After all, everyone has only one life. You can't die too worthlessly. At least you have to die for the right reason. What is it? Wei Yishan suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Xiaoshuan, who was looking incredible, and said slowly, You and I are brothers. Just say whatever you want to say. There is nothing to be shy about. Wang Xiaoshuan met Wei Yishan's eyes, and instantly felt a chill that went through his heart. Are you suspicious? If he said it directly, he would not be afraid of the knife in Wei Yishan's hand. But he was afraid that their friendship would end from then on. The two have been together since they were young, and it is not too much to joke with them. If he joked about Wei Yishan's mother, would that be considered a friend's thing? Wei Yishan didn't chop him directly with the knife, which was giving him face. Thinking of this, he wanted to slap himself. He was so stupid. Can some things be said casually? The only thing to be thankful for is that he wanted to say it, but didn't say it, although he thought so in his heart. But seeing Wei Yishan's attitude, he couldn't help but think. Could it be that Tian Xixi and Yi Hong have the same fetish? He only likes old women like Wei Yishan's mother? What's the purpose? Because she's old? Or because her son has a promising future? He really couldn't figure it out with his little head. As long as he hasn't said it, it's not the worst, and there's still room for him to play. What are you thinking? How do you know I'm suspicious? While Wei Yishan was speaking, he still didn't let go of his hand holding the handle of the knife. Wang Xiaoshuan pretended to be nonchalant and said, I was thinking, you hate Tian Xixi so much. Is it because of the same reason as me? What's your reason? Wei Yishan tilted his neck and stared at Wang Xiaoshuan without blinking. If even one word is false, I will beat you up even if we have been brothers for many years. I have been in Ankong City for such a long time, and I just found that most people in Ankong City are from Jizhou and Qizhou. Wang Xiaoshuan shook his head and said, I heard from Lord Chen Dishing last time that, according to the customs of Ji, people are in the city at the age of 13, and in the world at the age of 17. This is the world, in fact, whether it is an official or a businessman, they all like Ankong City in the end. When they reach a certain age, the biggest dream of these Jizhou people and Qizhou people is to buy their own house in Ankong City. In the past, many people dared not even think about it, but since Tian Xixi built a house outside the city, it really made many people excited. As a result, Tian Xixi, the bastard, dared to sell the house at such a high price, which dispelled many people's thoughts. How many people in Ankong City are scolding him? You know that? Wei Yishan said unhappily. From what you said, you also want to buy Tian Xixi's house? Of course, Wang Xiaoshuan said loudly. I am an official now. When I get married and have a career, my son and grandson will also be the children of officials. How can I still rent a house? I must buy a house. I went to him last time to see if he could give me a friendly price, but this bastard refused to recognize his relatives and only gave me 3 taels of silver. Do you think I am short of that little money? You said he sold the house so expensively. I would be unjust if I didn't scold him to death. Humph. Wei Yishan snorted coldly. Very disdainful. If he believed Wang Xiaoshuan's words, it would be a ghost. Although Sanha is poor and broken, the people in Sanha, he knows, have the kind of honey confidence that he talked about with the prince. Ankong City is the richest place in the world. It is so good. Unfortunately, as long as the weather is not as good as Sanha, it is really bad. I would rather have a bed in Sanha than a house in Ankong City. Whether it is Sanha people in the court or Sanha people in the army, there are indeed many who buy houses in Ankong City, but most of them are out of helplessness. Who let Prince he introduce the school district house system? If you don't have a house in Ankong City, your children can go to school, but they can't go to the best school. The principal of Ankong City No. 1 primary school is He Jixiang, the Grand Commander of the 5 Military Commanders' Office. The principal of Ankong City No. 2 primary school is Gan Mao, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The principal of Ankong City No. 3 primary school is Qin Yin, who once served as the lecturer of Prince He. Tian Xixi. This bastard basically built all the houses around these 3 primary schools. You have to buy them. It is expensive, but compared with the status of disciple of the important officials in the court, it is not worth mentioning at all. Many people still borrowed money and gritted their teeth to buy school district houses. They never considered sending their children to the city to progress together with the children of the poor, although the prince repeatedly reiterated that houses are for living, not for speculation. It still couldn't stop the rising housing prices in Ankong City. Many people are obsessed with getting rich quickly, and are becoming more and more obsessed with houses. Even Han Dongsheng, who has no need for his children to go to school, bought houses in Ankong City for Dasheng and others, expecting appreciation. In any case, Sanha people only care about the value of these houses, and have never thought about settling here in the future. Their biggest dream is to go back to Sanha to renovate the ancestral hall, to bring honor to their ancestors. What's more, the current Baiyun City, 10 miles of sails stand by the city, and thousands of lights are on all night. In the future, the development may not be worse than Ankong City. I'm telling the truth. Wang Xiaoshuan was afraid that Wei Yishan would not believe him, and hurriedly explained. I'm not young anymore, and I'm going to marry a wife, and I can't do it without a house. Whose family are you going to marry? Wei Yishan asked curiously. Wang Xiaoshuan said with a smile. Grandma Sang's granddaughter. Sang Luo. Wei Yishan was surprised and said in disbelief. Grandma Sang is such a smart person. Would she marry her granddaughter to you? He. Wang Xiaoshuan raised his eyebrows and said. Who made me so charming? Sang Luo just likes me. What can I do if Sang Luo disagrees? Wei Yishan said slowly. Sang Luo is also Qin Shilian's favorite student. Aren't you afraid that Qin Shilian will poison you, and let you die without anyone knowing? Chapter 468. It's our will. When Wang Xiaoshuan heard Qin Shilian's name, his neck immediately shrank, and he said helplessly, If this woman dares to ruin my good deeds, you won't have to support me? That's Qin Shilian. She is known as the goddess of childbirth, who saves the world with medicine and is respected by people. However, many times, people will ignore another name that Prince he personally gave her, Paraquat. Once, people didn't understand the meaning of this nickname. Prince he even explained it himself. Wherever Qin Shilian has used medicine, no grass will grow. The medicine in Qin Shilian's hand is so powerful that even grass can't survive, let alone people, not to mention drinking it into the stomach. Even if it is lightly touched, it is difficult for gods to save it. Prince, he respected Qin Shilian's intellectual property rights, and let Qin Shilian set up the Liang State No. 1 pharmaceutical factory, specializing in the production of medicines and sanitary products for pregnant women and babies, including diapers and pregnancy-preserving pills, which have entered the homes of ordinary people. However, unexpectedly, the main source of income for Liangwa No. 1 pharmaceutical factory is the orders from Tingwei, the shadow of the past. The Tingwei today, although many of them have practiced Huiyuan Gong, not everyone is a genius, not everyone is a master. What's more, no matter how high the martial arts skills are, they are afraid of poison. Qin Shilian's poison can easily defeat masters below the 5th rank. Even if he faces the 6th rank, even if he cannot be poisoned, he will make the opponent's blood surge, allowing him to escape with his life. Moreover, the best way to use this poison is to use it with the star-absorbing technique, and directly send it into the opponent's body through the true qi. To use the words in the novel of He Wangya, It can achieve fighting monsters above one's level. Nowadays, the court guards must carry this poison when they go out. In order to improve the bargaining power, Pan Duo personally came forward and discussed the price of bulk purchases with Qin Shilian. There are even rumors in the army that they will purchase poison on a large scale. Therefore, Qin Shilian, who can kill people invisibly and is rich and powerful, is really not someone that a small 9th rank official like him can provoke at will. If you can't afford to offend her, it's better to stay away, Wei Yishan said unhappily. Qin Shilian is a favorite of the prince. Who dares to offend her easily? You are asking for trouble on your own. No one can stop you. Please, don't involve me. Although you and I are not brothers, we are better than brothers. You are like this. It really makes me feel disappointed, Wang Xiaoshuan said unhappily. You are now a high official. It's normal for me to be afraid of her. Why are you afraid of her? The prince values Qin Shilian, but at the same time, he also values her very much. Respect Wei Yishan. If Ankong City awards the outstanding youth medal like Sanha, then Wei Yishan will definitely get one. Why? Because, if you don't give it to him, the prince will definitely disagree. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Wei Yishan put down the teacup in his hand, picked up a broad bean on the table, and stuffed it into his mouth. After the crisp sound, slowly said, according to the previous rules, no matter how good Qin Shilian's medical skills are, she is just an imperial physician. But, who told the prince to respect science and attach importance to medicine? Now the Ministry of Works wants to rebuild the sewer, and the army wants to build a city defense camp. And both have to go through the approval procedures of the health department. As long as the Ministry of Health says it does not comply with the health and epidemic prevention regulations, you can't dig a shovel of soil even if you have great ability, Wang Xiaoshuan said unconvinced. Even Lord He can't do it? Wei Yishan finished chewing the broad beans in his mouth, took another sip of tea, and then said, some time ago, Sun Chonda wanted to build a prison outside the South City. The application was approved by Lord He, and the silver was allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. In the end, what happened? You should know better than me. Right? Wang Xiaoshuan sighed. In the end, it was rejected by Dr. Hu, saying that it was too close to the upstream water source and polluted the daily water of the people in Ankong City. People from Yuanma Temple have been there many times, saying that this is not a stable, that horses are not kept there, and that there is no pollution. However, the people from the Ministry of Health refused to approve it, and did not give any face at all, which made Sun Chonda very angry. After Wei Yishan's reminder, Wang Xiaoshuan finally came to his senses. Hu Shilu's Ministry of Health does have power, and the power is not ordinary. That is not to give face to Yuanma Temple, but to give face to General He, Wei Yishan said with a smile. Hu Shilu deliberately let Lord He hit a snag. Is Hu Shilu crazy? Wang Xiaoshuan didn't dare to believe what Wei Yishan said. It is true that Hu Shilu is highly valued by Prince He, but how dare he compare with He Jixiang? He Jixiang is Prince He's right-hand man, the commander-in-chief of the 5 armies, and the general of the world's military. How stupid must Hu Shilu be to dare to do such a thing? Wei Yishan asked with a smile. When Prince He was in hiding, who did you make friends with first? Of course, it was Hu Shilu, Wang Xiaoshuan said without hesitation. But this does not mean that Hu Shilu has the ability to challenge Lord He. Not giving face to Lord He does not mean challenging Lord He. Wei Yishan looked at Sangin coming in, and still said without hesitation, he was just doing the right thing, and following the rights granted by the prince. He was the leader of the Ministry of Health. If he obeyed Lord He in everything, he would fail the prince's expectation of governing according to the law. Wang Xiaoshuan was stunned for a while, then sighed. Yes, you are right. No wonder Gan Mao dared to argue with Lord He a few days ago. All this is the right granted by the prince. You too. Sangin put the wooden tray on the table and said with a smile, would you like to have some wine to warm yourself up? Wang Xiaoshuan poured himself a glass of wine without hesitation, and then filled Wei Yishan's glass. Wei Yishan took the wine glass, drank it all in one gulp, and then put it down, smiling. Just drink this much. I still have to go on duty tonight, so I shouldn't drink too much. Seeing that he didn't want to drink, Wang Xiaoshuan didn't force him, and looked at Sangin beside him and said, did you hear what I just said? Sangin said, Mrs. Sang and I are relatives within 5 generations of mourning. If we really meet, she will have to call me boss. I also watched her granddaughter grow up, and later, she went to the girls' school in Baiyun City. Her grades are comparable to Jiangxin's, you kid? Do you want to say that I'm not worthy of her? Wang Xiaoshuan asked back. Sang and nodded embarrassedly and said, no matter how capable Sang Luo is, Mrs. Sang has become more and more proud over the years. The Liang family, the Wang family, and the Hu family all want to marry into her family. Who do you think she is looking at? Wang Xiaoshuan said proudly. That's different. Sang Luo and I are willing to marry. The prince and the king both advocate freedom of marriage. No matter how powerful she is. Would she dare to go against the prince's wishes? With the prince in charge, everything will go well. Seeing that he brought up the prince, Sang and couldn't say anything else. Chapter 469 Blackmail. When Wang Xiaoshuan saw that Sang and ignored him, he looked at Wei Yishan again and sighed. Say something. Give me some advice. If I am really determined to be with Sang Luo, what should I do? Sang and also turned his head to Wei Yishan to see what solution Wei Yishan could come up with for Wang Xiaoshuan. In his opinion, it was wishful thinking for someone like Wang Xiaoshuan to marry Sang Po's granddaughter. Sang Po didn't kill him directly, which was very face-saving. If you are more sensible, shouldn't you leave consciously? Why do you have to go to a dead end and make everyone so embarrassed? He only heard Wei Yishan say lightly. I said, you think too highly of me? Sang Luo is Sang Po's favorite. If you want to hit her granddaughter, she will definitely not let you go. You better pray for the best. If it doesn't work, go back to Sanhe and hide for the time being. The farther away from Sang Luo, the safer you will be. Wang Xiaoshuan said with hatred. We are brothers who grew up together. And you just stand by and watch me die without helping me? If something happens to me, will you feel good in your life? He was really scared by Wei Yishan. Whether it was Qin Shilian or Sang Pozi, he couldn't afford to offend either of them. But how could he be willing to give up the woman he loved? He had sworn long ago that he would marry Sang Luo in this life. A real man, of course, must keep his word. If he gives up just because of a little difficulty, he will definitely regret it in the future. You? Wei Yishan shook his head helplessly and sighed. If you really want to be with Sang Luo, there are only two ways. Wang Xiaoshuan asked with shining eyes. What way? Tell me quickly, don't worry, as long as the brothers' problem is solved, you can drive me in the future. Who will drive you? Wei Yishan rolled his eyes at him and said. You are my brother, naturally I will help you with everything. Okay, then thank you. Wang Xiaoshuan said hurriedly. Don't keep me in suspense, tell me quickly, what are the two ways out? Wei Yishan saw Wang Xiaoshuan looking at him eagerly, and smiled and said. The first way is, I'm looking for Prince He. As long as Prince He is willing to act as a matchmaker, she, Mrs. Sang, will not reject Prince He's intention. Right? Humph. Wang Xiaoshuan snorted coldly and said. Do you really think I'm stupid? I'm doing this for your own good. Why are you saying this? As if I'm deliberately hurting you? Wei Yishan didn't care about Wang Xiaoshuan's attitude at all. He continued. Prince, he has always advocated freedom of marriage. You and Sang Luo love each other. As long as you are willing to ask Prince He may not refuse to agree. As the people of Baiyan City and students of Prince He, the biggest advantage for them is that they can meet Prince He anytime and anywhere. Of course, the premise is that they can't come empty-handed. Under normal circumstances, if someone comes empty-handed, the doorman will not inform them. Because if he does, he will be scolded. I can go and ask for the prince. And so can Mrs. Sang. Wang Xiaoshuan said angrily. Do you think it will be useful if I ask for it? He is quite self-aware. If he and Mrs. Sang go to ask for the prince at the same time, the prince will undoubtedly side with Mrs. Sang. What's more, Qin Shilian is standing on Mrs. Sang's side. In any case, his weight in front of the prince is not as strong as these two people. Even if he asks for the prince, it will be a mess in the end. It seems that he is overestimating his own ability and making people laugh. You think a lot, Wei Yishan said with a smile. Not bad. You are not too confused. You did it on purpose. Hey, stop teasing me. Tell me the second solution quickly, Wang Xiaoshuan said weakly. If it really works, you, Wei Yishan, will be my benefactor in the future. Wei Yishan put away the smile on his face, looked directly into Wang Xiaoshuan's eyes, and said seriously, follow me to join the army. Make achievements. And then you will be a match for the Sang family. What reason does Mrs. Sang have to disagree? Build. Achieve meritorious service? Wang Xiaoshuan shook his head without hesitation. Now that the prince and I have taken over the northern frontier, there is no enemy in the world. How can I have a chance to achieve meritorious service? You? Please stop fooling me, Wei Yishan said seriously. What if there is? Don't try to make me happy. Besides, I am used to being idle, and I am really not suitable for the army. Wang Xiaoshuan saw that he looked abnormal, and did not dare to answer, fearing that he would be exposed to confidential information, and would not be able to get away. He would have to do it at that time. I won't hide it from you. You better hide it from me, I beg you. Wang Xiaoshuan interrupted him. I'll go boil some water. Sang and ran away with the kettle in his hand. As a qualified doorman, the most important thing is to read people's expressions. You can't really think of yourself as a 7th-rank official in front of the door. When you meet someone you can't afford to offend, you must be timid. Today I have received an order to lead the army into Sichuan on a chosen day. This is a secret, Wei Yishan said coldly. If anyone other than the military knows about it, he will be killed without mercy. Wang Xiaoshuan stood up, widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, Wei Yishan, what hatred do I have with you? You are trying to trick me. Wei Yishan put his hand on the long sword and said expressionlessly, do you know that military law is ruthless? Although you and I are brothers, I cannot be partial to you. You fucking bastard. Wang Xiaoshuan wanted to let Wei Yishan do whatever he wanted. He just didn't believe that his brother, who grew up naked, could do anything to him. However, when he suddenly saw Kong Bao, the military law enforcement officer and tribal leader who appeared at the door of the room, he directly pressed Wei Yishan's hand on the scabbard and said with hatred, I agree, isn't it possible? Wei Yishan talked about friendship with him, but Kong Bao, the bastard, might not talk about it. This time he fell into a trap, and there was no escape. Ha. With a clang, the big knife was sheathed. Wei Yishan's big hand patted Wang Xiaoshuan's shoulder, laughed. I told you, you and I are brothers with deep friendship. How could you not help me? Wang Xiaoshuan sat down on the chair dejectedly sighed. There are many people in the army who are better at martial arts than me, and have much more abilities than me. Why do you have to cheat me? Are you just trying to make things difficult for me? Wei Yishan sighed. This time when we entered Sichuan Prefecture, the Ministry of Revenue gave us not much silver, and I told the prince that hard work and self-reliance have always been the fine traditions of Sanha people. Raise the money yourself? Wang Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up. Yes. The prince he allowed me to do it at my own convenience. Seeing Wang Xiaoshuan's interest, Wei Yishan smiled and said, there are many warriors in the army, but when it comes to doing business, I really can't think of anyone better than you. Damn it! You told me earlier. You scared me to death. Wang Xiaoshuan shouted. Tell me how to divide the money. Once we make it clear, I will be your supplier. A group of civilians can make a fortune by forming a force, let alone an army instructed by the Prince of He. It would be unjust if they didn't make money, and there was no reason for him to disagree. Chapter 470 Negotiation. If Wei Yishan really asked him to help, so how the most important thing is to divide this money, it is well known. Sanha Daju and siege the city slightly, don't drop it, but the main indicator for measuring success or failure is income. The meaning with Wang Yi is very clear, fight in a battle, no money to make money. Lost money. How can Sanha people make a loss of money? This is unacceptable. Every time the Sanha army is collected, all must be calculated. Can't fight a battle without income, because even if you lose money, you fail. Failure is not a merit. There is no reward if you don't work hard. Sanha army, most of them are young and vigorous, they can't accept themselves at all. Fail. Therefore, the current Sanha officers and soldiers, especially the commander, are extremely greedy for money. However, Sanha has strict military discipline, and cannot massacre the city or rob the people. After a city is captured, even if the enemy's warehouse is not empty, it can only barely make up for the army's consumption, for those rough men in the army who are good at fighting and killing. Financial management is a technical job, but Wang Xiaoshuan is very good at it, in terms of knowledge. Wang Xiaoshuan is not as good as Liang Yuanji, in terms of martial arts. He is not as good as Wei Yishan, in terms of luck. He is not as good as Yu Shaoshi and Cui Jinren, in terms of talent. He is not as good as the monk, the blind man and others. However, Wang Xiaoshuan is not useless. In terms of business, let alone Baiyun City, even in the huge Sanha, there are not many people who can compare with him. Whether it is Han Dongxing or Liang Yuanji, they all want to use him for themselves. However, he and Wei Yishan had finally escaped from the wolf's den of the butcher. How could they easily fall into the tiger's mouth? They responded to the call of the prince. I would rather sleep on the floor and be a boss and actively started a business. It's a pity that their ambitions are high as the sky, but their lives are thin as paper. They obviously have the opportunity and ability to make a lot of money, but because they don't have the luck of the protagonist, they only made a little money in the end. Later, they listened to Sun Chonda's words and entered Yuanma Temple, but they also didn't have official luck. Although they were discouraged occasionally, however, they would never give up. We must seize the opportunity. What's more, this time, they have the army to rely on. How much do you want to share? Wei Yishan asked with a smile. Wang Xiushuan lowered his head and thought for a long time before he raised his head, squinting his eyes, and slowly stretched out 3 fingers to Wei Yishan, gritting his teeth and saying, "You know my ability. I guarantee that I won't lose money. I want these. It's not too much. Right?" Wei Yishan looked Wang Xiushuan up and down, said nothing, and walked straight to the door. Wang Xiushuan waited for him to step out of the door, rushed forward, grabbed his arm, and said anxiously, "What are you doing? You have the nerve to ask?" Wei Yishan said unhappily, "Of course I'll stay where it's cool. I'll be my general, and you continue to be your horse groom." Wang Xiushuan jumped up and said, "After all this time, you're just teasing me." Wei Yishan snorted, "You were the one who teased me first. 30%? That is, you and I are brothers. I won't argue with you. Try asking others for the same thing. If you don't get killed, you're lucky." "Hey." Wang Xiushuan knew that what he said was a bit outrageous. He laughed and said, "If you ask for a high price, you will pay it back. You have been in business. And you know this rule? Teacher Xiazan once said, if you don't read for 3 days, you won't have any moral principles in your heart. You will find your face ugly when you look in the mirror, and your words will be boring when you talk to others. Seeing you today, it's true. You should go back and study more, and stop making noise here." Wei Yishan sighed. "As for me, I won't bother you anymore, so I'll leave now." "No, don't take it seriously." Wang Xiushuan pulled him back into the house, and pressed him on the chair. "Do you really think I don't know anything? If you really dare to give me this 30%, I'm afraid I'll have the money. But not the money. Look, let's do this. Will this work?" He raised 2 fingers, and waved them in front of Wei Yishan. "Humph." Wei Yishan knocked his hand away, angrily saying, "Are you still talking nonsense? Then how much do you say? I have an idea of it in my mind." Wang Xiushuan said hopefully, "You ask for 30% right away. How can I pay it back?" Wei Yishan asked with a glare. Wang Xiushuan said with a smile, "You know, I can't make all this money by myself. I have to hire assistants, animals, and expenses everywhere. If someone is jealous of his money, he will have to spend money to bribe them. There is no real net profit in doing business. There are some unspoken rules in the officialdom." When the prince knew about it, he was very angry. He once wanted to kill one person to warn the others, so that the corrupt officials would know how much he had. But he Jixiang, Qin Dishing, Don Mao, and other old men knelt at the gate of Prince He's mansion that night to surrender, because no one was clean in the army or the court. The silver that he Jixiang embezzled alone amounted to 30 taels. According to the newly revised Liang law, it was enough to dismiss him from his post and investigate. Prince He was helpless. If he really took He Jixiang and other old men seriously, the country would really be ruined. Prince He could only say angrily, if all these officials were killed, there would be innocent people. And if they were killed one by one, there would definitely be some who slipped through the net. "I know. Of course I know," Wei Yishan said calmly. "But don't worry. I'm here. They won't make it too difficult for you. No matter if it's Lord He Jixiang or Prince He. They turned a blind eye to some things in the army because the court couldn't afford it. The army needs to be self-reliant in order to pay the army and provide for them. Some means beyond the law must be used. Prince He called it a special military supply system during the transition from war to peace construction. To sum up, it is to use extraordinary measures, act with extraordinary strength, maintain extraordinary effects, and achieve extraordinary success. Believe, of course I believe, you use your power to suppress others. When people dare not do anything to me in front of me, what about behind my back?" Wang Xiushuan laughed. "As for me, I'd better spend money to buy peace, so we can make money together in harmony. So just tell me how much I can get, and don't worry about the rest." Wei Yishan pondered for a moment, smiled. "I can only give you this much." Wang Xiushuan looked at the finger that Wei Yishan raised, and said very aggrievedly. 1%? Wei Yishan said hatefully. It's all in vain to say it now, you're still not afraid. Die? Wang Xiaoshuan asked puzzledly. How much is it? Tell me clearly. 101. Wei Yishan said in a deep voice. Don't even think about getting a penny more. What? Worth 1 out of 100? Wang Xiaoshuan shouted angrily. 10,000 taels is only 100 taels. I went all the way to Chuanzhou. What am I looking for? A trip to Chuanzhou. Even if you earn 100,000 taels, is only 1,000 taels. He definitely won't look down on this little money. Wei Yishan said lightly. Do you really want money instead of credit? Credit? Wang Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up again. Chapter 471 Waves. Wei Yishan nodded and said, Yes, I will guarantee your enlistment this time. As long as you make meritorious contributions, I will dare to recommend you. Wang Xiaoshuan was stunned for a moment and said, Then I will have no money? Why, you still want to be a military supplier? Wei Yishan said in surprise. Nonsense, Wang Xiaoshuan said unhappily. Why should I enlist in the army? If I want to do something, I will be a supplier. I want money. You? Wei Yishan said helplessly. Didn't you complain about the small amount just now? Wang Xiaoshuan said angrily. Then you can show a little more between your fingers, so that I can earn more? Wei Yishan shook his head and said, If it is just to find a supplier, I will find someone else, such as Li Sanyang, Deng Ke, or even Jiang the Butcher. They will definitely not complain about the small amount. Then, Wang Xiaoshuan gritted his teeth, and didn't know what to say for a while. As long as you have a wave of emotion, and a little spare energy, this will not be a multiple-choice question. Wei Yishan spoke again, looking at Wang Xiaoshuan seriously. A good man should have a career, and stand tall and upright. Do you want to be a peddler all your life? I told the prince that merchants are also indispensable contributors to Daliang State. Doing business well is also a contribution to Daliang State. Wang Xiaoshuan said unconvinced. Being an official is not the only way to succeed. Wei Yishan snorted coldly. If you had listened to the prince, you would not have gone to Yuanma Temple to hang out with Sun Chengde. Wei Yishan said unhappily. You and I are brothers, you don't have to pretend to be nice to me. One last question. Go. I still won't go. Ah. Wang Xiaoshuan shook his head and sighed. Since you said so, can I not go? Of course not. Wei Yishan pressed his palm like a palm fan on Wang Xiaoshuan's thin shoulder. If you believe me, you will follow me to get this fame on horseback, and when you return to Baiyun City in the future, you will ride a horse and parade through the streets. Who will dare to look down on you? That's true. Wang Xiaoshuan was excited by Wei Yishan's words. Then even Mrs. Sang won't look down on me anymore. He refused to admit defeat, but in his heart, he had to admit that Wei Yishan was right. No matter how rich this businessman was, or how big his business was, he was inferior to the official after all. As the saying goes, a county magistrate who destroys a family. A prefect who ruins a family. It's not just talk. That's good, Wei Yishan said happily. In the future, you and I will work together as brothers. And we will be successful in everything. The two brothers hugged each other excitedly. Before going to bed, Lenny drank some rice wine, and fell asleep before the heavy snow came. As a result, he woke up before the rooster crowed. Lenny sat cross-legged on the kong, holding his buttocks and said, This kong is too hot. He was awakened by the heat. It's all my fault. Mingwei waited for Lin Yi to finish the water in the teacup, took the empty teacup and said, They have become more and more lazy these days, and they don't know how to do things. I will teach them a lesson later. Maybe it's the effect of drinking. They can't stand the heat, Lenny said, looking at Mingyu's belly, smiling. You are also worried now. You are pregnant, don't mind your own business, just take care of the baby. When Mingwei saw Lin Yi's hand reaching out, she suddenly felt a tenderness in her belly. She suppressed her trembling and whispered, Thank you for your concern. Your Highness. I am a martial artist, it's nothing serious. Your Highness. Don't worry. Lenny rubbed her soft belly and said with emotion, You are wrong again. You guys have martial arts skills, and martial arts do improve your defense. It's just that, everything has two sides, that is, there are good and bad sides. The human body uses pain to warn of diseases and injuries. You martial arts masters, who have been practicing martial arts for many years, although you are invulnerable to swords and guns, your skin nerve endings have long been damaged, and you are not so sensitive to pain, and your vigilance is poor, and it is easy to be careless. So, Pregnant women are pregnant women after all. You still have to be careful, especially in the first 2 months, you still have to be careful. I understand, Mingwe said softly. I will definitely live up to the prince's trust. Lin Yi continued. The queen hasn't sent anyone to embarrass you these days. Right? He really annoyed his mother more and more. She even made things difficult for Mingwe again and again without his permission. It's just because Mingwe has no name or status. Your Highness, you think too much, Mingwe said with a smile. Your Majesty is so caring for me. Yesterday, she sent someone to deliver a lot of things to me and told me to take good care of myself. That's good. Lin Yi naturally didn't believe such nonsense. But he didn't ask any more questions. He just sighed. For people like me, my parents are still alive. But it doesn't matter whether I have them or not. He has too many children, and his energy and love are limited. It's impossible to share them with every child. So, my mother is a real widow-like parent. After a long time, her mentality is a bit distorted. She felt that she had given too much for me, and was easily moved by herself, and felt that she was so great. As for me, I must have a guilty heart for asking for things. And if I don't have it, then I am unfilial. It is difficult to be a human being, and it is even more difficult to be a son. In his previous life, he longed for maternal love. He really got it in this life. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable again, and didn't know what to do. Especially the matter of Shui Dao being the world's #1 martial artist was a slap in his face. If it were someone else, the grass on his grave would probably be 2 feet high. But what can he do about his mother who slapped him in the face? Find someone from the Yuan family to do it? The queen is also very concerned about the prince. Mingwe was very favored by Lin Yi in front of her. Even though she agreed with Lin Yi's words in her heart, she didn't dare to say much, especially about the matter between mother and son. Too much talk leads to mistakes, and it may even backfire. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Lin Yi took back his hand from her belly and continued. Do you really have no relatives at home? It's a good thing that you are pregnant. According to the rules, I have to give you a holiday and let you go home to visit your family. He Jixiang is busy with all kinds of affairs and works hard all day long. For such a small matter as Mingyue's visit to her family, he actually submitted a memorial in person. It really surprised Lin Yi. These people want him to have a son. They are really crazy. Unlike concubine Yuan, He Jixiang, Qin Dishing and others don't care about the order of seniority and the difference between legitimate and illegitimate children. As long as he can give birth to a son. That's all. It's really funny. Prince. Mingwe hesitated and said, I actually have a brother, but my family was poor in my early years, and I made a living in Hong Kong City when I was 10 years old. After I entered the palace, I also went to see him once, but... Lin Yi asked curiously. But what? Mingwe whispered. He is not a peaceful person, he only does petty thefts. I despise him and lose face. I have long cut off contact with him, and it's just as if this person doesn't exist. Lin Yi smiled and said, It seems that he hasn't committed an unforgivable crime, otherwise you wouldn't be so safe in the palace. Anyone who could enter the palace, their ancestors must have been turned over. If the relatives outside the palace are extremely evil, the people in the palace will generally follow suit. Chapter 472 Favored. Especially the people around him now. Although Honging went to the western wilderness and disappeared, he couldn't grasp the dynamics of the people in the palace, but he believed that Chi Peng of the court guards was definitely not a vegetarian. Even an ant around him could be distinguished between male and female. Not to mention Mingwe and Zixia, who were lying on his bed. Everyone was practicing a rule. There could be no secrets with the people in the palace. If you have to find someone with a secret, then you know it's the regent of Daliang, the lord of Jiuzhou, the leader of Baiyun City, and the spiritual leader of the tribes, Lin Yi. Anyone who dared not to reveal his heart to the regent was considered a traitor. Your Majesty, please understand, Mingwe said hurriedly. As far as I know, although my disappointing brother is suspected of being a thief, he is not a bad person and has never killed anyone. He even often helps ordinary people. People in the community know his livelihood, but not everyone wants to punish him, which shows that his reputation is still good. However, he couldn't say these words in front of the prince. Otherwise, he would be suspected of boasting and appear to be unable to distinguish between public and private. I didn't ask you to kill your relatives for the sake of justice, so you don't have to worry. Lin Yi stood up, walked straight to the window, pushed open the window, and let the cold wind blow into his neck. Prince. Mingwe hurriedly put the shawl on Lin Yi's shoulders. Be careful. Don't catch a cold. Lin Yi smiled and said, Don't worry. The heat in this room is too strong, and it needs to be cooled down. After leaving the palace and opening the pavilion, the first thing he did with the prince's mansion was to install winding iron pipes in the house as heating pipes. When winter came, he had people add coal to the boiler outside to bring hot water into the house. So, even though it was snowing heavily outside, it was warm as spring inside. Usually, I was used to doing these chores, and I always kept the temperature just right. I didn't expect the temperature to be so high today, probably because of the heavy snow. You should be careful then. Mingwe still insisted on putting the colorful tiger skin shawl on Lin Yi's shoulders. And then continued, The prince cares about me. I understand. But I haven't seen him for many years, and our feelings have long faded. Besides, he is doing these despicable things now, and I just hate him for not living up to his expectations, and I don't want to care about him anymore. Lin Yi smiled and said, No matter what. He is your brother, the uncle of your child. You should go and see him. The prince's words make me even more ashamed to see him. Mingwe whispered, My brother is the most unreliable. If he doesn't know what's going on, he will use my name to do things in the future, and cause trouble, which will harm him instead. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at her and said, You are just like this. Why don't you trust me? Mingwe hurriedly said, I dare not. The prince has misunderstood me. I know my brother's character. He has no great ability, but he is very good at taking advantage of others. I don't want him to take advantage of me, and finally tarnish the prince's reputation. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled. Can my reputation be worse? Whether he is a prince or a regent, his reputation has become infamous under the propaganda of those scholars. What greed and lust! What evil! What carelessness of human life! What unfavorable words! Empty talk! Harming the country! Bullying the people! He has all the behaviors that a tyrant should have. However, he doesn't care. After all, he has the gun in his hand, and he is not afraid of what people say. Moreover, this is the feudal era without Wi-Fi. Transportation basically relies on walking, and communication basically relies on shouting. No matter how loud the voices of scholars are, there is not much scope for dissemination. Even if it is spread, it will be a month or two, or even a year or two later. There is no timeliness at all, and there is no way to set the pace. No matter how good the propaganda is, what can it do? The most important thing is that he is building new schools in various states of Dalian. The principals and teachers of the new schools have all studied in large towns such as Hong City, Baiyun City, and Jinling. Lin Yi is not sure whether they are capable or not. But there is one thing. If these people want to teach, they must support and defend his ideas. These people are scattered all over Dalian State, and they are also spreading his ideas. If they really have to fight a war of public opinion in the future, he is not afraid. The prince is joking again. Mingwe did not dare to discuss this topic with Lin Yi, and smiled. I only know that the prince is my heaven, and everything, and that's enough. So I said, Why do I like listening to you so much? Lin Yi unconsciously took her delicate hand, and sighed, If I don't have you, what's the point of this life? Men, unless they have a tendency to self-abuse, still like gentleness and indulge in gentleness. Who would think being unruly and willful is cute when they have nothing to do? There is no future for a bootlicker. Prince, Mingwe said shyly, You are making fun of me again. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi liked her even more, and said happily, I am telling the truth, don't worry, I will never let you down, I will definitely give you a name. The biggest advantage of this era is that you can be a scumbag openly. Even women have to thank you for your favor. If you are not satisfied with your harem, you can also go looking for prostitutes, in the place of fireworks. There will be no such behavior as selling chicken under the guise of sheep in modern society. It is illegal behavior here, and you will not have trouble finding a place. If your eyesight is not good, you can still go out in broad daylight, and no one will look at you strangely. If you are financially well off, sometimes being a man is good. Mingwe's right hand kept stroking her still flat belly, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, Thank you, Your Majesty. I am very grateful. She no longer had the resistance she had at the beginning. That's good. Don't say anything more. Let Jiaosheng arrange the visit. You can discuss the specific rules by yourselves. Lin Yi understood that this was probably because mothers are strong. Even if they don't fight for themselves, they have to fight for the child in their belly. Women, once they become mothers, they can no longer simply think about themselves. Minghua said. Yes. Lin Yi put away Mingyua's hand, patted his belly and said, I'm getting hungry while talking. Let's ask the kitchen to serve breakfast. I'll go right away. It was Zixia who answered. She looked at Minghua with envy, opened the door and quietly left. Lin Yi washed up and changed his clothes under Mingyua's service, and went to the living room. The living room was brightly lit, although there were also heating pipes. The room was too large, so the warmth was not good. Lin Yi kept stamping his feet as soon as he entered the room. Lin Yi suddenly sighed. It's time to move out of the city. The house that Tian Xixi developed outside the city used the construction technology of foreign devils. Cement, bricks and stones, and a fireplace could be lit in the house. Unlike the house Lin Yi lives in now, which is basically built of wood. Even if the structure is moved to make a fireplace, the fire hazard is relatively large. Chapter 473 Big Neck Disease. This problem is not only with the palace, but also with the imperial palace. Like the most magnificent golden throne hall, it is also supported by densely packed wooden pillars. Lin Yi has never understood why houses are built with wooden structures. If it is said that it is convenient to obtain materials, the north lacks wood. Most of the wood used to build houses is brought from the south with great effort. If it is said that the technical level is insufficient, there are magnificent cities, and the Great Wall used to block the nomadic peoples in the north. Lin Yi thought about it, and could only explain it as tradition. Everyone was used to building like this, so they continued to use this structure. However, he still hoped to change the way houses were built. In the newly built satellite city, he strongly requested to use Western building methods. Sanha once captured a lot of foreigners. Although many were released, many were still left for the sake of money. Among them, there were a few who knew about architecture. The foreigners did not know architecture, but at least they knew how to build houses. They played a lot of roles in the construction of bridges and houses in Sanha. One of them even won the Outstanding Contribution Award, awarded by Lin Yi. Whenever Sanha has a big project, it will definitely ask this person to do the design. After Tian Xixi entered Ankang City, he invited this person from Sanha. The current large-scale development outside the city of Ankang City is presided over by this person. Most of the houses are brick-built, stone-built, and 3-story and 4-story houses can be seen everywhere. Especially some gardens, the style is still classical, but if you don't remove the outer layer of red paint, you won't find that there are stones inside. What satisfied Lin Yi the most was that these houses had abandoned the dense supporting columns. It would be great if schools, hospitals, welfare homes, and other public service institutions could use this kind of building structure. Your Highness is right. Jiao Zhong couldn't help but agree, and then hesitated for a while and said, It's just that the waterway outside the city has not yet been formed, and the roads are not perfect. When it rains, it will still be flooded, and it is inconvenient to go out. If your Highness really wants to move there, you might as well wait for a few days. As for winter, after all, there are still many poor people outside the city. Those who can't afford charcoal and coal rely on wood for heating. Sometimes, before dark, the sky outside the city is already full of smoke. There were not many places to breathe in the fields, mountains, and houses. Ma Jia, the prefect of Ankang City, wanted to take care of it. But when he looked up and saw the slogans painted everywhere on the walls of Ankang City, he dared not move. No matter how arrogant you are, you can't prohibit poor people from burning wood. Right? Throughout the dynasties, no matter how foolish the emperors were, no matter how treacherous the ministers were, they had never done this. Between smog and freezing to death, he finally made a choice. No matter what, he couldn't let a large number of people freeze to death during his term. Otherwise he would definitely lose his official hat as the prefect. However, it would not be right to let Ankang City be in chaos. Therefore, he implemented a supplier system, centralized the purchase of charcoal and coke, and finally sold them to the surrounding residents at a low price. However, the effect was still limited. In any case, logging is a business with no cost. If it doesn't cost money, who would be willing to spend money to buy it? Isn't that a disease? That's true. Lin Yi looked at Jiao Zhong and said with a smile, Your eyes are getting more and more bulging now. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Jiao Zhong smiled. I drank too much yesterday, and I don't know how I fell asleep. When I woke up, my eyes were like this. They hurt all the time. I was thinking of asking Doctor Who to help me. No need to look. Lenny looked at Jiao Zhong's eyes and neck again and again, and then sighed. Even if he looked, there would be no way. Your Highness. Jiao Zhong couldn't help but said curiously, "Please help me, Your Highness." Lenny smiled and said, "Because I haven't taught him what a goiter is. If you find him, he will just think that you didn't sleep well. Most of Hushirlu's medical theories came from him. Most of the progress today is due to him." "Ah," Jiao Zhong said hurriedly. "I don't know what the thyroid gland is." He was naturally more familiar with Prince He's medical skills than others. Prince He sighed at this moment, which made him panic. In just a moment, he unconsciously used his true energy to surround his body. He circled around again and again, and there was nothing wrong. Suddenly, he saw the blind man who suddenly appeared next to Prince He. He was shocked, thinking that he had used too much gong, and attracted the blind man. Lenny had long been accustomed to the elusive blind man in monks, and was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the blind man. He ignored him and continued to look at Jiao Zhong and said, "It's the so-called big neck disease." Big neck disease? Jiao Zhong was so scared that he hurriedly touched his neck and said with a sad face, "Prince." Cough cough. After coughing twice in succession, he regretted it. He was so stupid. Really? He made such a big noise just now. Why didn't he think of walking around his neck? Now he used his true energy to hit it, and this way was blocked. It hurt so much that tears came out. He was very sure that he was sick, and it was a serious illness. Lenny smiled and said, "Big neck disease is not that exaggerated. Why are you crying? Please save me, Your Majesty." Jiao Zhong knelt down with a plop. He knew that this disease would not kill him, but he was a grown man with such a big neck. Would he be able to see people in the future? The most important thing was, could he continue to be the commander of the guards in the palace? His future was ruined. There is no hope. Lenny shook his head and said, "The easiest way is to eat more seafood before it swells up, such as kelp and seaweed. Eat it every day, every meal, even until you vomit. Don't be afraid of eating too much. Maybe your neck will gradually disappear, and your eyes will gradually become normal. Anyway, let's try our luck." "Yes," Jiao Zhong whispered. "People, growing up is not easy. If you get hit in the womb, you may have a miscarriage. If your mother eats pickles, your child may grow into a deformity. After birth, polio, whooping cough, scarlet fever, and encephalitis are still waiting ahead." Lenny casually said Goodia's joke. "Too much calcium will not make you grow taller, and too little calcium will make you bow-legged. Alas. So, it's good to be alive. It's just a goiter. It's not the point of death yet. So don't be too discouraged." Finally, he felt that life was not easy, and he sighed unconsciously. "Your Highness is right." Jiao Zhong felt even more uncomfortable after hearing this. He swore that, after the swelling in his neck subsided, he would use his true chi to refine his neck. He would never leave himself any weakness. He was a ninth-rank person with a big neck disease. If he told others about it, he would really be laughed at. Chapter 474, Visiting the Mother. Lenny patted his shoulder, comforting. "You are only in the early stage. There are just some symptoms. No big deal. Eat more fish and shrimp, eat more kelp, and the rest depends on luck." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hearing Lenny's words, Jiao Zhong didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Depend on luck? His luck has never been very good otherwise. As one of the oldest people in the palace, how come he is only a guard commander now? Look at Qinxinlua, Xinchu, Baokui, Pang Long and others. Which one of them is not a powerful one? Take Qinxinlua, who just entered Ankong City, for example. He is in charge of the security of the capital for the first time, and his name can stop children from crying at night. Although he is also very impressive as a guard commander, but compared with him, it is simply not worth mentioning. Lenny continued. "Okay, stop looking so sad. If you really feel bad, just rest at home for a while. When you are well, come to work. Don't worry. My subordinate will be fine." Jiao Zhong woke up suddenly, raised his head and said, "I will definitely perform my duties conscientiously, and dare not delay your important matters." Although his position as the leader of the guards is not as good as Qinxinlua and others, it does not mean that he despises it. If he really listens to the prince's order and goes home to rest, then the position of the leader of the guards will be vacant. Impossible. Whether it is Lord He Jixiang or Lord Chen Dishan, it is certain that he will find someone to replace him before Chief Steward Hong comes back. His position is uncertain. Therefore, before he finds another job, he will definitely not give up his position as the leader of the palace guards. Just figure it out. Lin Yi and the other servants set up the meal, and then sat down on the chair, sipping tea first, and then eating the still hot fried dough sticks in small bites. While eating, he said, "You are all real men, flying around. Your martial arts are so strong, and your physical fitness is much better than others. You don't need to worry too much about this little symptom. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your praise." Jiao Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi continued, "I heard that Xue Da is quite arrogant." Jiao Zhong hesitated for a moment and said, "Since he got the title of the world's #1 martial artist, Xue Da rode a horse in the streets, which was indeed very impressive. He refused to listen to any more questions. After all, it involved old lady Xue and concubine Yuan. No matter if concubine Yuan or old lady Xue knew that he was making a fuss in front of Prince He, what could they do? In any case, he was the commander of Prince He's guards. If they wanted to touch him, it would be He Jixiang and General Manager Hong who would do it. What he feared was Prince He's attitude. What if he talked too much nonsense and annoyed Prince He? That was Prince He's grandparents and mother. Before he understood Prince He's thoughts, it was better to be cautious. The crowd was full of beautiful people. The world was like dust. Lin Yi shook his head and said, "This Xue Yiner was praised by Lord Xiezan so much, it seems that she is indeed a beauty. Your Highness is." Jiao Zhong couldn't figure out what Prince He meant for a while. "What does Xue Yiner look like? Didn't you see it yourself? You were shocked at that time. Why did you have to praise her through Xiezan's mouth?" He really couldn't figure it out. Could he have any idea about Xue Yiner? But it's not that serious. If it was really like that, he wouldn't have to show up. Whether it was the 6th prince or the 12th prince, they would be sent directly to him. What a pity. Lin Yi was helpless. Any woman he liked was related to him. Xue Yiner was like this, and so was Yuan Zijuan, the cousin of the Yuan family. He didn't care about German orthopedics. It was normal for cousins to be married these days. The world praised them. He didn't care about ethics. What he feared was that inbreeding would trigger invisible harmful genes, and eventually give birth to a fool. From the perspective of eugenics, hybridization is more advantageous. Early maturity and high yield. Excellent quality. Prince. Jiao Zhong racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what this prince was regretting. Suddenly, his heart trembled. Could it be that this prince wanted Xue Yiner to die? It's not impossible. But should he agree with it? No. No matter what. This is also a relative of concubine Yuan. He is not afraid of concubine Yuan. But he can't offend concubine Yuan for no reason. Right? The servants in this room were all selected by him personally. And most importantly, they also passed the strict political review procedures of Qi Peng and Pan Duo. He trusted the people in this room very much. They would definitely not betray the prince. Nor would they spread rumors to concubine Yuan. However, everything cannot be so absolute. It is better to be safe than sorry. Yanyu Tower. Right? Lin Yi suddenly asked. Yes, Jiao Zhong said hurriedly. This Xue Yiner is still the top star of this Yanyu Tower. Yanyu Tower. Xinghua Tower. These? All good places for fireworks. They all want to get involved in politics. Those who don't know think they want to rebel. Lin Yi thought of Xinghua Tower, which was related to Qi Yong again. Lawless. Jiao Zhong said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, just give the order, and I will take people to burn it down. Not appropriate. Not appropriate. Lin Yi still shook his head and said, on New Year's Day, fighting and killing is not environmentally friendly, not harmonious, and not in line with my people-oriented policy. Let them jump for a while, and see if they will be tired of jumping around and will be quiet for a while. Jiao Zhong hesitated and said, the prince is merciful, but these people are getting bolder. They openly trade daughters of poor families outside the city, which violates Liang law. They should be used as a warning to others. He tried to give the prince an excuse. As long as the prince agreed, he could go out of the city and kill everyone in Yanyu Tower. You are still too anxious. After Lin Yi finished chewing the fried dough sticks in his mouth, he took another sip of tea. I can ignore other people's face, but I still have to take care of the queen's face. He has killed Xue Tongji, the nephew of Mrs. Xue of the Yuan family. He also killed Xue Dao and Xue Yiner. who made a living by performing, just to embarrass Mrs. Shui and his mother. His mother can be brainless, but he can't be too ungrateful as a son. I understand. Jiao Zhong said no more. Lin Yi pointed at the taro in the middle of the table, and after the servant put it in the bowl, he dipped it in white sugar and said, "Hurry up and find Mingyue's brother, and accompany her to visit her parents in a few days." Jiao Zhong seemed to understand something, and he didn't dare to look at Mingyue again. He lowered his head and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Brother Chendahu is in the south of the city, renting a house in a large courtyard. There are street hooligans coming in and out. I will go and help him rent a good house. I dare not let strangers bump into Miss Mingyue." Mingyue covered her mouth and laughed. "Commander Jiao, do you think my 9th rank is made of paper?" Chapter 475 Morning Court. Jiao Zhong bowed his head and said, "I dare not, miss." "You misunderstood. Miss, you are a master of martial arts, and everyone in Ankong City knows you. But you are such a person, and I cannot escape the blame for letting them pollute your eyes and ears. The most important thing is that Miss Mingyue in front of him is already the prince's bedmate, and she is pregnant. No one can prove that Jioping will not have a miscarriage. Right, even Hu Shirlu and Qin Shilian have been reminding, no matter how strong your martial arts are, you must be careful again and again. Therefore, if Mingyue really goes out, you must not be careless. If something happens, he has every reason to believe that he Jixiang, Qin Disheng and other old men can tear his tendons and bones out and burn him to death. Having a daughter with the princess has already disappointed the court and the people. Now these old men don't care what Mingyue's identity is, whether she is qualified or not. They dream of Mingyue giving birth to a boy. As long as there is a child, whatever she does with the prince will be justified. Only these ministers in the court and the people will have real guarantee. Otherwise, it will be like what Lord Xiezan said. Even if she ascends the throne with the prince, she will be rootless. The prince, he who has a son, is the normal regent. As for whether the son can successfully inherit the mantle of prince, who knows? To put it bluntly, these old men don't have much time left. They don't care about the flood after death. They care about the present. Jiao Zhong understands them very well. According to the mathematics knowledge taught in the new classroom, 1 grain of rice is given on the first day, 2 grains of rice on the second day, 4 grains of rice on the third day, and 8 grains of rice on the fourth day. If you wait patiently, you will get a good reward. But I am afraid that I will not be able to hold on for long and will starve to death. So, sometimes it is not a good thing to have a long-term vision. Commander Jiao." Mingyue wiped the corner of Lin Yi's mouth with a handkerchief, and then continued, "You know me. I am not that delicate." Jiao Zhong bowed and said, "Don't worry, girl. Leave it to me. It's not a big deal anyway." "Thank you, Commander Jiao." Mingyue glanced at Lin Yi's expression and said no more. Since they were going back to see their useless brother in the name of visiting relatives, if they were too shabby, they would lose face with the palace. The face with the palace was the face with the prince. No matter what, they would lose face with the prince. Just think it over. Lin Yi cleared the biscuit crumbs in his hand and said with a smile, "Don't wrong yourself in this life. Only turtles can bend and stretch, not humans." Mingyue couldn't help laughing and said, "Thank you, Prince. I am ashamed to accept it. A woman is always happy to face the love of a man. Not to mention that this man is of noble status, and so funny and cute. You have followed me for so many years, you deserve this." Lin Yi said calmly. "You all, don't be embarrassed. He hadn't done anything great in his previous life, let alone been a leader, and didn't know much about the ways of the world. But luckily, he wasn't a fool after all. He had read so many online novels. Sometimes you can learn a lot from following the protagonists of online novels. I can't remember a man of luck once said, a third-rate leader is a whip, a second-rate leader is a commander, and a first-rate leader is a mentor. He deeply agrees with this. He is now very keen on being a life mentor for others, and pouring his thoughts into other people's heads. If others are not happy, that is treason. In today's Daliang state, treason is equivalent to rebelling against him. Lin Yi, of course, the most important thing is the ability to draw big cakes. This is an indispensable ability for a mentor. These days, no one is a fool. You only give people a big stick, and don't give them carrots. Is it possible, however, someone as stingy as Lin Yi, if he gives too many carrots, he will feel bad, and occasionally he will move his mouth and draw cakes for others. Occasionally, I perform well, and others are happy to hear me. which is as effective as drinking chicken soup. It is my blessing in my previous life to be loved by the prince, Mingwa said with a smile. Okay. Go down and prepare. Lenny waved his hand and said, There are so many people here. You don't need to serve. Yes. Mingwa bowed, looked at Zixia, and left the hall. Lenny looked at the courtyard covered with snow, frowned and asked, Is the snow thick on the mountain? Jiaozhong hurriedly said, Your Highness, it's too cold today. If you want to hunt wild game, you should wait a few days. Lenny shook his head and said, It's so cold. I don't want to go into the mountains. But I want to eat wild game. Ask Su Yin to go to the morning market to see if there are any hunters who are sending rabbits. Bring some wild boar meat. Let's do some pork vermicelli for lunch. The wild boar meat was tough and woody, and it was not tasty at all. However, after not eating for a long time, Lenny suddenly wanted to eat. Yes. Jiao Zhongcheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't go into the mountain, I'll go over and ask. After saying that, he walked to the door and whispered a few words to the guard beside him. The guard responded and left. After Lenny ate 2 fried dough sticks, a pancake, and a piece of taro. He was full after all. He stood up from the chair, stretched his waist, and stood at the door, rubbing his hands constantly. Zixia bowed and said, Your Highness, it's still early for dawn. Why don't you go back to your room and lie down for a while? No, I won't sleep anymore, Lenny said with a smile. Sleep after eating. Eat after sleeping. What's the difference between you and a pig? Your Highness, you're joking? Zixia smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Your Highness works hard for state affairs every day. It's only right that you get more rest. Speaking of state affairs, Lenny frowned and said, Didn't Lord He say that he wanted to invite me to court a few days ago? It's okay to get up at 3 or 4 in the morning. But the key is that it's still so cold. And it's still several miles away from the palace. He certainly won't ask for trouble. Lord He did mean that. But the prince was too tired at the time. So he declined. Zixia said with her head down. Lenny smiled and said, What time is it now? Is it too late to go to the morning court? Zixia said, Prince, it's already past the hour of Mao. It's time to leave the court now. Lenny shook his head and said, I can't make it this time. Let's do it next time. Jiaozhong hurriedly said, Prince, I can send a message quickly, and let the elders wait a little longer. No need, Lenny said nonchalantly. Everyone has their own things to do. What's the point of asking them to wait so early in the morning? If he entered the palace now, according to the previous rules, he would definitely go to his mother's place. However, because he hadn't dealt with the matter between Shui Yiner and Shui Dao, he wanted to avoid his mother. Out of sight, out of mind. Yes, Jiaozhong bowed. Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 476 Memory. Lenny scratched his head and said, The old lady should be awake now. Right? Jiaozhong wanted to pretend that he didn't understand, but he could not reply. He could only bite the bullet and said, Your Highness, the palace sent a message yesterday that the Queen will go to the White Horse Temple outside the city to burn incense today. White Horse Temple. Lenny frowned and said, Didn't the monks there get killed by that bastard Dingluan? How come there are still incense burners? Some people often think that the world is going downhill and people's hearts are not the same as before, and say that people in ancient times were simple and honest. In fact, this is prejudice. The more backward the transportation and communication are, the more unpredictable people's hearts are, especially in the feudal era. Even on the official roads, there are bandits who collect tolls. Young girls and wives can stay at home, but men have to support their families. So what should they do if they don't go out? If you can't afford to hire a bodyguard, you have to learn a few moves yourself. Otherwise you will be sold out, and you may even lose your life. Therefore, it is true that the ancients valued martial arts. Everyone has a strong martial virtue. As for the temple, it is not safe to hide in the deep mountains and old forests. Without a group of warrior monks to protect the temple, how can it dare to be a local snake? Moreover, this is a big temple in Hong Kong City, and it is naturally superb in martial arts. It is just that the White Horse Temple is unlucky to encounter a bad star like Dingluan. However, Lenny does not feel sorry at all. Since the White Horse Temple has been hooked up with the princess, he has long wanted to burn down the White Horse Temple. The White Horse Temple is a temple supported by the royal family. It has a great influence on both the court and the people. The lord should not be angry and raise an army, and the general should not be angry and fight. So he has always maintained restraint. Ding Luan was killed immediately, which was exactly what he wanted. Your Highness, Jiao Zhong said with a bow. Lord, he said that this White Horse Temple is a famous temple in the world, and it is a pity that it is so abandoned. So he asked someone to take over the temple. Who? Lin Yi asked directly. Amitabha. Lin Yi just heard the Buddhist chant, and raised his head to see the monk in front of him. Is it you? I am not talented, but Lord, he showed me great kindness, so he asked me to take over the temple affairs. The monk put his hands together and said, You are getting married. Why do you still want to be a monk? Lin Yi asked in confusion. Jiao Zhong glanced at the monk, then smiled and said, Your Highness, you don't know that although the White Horse Temple has always claimed to be indifferent to fame and fortune, it has contacts with the palace and the government. Lord, he couldn't bear to let the position of abbot fall into the hands of King Kong Tai. So he let the monk do it first. After all, he is at ease with his own people. Lin Yi said in surprise. The people of King Kong Tai also intervened? Jiao Zhong hesitated for a moment, then nodded. King Kong Tai recommended a great monk, and I reported it to you at that time. You let Lord he handle it at that time, and never asked about it again. He had long been accustomed to the memory of this prince, and he no longer had any hope. However, their memory must be good. There can be no mistakes. Oh! Lin Yi frowned, thought for a long time, but couldn't remember this, in this life. He has money, power in a house. It's not like in the previous life, where he masturbated until his eyes were blurry, and the final result is memory loss. Sitting in a wheelchair, I can't even stand up and cry. So, he really can't figure out why his memory is so bad now. It's totally unscientific. Is it because of Zixia and Mingwei? Jiao Zhongjian and the prince shook their heads and sighed, unable to figure it out for a while, so they said in a panic, Please forgive me. Your Majesty, I was negligent. Forget it. Lin Yi touched the kettle that was slowly getting cold. Let's soak some wolfberries tomorrow. Suddenly, he missed the thermos cup. Although the purple clay teapot is good, it is still best to brew green tea and wolfberry in a glass cup. Only in a glass cup can you observe the changes of tea leaves floating and sinking during the brewing process, and appreciate the graceful dancing posture. He made a lot of efforts, but still couldn't make a suitable glass cup. What does this have to do with wolfberry? Jiao Zhong was a little confused for a while. However, he still hurriedly responded. Yes. Lin Yi looked at the monk again and said, You appear and disappear every day. Where are you hiding? The monk still clasped his hands together and said, Your Majesty, I just arrived, and I happened to hear your question, so I answered it out loud. Really? Lin Yi naturally didn't believe it. It must be hidden somewhere in secret. How can there be so many coincidences? Everything I said is true, the monk said calmly. General Manager Hong has ordered that the guards of the palace must stand in accordance with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Even I cannot break this rule. Jiao Zhong saw Lin Yi looking at him, and hurriedly said, That's right. The rules of the palace were all made by General Manager Hong. This is even more true for the defense of the prince. You can't stand wherever you want. Each guard has rules for what time to be on duty, where to stand, what commands to use, and what posture to take. Not to mention hiding. Even monks can't do that, because Wang Dong, who is also a grandmaster, will not agree, because this breaks the rules. It's tantamount to treason. Qi Men Dun Jia? Lin Yi said with a smile. Are you all doing metaphysics? Jiao Zhong naturally understood what the metaphysics that the prince was talking about was. In fact, it is no different from feudal superstition. If it were normal times, he would have directly agreed with him, and said a few words about the prince's wisdom. After all, no matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. However, this involves Chief Steward Hong. Chief Steward Hong is elusive. He is the one who makes the rules, and is never bound by them. Therefore, he cannot follow the prince in the dark. Besides, as the leader of the guards in the palace, he must know the ins and outs of Chimenduanjia. Otherwise, how can he set up defenses? The longer he studies Chimenduanjia, the more he understands its power. His admiration for Chief Steward Hong is like a torrent of water, which is endless. There is no way to say that Chimenduanjia is metaphysics against one's conscience. You keep talking nonsense all day long, Lin Yi said helplessly. There is still a long way to go to popularize science. Your Highness is right. Although Jiao Zhong felt helpless, he still had to nod his head and said, "I will follow your teachings and learn more about science in the future." Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums rang out. "It's Chincher. Find my old jacket and make it into plain clothes." Lenny stamped his feet and said, "Let's go for a walk on the street." With the help of Zixia, he put on the jacket and went out of the mansion directly. As soon as he left the alley, he smelled an enticing sweet potato fragrance. Although he had just eaten, he still wanted to eat it when he smelled it. "Give me one." Lenny stood in front of the oven, took off his gloves, rubbed his hands and said, "Pick a big one." "Okay," the old man said happily. "Please wait." Chapter 477 Premonition. It was the coldest time of the year, and it was so early, there were few people on the street, and the few people who hurried in and out of the city gate all avoided him when they saw him roasting sweet potatoes. These days, especially in winter, even in Hong Kong City, the capital of the emperor, if a family could cook a bowl of porridge that could stand chopsticks, they were rich. As for the poor families, there is no need to mention it. If they could afford to drink porridge and not starve to death, they were considered good. Nowadays, in Hong Kong City, more people eat cheap sweet potatoes that even beggars can afford. They cook, steam, stew, and simmer in various ways, and eat from morning to night, almost every day, until everyone wants to vomit. But they have to eat. Anyway, it's better than being hungry. Right? What's more, the Wuching Bingmasi also eat this stuff every day. When everyone enters and leaves the city gate, they can smell the fart smell mixed with sweet potatoes. That feeling is simply indescribable. The soldiers serving the emperor are like this. How can the common people have any complaints? However, they have enough sweet potatoes at home, and they still spend money to buy so-called roasted sweet potatoes? That's crazy, because normal people can't do this. Like the roasted sweet potato vendors, going out to do business, it all depends on luck. Maybe they can meet a few merchants who came in from outside the city in a hurry, and didn't have time to eat breakfast. Or the tyrants, who traveled around the world. Thank you. After Lin Yi scooped a handful of snow from the ground, he let the old man put the sweet potato on the snow. After he held it firmly, he smiled and said, "It won't be hot this way." The old man took the copper coin from Jiao Zhong, nodded and said, "You are smart. I just can't remember it. Let's go. Eat it while it's hot." The snow in Lin Yi's hand couldn't resist the temperature of the sweet potato, and slowly melted. He hid at a corner of the city wall, avoiding the strong wind, and ate while moving his hands that were too hot to bear it. "Your Highness, be careful of getting burned." Jiao Zhong also avoided sweet potatoes, because even if he was the commander of the guards in the palace, he ate enough. Suyin, this bastard, had been supplied with food in the first half of the year, whether it was the kitchen of the palace or the kitchen of the stables, and they ate and drank lavishly. As a result, when winter came, the price of charcoal, rice, and vegetables all went up. The originally abundant food budget suddenly became stretched. Although Suyin was a popular person in front of the prince, he did not have the courage to take money out of the pocket of the prince. He did not dare. And Jiao Zhong and others did not dare even more. Isn't this asking for scolding? Not to mention taking the blame for Suyin. This bastard. There is no need. But Chief Steward Hong was not there. And except for scolding Suyin a few times, he could not do anything to Suyin. They could only swallow their anger. The food standard of these guards plummeted. Now, white rice and steamed buns are mixed with sweet potatoes. Everyone wants to vomit. They avoid the smell of sweet potatoes. Fortunately, the guards have a high salary, so they can eat out every now and then, improving their stomachs that have been damaged by the kitchen. Otherwise, they would have burned Suyin to death long ago. Don't be afraid. Lin Yi threw the sweet potato peel directly into a withered grass side. Sweet potatoes, I can never eat enough. Your Majesty is wise. Jiao Zhong finally said this against his conscience. Poor people eat enough, and the prince is addicted to it? What kind of habit is this? Just can't eat too much. After Lin Yi finished eating, he washed his sticky hands in the snow, and said with lingering feelings, "If you eat too much, your fart will smell bad, which will affect your image." Jiao Zhong said, "Your Majesty is right." This sentence came from the heart. Oh, by the way, Lin Yi remembered something again. Going out to burn incense on a snowy day. The day you chose was not right. Who did you make an appointment with in advance? Jiao Zhong naturally knew that this was talking about concubine Yuan. and hurriedly explained, "Your Highness." He Lian sent a message saying that it was old lady Shui who brought all the women in the mansion to accompany the queen to the White Horse Temple. The Yuan family, Lenny said unhappily. Why are they joining in the fun? Do they really want to be my enemy and stand up for the Shui family? The grass on Shui Tongji's grave is probably 3 feet high. Right? The dead are gone. Is there any point in them entangled in these things? This. Jiao Zhong hesitated for a long time, and finally said honestly, I don't know. Are Shui Da and Shui Yin are also in there? Lenny said in a deep voice. Yes. Jiao Zhong felt the air suddenly become heavy, and lowered his head even more. Yuan Qing, although Yuanjin is away on the expedition, the old man Yuan Ong should be at home. Lenny shook his head and sighed. He still doesn't understand the situation. Does he have to indulge his family to embarrass me? Jiao Zhong said carefully. Shu Guo is filial, and he has always been respectful to old lady Shui, and has never disobeyed her. So I am unfilial? Lenny said coldly. They are all deliberately making things difficult for me. He is getting more and more. I don't understand his mother. It's so cold. Why are you making such a fuss? Your Highness. Jiao Zhong continued. Your Highness. Don't worry about He Lian accompanying you when you go out of the palace this time. Don't worry about it. Lenny said unhappily. He is just a eunuch, and his skills are low. What's the use? These days, there are many people who want to kill me, and many who want to kill my mother, and the old lady doesn't realize that people are treacherous, so we have to be on guard. Jiao Dong. Your Highness is right. But? Don't say but. Lenny interrupted. The old lady is making such a big fuss. She is just giving someone a chance. Jiao Zhongxin didn't agree with it. Now the 9th rank Master Jiangjin is in charge of the Queen's safety. And there are the 7th rank and 8th rank guards along the way. When we arrived at the White Horse Temple, the abbot was a monk. A great master. His kung fu is unfathomable. Who dares to be presumptuous in the White Horse Temple? But he couldn't disobey the prince's order, so he could only wave his hand behind him. Lei Kaishan stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Lin Yi, and said in a deep voice, Please give me your orders. Your Majesty. Lin Yi said unhappily. You still need my orders? Your Majesty. Please forgive me. As a 9th rank official, Lei Kaishan's hearing was no different from that of a superior man. It was hard for him not to hear what the prince and Jiao Zhong said, so he hurriedly said, I'll go right away. Seeing Lin Yi wave his hand, he flew away. Lin Yi just raised his head, and he could no longer see the shadow. Protect them on the way out of the city. Lin Yi said in a deep voice. Anyone who dares to offend the queen, no matter who it is, will be killed without mercy. Somehow, he always had a bad premonition. Something seemed to be wrong, regardless of whether the premonition was right or not. It was better to be careful. He was very angry with his mother, but he still didn't want her to get into trouble. Chapter 478 The Medicine in the Gourd. Lei Kaishan used his Qigong skills all the way, and just as he jumped onto the southern city wall, before his feet touched the ground, he saw the guards chasing him one after another. He looked at the empty outside the city, and then turned to Tan Fei beside him. Tan Fei said unhappily, What's going on? Lei Kaishan scratched his head. Did you understand what Prince he meant? Tan Fei smiled and said, Prince, he is worried about the safety of the queen, so he asked us to add more people. What's there to not understand? Nonsense. Lei Kaishan rolled his eyes at him and said, No one who comes out of the palace is a good person, and the one leading the troops is Jiangjin. This girl is very difficult, who dares to stroke his beard easily. What's more, there is a monk master in the White Horse Temple, who controls the overall situation. It is absolutely foolproof. Who can go there now? Who can be better than the monk in Jiangjin? Reliable? He really couldn't figure it out. The prince gave blind orders? He didn't dare to say that. If you want to blame someone, blame the prince for not knowing martial arts. He didn't have an accurate understanding of the martial arts of Jiangjin, the imperial guards, and even the monks. Unless the assassin is a fool, he would never think of assassinating concubine Yuan, who was surrounded by 9th rank masters. To put it bluntly, even if the grandmaster came, he wouldn't dare to say that he could get away unscathed. What's more, there are only a limited number of grandmasters in the world. How despicable does one have to be to do such an assassination? How dare you disobey the prince's words? Tan Fei said gloatingly. The queen hasn't left the palace yet. You still have time to think of a way. Lei Kaishan squinted his eyes, looked at the team of officers and soldiers approaching from afar, said with a smile, Didn't the helper come? Food shortage? Tenfei shook his head. If you want to mobilize his troops, you have to go to the 5 military commandery to ask Lord He for help, otherwise. It is impossible for the food shortage to accompany us out of the city at the risk of being beheaded. Damn, I forgot about this. Lei Kaishan slapped his thigh and said. Then I'll go to the commandery to find Lord He. Seeing that everyone was looking at him as an idiot, Lei Kaishan didn't. CS said. What did I say wrong again? Absolutely wrong. If anyone can pass on the prince's oral order at will, what is the use of messengers? Tenfei rolled his eyes and said. You left in a hurry, and didn't even take the handwritten order, just because you have a big mouth. Lord He gave you the military order? What are you thinking? Lei Kaishan was originally a very smart person. Why is he becoming more and more stupid now? Except for the guard leader Jiao Zhong and the general manager Hong Ying, and the eunuch Shi of the Ministry of Ceremonies. No one is qualified to pass on the oral order. Even those guards of the palace and the prince's personal guards have to follow the procedures to pass on the order. Otherwise, it is a forged order, and they will be hacked to death in the military camp. It's really chilling to think about it. In short, don't be reckless, and you must follow the rules. This. Lei Kaishan secretly hated him. He left in a hurry, and he didn't even go through the most basic procedures, he said in an uncertain tone. Go back to the mansion to ask Liang Yung for the documents? What else can we do? Without the documents, we can't even enter the gate of the 5 military commander's office, not to mention seeing Lord He. It's too late. Tenfei turned around, pointed to a team not far from the city. The ones coming in front are Liu Can's flag bearers. All of them are masters above the 6th rank, which means that the queen is in the carriage behind. What should we do? Lei Kaishan scratched his head. Then let's go by ourselves. Tenfei still shook his head. Then. It won't work. The prince means to increase the protection of the queen. No matter how capable we are, I guess the prince won't care. What he wants is the strength of numbers. If something goes wrong later, the prince will see that there are only a few of us, 2 or 3 kittens, and no momentum, and he will think that we are not obeying orders. Yes. Lei Kaishan hesitated and said. We are not afraid of 10,000, but we are afraid of 1. If something really happens, we will be in trouble. This won't work, and that won't work. You have a lot of tricks, so you can think of a way. The guards of the palace are all aware of it. There are fixed duty hours every day, and most of them cannot move without permission. The 5 of them being able to leave the prince's side is already the limit of what can be mobilized. For this matter, I guess we still have to rely on that little bastard Fong Pai. Tenfei sighed. Except for the people of the court guards. You can't mobilize them. The court guards have the tiki, which can be mobilized at will. This is a privilege given by the prince. They say this is the treatment of the National Guard. Fong Pai? Lei Kaishan frowned and said. You want me to beg this little bastard? He had offended Fong Pai a long time ago. The 2 of them are like water and fire. He didn't believe Fong Pai could help him easily. Humph. Tenfei sneered. You are belittling yourself again. As the personal guards of the prince. We can't mobilize the imperial guards. So can't we mobilize the court guards? Lei Kaishan touched his chin and said. That's true. But I may not be in time to find Fong Pai now. Right. The court guards are omnipresent. Why do you need to find them? Tenfei jumped down from the city wall after he finished speaking. Lei Kaishan and others followed closely behind. This old lady is quite impressive. Lin Yi was tired of walking, so he sat in a tea house, looking at the huge team of carriages passing slowly in front of him, and sighed. This trip will cost you at least 10,000 taels of silver, thousands of people, hundreds of livestock, and so much food. It is definitely not cheap. Your Highness is right. Jiao Zhongzhi really couldn't understand the brain circuit of their prince. He was still worried about the safety of concubine Yuan the previous second. And why did he feel sorry for the money the next second? It was really confusing. No one's money comes from the wind. It's not easy for me to save such a small fortune. Lin Yi said helplessly. This is my biological mother. It's okay if you don't understand me. But you can't just waste my little fortune. It's really worrying. Since the matter involved concubine Yuan, Jiao Zhong didn't dare to respond casually. And he stammered. It's so cold. The people carrying the sedan chair and the people sitting in the sedan chair are all suffering. Why can't they burn incense at any other time? Why do they have to do it now? Lin Yi looked at a tall horse passing by and said in disbelief. He Lien, this bastard, actually brought out my royal horse. He really has no brains. He assumed that all the assets of the palace belonged to him, including the royal horses of the Imperial Horse Bureau. Although he didn't like riding horses very much. But it didn't mean that he could tolerate others riding his horse. And the one riding the horse was Yuan Zijuan, his cousin. "Don't worry, Your Majesty." Jiao Zhong patted his chest and said, "I will teach him a lesson later." He had long disliked He Lian. If it weren't for Xiao Shizi's backing, wouldn't it be like chopping a cucumber for him? The commander of the palace guards. To chop a eunuch? What on earth is this old lady up to? Lin Yi held his forehead with his hand. The tea in the cup and the donkey meat in front of me no longer smell good. Chapter 479. It's a pity. If I say I'm worried, it's definitely a lie. Now in Daliang, although his father is still the emperor in name, the regent, still holds the top position. He controls Daliang's military, politics, economy, culture and diplomacy. He welcomes loyal ministers who are upright, who dare to accept advice and speak the truth, and excellent public servants, but he resolutely strikes against those who are inconsistent with his thoughts. No matter how Daliang develops, his thoughts must be the main theme of this era. Anyone who dared to deviate from this theme, he would dismiss him. No matter he Jixiang or Chen Disheng, neither of them dared to test the law. He said what he meant. But it was not realistic to say that he had no worries. What made him particularly troubled was his own mother. Sacrificing one's own family for the sake of justice, how could it be possible? No matter in the previous life, or in this life, the only love he had ever felt was from concubine Yuan. The long procession of carriages and horses moved slowly and carefully on the slippery ground, and soon disappeared from the front of the tea house. The streets were bustling with people again, and the tea house was filled with laughter. "Sir," Jiao Zhong said as he poured tea for Lin Yi, "the tea is cold, please add some more. I don't want to drink it anymore, it's all tea stalks, nothing interesting." Lin Yi looked down on the tea here, but he liked to come here to drink tea. Just to drink it for the sake of loneliness. It's like going to a coffee shop doesn't necessarily mean drinking coffee. "You're right," Jiao Zhong said in a low voice, while keeping his eyes and ears open. Tea houses are a place where all kinds of people come and go. And the prince just likes to come in to drink tea. He has no choice but to concentrate and make sure nothing unexpected happens. Suddenly, a shouting sound came from the street. Pedestrians retreated to both sides of the road. A big fat man with a wide body gathered his sleeves and walked into the tea house surrounded by a group of servants. "Move aside. Move aside." As the servants shouted, the guests in the store just raised their eyelids slightly. No one moved their butts, and even the waiter just glanced at them, pretending to be used to it. Lin Yi sighed. "It's not easy for me. I finally waited for it." The Dalian Kingdom's crackdown on gangsters and evil, from south to north, was carried out vigorously. I don't know how many street thugs, gangster bosses, and underworld figures were sent to labor reform. They are the main force of Dalian Kingdom's road construction workers, and are an indispensable force for Dalian Kingdom. They shine for Dalian Kingdom's infrastructure, because they don't need to pay wages, and they don't need to feed them. The current Minister of Works Bian Jing likes them very much. Once there is a shortage of people on the construction site, he will urge the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple to strengthen this special struggle against gangsters and evil. Especially this Ankong City, the capital of Dalian State, the foot of the Emperor, is the most important. There have been rounds of attacks. No matter they are royal relatives, gangsters, street hooligans, those with poor brains, have been sent to the construction site long ago. Lin Yi, who often strolls in the streets, is very satisfied with the public security situation in Ankong City. I dare not say that there is no picking up of lost items on the road, and no locking of doors at night. But at least young girls and wives dare to go out without worrying about encountering evil young men who molest decent women. I even hope to meet them in my heart. It is said that it is possible to become rich overnight. Once there was a brothel girl who went out to buy rouge and powder, walking peacefully on the street, and met a familiar customer. The familiar customer spoke frivolously, and the woman looked upset, and was very unhappy. She also cares about her face, and being teased by customers at work is necessary for her job. But when she went out shopping with her maid, in public, she would rather behave like a decent person. She originally wanted to be tolerant, and just walk past him, but she didn't expect that the customer would become more and more excessive, and even touched her chin in public. She slapped the customer's hand away. And the customer was so angry that he slapped her in the face in public. In a brothel, there is a lot of information. and many customers will spread the latest situation, especially the latest Liang law. If you are beaten, don't be afraid. Lie down. There was even a customer who joked with him. If you are beaten, don't panic. Choose a good posture to lie down, and then report it to the police. Without waiting for the police to mediate, you can go outside the city to choose a house. And you can also choose a good location, commonly known as lying down and winning. This brothel girl was slapped for no reason at this moment, and was annoyed and angry. Even ants have a sense of shame, let alone humans. In a hurry, she just lay on the ground. Finally, under the guidance of the official, she hired a lawyer. She got the highest mental damage compensation since the implementation of the new Liang law in Hong Kong City. 8,888 taels. It caused a sensation in Hong Kong City for a while. Many women regarded this as an opportunity to make money. No matter whether their family background was clean or not, they liked to walk around the city with an umbrella. What if he meets a blind thug? It's a pity that thugs have learned to be smart these days. Those who don't have a mind at home don't dare to go out easily. Now in Hong Kong City, it is rarer to meet a blind idiot than a rare animal. So Lin Yi can't even find a chance to play the pig and eat the tiger. He always regrets it. He really doesn't have the fate of a protagonist. If other protagonists have his conditions, they must be villains when they go out, send heads to him to gain experience, and show off, unexpectedly. He really waited for it now. It would be even better if there was a chance to be a hero and save the beauty. While he was thinking about this, he heard the fat man said to the servants who surrounded him, "What are you doing? I just came out to drink tea." "What are you doing? Can't you be polite? If you can't speak, just shut up." Then he hurriedly bowed to all around. "Sorry, the servants have no manners, and offended you. Please forgive me." An old man with gray hair snorted coldly. "You are from outside the city, right?" The fat man bowed indifferently. "You have good eyesight, old man." The old man laughed. "Hong Kong City is under the feet of the emperor, not your country places. You can do whatever you want." "Hey, old man, what are you talking about?" The servant behind the fat man pointed at the old man, and was about to step forward. "Stop it, you bastard." The fat man hurriedly stopped the servant, and then said to the old man, "I'm sorry, you are a magnanimous person, don't argue with him." "Oh, what a pity." The old man turned around, looking at the furious servant, sighed. "If you are a man, you can come at me. I am older, it's no problem to take 2 punches." The servant saw the master glaring at him, and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. The fat man smiled. "I will definitely discipline him strictly." Looking at the fat man who lowered his eyebrows and looked amiable, Lin Yi said helplessly, "What a pity. Are the dignitaries of Daliang really so honest?" Chapter 480 Spring Examination. Can't he be given a chance to punish evil and promote good, especially a chance to be a hero and save the beauty? Thinking back then, whether it was Kangxi's secret visits or the iron-toothed Ji Xiaolin, he watched them all from beginning to end. Even a fat man like Hushan never missed a chance to suddenly reverse at the last moment and to shock passers-by. In this life, he has money and power, but why doesn't he have such a good life? Every day is ordinary. So ordinary that Lin Yi doesn't know how to string them together and imagine a better future. There are always people who have to be useless. Why him? Especially after becoming the regent. Ming Wei, Zixia and others have become more and more useless. Every time he wants to measure the depth, these 2 people don't have the courage to resist him. And they ride on him and become the master. He is really angry. I'm sorry. The fat man still kept apologizing. When his eyes were fragrant with Lin Yi, he saw that there was an empty seat next to Lin Yi. So he bowed and said, "Brother." "Excuse me?" Lin Yi looked the fat man up and down, and said with a smile, "Look at your silk and satin. You are rich and noble. You are not an ordinary person. Why do you come to this place? Are you not afraid of burying your identity? You are polite, little brother." Seeing that Lin Yi did not object, the fat man pushed away the servant, who was about to wipe the table and chair in front of him, and sat directly on the right-hand side of Lin Yi, and said with a smile, "Ordinary family? Just ordinary family? Ordinary family can't afford such a good jade ring like yours." Lin Yi stared at the fat man's thumb and said, "It's estimated that it won't cost more than 80,000 yuan. So, you better not fool people. If you really want to be low-key, you shouldn't wear gold and silver and bring so many servants. Little brother is really knowledgeable." The fat man laughed. "I will not change my name or surname. And I am worth more than anything else in Jizhou. The most shameless person in the world. Lin Yi blurted it out without thinking. He was familiar with the swordsman. At first, he even suspected that he had traveled through time in a drama. However, looking at the fat man in front of him, he found that, except for his body shape, he had no resemblance to Jin Buhuan in the swordsman. The fat man who called himself Jin Buhuan, after hearing what Lin Yi said, "Brother, have we ever met before?" "No." Lin Yi shook his head with certainty. "Have we ever met?" Jin Buhuan continued to ask. "No." Lin Yi continued to shake his head. "Since we have never met before, and have never seen each other before." The fat man reached out and pressed down the indignant servant, and said to Lin Yi, "Then there must be no hatred?" "Of course. This is the first time we met. And there is no hatred in the past. And no hatred in the present," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Since there is no hatred in the past, and no hatred in the present, why do you insult me so much?" "Brother." Jin Buhuan gritted his teeth and said, "The most shameless person in the world. I can't bear it. Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue." Lin Yi knew that he had made a mistake, and smiled. "Brother, please don't be offended. I will treat you to tea." As he said that, he picked up the teapot and personally poured tea for Jin Buhuan. "Thank you." Jin Buhuan pushed the teacup away, without any intention of forgiving Lin Yi. "Young master." A tall servant took the teapot from the waiter, and brewed tea for Jin Buhuan again. "It's cold, you should drink some to warm yourself up, and don't get angry over irrelevant people." Jiao Zhong frowned and glared at the servant, who instantly felt cold all over and dared not say anything. "Where are you from?" "Brother?" Lin Yi picked up the teacup nonchalantly, sipping the tea while looking at Jin Buhuan's face. "Brother, do you have an ear disease?" Jin Buhuan said with a huff. "Of course not," Lin Yi said loudly. "My ears are very good." "Then?" Jin Buhuan said word by word. "Is it because my voice is too soft?" "Brother, your voice is like a bell, which means you are in good health and you enjoy everything you eat," Lin Yi said with emotion. "I envy you so much." "Ah." Jin Buhuan sighed. "I'm new to this precious place. Let me introduce my family again. Brother, listen carefully. I will not change my name. I am Jin Buhuan of Jizhou." Jizhou, the first of the 9 states. Lin Yi suddenly realized. What a great place. What a great place. After Jizhou came under his jurisdiction, the first thing Don Mao of the Ministry of Revenue did was to increase taxes. Lin Yi was puzzled at the time. Jizhou had experienced so many wars, droughts, and people were displaced. How could they still increase taxes? Jizhou was so rich. It was unscientific. Don Mao lowered his head and said nothing. Chen Dusheng, who was standing by, told the truth, because they were close. If they collected taxes from Wuzhou and Nanzhou, it would be like far water not quenching near thirst. At that time, the war with Saibei was raging. Jizhou General Quang Daxiang died in the battle, and Jizhou's soldiers were scattered. Although Lin Yi, who was short of money, expressed sympathy for Jizhou, he still increased taxes with tears. "Thank you for your compliment, brother." Jin Buhuan once again looked at Lin Yi, who was wearing a coarse cotton jacket, and said with a smile, "Although you are dressed simply, you have a handsome appearance, and you have followers when you go out. You must be a wealthy person. Brother, you are good at talking." Handsome appearance? Lin Yi hadn't heard such truthful words for a long time, and said enthusiastically, "If you are good at talking, you can say a few more words." "Handsome and elegant?" Jin Buhuan said uncertainly. "Good vision." Lin Yi raised his thumbs up and said with emotion, "There are not many people with such good vision as my brother. It is rare to meet a bosom friend in life." Jiao, who was standing by, looked at the fat Jin Buhuan and was actually a little jealous. He had followed Prince He for many years, and he had never seen Prince He treat anyone so excitedly. Even the top prostitute in the red light district was not treated like this. This fat man probably didn't know how to appreciate his blessings. "I am just telling the truth," Jin Buhuan said calmly. "Brother, you don't have to be so polite." "You're welcome." "You're welcome." Lin Yi asked curiously. "I just heard you say you are a newcomer. Did you just arrive in Ankong City?" "Yes." Jin Buhuan nodded. "I just arrived in Ankong City at night, preparing for the spring examination. The Emperor's feat are indeed extraordinary, and the trip is worthwhile." "Scholar?" Lin Yi thought that this fat man was full of money. "That's right. The fat man opened the folding fan in his hand with a click of a finger. Using a fan in such a cold weather? Is this a normal mind? Lenny wondered if he had paid for his qualification to take the spring examination. It's the coldest time of the year. And the roads are blocked. Since it's the spring examination, there's no rush to come in the spring. Right? No. As the saying goes, it's better to work in a closed door than to go out and work in a new way. Jean Buwan shook his head and said, there are many talented people in Hong Kong City. If I come earlier, I can learn more from them. It's better than staying at home. That seems to make sense. Lenny has no shortage of talented subordinates. But he lacks interesting friends. He thinks it's a pity for such an interesting soul to become an official.